Chapter 81 The boss is around. 5:50 in the evening. The ferocious beasts that attacked the Crow Valley camp were finally cleared away. After an afternoon of fighting, more than 20 chosen ones were killed in the Crow Valley camp. Most of them were crushed to death by Sankai-kun, who smashed the cabins. The chosen ones, who are still alive, are all above level 7. And many have been promoted to level 8 or even level 9, joining the ranks of the elite. They held the 14th wave of beasts. Suzerain, brothers, don't rush to clean up the battlefield. And quickly go back to the cabin to replenish your status. There will be a wave of ferocious beasts next. And the final boss at level 15 is probably coming soon. Force, Mom. I'm exhausted from defending this wave. Can I hold on to the 15th wave? Xiao Luo, don't be timid. Just do it, and it will be done. Huang Yuanming, isn't it a level 15 lord? With boss Nanfeng here, I will kill the level 20 lords for you. Nanfeng, brother, you are so bragging. Can you please stop taking me with you? Nanfeng's magic value was empty for several rounds. And he kept drinking clean fresh water without stopping. His stomach was swollen, and he had to urinate urgently. No. I have to find a place to pee first. Nanfeng came to the west cliff and found a hidden corner. Shoo. Feeling comfortable. After settling the important physiological matter, Nanfeng felt relaxed all over. When he was about to return to the cabin to replenish his health and magic power, he suddenly caught a glimpse of the corpse of a hill ant in the corner and disappeared. Nanfeng turned his head and looked at that corner. The blood stains on the ground, and the severed limbs of the ants all told that a hill ant once died here. But now, the ant is gone. It's strange, the monsters are refreshed? Nanfeng scratched his head, a little confused. But he didn't think it was a big problem. In the deepest part of Nanfeng's heart, he still feels that this world is a game world. Killing monsters will increase experience and explode equipment. Isn't this just playing games? So when a hill ant suddenly disappeared, Nanfeng didn't think it was anything to make a fuss about. The corpse has been refreshed. The basic operation of online games. Returning to the cabin, Nanfeng fell on the bed and began to close his eyes and meditate. A whole day of high-intensity fighting made Nanfeng extremely exhausted. Physical fatigue is actually not bad. After all, Nanfeng does not need to fight with ferocious beasts. The main reason was that he had been concentrating for too long and consumed too much mental energy. Nanfeng now had a headache and just wanted to fall on the bed and rest. Suzerain and others also returned to their cabins and discussed the next battle in the chat channel. Huang Yuanming, there is news from Area 1 that their 15th wave of beasts has not arrived yet. I guess the boss will not come until after dark. Xinhuan, according to the new battle report, there were a total of 1,000 war zones in the original world. And now 241 war zones have been completely wiped out. Theoretically speaking, the resources of those war zones that still exist should increase by 1.1 to the 24th power. But currently it seems nothing seems to have changed in our war zone. Xiao Luo, there haven't been much changes in other war zones. Sakura Kojiro in District 132 has been asking questions on the cross-district channel for a long time. Their war zone is still bare. Suzerain, maybe we won't increase resources until today. Nanfeng, how can District 132 survive until now? The resources in their war zone are almost zero. And they can't level up. Most of their small wooden roofs are sea level. How do they hold on to today's beast tide? Yuran, do you know why the chosen ones in District 132 cannot improve their level? Nanfeng, I know. Their war zone is poor, and there are few ferocious beasts. How can they get experience upgrades? Yuran, yes. There are not even ferocious beasts in their war zone. Where did the beast tide come from? Nanfeng, hack. There is such a good thing. Nanfeng suddenly realized that maybe it was a blessing in disguise. Although the chosen ones in Area 132 cannot be upgraded, they do not need to face the beast tide, which is really cool. Suzerain, there is still more than half an hour until dark. Everyone can take a rest first. If you want to sleep, take a nap to replenish your energy. Nanfeng, indeed. I am so sleepy that I can no longer do it. Force, Hoyulu. Soon. The camp was filled with snoring sounds. Of course, for safety reasons, more than 100 of the chosen ones did not rest, but acted as sentinels, guarding against ferocious beasts raiding the camp. As the sun sets, the last rays of the sun slowly dissipate. It's dark. Potato, potato. Call sweet potato. Ovo. Here are the sweet potatoes. Potatoes, please. Ovo. No trace of the ferocious beast was found in the eastern district. What about you? Ovo. Neither does the south side. Neither does the west end. Every 30 seconds, the chosen ones from the three directions will report to each other. It is now 6:40. It has been dark for 10 minutes. And the imagined 15th wave of beasts has not yet arrived. Huang Yuanming looked into the distance and cursed. Ma mai ma hua. If you want to come early. Why are you hanging us up like this? Let us die quickly. As soon as Shenpen finished the water, he raised his head when he heard Huang Yuanming's words. The other war zones didn't come either. Everyone is waiting. Woo woo, ouch. I feel so comfortable after a good sleep. I feel refreshed all over. Natfeng, brother. Your snoring is too scary. I heard it even 20 meters away from your house. And I couldn't fall asleep for a second. Wu Qi is a fat guy weighing over 200 pounds. When he snores, he is like a bison hitting a beatbox. He is earth-shaking and full of power. Natfeng didn't fall asleep for a second. Wu Wu is a little embarrassed. I can't help it. I'm too tired. I'm sorry, brother. Natfeng waved his hand, indicating that force was not a concern. Before the last wave of beasts came, everyone sat together in twos and threes, eating barbecue and chatting. What kind of ferocious beast do you think this level 15 lord would be? Tiger? Lion? I guess it must be a very powerful beast. Kuang came out in the afternoon. I think the level 15 lord should be a dragon. What? Are we going to be dragon-slaying warriors tonight? Natfeng quietly ate food to replenish his strength. He always felt that something was wrong. But he didn't know what was wrong. This feeling made him very uncomfortable. Duh. In the distance, the sexy girl Yuren walked over on catwalk, which handsome guy cleaned up all the corpses of the ferocious beasts in the camp. It was so warm. The stench of those corpses almost made me faint. Now I feel much better. Everyone looked at each other and shook their heads. No, I didn't clean it up. I'm almost exhausted. How can I have time to clean up the corpse? Maybe someone was short of food and took it away. Natfeng took a deep breath and let it out slowly. He finally knew something was wrong. It's the corpses of those ferocious beasts that disappeared inexplicably. 1 or 2 ferocious beast corpses disappeared. But Natfeng didn't think there was anything strange about it. But most of the ferocious beast corpses in the camp have disappeared. Which can only mean one thing. The level 15 lord level boss is already in the camp. Natfeng suddenly said these words without beginning or end. As soon as he finished speaking, Natfeng rushed back to his cabin. It's too dangerous out there. It's important to go back to the cabin first to save your own life. Chapter 82. The Chosen One transformed into a corpse. The level 15 lord level ferocious beast has arrived. Natfeng took a quick step and rushed back to his cabin. The others were stunned for 2 seconds, looked at each other, and hid back with a hiss. The originally lively campground became empty in an instant. Su Zern, Natfeng. Where is the boss? Natfeng, I don't know. I'm just guessing. Su Zern, guess? What's the reason? Natfeng, all the corpses of the ferocious beasts in the camp have disappeared. Have you noticed? I guess that boss is stealing corpses. Wu Yuanran, stealing corpses? What kind of boss is this? Huang Yuanming, shit beetle. Bao Jian, what a dung beetle. This is obviously a tomb robber. Huang Yuanming's cabin was on the first line of defense. He glanced outside the house and was suddenly startled. Huang Yuanming, oh. Natfeng is right. Something is really stealing the corpse. Force. I also saw that the corpses of the ferocious beasts in the trap area outside were disappearing little by little. Judge Shen, I just went to the cross-region chat channel to take a look. Similar situations have occurred in other war zones. But the boss has not shown up yet. Nanfeng's cabin is in the center of the camp. The view is limited. And it's not clear what's going on outside. Natfeng, in addition to the mysterious disappearance of corpses. Have you discovered anything else? Huang Yuanming looked outside. No. No ferocious beast was seen. Su Zern, everyone. Be ready for battle. The boss may arrive at any time. A few minutes later, all the corpses of the ferocious beasts near the Crow Valley camp disappeared, leaving only bloodstains on the ground, proving that they had been here and died. The unknown waiting is the most anxious thing. Natfeng stuck his head out of the window and looked around, but found nothing. After a few minutes, Bao Jian's confused voice came over. Huh? It seems like someone is coming over there. It's a bit dark, and I can't see clearly. Ma Yong patted Bao Jian's, but you are stupid. How could someone come here? That must be a humanoid beast. Bao Jian, you are a horse-riding person. You just say what you say. Why are you slapping my butt? I heard that a vicious humanoid beast was coming towards the camp. and everyone was curious to take a look. Nan Feng couldn't hold it any longer, and quickly ran to the first line of defense and entered Huang Yuanming's cabin. Huang Yuanming frowned. The first line of defense is very dangerous. Why are you? A long-range crispy guy. So far ahead? Nan Feng glanced at him disdainfully. I have 1,800 health points and 570 defense points. Who do you think is so fragile? Huang Yuanming, damn. So high. Excuse me. Excuse me. Nan Feng, Xia Peikai. Let's go. Nan Feng squeezed Huang Yuanming away, came to the window, and took out a 2x mirror to observe the situation outside. In the distant night, someone was indeed limping towards the Crow Valley camp. With the help of the 2x lens, Nan Feng can see more clearly. Nan Feng, it's a woman. Huang Yuanming conveyed Nan Feng's words at the top of his lungs. Pass it on. Nan Feng said it was a woman. Bao Jian, pass on. Nan Feng wants a woman. Qiu Feihong, pass on. Nan Feng is a woman. South Wind. A group of sand sculptures. The woman came closer and closer to the camp. The dark clouds in the sky parted, revealing a full moon. Under the moonlight, Nan Feng could barely see the woman's appearance. Damn it! This woman, why does she feel familiar? Nan Feng tilted his head and thought for a long time, and was suddenly startled. Ling Qi? This woman seems to be Ling Qi. Huang Yuanming was stunned. Who is Ling Qi? Is there such a person in our camp? Nan Feng, that's it. The girl who sings like pigeons in the group. Huang Yuanming suddenly realized, oh, in the chat channel, each chosen person has an avatar. And the avatar is the chosen person himself. Ling Qi often asked for help in the chat channel and kept calling pigeons. So Nan Feng still had an impression of her. No, this girl didn't enter the Crow Valley camp. How did she survive? Huang Yuanming suddenly realized something was wrong. And if I remember correctly, all the chosen ones in other places in our war zone had died, leaving only the living people in our camp. Nan Feng shook his head. I don't know. I'll take a look. Before the beast wave came, someone had suggested whether to pick up Ling Qi. But later they learned that Ling Qi's cabin was only level F, and he was only level 2. So everyone gave up the idea. There is no Holy Mother who can live to this day. If someone can help with a little effort, there may be someone to help. But no one wants to carry this kind of oil bottle around. Not even if she is a girl. At this time, everyone was a little surprised to see that Ling Qi was not dead yet. How did she, a 2-level monster, survive such a terrifying beast wave? Ling Qi got closer and closer, and Nan Feng could already see many details on her body clearly. My skin is fair. My clothes are messy. And the places that should be covered are not covered. And the places that shouldn't be covered are covered with clothes. Nan Feng touched his nose. Fortunately, there was no nosebleed. Huang Yuanming came over and wanted to take a look with the 2x lens, but was rejected outright by Nan Feng. Children, don't look around. Be careful of getting needle holes. With that said, Nan Feng had already taken out the 98K from his backpack and put the 2x lens on it. Huang Yuanming, what are you doing with your gun? Nan Feng, she wants to seduce us with her beauty. So of course, I want to beat her to death. In fact, through the observation just now, Nan Feng has determined that Ling Qi is a dead person. She had a frightened face, a stiff expression, and half of her tongue sticking out. In addition, her calves were bent inward and she walked with a limp. She looked like a zombie. Are you the final boss? Nan Feng murmured, aiming at Ling Qi's head and pulling the trigger. Call out. Golden headshot with one shot. The powerful impact knocked Ling Qi to the ground. But soon she got up again and continued to limp towards the camp. My FK? A big question mark appeared on Nan Feng's head. Huang Yuanming, what's wrong? Isn't it normal to not be killed by a single shot? One more shot. Nan Feng, not being killed by one shot is not the problem. The problem is that this thing, she has no health bar. After Nan Feng's shot hit just now, no light red numbers floated up. This is the first time Nan Feng has encountered this situation. Huang Yuanming was confused. What the H.L.? No health bar? How can I kill him? Nan Feng frowned and used the skill, Eye of Insight. The chosen one transformed into a corpse Ling Qi. Level 2. Health none. Magic value none. Attack power 65. Defense 27. Introduction. This is a chosen one who was resurrected by Necromancer. As long as Necromancer does not die, she will never die. Necromancer. Nan Feng nodded clearly. This should be the final boss. A level 15 Lord level beast, Ling Qi, who is transformed into a corpse, will not die. There is only one way to kill her, and that is to kill the necromancer. But the question now is, where is the necromancer? Chapter 83 Level 15 Lord. Necromancer. Someone posted Ling Qi's attributes in the chat channel. Chat channel suddenly became lively. Ling Qi? Is this the Ling Qi who has always been called Pigeon? Really or not? She turned into a zombie? Where is the necromancer? Has anyone spotted him? The corpse-turned Ling Qi only had an attack power of over 60. So he was not a threat. Nefeng looked at the big hole on Ling Qi's forehead, pondered for a moment, and aimed his gun at Ling Qi's knees. I'll break your legs, and let's see how you come over. Call out. Call out. Call out. Call out. Nefeng fired 4 shots in a row, and Ling Qi's left and right knees were hit twice by 2 shots each, stained by rain and dew. Ling Qi's knees were shattered, but it did not affect her movements. She was still limping towards the camp. In the cabin next door, Wu Yuan shot a magic arrow and nailed it to Ling Qi's feet. She was no longer human, and common sense could not be applied to her body. She could still walk without knees. You should nail her feet to the ground like I did. Wu Yuan shot a few more arrows. The magic arrow drew a parabola in the air and accurately hit Ling Qi's 35-yard foot. Ling Qi pulled hard and pulled the magic arrow out of the soil, and continued to limp forward. Wu Yuan shrugged. Just pretend I didn't say anything. Nefeng chuckled lightly and fired several shots, beating Ling Qi's left knee to pieces, and causing his calf to fall to the ground. Nefeng, you should be like me and blow her knees out. How can she walk without feet? Wu Yuan, what you said makes sense. The two of them launched attacks at the same time, blowing out Ling Qi's right knee. For a moment, Ling Qi's 2 calves were gone, and only her thighs were left in her lower body. But she was still moving forward firmly towards the camp's defense line. Wu Yuan, but it doesn't make much sense. Nefeng, then you think I didn't say anything. After being transformed into a corpse, Ling Qi became a walking corpse, knowing nothing but moving forward. What to do? Looking at the current situation, we have to beat all her limbs to pieces. The south wind is a little melancholy. Beating to death and beating to pieces are 2 different concepts. If Ling Qi had a health bar, Nefeng could kill him with 1 shot. But it would take a lot of guns to break her body, because the magic bullet has no explosive effect. It will directly penetrate Ling Qi's body. Of course, the powerful impact of the magic bullet would still leave a big hole in Ling Qi's body. But a big hole did not affect Ling Qi's movements. Nefeng needed at least 58 shots to break one of her legs or one of her hands. Wu Yuan, after all, you made a hole with 1 shot. My magic arrows don't penetrate well enough. Shooting her into a hedgehog won't stop her from moving forward. While the two were talking, Ling Qi had crawled to Huang Yuanming's cabin and grabbed it with his sharp nails. Squeak! A harsh sound sounded, like scratching a blackboard with fingernails as a child. Nanfeng's body was instantly covered with goosebumps. This is a mental attack. Next to Nefeng, Huang Yuanming smiled. -0. This rookie is invulnerable, so don't panic. Nefeng, there is no need to panic if there is 1 Ling Qi. But what if there are 100? Huang Yuanming, what do you mean? With the help of the 2x lens, Nefeng saw a black shadow flashing in the distance. That's the corpse-turned crypt spider, the corpse-turned flame chicken, the corpse-turned violent porcupine. Nefeng took a breath of air. Now, he finally knew where the missing bodies had gone. Nefeng entered the chat channel and told everyone about the situation. Brothers, now the problem is big. The ferocious beast we killed during the day has come to seek revenge from us. There was a brief silence in chat channel. No one spoke. Everyone was digesting the information. After a moment, Suzerain comforted him. Don't be nervous. Everyone. During the day's battle, we basically cleaned the battlefield. Most of the corpses of the ferocious beasts were turned into food and stored in our backpacks. Suzerain, the number at night will definitely not be too many. Qiufeihong, the key is the 14th wave of violent porcupines and various birds and beasts. We basically didn't clean them up after killing them. Those were level 89 beasts. Bao Jian, at worst. I'll defend it again. What are you afraid of? Force, Mom. Isn't this scary? These are porcupines that have been turned into corpses. We can't kill them. Xiao Luo, just chop off all their limbs. Sui Han, not everyone is as high level as you. Most people here may not be able to defeat a violent porcupine in 1v1. Ma Young, hack. Aren't you talking about me? Heartbroken. Na Feng, okay. What you are saying is all nonsense. My suggestion is to find the necromancer. Kill him. And do it directly. Wu Yuan ran. The key is that the necromancer was not found. Everyone was talking about making plans. On the other side, the army of undead has also come over, and is getting closer and closer to the camp. Most of these ferocious beasts had broken arms and legs, and some of their intestines and internal organs were hanging outside. But this does not affect their charge at all. Wang Yuanming, isn't that Fan Xiaodan who is like an immortal? Na Feng turned around and asked, who is Fan Xiaodan? Wang Yuanming explained, she was the chosen one in our camp. She was crushed to death by a wild porcupine in the afternoon. I dug the hole myself and buried her. What? Is this necromancer still digging his grave? Nan Feng suddenly felt bad. Doesn't this mean that other dead chosen ones in the camp may also be turned into corpses by the necromancer? Sure enough, everyone soon found a few figures in the army of ferocious beasts. Those were the brothers who were still defending the beast hide with everyone during the day. Only a few hours later, the two sides became enemies. Qiu Feihong, no. That person is Yu Xing. What should I do? I really can't do it. Ma Yong, how long has it been since you were still so kind to a woman? Brother, they are already dead. Qiu Feihong, if you know Guba, you know how to talk nonsense. If Yu Xing hadn't pushed me back then, it would have been me. Not him. Who died? How could you let me do it? Ma Yong pursed his lips and stopped talking. Na Feng quickly spoke to smooth things over. The vicious beast is almost at the door of the house. Please stop arguing and get ready to fight. While defending, everyone must pay more attention to the surroundings. If you find a necromancer, tell me as soon as possible. When Nan Feng finished speaking, the ferocious beast had already killed itself in front of the cabin. The attack and defense power of these ferocious beasts that have been transformed into corpses are the same as in life. And they still have no health bar. A large group of violent porcupines surrounded the cabin and marched wildly, causing the cabin's health to drop rapidly. This can't go on like this. These disgusting things are killing and unkillable. And the damage is still very high. Our cabin can't bear it. Chopping off the claws. Chopping off the legs. How long can it last? Has anyone found the necromancer yet? Time passed by, and the necromancer never showed up. The health of the cabin on the first line of defense quickly dropped below half. Where are the necromancers? Nanfeng's brain was running rapidly, thinking about the possible location of the necromancer. As the final boss, he must have arrived and is watching us quietly from the dark. There are ferocious beasts to the east and south. He may be hiding behind these ferocious beasts that have been turned into corpses. But this is not a good location because the view is not wide enough. The place with the widest view must be the mountain to the north. Standing on the mountainside and looking down, you can see the entire campground. Nan Feng opened his eyes suddenly, took out a grenade, and threw it out of the window. Boom! The powerful shock wave pushed away the surrounding ferocious beasts. Nan Feng took the opportunity to turn over and climb onto the roof. In the cabin, Wang Yuanming yelled, "Damn it! You used a grenade to blow up my house again!" On the roof, the south wind set up 98K, aiming at the mountains to the north. Halfway up the mountainside, there stood a necromancer covered in black robes and holding a skeleton staff in his hand. Found it. Chapter 84. Stand behind me. In the crosshairs, Nan Feng could clearly see the necromancer waving the skeleton staff in his hand. He was greeting Nan Feng. It's a pity that the face of the necromancer was completely covered by the black hood, and Nan Feng couldn't see his expression. It's a ferocious beast with a high IQ. Nan Feng thought. No, he should not be called a ferocious beast. He is an undead creature, and has nothing to do with beasts. Nan Feng tentatively pulled the trigger, and aimed a shot at the undead wizard's head. But the necromancer easily dodged it. Quite flexible. Nan Feng licked his lips, feeling a little difficult. There is at least 300 meters between the two sides. At this distance, Nanfeng's hit rate will not exceed 40%. And the necromancer can also hide behind the bunker. It is impossible to kill the undead wizard halfway up the mountain in the camp. At least Nan Feng can't do it. In the afternoon, Wang Yuanming's voice came from inside the cabin. South wind. There are ferocious beasts coming from the sky. Please come down quickly. Nan Feng looked up and saw that there were indeed many corpse-turned birds and ferocious beasts flying in the distance. I have found the necromancer. Come with a few people and follow me to kill him. Nan Feng jumped nimbly on the roof and soon arrived at his cabin. Putting a large amount of clean fresh water, into his backpack. Xiao Luo, where? I will go with you. Nanfeng replied, on the mountain to the north. About halfway up the mountain. The two of us are not enough. Do we have any brothers? It's better to have something meatier. Su Ming, just read my ID card. Force, I will go with you. One more person will bring more strength. Huang Yuanming, how can I be missing and killing the boss? Maybe this first kill will be mine. Nanfeng, how much attack power do you have? Just want to get the first kill from me. Soon. More than 20 chosen ones gathered in front of Nanfeng's cabin. All of them are in the top 30 of the rankings. Nanfeng also saw Su Yihan in the crowd. Little Nani. Are you going too? This is very dangerous. Sui coldly replied, I just need to stay away. My presence can reduce your casualties. Yuran stretched out and exposed his vest line. Nanfeng Gij. I'm going too. Why don't you care if I'm in danger? Nanfeng, you're a scheming bitch. You have 800 tricks in one move. Do you still need me to care about you? Yuran pouted unhappily. What do you mean by a scheming bitch? I am obviously Jejij carrying little cotton-padded jacket. Everyone rolled their eyes in unison. Yuran, what do you mean? Are you looking down on me? Nanfeng Gij? From now on. Don't eat the eggs that my pigeons lay. Nanfeng, you talk a lot. So be careful I let you lay eggs. Seeing that everyone was ready, Nanfeng took the lead and killed him up the mountain. As for the Crow Valley camp, Su Zuran is in command. So everyone is not worried. Nanfeng, everyone. Please be careful. There may be ferocious beasts that have been transformed into corpses on the mountain. Xiao Luo, Su Ming takes the lead. The long-range chosen one is in the middle and pays attention to protecting Nanfeng. Nanfeng, don't worry about me. My defense and HP are both high. Just pay attention to the nanny. Yuran, you put some fireballs to explore the path. Yuran pouted, do you think of me as a tool? Yuran waved his magic wand, sending 3 fireballs flying into the distance. Call out. Nanfeng discovered a long-armed monkey by the faint light of the fire, and shot its head directly. This is a serious ferocious beast that has not yet been transformed into a corpse. As soon as Nanfeng finished speaking, the long-armed monkey he had killed climbed up from the ground. Huang Yuanming, oh, it has turned into a corpse now. Nanfeng raised a middle finger, shit. What is the scope of the necromancer's skills? Isn't he halfway up the mountain? Xiao Luo drew out his short knife and walked towards the gibbon that had turned into a corpse. You guys keep going. I'll cut off its limbs first. Be careful, and don't kill other ferocious beasts. Nanfeng and others were walking along the rugged mountain road. They encountered many ferocious beasts along the way. They walked around them as much as they could. If they couldn't, they cut off their limbs and refused to kill them, lest the necromancer turn them into corpses. After more than 10 minutes, they arrived halfway up the mountain. The undead wizard in black robes didn't even leave. He was always waiting for them here. Huang Yuanming, he didn't run away. It seems that he didn't take me seriously. Force, I'm level 15. Why should I take you seriously? Nanfeng couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when he saw the necromancer still staying where he was. He was afraid that the necromancer would find a place to hide and command the zombie-turned-ferocious beast below to continue attacking. If that happens, everyone's cabins will definitely not be able to bear it in the next few hours. What awaits them will be a one-sided massacre. Yuran, this boss has given you an opportunity. Everyone should seize it. Nanfeng, prepare to freeze your hands. Prepare to freeze your hands. The longer it was delayed, the more detrimental it would be to the Crow Valley camp below. Nanfeng did not hesitate and shot directly. This time, the distance between the two sides was no more than 30 meters, and the necromancer could not avoid Nanfeng's attack. Call out. -55. A double-digit damage wave came out, and Nanfeng's face suddenly darkened. This necromancer's defense is a bit high. Under Eye of Insight, all attributes of the necromancer were question marks. Nanfeng didn't know how much health this boss had, so he felt a little unsure. Go. Go. Go! Kill! Hack him to death. Eat my sword. Xiao Luo took the lead in the charge, and a group of melee chosen ones roared towards the undead wizard. Su Ming blocked the stone shield in front of him. His speed instantly increased to the extreme, and he collided with the undead wizard. Brutal collision. The undead wizard was knocked back several steps, and his weak body made a crunching sound, sounding like it was about to fall apart. Su Ming turned around and shouted to everyone, "This thing is a skeleton. No matter what it is, just chop it twice first." Xiao Luo crossed Su Ming with an arrow and struck the undead wizard on the shoulder with a short knife in his hand. After one blow, Xiao Luo was shocked. I threw it. 8 points of damage? Do you dare to go lower? The level gap is too big and the damage is attenuated too much. We can only slowly grind him to death. Wu Yuanyuan bit his bow and knocked an arrow. And shot 3 beautiful shots in a row, piercing 3 small holes in the black robe of the undead wizard. Through these small holes, everyone could clearly see the skeleton under the black robe. Jia jia jia. The necromancer let out a villain-specific laugh, waved the skeleton staff in his hand, and instantly shot out a row of bone spurs. Su Ming yelled, "Everyone, stand behind me." Chapter 85 Evolution. Undead General. Su Ming yelled, "Everyone, stand behind me." Su Ming stood at the front with his stone shield on his head. The stone shield instantly grew several times larger, blocking all the bone spurs. But Su Ming's stone shield can only significantly reduce the damage, but it cannot completely block the damage. Hack. I almost lost my life with over 3000 HP. Nani. Save me. Heal quickly. Su Ming's blood volume was quickly brought up, but he still had some palpitations. I can't stand it. Brothers, the attack power of this thing is too high. Su Ming, the meatiest one, was almost killed instantly, let alone the others. Retreat. Retreat. Retreat first and consider the long term. The melee chosen ones rolled back and kept a distance from the necromancer. Of all the people present, no one except Su Ming could withstand the undead wizard's blow. No wonder he didn't run away. With high attack, high defense, and high blood volume, I wouldn't run if it were me. This is completely a dimensionality reduction attack, and I can't think of how to win. In just one round, everyone's hearts were filled with despair. Even Na Feng was confused and couldn't think of a way to win. At this moment, a system announcement sounded. Ding! Original World Zone 1, if the defense is successful, as the first battle zone to successfully defend. The chosen one in Zone 1 will be rewarded with plus 20 in all attributes. Ding! Original World Area 1, the chosen one, Catherine Vina, successfully killed the necromancer and was rewarded with plus 10 in all attributes and plus 10 in reputation. 2 announcements sounded, and everyone was stunned. Catherine Vina killed the necromancer? Damn it. Is it so scary? She killed the level 15 boss so quickly? So the gap between us and District 1 is so big? How could she kill the necromancer so quickly? Nan Feng frowned. Is Catherine Wiener's strength already outrageous to this extent? No. 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 If the necromancer is really this strong, Nan Feng believes that there will be no more than 5 battle zones that can kill him. Nan Feng didn't know why they traveled to this world, but he knew that the people behind the scenes would definitely not let them die so quickly. This is just a small beast tide. After 21 days, there was another large beast wave. That's a real meal. This small beast tide is just an appetizer. Nan Feng took a deep breath and vaguely guessed something. The necromancer must have a weakness. Otherwise Catherine would not have been able to kill him so quickly. Yuran. Burn his clothes. Let's find his weakness first. Yuran nodded solemnly. I understand. 3 fireballs flew towards the necromancer. The necromancer nimbly jumped to the left to avoid the fireballs, but the corner of his clothes was still scratched by the fireball and slowly burned. The black robe was quickly burned to the ground, and a thin skeleton appeared in front of everyone. His 2 dark eye sockets were burning with dark green flames. That's the soul fire of the necromancer. This is his weakness. All of them. Attack his eyes. Nan Feng licked his lips excitedly and pulled the trigger. Call out. The magic bullet hit the soul fire accurately. Weakness attack, minus 800. 800 for 1 shot. A smile appeared on Nanfeng's lips. This is indeed the weakness of the necromancer. Jia jia jia. After his weakness was discovered, the necromancer did not panic and let out a weird laugh again. He waved the skull wand lightly, and skeletons crawled out of the soil one after another. He's calling for his little brother. Sure enough, every lord has the ability to summon his younger brother. Everyone, stay together and protect the remote output. The melee chosen ones formed a circle, protecting Nan Feng and other long-range chosen ones in the middle. Xiao Luo, you just attacked the necromancer. Leave these little skeletons to us. Na Feng, please. Yunfei Yuran, the native of Nan Feng witch, and other long-range chosen ones, all tried their best to kill the undead wizard quickly. For a moment, magic bullets, magic arrows, and magic stones were sent out for free. The necromancer ducks around, but still gets hit. Nanfeng discovered that Wu Yuanqing's bow and arrows were extremely accurate. Basically every 3 arrows could hit the soul fire. Nanfeng gave a thumbs up. Brother, you can get it right. Wu Yuan smiled crookedly. Just kidding. My girlfriend used to always say I was right. Southwind? On the other side, Xiao Luo and others also fought with the little skeletons. These summoned little skeletons are only level 10, so they are relatively less threatening. Coupled with the fact that Sui Han was constantly adding blood, there was basically no life threat to Xiao Luo and others. Things seemed to be getting better. While Huang Yuanning was beating the skeleton with a dog-beating stick, he said with emotion, "It's been such a difficult day. When today is over, I will definitely." Su Ming hurriedly interrupted. Brother, don't raise the flag. Huang Yuanming quickly shut up. The 200-pound fat man doesn't care about his strength. After I kill this boss, I will definitely eat a pound to commemorate the fat I lost today. The fat on Wu Wu's body was trembling, and everyone was speechless. He had to eat a pound. No wonder he was so fat. Nanfeng, be careful. The boss is about to release his skills. The necromancer waved his skull staff, and once again released 5 bone spurs flying toward everyone. Su Ming stepped forward, stuck the stone shield in the soil, and shouted, "Stand behind me." The stone shield instantly grew several times larger, blocking all the bone spurs. Huang Yuanming, good brother. What is the name of your skill? Great. Su Ming, stand behind me. Can't you hear me shouting so loudly? Huang Yuanming, damn. What a bad name. Under the continued attacks from Nafeng and others, the soul fire of the necromancer became increasingly dim. His life is not worth much anymore. Jia jia jia. As if he had a premonition that death was coming. The necromancer laughed 3 times and raised the skeleton staff high with both hands. The small skeletons around him gave up attacking everyone and turned around and walked towards the necromancer. Nanfeng suddenly became anxious. He was going to use his big move. Kill him quickly. The necromancer was casting a spell and stood motionless, becoming a living target. This is your best chance to kill him. Penetrating bullet. Charged attack. Nanfeng no longer saved any skills and directly attacked with all his strength. Minus 1,380. Several other people were no exception. All their magic power and skills were thrown out at once. But their damage is still a little worse. The first small skeleton came to the necromancer, and it instantly scattered into bones on the ground. These bones floated up and stuck tightly to the undead wizard's body. More and more small skeletons arrived, and more bones gathered on the surface of the necromancer's body. This is skeleton armor. Combined? No. He also has bones in his face. The fire of the soul is almost blocked by these bones. Nanfeng's eyes flashed. He took out the grenade and threw it. The grenade accurately entered the undead wizard's mouth and exploded inside his body. Boom! Minus 220. It failed to hit the soul fire, and the grenade only caused more than 200 damage. What disappointed Nanfeng the most was that the skeleton armor on the undead wizard was not blown to pieces. Jia jia jia. The necromancer completed his final transformation, and was covered in skeleton armor. There were protruding bone spurs on the armor, which looked very scary. As for the soul fire of the necromancer, it has also been completely blocked by the skull helmet. Look! His skull staff is also changing. Nanfeng looked quickly. Sure enough, his skeleton staff turned into a bone sword. The necromancer has changed from long range to melee combat. No, he is no longer a necromancer. Nanfeng used Eye of Insight to obtain information about the monster in front of him. Undead General. Life value, magic value, the undead general. There was a bad premonition hanging over everyone's minds. The next second, the undead general made a big jump, leaped over a distance of more than 30 meters, and slashed down with one sword. One of the chosen ones was split in half. Everyone is struck by lightning. Chapter 86. I want you to die with this shot. Undead general killed one person in an instant as soon as he took action. Tangan! Huang Yuanming wanted to go up to rescue people, but was stopped by Nanfeng. They've been split in half. What are you doing there? Nanfeng glanced at the fallen chosen one. His expression could no longer be seen clearly, but Nanfeng could imagine his fear and unwillingness before his death. Nanfeng had some impression of Tangan. He was a young man who didn't like to talk and had a relatively introverted personality. Back off. Back off. Put some distance between you and the boss. Xiao Luo shouted, and he rushed forward with a short knife. You retreat quickly. Seeing that Xiao Luo had already killed him, Nefeng quickly set up his gun to cover him. Watch his eyes. Xiao Luo jumped up and swung his sword. And the stone dagger slashed hard on the face of the undead general. A gap was cut out of the skull helmet of the undead general. Nefeng could vaguely see the flickering soul fire in it. Call out. Nefeng pulled the trigger. And the magic bullet shot out quickly, hitting the gap. But the gap is still too small. And the magic bullet is stuck in the middle, unable to hit the soul fire in the eye socket. -41. After possessing the skull armor, the boss's defense becomes even higher. Nefeng, no. The gap is not big enough. Xiao Luo, okay. Xiao Luo took a deep breath and was about to add another blow. But the bone sword in the hand of the undead general had already stabbed him. Lazy donkey rolls around. Sneak. Xiao Luo rolled on the spot and barely dodged the sword. Then he immediately used the stealth skill. And his figure slowly faded. And finally disappeared in front of everyone. Ho ho. Losing Xiao Luo's vision, the undead general turned around and charged towards Nefeng and others. Scatter and escape. The long-range chosen one can freely output. See if you can fly his kite. The undead general moved very quickly and killed him in just 3 or 2 steps. Rapidly, Nefeng activated the skill of Rapid Feather Boots and hurriedly distanced himself from the undead general. At the same time, he switched out the Desert Eagle and fired a burst at him. At such a short distance, the Desert Eagle is more useful than the 98K. Jia jia jia. The undead general sneered several times and did not chase the others, but just stared at Nefeng kill. He knew that Nefeng was the biggest threat to him. As long as he killed Nefeng, everyone else would be lambs to be slaughtered. But he doesn't move as fast as the south wind, so he can only be kite constantly. Sword of the undead. Suddenly, the undead general bent his leg slightly and prepared to jump. This is the skill that killed Tangan instantly. Nefeng's heart skipped a beat as a thick aura of death enveloped him. This attack of the undead general can instantly jump more than 30 meters. It is an extremely powerful charging skill. It is basically impossible for Nefeng to avoid it. At this moment, Xiao Luo, who had been sneaking for a long time, appeared. He slashed the undead general in the crook of his leg, causing him to lose his balance and fall to his knees. The undead general's skills have been interrupted. Good brother. Awesome. Nefeng breathed a sigh of relief, and took advantage of this opportunity to frantically pull the trigger on the undead general, pouring out the magic power in his body. Ding 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 ding. Every shot of Nefeng can hit the helmet of the undead general. The cracks on his helmet are getting bigger and bigger, and the fire of the soul in his eyes is becoming more and more obvious. The undead general became angry and roared in the sky. He stood up, holding the bone sword in both hands, and slashed horizontally. The sword energy is everywhere. Draw a big sword and slash. Get down. Wherever the sword energy passed, trees suddenly fell down. And several of the chosen ones, who did not react, were cut in half by the sword energy. Nefeng laid down quickly just now, and the sword energy did not hurt him. But the undead general had already taken advantage of this opportunity and rushed over with long strides. The distance between the two sides is less than 2 meters. South wind. Get out of the way. Protect the south wind. Damn it. Brothers, come together and kill this boss. But they were too far away from the south wind, and it was too late to catch up. The undead general smiled evilly and slashed at Nefeng with his sword. Crystal Shield. At the critical moment, Nefeng activated the skill of Crystal Necklace. The stream of light flickered, and a crystal clear shield appeared around Nefeng. The undead general's bone-sharp sword slashed down, instantly breaking the shield and cutting off one of Nefeng's left legs. -1386. Ah! Nefeng screamed. The severe pain almost made him faint. But under the protection of the crystal shield, Nefeng did not die. Quick healing. Slow healing. In the distance, Suihan chanted a spell in a low voice, lifting Nefeng's blood volume up. The undead general was about to add another strike when Xiao Luo rushed forward and hugged the undead general's right hand. Xiao Luo gritted his teeth and wrestled with the undead general. Nefeng, are you dead? Get out of here if you're still alive. I won't be able to hold on anymore. Nefeng nodded weakly. He was missing one left leg. He could no longer stand up, and could only use his hands to slowly crawl farther away. Savage crash. The other chosen ones also rushed over, and Su Ming clashed with the stone shield, knocking the undead general dizzy. Upon seeing this, Xiao Luo let go of his right hand and swung his sword again to slash at the undead general's helmet. Xiao Luo looked anxious. Find a way to pry off his helmet. Otherwise we won't be able to kill him. Let me. The 200-pound fat man Wooly strode over, and the whole ground shook like a human tank. I saw force rushing towards the undead general from behind, locking his neck with one thick arm, and grabbing the skull helmet with the other hand, trying to break it off directly. Drink. The veins all over Wu Wu's body burst out, and his face was full of ferocity. Click. The skull helmet was broken off by him. The soul fire of the undead general was once again exposed to everyone's sight. Ha! Simple, Swish. 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 The smile of force froze on his face. A large number of bone spurs suddenly protruded from the undead general's back, poking out more than a dozen holes of various sizes in Wu Li's body. Force's health instantly returned to zero, and Sui Han didn't even release any skills. His eyes slowly lost color. Force. I'm so sorry for the shabby boss. Ah! Go to H.L. Everyone's eyes were filled with anger, and they roared and killed the undead general. Right in front of the undead general, Nefeng was sitting on the ground, with 98k already in his hand. Wu Wu's death made Nanfeng's eyes red. You? Go and bury him with him. The arm of force still locked the neck of the undead general tightly, making his soul fire face the south wind. Nefeng calmly pulled the trigger. Charged attack, full. 200% damage bonus. With the shot. I want you to die. Chapter 87 The Beast Tide ends. Gunshots roar. The magic bullet penetrated the undead general's eye socket and hit the soul fire. Weakness blow, minus 3,180. The undead general trembled, and the soul fire in his eyes slowly extinguished. Ding! Original World Area 527, if the defense is successful. As the second successfully defended war area, the chosen ones in Area 527 will be rewarded with plus 10 in all attributes. Ding! Area 527 of the original world, the chosen one Nanfeng successfully killed the undead general, and was rewarded with plus 10 in all attributes and plus 10 in reputation. 2 consecutive system announcements sounded, indicating that this thrilling beast wave was over. 1. Phew. It's really not easy. The battle was over, but everyone was not very happy. A total of 28 people went up the mountain this time, and now there are 19 people left. The other 9 will all be buried forever in this mountain. Nefeng lay on his back on the ground, breathing heavily. How are you feeling? Sui Han walked over quickly and squatted next to Nefeng to check his injuries. Nefeng smiled bitterly. His left leg was gone below the knee. Sui Han, it's okay. It will grow out. This world is very real, but not completely real. Sui Han comforted softly, and at the same time continued to release skills to restore Nanfeng's blood volume. Nefeng is still bleeding, losing dozens of health points every second. Yuren also ran over quickly, holding Nanfeng's severed left calf in his hand. Quickly! Quickly reattach it while it's hot! It can still be used. Yuren put Nanfeng's calf in place, then took off his black coat and bandaged the knee carefully. I had my little finger bitten off by a red-eyed rabbit before, so this is what I did. Once your life points are full, it will pick up on its own. Nefeng was a little surprised. Can the broken leg grow back on its own? Isn't this so cool? Then I can run happily under the sunset again. Nefeng joked. Yuren, I'm still running, so I'll sit in a wheelchair for 2 days. After taking off her coat, only a black sling was left on Yuren's body, and the majestic figure on her chest was looming. The dark surroundings and the faint moonlight made Nefeng feel like he was dreaming back to when he wore a lightsaber and dressed up. If you look again, your eyes will be dug out. Yuren glared at Nefeng gently. Don't watch anymore. Let's go back. Nefeng quickly shifted his gaze. His blood volume has returned, and the bleeding effect is also reducing. He only loses a dozen drops of blood per second, which is not a big problem. All I had to do was go back to the cabin and sleep for 1 night. And the next day the south wind was strong again. Xiao Luo came over, holding some things in his hand. This is what the undead general exploded, and it all belongs to you. Nefeng shook his head. Why does it all belong to me? Everyone contributed. Xiao Luo, you have the greatest contribution and the highest DPS. Without you, we would not be able to kill this boss. Nefeng, then I can't take them all. I'll pick 2 at random, and you can allocate the rest among yourselves. Xiao Luo, the undead general exploded 2 things in total. This, Nefeng touched his nose in embarrassment. Then I'll pick 1. and you can decide on the other by yourself. For the remaining brothers, who haven't been assigned anything, I will take some materials from the village warehouse to compensate you. Everyone worked hard, and some even worked hard. Nefong couldn't take all the benefits for himself. That's what only fools do. Everyone agreed with Nanfeng's proposal. Xiao Luo took out a green treasure box and 5 black stones and placed them in front of Nefeng. Well, the boss exploded these things. Those 5 stones are obsidian, which can be used to upgrade the natal magic weapon. I think it is better to use it as an item. 5 pieces of obsidian. Nanfeng was refreshed, and his natal magic weapon was upgraded from E-level medium to E-level advanced, which just required 5 obsidian. This is much better than a green treasure chest. Nanfeng made his choice directly without hesitation. I want the obsidian, and the green treasure chest belongs to you. Green treasure chests may yield D-level equipment. For example, Nanfeng's crystal necklace was obtained from a green treasure chest. But compared with D-level equipment, Nanfeng needs to upgrade his natal magic weapons more, because after upgrading his arsenal, he can unlock more equipment. Nanfeng can't wait to know what he will unlock next time. I already have a pistol and a sniper rifle. Will the automatic rifle be unlocked next time? Or a submachine gun? Anti-tank guns are fine too. Nanfeng felt excited just thinking about it. As for the green treasure box, it was taken down by Xiao Luo. Similarly, Xiao Luo also needs to come up with a batch of materials to compensate other brothers. The division of the spoils was completed, and everyone was ready to go down the mountain. On the other side, Huang Yuanming had dug 9 large pits and buried the 9 brothers who died in the battle. Su Ming took out a piece of wood and inserted it in front of Wu Wu's tomb, and carved the word Wu Wu on the wood with a sharp stone. Alas, I told you not to set up a flag, but you don't believe in evil. That's all. You can have a good rest down there, and I'll give you 2 whole pieces of good pork, so you can eat 2 kilograms. Su Ming took out 2 pieces of pork from his backpack and placed them neatly in front of Wu Wu's grave. The rest of the people also came over and stood quietly in front of the 9 tombstones for 3 minutes. The dead have died, and the living must continue. Everyone calmed down and started going down the mountain. Xiao Luo and Su Ming opened the way, while Huang Yuanming followed behind with Nanfeng on his back. Huang Yuanming, brother. H. Lo Gil Chong. Nanfeng, hack you. My weight is very standard. Okay. Huang Yuanming, I'm sweating carrying you on my back. Nanfeng, brother. Are you a virtual person? Huang Yuanming stopped talking. Nanfeng looked bored, opened the panel, and took a look at the chat channel. After the death of the undead general, all the ferocious beasts that besieged the Crow Valley camp also died. Now there is no danger in the camp. Everyone is cleaning up the battlefield and preparing to celebrate this hard-won victory later. Nanfeng switched to the cross-region chat channel again and found that many people here were anxiously asking how to kill the necromancer. Yip yelling, the necromancer has too much health and we can't kill him in the war zone. Martin, shit. So are we. Now we can only wait to die in the cabin. Lin Tianchi, are there any brothers in District 527? How did you kill the necromancer? Any tips? There seem to be a lot of war zones, and the necromancer's weaknesses haven't been discovered yet. Nanfeng pondered for a moment, and decided to announce the news about the soul fire. Not for anything else. Just so that fewer people would die in other Dragon Kingdom war zones. Nanfeng, the necromancer's weakness is his eyes, which contain 2 balls of soul fire. After hitting, it can trigger 10 times the critical damage. Nanfeng, note that when the necromancer is about to die, he will transform into an undead general. You must kill him before his transformation is completed. Otherwise there will be heavy casualties. After leaving these 2 pieces of information, Nanfeng turned off the panel and lay on Huang Yuanming's back, falling asleep. He is too tired today. Chapter 88 Distributing Rewards. Fire Coverage and Precision Strike. At 9 p.m. in the Crow Valley camp. After going down the mountain, Nanfeng returned to his cabin and fell asleep. Others did not disturb Nanfeng, resting and cleaning the battlefield. Until about 11 o'clock, Nanfeng suddenly woke up from his sleep. My leg. Nanfeng felt a little itchy on the knee of his left leg, and quickly sat up to check. His legs were still wrapped in Yuren's black coat. After untying his coat, Nanfeng found that his broken calf had been connected to his thigh. Several tendons and muscles have been connected together. Nanfeng estimates that his left leg will be back to normal by day tomorrow. Nanfeng sighed. It's a shame. If Blue Star also has this kind of technology, then who would bother others? The firelight flickered outside the cabin, and people in the camp sat together in twos and threes, celebrating the victory. Nan Feng got off the bed and jumped out of the cabin with one foot. Yo! Boss is up. Beside the bonfire not far away. Huang Yuanming waved to Nan Feng. Nan Feng jumped over. No one took the initiative to help me. So heartbreaking. Xiao Luo, pull him down. Both of your legs are not broken. Why should you hold him up? The lumberjack master Lu Daqiang said with a smile. Boss. Before I traveled through time, I was a carpenter and could make wheelchairs. I will make one for you tonight. Nan Feng waved his hands repeatedly. That's not necessary. Lu Daqiang, why are you being polite to me? The wheelchair I made also has a drift function, which allows you to experience the thrill of being a car god in Akina Mountain. Wu Yuan, Xiao Mingshan Mountain God? Just one drift is not enough. You also need to prepare 2 tanks of nitrogen injection devices. Huang Yuanming, speaking of which, there are 2 engineering men in our camp who are studying to see if we can get a power generation device. Maybe we will have a chance to return to the era of science and technology. Su Zuran suddenly became interested. A power generation device? Wind power or hydropower? Huang Yuanming, they seem to be planning to build 2 large fan blades first and use wind power to generate electricity. The main reason is that there is not much water flow nearby, so hydropower generation is not practical. Nan Feng raised an eyebrow. I know there is a large waterfall somewhere. Maybe we can use it. Wu Yuanren, isn't solar power great? Everyone was chatting away, and they were already dreaming about the day when air conditioners, refrigerators and computers would be born. However, on the other side of the camp, 2 engineering men with hair as messy as chicken coops were squatting on the ground with melancholy expressions on their faces. Xian Yongchang, how come there are no magnets in this world? Lu Wenhua, there may be, but we haven't discovered it yet. Xian Yongchang, how to generate electricity without magnets? Do you know? Lu Wenhua, no. The teacher never taught me. Xian Yongchang, you bitch. You have a purpose. Lu Wenhua, it sounds like you are useful. As the time approaches early in the morning, server-wide announcements are broadcast more and more frequently. Either it is an announcement that a certain war zone has been successfully defended, or it is an announcement that a certain war zone has been completely wiped out. After this battle, of the 1,000 war zones in the original world, less than 500 war zones remained. The death toll ran into the hundreds of thousands. There were many battle zones in which the necromancers were not killed. Instead, they relied on the defensive power of the small cabins with the advantage of the terrain to survive until the next day. And then, the defense was successful. It's midnight sharp in the morning. Everyone in Area 527 has almost finished chatting and is about to go back to rest. But at this moment, the earth began to tremble. Vegetation grew wildly. Ferocious beasts roared. And the heaven and earth changed. What's the situation? Isn't it another beast wave? Everyone quickly went back to the house and observed first. This sudden change left everyone confused, and they could only hide back in the cabin. Nan Feng stood by the window, feeling the changes outside the house. The wild grass that was originally at the door has now grown to more than half a meter high. The wildflowers on the roadside are also growing crazily, opening their huge petals to absorb the moonlight. In the distant forest, trees 7 or 8 meters high jumped to more than 30 meters high. Some animals that were not considered ferocious beasts originally, such as flies and mosquitoes, have also undergone mutations at this time, and each one is as big as an adult's fist. In chat channel, someone has already reacted. This is the resource. The resource has arrived. After other war zones are destroyed, the remaining war zones will receive a 10% resource increase. This time, more than 500 war zones were destroyed. Those of us who successfully defended the war zones received an extremely terrifying amount of resources. Damn it. A tree over 30 meters high. How many units of wood can you get by cutting it down? The number of ferocious beasts has also increased. In the future, you could upgrade them right at your doorstep without having to look for them everywhere. Oh my god. The mountains behind the campground have gotten taller too. I can't even see the top of the mountain. Everyone was excitedly discussing this change. This is a new opportunity. After 5 minutes, the world calmed down. Nan Feng glanced outside the house. The outside had changed so much that he almost couldn't recognize it as the Crow Valley camp. The system announcement also rang. Ding! The resource rewards have been distributed. Please check them yourself. Ding! Congratulations to everyone for successfully defending against the small beast tide. Rewards are now being distributed to war zones that perform well. Nanfeng raised an eyebrow. Is there such a good thing? I thought the rewards were all over. After killing the undead general, Nanfeng received a total of 20 points of all attribute improvement rewards. Unexpectedly, there are still rewards now. This God of Creation system is quite generous. Ding! Original World Zone 1, the Chosen One Catherine Vina, killed a total of 6,731 ferocious beasts during the Beast Tide, and won the title of Killing King. Ding! Original World Zone 3, the Chosen One Andre, suffered a total of 65,381 points of damage during the Beast Tide, and was awarded the title of Solid as a Rock. Ding! Original World Area 17, the Chosen One Xiao Ran. Ding! Original World Area 527, the Chosen One Nanfeng, killed 54 ferocious beasts within 1 second during the Beast Tide, and obtained the title of Fire Coverage. Ding! Area 527 of the original world, the Chosen One Nanfeng, caused the highest damage to the boss, Undead General, and won the title of Precision Strike. The God of Creation system issued more than a dozen titles in a row. All kinds of titles, such as those who saved the most people, withstood the most damage, had the most milk, and so on. Nanfeng also received 2 titles, namely Fire Coverage and Precision Strike. Fire Coverage killed 54 ferocious beasts in 1 second. This should be when I blast the Crypt Spider with a grenade. Right? Precision Strike. This is my last shot. Once the charge is fully charged, it will give the boss seconds. 2 titles were obtained quickly. This title is similar to a brooch and can be worn directly on the body. Nanfeng used the Eye of Insight to take a look at the attributes of the 2 titles. Fire Coverage. Type Title. Attribute, all attributes plus 20. Passive Skill, your AoE skill damage is increased by 10%. Precision Strike. Type Title. Attribute, all attributes plus 20. Passive Skill, your single target skill damage is increased by 10%. One increases the damage of AoE skills, and the other increases the damage of single target skills. But the improvement is not very high. However, both titles have the effect of plus 20 points for all attributes, which is still very good. It seems that among all the war zones, I am the only one who has received 2 titles. Right? Nanfeng suddenly had an idea and wore the 2 titles together. All attributes plus 40. Damn. That's cool. The attributes of these 2 titles can be superimposed. Nanfeng patted his belly happily and felt comfortable. Ding! This beast wave has ended. The war zone with the largest number of remaining people is Original World Area 527. As a reward, all the chosen ones in Original World Area 527 will receive a white treasure chest 1. White treasure chest. Nanfeng frowned slightly. This reward was a bit average. The white treasure chest can only unlock E-level equipment, which is basically useless to the current Nanfeng. After receiving the treasure chest, Nanfeng opened it without even washing his face. A piece of E-level low-grade clothing was found in the treasure chest. Nanfeng glanced at it, and saw that it was very different from the immortal armor he was wearing. Nanfeng conveniently threw it into the warehouse, and left it for those in need. The rewards had been distributed. Nanfeng adjusted his mentality, and climbed into bed. You still have to continue leveling up tomorrow to improve your strength. And you can't slack off. In 20 days, there will be a more dangerous beast wave waiting for me. And I don't want to die young. Come on, Southwind. Today will also be a day full of hope. Nanfeng cheered himself up, lay down on the bed, and quickly fell asleep. Chapter 89. The Natal Magic Weapon is upgraded. Attack power exceeds 2,000. The next day, 6 o'clock in the morning, Nanfeng, who had developed a biological clock, opened his eyes on time. Well, my legs are almost healed. Nanfeng got out of bed and jumped twice. But his left leg still hurt a little. But it's much better than last night. I believe that in half a day, his leg will be fully recovered. Opening the door, Nanfeng was stunned. The grass outside this door is 2 meters high. The south wind can't see anything except the grass. It's only been 1 night. Do you want to be so exaggerated? Nanfeng took out his dagger and cut off the weeds, clearing a path. A large open space has been cleared in the middle of the camp. Xiao Luo wielded his short knife, and had a great time chopping in the grass. Nanfeng, doesn't this wheat grow too fast? Can anyone still live in this camp? Xiao Luo, sure. I still don't believe it grows faster than I can cut it. Wang Yuanming, pay attention. I just found a piranha in the camp. It is a new type of ferocious beast. Xiao Luo, what level is it? Huang Yuanming, level 2. Nanfeng rolled his eyes. There was nothing to be careful about with a level 2 piranha. It didn't even break its defense. In the distance, Suzerain's voice came over. Everyone go back to the cabin first, and let Miss Yuren use fire to clean up the camp. Everyone nodded and returned to their respective cabins. A raging fire soon broke out in the camp. This flame does very little damage to the cabin, but it can easily burn weeds. In just a few minutes, the entire campground was cleared of wildflowers and weeds. Everyone walked out of the cabin again, and went to clean up the weeds outside the camp. Let me guess. There are ferocious beasts outside. So many little hares. Can a little hare be called a ferocious beast? That's called breakfast. Rabbits are so cute. Why should we eat them? Brothers, is there any leveling team? Come remotely. Get a shield. Get some tits. The chosen ones each formed a small team, and went out to practice leveling. Nanfeng is not idle either. He is planning to hunt ferocious beasts near the camp to improve his level. There is a left leg damaged debuff in his status bar. His movement speed is slowed down by 30%, and his walking is extremely unsmooth. It feels like a turtle crawling. Nanfeng murmured, limping past a team of 5 people. Bao Jian, he is indeed a boss from Nanfeng. He can walk faster than us even if he is lame. Ma Yong, how agile is the boss? Could it be that he has full agility and extra points? Ning Wu, have you forgotten his horrific injuries? Yun Fei, the last time I saw such a fast cripple was in Summoner's Rift. In the admiring eyes of everyone, Nanfeng's back gradually disappeared into the forest. Call out. A fly the size of a palm was knocked down by the south wind. A new beast? Such a small one actually has level 5. There are a lot of flies and mosquitoes in the forest, although it doesn't give you much experience. No matter how small the mosquitoes are, they are still meat. Nanfeng moved forward and knocked away the flies and mosquitoes blocking the way. It seems that the war zone has gained a lot of resources, which is also an opportunity for these ferocious beasts. The increase in the number of ferocious beasts is a big threat to the chosen ones. But there are also many benefits. With the current density of ferocious beasts, Nanfeng estimated that the chosen ones below level 10 would have no problem rising to 2 levels a day. If you have a better attitude, it is possible to move up to level 3. Nanfeng murmured, I don't know which area the ferocious beasts above level 10 are hiding in. Nanfeng is now at level 11. Hunting these level 3 and 5 ferocious beasts can only gain single-digit experience points, and the upgrade efficiency is extremely low. If you want to level up, you still have to hunt ferocious beasts above level 10. After continuing for some distance, Nanfeng discovered a river. The river is about 10 meters wide and 2 to 3 meters deep. It is very clear. You can even see swordfish swimming under the water in the south wind. In yesterday's battle, Nanfeng had almost consumed all the blue potion, so he just took this opportunity to get a few buckets of water home. Chirp! At the bottom of the water, the swordfish sprayed out a water column, hitting the door facing the south wind. Nanfeng, whose agility value was as high as 218 points, easily turned his head to avoid the water column, and then took out the desert eagle with his backhand, killing the swordfish. TSK. The movements are smooth and smooth. I can be considered a master now. Nanfeng nodded with satisfaction and continued to fetch water. He suddenly remembered something and took out a black coat from his backpack. This is Yuren's coat. I took it off last night to bandage his wounds. The coat was already stained with the blood of Nanfeng. Nanfeng washed his coat carefully and put it into his backpack. Although this girl Yuren is a bit bitchy, she is still very considerate. She is indeed my brother's carrying little cotton-padded jacket. This reminded Nanfeng of the classic saying, what kind of green tea is this? She is clearly a considerate and good sister. After washing his clothes, Nanfeng walked around the area again, but found no ferocious beasts above level 10. Helpless, Nanfeng could only go home and prepare to wait for his left leg to fully recover before going further to hunt ferocious beasts. The Crow Valley campground in the morning was a bit empty, as most people had gone out to upgrade. Nanfeng returned to the cabin, poured the river water into the water purification device, and then sat at the door to bask in the sun. My leg should be completely healed by the afternoon. Xiao Luo is also at level 11. Ask him where to upgrade, and I'll join in the fun in the afternoon. By the way, my natal magic weapon can be upgraded. I almost forgot. Nanfeng suddenly remembered the 5 obsidians he had obtained last night, and quickly opened his natal magic weapon and took a look. Materials required to upgrade the natal magic weapon, with 300 stone, 500 iron, 300 copper, 50 obsidian, 5. There are a lot of wood and stone blocks in Nafong, as well as iron and copper blocks in the village warehouse. Nafong can directly exchange them with contribution points. The materials have been collected. Upgrade. Born Divine Weapon. Weapon name, Ordinary Arsenal. Current grade, E grade superior. Type Backpack. Attribute, Backpack grid plus 150. Materials required for upgrade, with 300 stone, 500 iron, 500 copper, 100 obsidian, 20. The natal magic weapon has been successfully upgraded, and the equipment in the arsenal has also been improved. R. 2x optical sight, for X optical sight. Grenade, storage limit, 3 to 5 pieces. The mana consumption of Charge Strike is reduced. 5 mana points increase the damage by 1%, and 4 mana points increase the damage by 1%. At the same time, Nafong also gained 2 new skills. Eagle Eye passive skill. Your vision will be slightly improved. Explosive Flame Bomb. Inject unstable gas into your magic bullet. After hitting the first enemy, a violent explosion will occur, causing tons of damage to enemies within 2 meters. Mana consumption, 50 points. Cooling time, 60 seconds. Yoho gives 2 skills at once. Why don't you just take off? And both skills are very useful. Eagle Eye allows Nafong to see farther. Coupled with a 4x mirror, Nodfing's attack range will be greatly increased. Not to mention Explosive Bomb. It is very useful whether it is used to clear mobs or fight boss. And it can also be used at the same time as Charge Blow, making it invincible. Nafong looked at the 98k and other equipment again and found that there were not many changes, except that the basic attributes had been improved. The 98k sniper rifle now has 100 points of strength and 30 points of energy added. Nodfing's power is now as high as 417 points. The attack power exceeded the 2000 mark and reached 2085 points. Who else? Nafong was in high spirits and looked at the sun proudly for 2 seconds before being defeated. No, the sun is still a bit strong, so I can't look at it too much. Ding! Xiao Luo, the chosen one, kills the level 11 Lord, Wind Ox, and is rewarded with plus 22 physical strength. A system announcement sounded. Nafong was stunned. This Xiao Luo killed an 11th level Lord without making a sound in the early morning? There is something. Beep beep beep. There is someone in the handsome guy's group who is in the south wind. Nafong opened it and saw that it was Xiao Luo who had just killed the boss. Xiao Luo, Nafong. Brother, I've shipped it. Nafong, so excited. Boss becomes epic? Xiao Luo, it's not epic, but it exploded a very interesting item. Nafong, what? Chapter 90 Cross-Region Pass. Xiao Luo, I just killed a lord and exploded a very interesting item. Nafong, what? Xiao Luo, Cross-Region Pass. Xiao Luo said, and sent out the attributes of the Cross-Region Pass. Cross-Region Pass, you can go to a designated war zone and be forced to return after 8 hours, with a 24-hour cooling time. The other diving members in the handsome guy's group were also bombarded by this information and started to bubble up. Su Ming, cross-regional pass? What's the use of this thing? Su Zurin, there is a cooling time, which means this item is not disposable. Huang Yuanming, it feels a bit tasteless. I can't imagine it will have any effect. Nafong, can only one person go to this thing? Or can I take a group of people with me? Xiao Luo, I don't make it. I haven't used it yet. Xiao Luo, but once you use it, you have to stay in another war zone for 8 hours, without the supply of cabins. It is still quite dangerous. Wu Yuanran, but try to move the cabin there. Huang Yuanming, the skills of the cabin have a 48-hour cooldown. If you move there, what will you do if you come back at night? Sleeping on the street? Wu Yuanran, I can sleep at Su Ming's house. Right, Su Ming. Su Ming, my cabin only houses heartbroken girls. Everyone discussed it for a long time and felt that this cross-region pass was not of much use. A bit tasteless. However, Nafong had an idea and thought of a use. We can go to other war zones and steal their boss. You ran, stealing the boss? What kind of trick? Nafong, it's the first kill of the Lord. There are attribute point rewards for the first kill of the Lord, and each battle zone is calculated separately. Nafong, for example, Xiao Luo. He just killed the 11th level Lord. Then other people in our war zone will not get any rewards if they kill the 11th level lord again. Nafong. But if we use this pass to go to other war zones, and steal the level 11 lords in other war zones, doesn't that mean we get attribute points? Everyone suddenly realized. Huang Yuanming, I guess I have something. This is too cheap. Suzerain, but the problem is still the same. In the past, people had to stay in other people's war zones for 8 hours. During this period, there was no supplies, and they could only rely on eating meat to restore their health. This was a bit risky. Nefeng, yes. It would be great if you could bring someone with you. You can bring the Nani over. Sui Han, I'm young. Nafeng, you are big. Everyone discussed for a while, and decided not to use the pass for the time being, but to keep it for now. At noon, Nafeng had something to eat, exercised a little, and was ready to go out. His damaged left leg debuff now only slows down his movement speed by 5%, which has little impact. If you take a walk on the road later, maybe this negative state will disappear automatically. Nafeng was about to head to where Xiao Luo was. There were many ferocious beasts above level 10 nearby, making it a treasure trove for upgrading. But the distance was a bit far, and it took more than half an hour for the nimble Nafeng to arrive at 218. With the passive blessing of Eagle Eye, Nafeng could see Xiao Luo from a long distance away. He was being pushed back and forth by 5 breeze oxen, and he was in such a miserable state. Nafeng was about to help him, but Xiao Luo raised his hand and executed a full moon slash, killing 2 of the breeze oxen. The remaining 3 were no longer a threat, and were easily taken down by Xiao Luo. As expected of a master ranked second on the level list, he is still quite capable. Nanfeng's worries are a bit unnecessary. I won't compete with him for experience anymore. I'll find another place. Nanfeng looked around, found a small hill, and climbed up. After setting up the 98K and equipping it with a 4x scope, Nanfeng began to look for traces of the ferocious beast. 230 meters away, there is a polyhorned antelope. The distance is a bit far. Try to see if you can hit it. Before today, Nanfeng basically attacked targets within 100 meters. Beyond 100 meters, his hit rate will drop. There are many reasons for this. For example, the speed of magic bullets is not fast enough, and is more easily affected by gravity. Another example is that ferocious beasts are very vigilant, and will react in advance. Another example is that the distance is too far and Nanfeng cannot see clearly. No aim. There are many factors that affect the hit rate, so Nanfeng rarely attacks targets more than 100 meters away. But today, with the blessing of Eagle Eye and the 4x scope, Nanfeng felt that he could try attacking the ferocious beast 200 meters away. Aim and shoot! The magic bullet came out of the gun and flew towards the polyhorned antelope in the distance at extremely fast speed. After firing this shot, Nanfeng could immediately feel that the 98K in his hand was different from before. The 98K bullet speed has become faster, because this shot produced a sonic boom. This has never happened before. Has it exceeded the speed of sound? Not bad. Not bad. Although it can't compare with Blue Star's sniper rifle. There are some firearms on Blue Star whose bullet speed can even reach several times the speed of sound. But Nanfeng was still very satisfied. As the level of the natal magic weapon increases, his gun will only become stronger and stronger. By then, it will be possible for the bullet speed to reach 10 times the speed of sound, or 100 times the speed of sound. Nanfeng was stunned for a while, then came back to his senses and looked at the polyhorned antelope in the distance. The shot just now grazed the antelope's thigh, leaving a trail of blood, but it didn't cause much damage. The frightened multi-horned antelope ran around and soon disappeared. The distance was a bit far, and Nanfeng's shot missed a lot. He was originally aiming for the antelope's head. It doesn't matter. Just practice for a while, and I'll hit wherever I point within 200 meters. A small defeat did not affect Nanfeng's mentality. He continued to look for ferocious beasts in the 4x scope, specifically looking for ferocious beasts that were 100 to 200 meters away, not just for experience, but to practice his marksmanship. The afternoon passed quickly, during which Xiao Luo came over to chat for a while. Nanfeng's marksmanship is becoming more and more accurate, with a hit rate of basically 70% within 200 meters, and a hit rate of over 98% within 100 meters. Not bad. Very rewarding. A sharpened knife is a good chopping job. As Nanfeng's hit rate increased, he hunted ferocious beasts faster, and gained more than 5,000 experience points in the afternoon. Level 11, 6835/25,000. However, Xiao Luo is more efficient. And Xiao Luo has surpassed him in the first place in the Nanfeng ranking list. But it's not a big problem. Nanfeng is confident that he will be back tomorrow. Putting away 98k. Nanfeng jumped down the hillside and walked in the direction of Xiao Luo. Brother. Go home. Xiao Luo responded without looking back, immediately. Let me kill 3 more. And I will finish them off. Nanfeng was speechless. This is really a leveling madman. He's too arrogant. Nanfeng found a flat stone and sat down. Opened the panel and entered the chat channel. In the chat channel, a group of chosen ones are talking about something. Nanfeng looked at their chat history and frowned immediately. A 3-man team was wiped out by the group. Bao Jian, what's going on? They were not weak either. They had experienced a big battle yesterday. How could they die inexplicably? Mei Yan, does anyone know where they upgraded? Ning Wu, it seems to be in the forest to the east. I'm not sure. The war zone has changed too much today. With overgrown weeds and towering trees. Who knows where they went? Yun Fei, everyone. Be careful. There may be a very strong beast near our camp. Maybe even a Lord level 1. Bao Jian, how about calling Mr. Nanfeng back? I feel so insecure now. Nanfeng lowered his head and pondered. At this time, Xiao Luo had already solved the battle and walked over slowly. What are you thinking about? I've got it done. Let's go back to the camp. Nanfeng frowned slightly and raised his head. Xiao Luo, do you think cross-region passes will also be released in other war zones? Xiao Luo thought for a while, nodded and said, it's completely possible. It's just a level 11 lord. And it's not difficult. Nanfeng, then what do you think they will use this pass for? Xiao Luo, how do I know? Why do you ask? Nanfeng, just now. 3 brothers in our war zone died inexplicably. Nanfeng, I suspect that there are strong men from other war zones coming to kill them. Chapter 91 District 25 Alex. Nanfeng, I suspect that there are strong men from other war zones coming to kill. Hearing this, Xiao Luo was secretly shocked. Xiao Luo, no way. They might also have been killed by a certain lord. Nanfeng shook his head. I think this is unlikely. Even if they encounter a lord-level ferocious beast. Even if they can't defeat it. One of the 3 of them can escape. Right? At worst, you can send 2 messages in the chat channel asking for help. Nanfeng, but they died too quickly and left no information behind. This is very abnormal. Xiao Luo touched his chin and nodded. Indeed. What should we do now? Nanfeng, find the bodies of the 3 brothers first. Determine the cause of their death. And then make a judgment. Having said this, Nanfeng edited a message and sent it to the chat channel. Nanfeng, Brother Ming. There may be a Lord Ferocious Beast near the camp. We should form a team of 10 people and conduct a net search to see if we can find the bodies of the 3 brothers. Bao Jian, okay. Mr. Nanfeng has spoken. Then we must complete it. Ma Yong, 2 more people. 8-2. After yesterday's battle, everyone in the Crow Valley camp was still very united and quickly formed several 10-person teams to search near the camp. Nanfeng and Xiao Luo also quickened their pace and walked into the camp. At around 5 o'clock in the evening, everyone finally found the bodies of the 3 chosen ones. After receiving the news, Nanfeng rushed over immediately. These 3 people died in miserable circumstances. One of them was beheaded directly. Another was chopped in half. And the last one was slightly better, with his heart pierced by a sharp weapon. All 3 of them were killed instantly. Judging from their expressions, they were already dead before they even reacted. After just one glance, everyone was sure that this was definitely not the work of a vicious beast. This is man-made. Someone is killing people. Su Zuran squatted on the ground and inspected the 3 corpses. The murder weapon was a sword. And the opponent was at least level 10. His attacks were decisive and ruthless. And he was a ruthless person. Nanfeng thought for a moment and locked a target in his heart. Sakura Ikijian. Ing Huaijian has a grudge against Nanfeng. And he has a motive. But it's not entirely certain yet. Xiao Luo said in a deep voice. If the murderer came from another war zone, he shouldn't have gone back yet. Nanfeng glanced at the time. It was exactly 5:30. Push forward 8 hours. It will be 9:30 in the morning. Nanfeng, what Xiao Luo said makes sense. I don't believe that the murderer revealed the pass at 9:30 and used it immediately. He must still be in our war zone now. It was around 11 o'clock that Xiao Luo killed the level 11 lord and broke the pass. Even if other war zones are faster than Xiao Luo, they are not much faster. And there are risks in using the pass. As long as you are not a fool, Who will use it immediately? As soon as he thought about this, Nafeng immediately said, everyone, continue the search and find this murderer. Be careful not to stay too far away to avoid being attacked by surprise. Clear. Being bullied to the doorstep by other war zones made everyone a little angry, and they started looking for the murderer with all their strength. Nafeng climbed up a big tree and set up 98K at a height of more than 10 meters, surrounded by towering trees. Nafeng's vision was not very good, so he could only look for traces of the murderer in the gaps between the trees. An hour passed, and the sky became darker and darker, but everyone still found nothing. The longer the delay is, the more disadvantageous it will be to us. The other party is likely to have returned to its own war zone. Nafeng sighed, guessing that there would be no harvest tonight. Suzerain sent a message in the chat channel. Everyone, it is getting dark. Everyone should go back to the camp first. We take a long-term view. Jiao Feihong, damn. I'm not happy about letting this murderer go free. Bao Jian, who is not? Well, Ma Yong, why can other war zones come to our war zone? Yuren, the battle between war zones will become more and more intense. Everyone, hurry up and upgrade to level 10. Otherwise you won't be able to protect yourself. Nafeng stayed in the tree for a while, waiting for all the other chosen ones to return to the camp before coming down. Under the tree, Xiao Luo was helping Nafeng stand guard to prevent Nafeng from danger. Xiao Luo, he probably went back, which is a pity. Nafeng, the main reason is that I haven't determined who the other party is. Otherwise, I would go to their war zone tomorrow and make them pay with blood. Xiao Luo, didn't you say it was Sakura Jian? Nafeng, it's just a guess. Not sure yet. The two walked side by side towards the camp. Nafeng continued, in this situation, I don't dare to provoke other war zones casually. Soon everyone will have a cross-region pass. Now that he has made too many enemies, it will be a disaster for other brothers in the camp. Not everyone is as fierce as Nafeng Xiaoluo. The current average level in District 527 is level 8. And there are 36 chosen ones above level 10. The overall strength of Area 527 is pretty good. But when encountering level 11 or 12 masters from other theaters, there will still be casualties. So before the identity of the murderer is determined, Nafeng is not prepared to provoke too many people. What if today's incident was not done by Sakura Iken? Xiao Luo nodded and agreed with Nafeng's view. But as soon as the two of them entered the camp, a system announcement came over. Ding! Original World, Area 25 Chosen 1 Alex successfully killed the level 12 Lord Beast, Prairie Tiger King, and received the reward Energy plus 24. The Chosen One in Area 25 killed the Lord Beast, but reported it to them in Area 527. Nafeng and Xiao Luo looked at each other and understood instantly their boss in Area 527 had been stolen. Xiao Luo's face turned cold. This guy came to our war zone to steal the boss. Don't you know how to write the word death? Nafeng also sneered, very good. It seems the murderer has been found. District 25. Right? Just wait for me. However, Nafeng is still a little confused. They have nothing to do with District 25. And they haven't chatted much in the cross-region chat channel. Why does this chosen one named Alex come to provoke District 527? Do you think someone like me is easy to bully? In the center of the Crow Valley camp, everyone was sitting together, and there was already a huge quarrel. Jiao Feihong, who is this guy called Alex? Looking for death? Bao Jian, we didn't provoke him. Right? He just came to steal the boss. But he actually killed people? Ning Wu, boss Nafeng. Can you bear this? If it were me, I wouldn't be able to bear it. If I had a cross-region pass, I would go to Area 25 right now to show them some color. Xiao Luo took out the cross-region pass and handed it to Ning Wu. Here you go. Go ahead. Ning Wu was silent for 2 seconds, rolled his eyes, and tilted his head. Abba Abba. I am Shabi. Nafeng clapped his hands and attracted everyone's attention. It would be unkind to not avenge one's grievances. Don't worry, everyone. I will go to District 25 early tomorrow morning to ask for an explanation. Before the beast died, we only had to face the ferocious beasts. But now, we also need to face the chosen ones from other war zones. Therefore, during this period of time, everyone should be careful not to leave the camp alone to avoid being caught, and not to easily trust the chosen ones in other war zones. Humans are a million times more terrifying than ferocious beasts. Chapter 92, I have to crawl back even if I crawl. At night, everyone in District 527 came to the cross-region chat channel in unison, ready to quarrel. Nafeng, Where is Alex in District 25? Come out and get beaten. Alex, are you confused? What are you? Area 527, Nafeng. I am your long-lost biological father. And I am here today to make you recognize your ancestor. Huang Yuanming, Alex. You came to our area today and killed a boss and 3 people. Right? Benoit, you people from the Dragon Country are so funny. Are you starting to throw dirty water now? Do you have any evidence? Wu Yuanren, evidence? When he hunted Prairie Tiger King in our war zone, the system notified him. Does this count as evidence? Benoit, I didn't hear the report from your war zone. Who knows whether what you said is true? Nafeng, is it useful to refuse to admit it? I will go to District 25 tomorrow. You can start writing your suicide note now. Mike, yo? It seems that everyone has a cross-region pass? I haven't even dared to use it. And you're already fighting? Xiao Aran, what's going on? Alex from Area 25 goes to Area 527 to kill people? Alex, your French country doesn't take our Dragon Kingdom seriously. Right? Ingwa Ijian, haha. You Dragon Kingdom are all despicable and shameless villains. Alex, you did a great job. And we, the samurai of Sakura country, appreciate you. Lin Tianchi, I laughed. In terms of despicability and shamelessness, who can compare to you little Sakura people? Martin, that's right. Although the people of the Dragon Kingdom are not very good, your Sakura Kingdom is not much better. Our beautiful country is still the best. Andre, people from beautiful countries, just shut up. If you beep again, I will go over and beat you tomorrow. The originally quiet, cross-regional chat channel became lively in an instant. The chosen ones from various countries were quarreling with each other, and everyone looked down on the other. As the trigger of this incident, Alex also came out to speak. Alex, Nafeng, is it just you? You scum in Area 527. If you dare to come here tomorrow, I will make it impossible for you to go back. Nafeng, ha ha ha. I will give you 2 big dicks to see if you still dare to be so crazy. Suzerain, Alex. Let me ask you. Did you kill the 3 chosen ones in our war zone? Suzerain still wanted Alex to admit it personally, so that he could be famous tomorrow. Alex, so what? So what if it's not? Alex, have done what I have done all my life. Why should I explain it to others? Su Ming, hack? He fills the cup. He is filling the cup. Wu Yuanran, what's going on with this real-time translation system? You can just translate it casually. Is it necessary to translate it so domineeringly? Nanfeng, Alex. You killed 3 brothers from my war zone today. And tomorrow I will kill 30 people from your war zone and bury them with you. Anyone who invades our Dragon Kingdom war zone will be punished. In tomorrow's counterattack, we must counterattack beautifully and beat District 25 to the bone, so that they will never dare to provoke District 527 again. Only in this way can we achieve the effect of killing the chicken to scare the monkeys, and make other war zones also be wary of Area 527, and not dare to come over and steal the resources of Area 527. Alex, then we'll wait and see. I hope you won't kneel down and beg for mercy, and let me let you go. Amelia, Ness, there's something good to watch tomorrow. Each war zone has almost started to complain about each other, and they have gone offline, waiting for the show to take place tomorrow. In the Handsome Guys group, everyone is still discussing what will happen tomorrow. This group originally had 19 members, but after he died in the battle, his profile picture dimmed, and the number of people became 18. Xiao Luo, Nafeng. Will you go tomorrow or shall I? Nafeng, let me go. I have a long range, and can take the heads of enemy generals from thousands of miles away. Xiao Luo, pull him down. Your shooting range is only 300 meters at most, which is still 1,000 miles. Suzerain, District 25 will definitely be fully prepared. No matter who of you goes, you must be careful. Even if you can't kill anyone, it doesn't matter, as long as you can come back alive. Yunfei, in my opinion, how about we go the day after tomorrow? The day after tomorrow will do, so I can catch Area 25 by surprise. Nanfeng shook his head. No. That would show that our strength is insubstantial, and we dare not confront head-on. Instead, it would attract the covetousness of other war zones. Wu Yuanran, I agree. Everyone can see how terrifying Nanfeng's strength is. At this stage, I estimate that few people can beat Nanfeng in a duel. Wu Yuanran, now is the time for us to flex our muscles, and let other war zones know that they can't afford to offend us in Zone 527. After yesterday's beast wave ended, there were 337 people left in Area 527, the most among all war zones. Other war zones will definitely look for opportunities to weaken the strength of Zone 527. If they can kill more, they will be better. If you don't be tougher at this time, other brothers will be in danger. You ran, that's right. If you dare to bully our war zone, then fight. Nanfeng Pigeon. I will always support you. Nanfeng, support cannot be just words, but some practical actions. You ran, then let me sing a song for you. I heard that I support you because of you. South Wind. Late at night, there were no howls of ferocious beasts in the wild tonight, and the south wind was still a little unaccustomed to it. Xiao Luo, a leveling madman, found out that there was no danger in the wild tonight, so he immediately left the camp to upgrade. Shinpan is a night owl, and he also left the camp with Xiao Luo. Nanfeng needed to get enough sleep to cope with the battle ahead, so he didn't go out. Staying in someone else's war zone for 8 hours without the protection of a cabin was also a huge test for Nanfeng. He has prepared a large amount of fragrant barbecue and a large amount of clean fresh water in his backpack to deal with emergencies. However, the recovery efficiency of these 2 items is too low, and they are of little use. They can only be said to be better than nothing. Tomorrow, I will kill someone. Nanfeng looked at the bright moon outside the window with a calm expression, and didn't know what he was thinking. On the day he first crossed over, Nanfeng had killed someone, but the other party was a murderer, and Nanfeng didn't feel much guilt. But tomorrow, Nanfeng needs to kill many people, and those people may or may not be innocent. Nanfeng must go on a killing spree to suppress other war zones, and prevent them from taking advantage of District 527. Nanfeng looked at the scattered cabins in the camp, and took a deep breath. If the lives of others can help the brothers in Area 527 live longer, then I am willing to be the executioner. Duh. Yuran walked briskly to Nanfeng's window. Nanfeng Gitch. When are you going to return my clothes to me? I'm almost out of clothes. At this time, Yuran was wearing a black robe. This was the way Nanfeng saw Yuran when she first saw her. Nanfeng took out the clean clothes from his backpack and offered them with both hands. Thank you very much. Otherwise, I don't know how long it will take for my legs to heal. You're welcome. Yuran replied with a smile. Come on tomorrow. Be sure to come back. I'll wait for you. Nanfeng, it must be done. With your words. I can crawl back even if I crawl. Chapter 93 The Mantis Stalks the Cicada? Who is Cicada? A night of silence. At 6 o'clock in the morning the next day, Nanfeng woke up on time. There are still 19 days left before the large beast tide arrives. Nanfeng ate breakfast seriously, and sat quietly on the ground for more than half an hour, adjusting his mentality. At 7 o'clock sharp, Xiao Luo walked over with a chicken leg in his mouth, and through the inter-regional pass to Nanfeng. Xiao Luo, seriously, you are too fragile. Otherwise you should let me go? Nanfeng, are you sure you can kill 30? Xiao Luo, no. But I am sure I will come back alive. Nanfeng, that won't work. I already blew out the cowhide last night. If I don't kill 30 people today, people will laugh to death. Nanfeng picked up the pass and prepared to use it. Wait a moment. Xiao Luo took off his cloak and threw it in from the window. Stealth cloak, which makes you invisible for 15 seconds and has a 10-minute cooldown, which should allow you to come back alive. Nanfeng did not refuse and put the cloak directly on his body. Next time you have such a good thing, please give it to me earlier so that I don't have to beg you. Xiao Luo smiled. Don't die outside. This cloak is very important to me. Nanfeng, what are you doing? Do you want to be invisible and watch the young lady take a shower? Xiao Luo immediately retorted, fart. I used it to sneak attack the boss. Nanfeng laughed. Use the cross-region pass, and selected Area 25 as the pass target. 3 seconds later, a silvery white teleportation array lit up at Nanfeng's feet. If you don't have a cloak, just calm down today, and don't provoke the Lord-level ferocious beasts. Nanfeng's figure gradually faded, leaving all the lords to me, and I will kill them when I come back. Inside the cabin, the south wind had disappeared. Xiao Luo cursed and muttered, save it for you to kill. Do you think I'm a dir? I discovered the level 13 Lord Beast last night, and I'm going to kill it today. With that said, Xiao Luo left the Crow Valley camp with his short knife. Area 25 of the original world. The south wind comes through, and you are in a mountain range. The closest ferocious beast to him was also 10 meters away, and it was a level 3 red-eyed rabbit. So it posed no threat. It's okay. It didn't fall into a box. Nanfeng was afraid of teleporting to a certain high-level lord, or directly teleporting to the gathering place of the Chosen in District 25. That means he died before he left the army. Nanfeng opened the panel and wanted to talk to Xiao Luo and others, but found that the chat channel in Area 527 was no longer connected. But cross-region chat channel is still available. Nanfeng thought for a while, and sent a message on the inter-district channel. Nanfeng, Alex. I will come over at 10 a.m. Do you dare to challenge me? Alex, one-on-one. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Nanfeng, okay. I have the guts. You decide the location for the duel. And you send me the coordinates. Alex, coordinates 338588. It's a dog if you don't come. Nanfeng, if you leave people, you will be a dog. Amelia, is anyone broadcasting this live? How interesting. Chung Mo, brother Nanfeng. Be careful, and don't get ambushed. Xiao Luo, Nanfeng. I just killed a lion. Please wait for me for a while. I will come back and stew a lion whip for you. You can go back after eating. Nanfeng, okay. Xiao Luo and Nanfeng sang together, and successfully confused a wave of people in District 25. Seeing that the effect had been achieved, Nanfeng turned off the panel and walked in the direction of the coordinates Alex sent. Of course, Nanfeng would not go directly to this coordinate stupidly. He wants to find a commanding height near here first and ambush the chosen ones in District 25. Along the way, Nanfeng tried his best not to kill the ferocious beasts, so as not to expose his whereabouts. After the upgrade of the natal magic weapon yesterday, the bullet speed of the Desert Eagle 98K became faster, breaking the speed of sound. But this also brings about a very embarrassing problem. In the past, a shot was fired with a hiss. Now a shot is fired with a bang. The sound of gunshots could be heard hundreds of meters away, easily exposing Nanfeng's whereabouts. In order to stay hidden, Nanfeng could only switch to a stone dagger to kill the ferocious beast blocking the road. Fortunately, the levels of the ferocious beasts nearby are not high. Even if Nanfeng rarely uses a dagger, he can easily kill them. Half an hour later, the south wind came near the coordinates, 338,588. This is a small valley surrounded by mountains, and the terrain is very favorable for southerly winds. Alex, you found a feng shui location to die. Nanfeng walked around the mountain and found several sniper spots with wide views. He laid down at one of the sniping spots and covered himself with a bunch of vines, weeds, etc., making a simple disguise. Geely suit. If you don't look carefully, you really can't tell that there is a person lying here. Nanfeng lay here quietly, waiting for Alex's arrival. But he didn't have to wait long. A little after 8 o'clock in the morning, Alex came over with more than 50 chosen ones. Alex looked around the valley and sneered, "Humph. I set up the trap 2 hours in advance, and I still don't believe I can't catch you." Benoit, boss. What if he goes back on his word and wants to change the duel? Alex, then go to the chat channel to scold him, and use the power of gossip to put pressure on him. Benoit, the boss is wise. But if we prepare 2 hours in advance? Is it too early? Alex, what the I do you know? He said he'd come over at 10 o'clock. So he came over at 10 o'clock? Maybe he has teleported to our war zone now, and is about to rush over to ambush us. Benoit, the boss is brilliant. But wouldn't it be a little bad if we attacked him with more and ambushed him? I'm afraid people in other war zones will scold you. Alex slapped Benoit on the head with a look of hatred on his face. Are you stupid? We just killed Nanfeng. Who knows how he died? When the time comes I say that I killed him alone. Is there any problem? Benoit nodded aggrievedly. The boss is smart. But this? Alex kicked Benoit away. You have so many questions. So quickly find a place to hide. That Dragon Kingdom man might be here soon. On the mountain, the south wind can clearly see the entire valley through the 4x mirror. Why is there still internal strife? Nanfeng couldn't hear their words, and couldn't read their lips. He could only see one chosen one beating another chosen one. The other chosen ones each found a hidden location to hide. Someone also set up a large number of traps at the entrance of the valley, such as rope traps, tripping traps, rock traps, and Nanfeng even vaguely saw 2 animal traps. Good guy. You are very well prepared. If you accidentally step into this valley, no matter how strong the south wind is, you will have to explain it here. Unfortunately, I came earlier than you. This is pure clown behavior. The group of praying mantises in Area 25 want to catch cicadas. But they don't know that the cicadas in their eyes have turned into Oriole and are staring at them. Chapter 94: Indiscriminate Killing. In the valley, the chosen ones from Area 25 are well ambushed. Even if Na Fong lay on the commanding heights and looked down at the entire valley, he could only find 7 or 8 of the chosen ones, and the rest were hiding somewhere. But Na Fong was not in a hurry. He had no intention of taking action now. He will stay in Area 25 for 8 hours today. The sooner he takes action, the longer the battle will take. The best situation for Na Fong is to take action when he is about to return to his war zone, and then run away after killing, which is very safe. Wait a little longer to consume their patience. Na Fong lay quietly on the ground. As time passed by, the chosen ones in Area 25 gradually became impatient. Why doesn't that Dragon Country guy come? That's right. My legs are almost numb from squatting here. Why are you in a hurry? It's only around 9 o'clock now, and there's still an hour left. Are people from the Dragon Kingdom really so punctual? He's not kidding us. Is he? After an hour. Shit. Why doesn't he come? It's past 10 o'clock. I doubt he dared to come over at all. Don't worry. If we wait a little longer, maybe he will arrive soon. Another hour passed. At 11:20 a.m., the chosen ones from District 25 had been lying in wait in the valley for more than 3 hours. One of them came out cursing and raised his middle finger to the sky. Shit. Those people from the Dragon Kingdom are playing tricks on us. Other chosen ones also came out of their hiding places. That's right. What a waste of time. These 3 hours are enough for me to level up half a level. To be honest, I think we were a little too cautious. What threat can a chosen one from District 527 pose? He is only level 10 at most, and anyone in our war zone can kill him. You're right. We don't need to ambush him at all. Okay. Be quiet. As the strongest person in 25, and the builder of the village, Alex is still very authoritative. As soon as he opened his mouth, everyone fell silent. Alex thought for a moment and said, "What you said makes sense. There really is no need for too many people to ambush here. In this way, leave 10 people to ambush here, and upgrade the rest." Soon, 10 people volunteered to stay, while the others walk out of the valley, preparing to hunt the ferocious beasts. Alex looked at the 10 people who volunteered to stay, nodded, and wrote them all down. In the future, these people will be his right-hand men. The south wind clearly saw everything that happened in the valley. The opportunity has come. Na Fong took a deep breath and aimed his gun at the chosen ones, who were about to leave. The distance is about 270 meters, but I am shooting from top to bottom, so it should not miss. Explosive fire bomb. Charged attack. Magic power continuously poured into 98K from Na Fong's body. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The magic bullets are becoming more solid and more powerful. The entrance to the valley is very narrow, and everyone in Area 25 is crowded shoulder to shoulder and legs to legs. When they were about to walk out of the valley, Na Fong calmly pulled the trigger. A bullet pierced the space and accurately hit one of the chosen ones in the back of the head. Boom! The explosive bomb effect was triggered, and a violent explosion instantly occurred within 2 meters around the chosen one. Boom! Only then did the chosen ones in Area 25 hear the roar of bullets coming out of the barrel. Minus 3,150. Minus 2,524. Minus 2,871. Na Fong shot fired an explosive AoE, killing 4 chosen ones in one shot and leaving 7 or 8 others seriously injured. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. Grass. That boy from Long Kingdom has arrived. Be careful, everyone. Thanks for the generous gift. Why did I lose more than 1,300 blood for no reason? What was that just now? I heard that people from the Dragon Kingdom have guns. With this power? You told me this is a gun? This damn thing is obviously a cannon. In the valley, everyone in Area 25 was in a mess, looking for bunkers everywhere. 2 of them tried to rush out of the valley in a panic, but they triggered a trap set by their own people and were hanged directly under the 4X lens. Na Fong looked calm. This shot did not bring much psychological fluctuation to Na Fong. He originally thought that killing someone would make him feel scared, sick, and psychologically stressful, but in fact, he had none of these feelings. There doesn't seem to be much difference between killing people and killing ferocious beasts. With a calm expression, Na Fong moved the muzzle of his gun and shot at the chosen one who was hanging in midair. Minus 1,281. Without the bonuses of explosive fire bomb and charged strike. Nafeng couldn't kill this person with one shot. But it wasn't a big problem. Nafeng calmly took another shot and hit the head directly. On top. He's on the mountain. I saw it. The slope here is very gentle. You can climb up directly. The despicable Dragon Kingdom people actually ambush us in the mountains. How abominable. The chosen ones in Area 25 quickly organized a counterattack and wanted to rush up the mountain. Nafeng was unmoved, still lying quietly on the spot, and started firing one shot after another. Boom! 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 The roar of gunfire echoed across the valley. 1, 2, 3. The gentle slope of more than 200 meters can be climbed up in a minute at most for a chosen one of around level 10. But under Nafeng's terrifying firepower, it took them a full 5 minutes. And there were 11 bodies left behind. The chosen ones in District 25 were furious. Before they even saw Nafeng's face, 16 people had already died. If this spreads out, the entire war zone will be disgraced. Kill! Must kill him. This child cannot be kept. Huh? He's not planning to run away yet? Once I get close, he will be dead. Under Nafeng's massacre, everyone in District 25 was red-eyed. Seeing that Nafeng was getting closer and closer, they couldn't bear it anymore and rushed out from behind the bunker, swarming towards Nafeng. Everyone, keep some distance between each other. He has a skill that deals area damage. Go. Go. Go! If we all charge together, I don't believe he can kill them all. Mad. When I catch him later, I will cut off his bird. As everyone in Area 25 got closer and closer, Nafeng calmly put away the 98K and took out 2 grenades from his backpack. Pulling the tab open, Nafeng counted 3 seconds silently in his mind, then let go and threw down the 2 grenades. This? Not good. It's a grenade. Damn it. Lie down. Lie down. Everyone in District 25 was so frightened that they fled in all directions. Several people jumped directly from the hillside. Boom. Boom. 2 grenades exploded at the same time, and the terrifying shock wave knocked everyone over. A few of the chosen ones, who were too close, were blown to pieces, and their flesh was bloody. And they looked like they would not survive. After waiting for the smoke to dissipate, everyone in Area 25 came to fight again. But Nafeng had already disappeared. He disappeared so quickly? Impossible. It has only been 10 seconds. He must still be nearby. Chase! We must find him today. That's what he said. But these chosen ones were so frightened that their legs were weak. How could they still dare to chase Nafeng? The weapons in their hands are swords, guns, swords and sticks. But Nafeng has a sniper rifle and grenades. This horse riding is completely a dimensionality reduction strike. In the valley, Alex stood there sweating. He had stayed here just now, and did not rush up the mountain with the others. The constant roar of sniper rifles frightened him to death. Chapter 95 Hit the Wrong Person? Alex had heard many rumors about Nafeng in the cross-region chat channel. But most of them were rumors. In those rumors, Nafeng had guns, cannons, planes, tanks, and even a Hulkbuster armor, which was simply ridiculous. Alex, of course, doesn't believe the rumors. After all, this sounds like a lie. After obtaining the cross-region pass yesterday, Alex struggled with various war zones for a long time, and finally chose to go to Area 527, preparing to meet the legendary owner of aircraft cannons Nafeng. But he didn't expect that his decision would cause huge trouble for District 25. This man from the Dragon Kingdom named Nafeng really has a gun. It's still Nima's sniper rifle. With a distance of more than 200 meters, he can almost hit the mark. Moreover, Nafeng's attack power is ridiculously high. He can shoot at least 1 of 3, and sometimes even 4 of them. It's terrible. Such a person is terrible. We all travel to this world together. Why is he acting like a Superman? A plug-in? Definitely a plug-in. Alex took a deep breath and thought of something even more terrifying. Sniper rifles and grenades. He really has. So is the rumor that he also owns aircraft cannons true? At this moment, Alex was afraid that Nafeng would summon a set of Hulkbuster armor. That's a lot of fun. The other side. After Nafeng threw 2 grenades, he didn't stop at all and directly activated the invisibility skill attached to Stealth Cloak and left the battlefield. Nafeng's biggest weakness is that he is a bit fragile. Once surrounded by this group of people, he will be unable to save himself. At most, he will take away a few backers before he dies. Therefore, keeping at distance from them is the best choice for Nafeng. They shouldn't dare to chase me. Right. Nanfeng wandered among the mountains and forests, and soon made a big circle, and came to the mountains on the other side of the valley. Nanfeng took out a 4x scope to observe the situation in the valley, and found that all the chosen ones in Area 25 were gone. All gone. Okay. Not too stupid. If you continue to stay in the valley, you will be a living target for the south wind. Nanfeng observed the traces on the ground, and soon discovered the people in District 25 who were leaving. Follow them, and see where their camp is. Nanfeng did not attack rashly, but prepared to find their base camp first. My first priority today is to kill Alex. Everyone else just makes up for it. Alex is a bit timid. When he was in the valley just now, Nanfeng could not find a good position to aim at him. Otherwise, he would have to shoot him twice. But it's not a big problem. It's not yet 12 o'clock. So the south wind is a bit late. Soon, the chosen ones in Area 25 returned to the camp, and each hid in their own cabins, not daring to come out. Nanfeng found a place with a wide view and stayed there for more than half an hour. But he was surprised that not a single person showed up. So stable? Nanfeng was speechless and opened the panel, preparing to use the power of language to ridicule everyone in Area 25. In the cross-regional chat channel, there has long been a group of chosen ones who are not too concerned about the excitement and are waiting for the outcome of this battle. Emilia, it's already past 12 o'clock. Why doesn't anyone in District 25 come out to say a word? Ouch. What is going on now? I really want to know. Xiao Ran, this is not simple. They must not have caught Nanfeng yet. Otherwise, they would have come out to show off long ago. Inghua Yijian, haha. No matter how strong Nanfeng is, he can't be stronger than all the people in a war zone combined. As long as Nanfeng dares to show up, he will definitely die. Nanfeng, I'm sorry. Sakura Ichikan, I let you down. Not only did I show up, I also killed 18 of them with one punch. They didn't even smell the heat of my farts. Sakura Ichikan? As soon as Nanfeng spoke, the entire cross-region chat channel suddenly became lively. Huang Yuanming, Wuho is the boss of Nanfeng. You didn't speak for more than 4 hours. I thought you had burped your butt for a while. Emilia, kill 18 with one punch? Are you the legendary One Punch Man? Mike, this is so funny. Is Area 25 so weak? To be killed randomly by a 3-digit war zone? What rubbish. Alex had been secretly peeking at the screen, and when he saw the message sent by Mike, he suddenly became angry. Alex, haha. You beautiful country only knows how to say beautiful words. Do you know how scary this dragon country person is? Mike, I don't know. Why don't you tell me? Alex, he has a gun. Sniper rifle. Within 200 meters? We can't even get close to him. Martin, haha. I just said he had a sniper rifle, but you didn't believe it. Now you're at a disadvantage. Seeing these two pieces of information, the chosen ones in other war zones were secretly frightened. It turns out that the rumors are true. Nanfeng really has a gun, or a sniper rifle, and he can still hit the target with 100 shots within 200 meters, which is simply terrifying. You know, most of the chosen ones are melee weapons, and the attack distance is basically no more than 2 meters. Even if you understand the skill, the attack distance is only 10 meters at most. But the south wind has a range of up to 200 meters. What is this concept? This is a dimensionality reduction blow. Mike, 200 meters range? It's really powerful. But I'm still 80% sure of beating him. Alex, if you can't beat him, it just means you're too good. Nanfeng raised an eyebrow. How could this person named Mike be so confident? I don't know if he is a real master or if he has cerebral palsy. On the other side, Alex from Area 25 heard this and felt a little confused on his face. Am I too good? Do you understand how terrifying the 200-meter range is? In order to save his face, Alex gritted his teeth and sent out a few more messages. Alex, haha. My favorite? If he just had long range, I'd be 100% sure I could defeat him. But he also has grenades. A grenade can kill someone instantly. Mike, so what? Just get out of the way before his grenade explodes. Alex, of course I know how to dodge. But in addition to grenades, he also has 2 drones, which can lock on the enemy from 360 degrees and can shoot 60 bullets per second, making it impossible to get close. Southwind? Mike, stupid. Wouldn't you shoot down the drone first? Alex, you don't need to teach me. I easily knocked down the drone and got in front of him. But he put on a suit of armor instantly. Mark 50 nano armor. Do you understand the gold content of nano armor? Mike, how many bottles did you drink at lunch? So good at blowing? Nanfeng almost laughed out loud. Alex, a fool, really blew Nanfeng to the sky in order to save some face for himself. However, Nanfeng did not speak. The more confusing information Alex released, the more beneficial it would be to Nanfeng, regardless of whether others believe it or not. If they encounter Nanfeng in the future, they have to be careful whether Nanfeng will turn into Iron Man instantly. At this time, Alex sent another message. Alex, Nanfeng, I know you are squatting outside our camp. Let's do it this way. One person does the work, and the other takes responsibility. You can kill me, but don't embarrass other people in our war zone. Nanfeng was stunned. He didn't expect this coward Alex to be so responsible. Nanfeng, okay. Then come out. Soon. Nanfeng saw someone walking out of the cabin in the 4x mirror. After comparing the profile pictures in the chat channel, Nanfeng confirmed that this person was Alex. Did you really come out and give it away? Nanfeng scratched his head. Somewhat unbelievable. Sacrifice yourself to protect everyone? Are there really such people in this world? If it was before the crossing, Nanfeng believed that there might be such people. But how many days have passed now? Such people should be dead. Right? Vaguely, Nanfeng felt that something was not right. In the camp, Alex slowly walked to an open place and raised the weapon in his hand, trying to attract Nanfeng's attention. Nanfeng shook his head, no longer thought about it, and aimed his crosshair at Alex's forehead. He was about to give him a good blow. But after Nanfeng saw the weapon in Alex's hand clearly, his heart skipped a beat. Spear. Alex's natural weapon is a spear. It's not a hot weapon gun. It's a cold weapon kind of gun. But Nanfeng clearly remembered that the 3 brothers who died in Area 527 were killed with sharp weapons such as swords. How could a spear behead someone? How is it possible to cut a person into 2 pieces? Damn it. Did I hit the wrong person? Alex is not the murderer? Chapter 96 Scheming Alex. Alex's natural weapon is a wooden spear, not a sword. Nanfeng recalled everything from last night to now. It seems that Alex has never personally admitted that he was the one who killed the 3 chosen ones in Area 527. Misjudgment. Could it be that Alex just stole a boss? Is the real murderer actually someone else? Yesterday, 2 chosen ones from other war zones came to our 527 war zone. Nanfeng stayed in place for several seconds before coming back to his senses and sent a message in the cross-region chat channel. Nanfeng, Alex. Is your natal weapon a spear? Alex, yeah. If you want to do it, give me a hard time. Why do you ask? Nanfeng, 3 people died in our war zone yesterday. Was it you who killed them? Alex, isn't this the dirty water you poured on me? I said I didn't kill anyone. Would you believe me? Nanfeng scratched his head hard. His brows furrowed into a Sichuan shape. For the time being, it seems that the murderer is not Alex, but someone else. Nanfeng murmured, aren't those people I killed this morning very innocent? In the cross-region chat channel, others vaguely guessed something through the chat records between Nanfeng and Alex. Huang Yuanming, here. Wasn't Alex the one who killed the person? Then didn't Mr. Nanfeng go to the wrong war zone? Amelia, oh? Things seem to be getting more and more interesting. Martin, haha. You people from the Dragon Country are so stupid. You don't even know you're being fooled. The real murderer must be laughing at you now. Edward, you dare to go to the war zone in France and kill people before you know the truth of the matter? You Dragon Kingdom are so brave. Do you think our District 1 does not exist? Abraham, Ms. Catherine has already spoken. Nanfeng, you should commit suicide to apologize. Otherwise District 527 will pay a heavy price for you. Yuran, Alex came to steal the boss in our war zone. Can't we kill him back? Why do you let Brother Nanfeng commit suicide to apologize? Areas 1 and 25 are both French and French war zones. At this time, Catherine Wayna from District 1 stepped forward to support District 25. And the major Dragon Kingdom war zones suddenly felt a little bad. Catherine Wiener has never spoken in the cross-region chat channel, but everyone knows she exists. The first level 10 chosen one in the original world. The King of Killers during the Beast Tide. The first female war goddess to kill the Necromancer. Except for the chosen ones in District 1. No one knows how strong Catherine Wiener is. But this does not hinder her high status in the hearts of everyone. Standing on the opposite side of Catherine Wiener is no different from seeking death. Everyone in Area 527 looked solemn, knowing that they were in big trouble this time. Abraham, Nanfeng. I advise you to commit suicide as soon as possible to apologize. Otherwise Miss Catherine will go to your area 527 to kill. Edward, by the way, before you commit suicide, you'd better kneel down and apologize to the chosen ones in District 25. So that you can calm Miss Catherine's anger. Xiao Luo, you guys are so stupid. You really made me laugh to death. Why do you kneel down to apologize? You ask Catherine to come over, and you can see if I can chop her or not. Suzerain, we in District 527 are not afraid of anyone. You want us to pay the price? Then come over and try it. Huang Yuanming, Brother Nafeng. Ignore these cerebral palsy people, and pay attention to your own safety. Yuran, Nafeng Gij. Please don't commit suicide. We are still waiting for you to come back. In Area 25 of the primitive world. Nafeng smiled knowingly when he saw this. Nanfeng, you are overthinking. How could I commit suicide to apologize? Am I like that kind of crazy person? Yuran, but the idiot in District 1 threatens you with us. If you are still alive, we will all die. Then will you choose to commit suicide to save us? Nafeng was stunned. What kind of proposition is this? You actually fell into the water at the same time as your mother and I. The age-old problem of who do you save first has the same meaning, but the same purpose. But Nafeng already had the answer in his heart. I will not commit suicide. I will find a place to live in peace. And when I become invincible, I will come to avenge you. However, Nafeng did not say these words. He turned off the panel and prepared to leave here and find a place to upgrade. Since Alex is not the murderer, there is no need to kill him. Perhaps one day, Alex will seek revenge from Nafeng. And Nafeng will pay a heavy price for today's indecision. But that is all a thing for another day. The current Nafeng is not yet decisive enough to eradicate the root cause, and is not yet capable of being so ruthless. For more than 20 years since childhood, what the world has taught Nafeng is kindness. It has only been 11 days since he traveled to this primitive world. He was unable to overthrow the deep-rooted thoughts in his mind in just 11 days, and turned into a ruthless and murderous demon. If a person wants to change, it takes time. Nafeng exhaled and was about to put away the 98K when he suddenly discovered that Alex in the 4X mirror was still holding the wooden spear high, facing the direction of Nafeng. Nafeng frowned slightly, feeling something was wrong. Does he seem to know I'm here? Nafeng was almost 200 meters away from Alex, and he was surrounded by overgrown weeds, making him very hidden. How did Alex discover him? If our roles are reversed, without the assistance of Eagle Eye and 4X lens, can I find Alex hiding here? There is a person lying in the grass 200 meters away. Who can spot it? Nafeng thought he couldn't find it, but Alex can always face the south wind, which is obviously unreasonable. Coincidence? No, it can't be a coincidence. Nafeng looked at Alex in the crosshairs, and his eyes suddenly widened. He discovered a huge problem. The spear in Alex's hand was made of wood, and even the tip was made of wood. This is not right. The F-class natal weapon is indeed made of wood, but the E-level natal weapon will become made of stone. For example, Nanfeng stone dagger, Xiao Luo stone knife, Su Ming stone shield. There are also chosen ones in Area 527 who use spears. The handles of their spears are still made of wood, but the tips are made of stone. This spear was carved out of wood, and was not Alex's natural weapon at all. Is he lying to me? What is his purpose? Before Nafeng had time to think deeply, rustling footsteps sounded around him. Surrounded, Nafeng looked stern, knowing that he had fallen into Alex's trick. Alex appeared deliberately, to attract Nanfeng's attention, so that others could attack him from the side. The reason why he raised the spear in his hand, as soon as he came out, was to make Nafeng notice this weapon. The subsequent development was exactly as Alex guessed. Nafeng suspected that Alex was not the murderer because of the long gun, so he did not shoot for a long time. This also gave the other chosen ones in Area 25 a lot of time to make a large circle and encircle them. As for the location of Nafeng, it is actually easy to guess. All you need to do is check the commanding heights near the camp one by one, and that's it. The footsteps around him were getting closer and closer, and Nafeng estimated that at least 50 people were coming to kill him. But they haven't found the specific location of Nafeng yet. Interesting. Is this all part of your plan? Nafeng took a deep breath, forced himself to calm down, and then started to charge a blow. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Suddenly, a chosen one from Area 25 discovered Nanfeng's location. There he is. Lie down in the grass. Do it. Kill him. Watch me split the ground. Na Fong did not panic, and stared at Alex calmly. Charged attack, full. Boom. Gunshots roar. You use yourself as bait. Then you are not afraid that I, a big fish, will eat the bait? Chapter 97 Breaking out of the siege. Boom. Gunshots roar. Explosive firebomb. Charged attack, full. The magic bullet shot out rapidly, breaking through the speed of sound, causing ripples in the air wherever it passed. The distance of 200 meters is just a blink of an eye for the magic bullet. It doesn't even take 1 second. Ha! In the camp in Area 25, Alex shouted loudly and instantly took out a stone sword and blocked it in front of him. Block and counterattack. Alex had been staring in the direction of the south wind with all his concentration. The moment Na Fong pulled the trigger, he sensed the danger of death. So he decisively used his life-saving skill, block and counterattack. Block and counterattack. In the next 2 seconds, you can block an attack from directly in front. If the block is successful, you can deflect the attack back. This skill is very effective against long-range attacks. This is also the reason why Alex dares to stand under the gun of Na Fong. Ding! The magic bullet hit the stone sword and immediately flew back at a faster speed. However, after Na Fong fired the shot, he ejected directly and left his original position. This magic bullet bounced back, hit a piece of gravel, and exploded with a bang. This is the effect of explosive flame bomb. Ah! Hack! There's an ambush here. There are landmines. Please be careful. Na Fong is just ahead. Hurry up. Don't let him get away. Everyone in Area 25 didn't know what happened, and regarded the rebounded magic bullets as landmines. This made them somewhat constrained and did not dare to pursue Na Fong with all their strength, for fear of accidentally stepping on another landmine. But Na Fong didn't have so many worries, and rushed out of the encirclement. Rapidly. Sneak. Nanfeng's figure disappeared instantly. Thanks for the generous gift. He will become invisible. Pay attention to the fallen leaves on the ground. He went east. The long-range chosen one. Attack freely. Swish. 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 7 or 8 magic arrows shot towards the south wind. It was a mistake. He should have been out of their sight before becoming invisible. Being chased by so many people for the first time, Na Fong was a little nervous, and didn't think too much about it for a while. However, Na Fong will not fall down twice in the same place. Next time he encounters a similar situation, he will definitely handle it better than this time. When the arrow struck, Na Fong rolled on the spot, and barely managed to dodge. But just as he was about to stand up, a big knife was chopped off on his head. Grass. Na Fong was startled. The angle of the knife was too tricky. He could not avoid it, and could only stretch out his left arm to block it. Minus 183. Fortunately, with the 2-piece set of immortal protection, Na Fong is actually not as fragile as imagined. This knife only caused 183 points of damage to Na Fong, and was not fatal. I hit him. Big handicap. The chosen one cheered happily, waving the stone knife, and wanting to hit Na Fong with another knife. But how could Na Fong give him this opportunity? Na Fong stood up, directly touched the opponent, and then pushed the Desert Eagle into the opponent's mouth. Well, boom. One shot to the head. Instant kill. Colorful brains and blood sprayed everywhere. This shot shocked everyone, and they quickly took a few steps back and distanced themselves from Na Fong. But this encirclement is still sealed. If Na Fong wants to get out, he must get close to them. Shaking his head, Na Fong casually wiped the blood on his face. These bloodstains would expose Nanfeng's figure. But it doesn't matter. The invisibility time is about to end anyway. So if you are exposed, just be exposed. Na Fong looked around and took a deep breath. Originally, he planned to take advantage of the 15 seconds of stealth to rush out of the encirclement. But now it seemed that there was no hope. Then do it. There are still 2 seconds left before the stealth ends. Na Fong took out 2 grenades, and pulled the tabs of both grenades at the same time. One of the Na Fong threw it behind him, and the other one he held directly in his hand, and then rushed towards the enemy in front. 2 seconds. The stealth time is over. Na Fong, dressed in black armor, appeared in the sight of everyone in Area 25 again. He showed up. Kill! He had just been slashed. His hand was still bleeding, and his health must be very low. Come on. Everyone. One stab and he's dead. The chosen one directly in front of Na Fong roared, and waved his weapons to kill Na Fong. Whoosh! At the same time, magic arrows were shot from all directions in the south wind. Na Fong couldn't dodge them all, so he could only grit his teeth and charge forward. -124. -211. -98. More than a dozen light red numbers floated out in succession. And Nanfeng's health dropped by more than half in an instant. It hurts. Why is he so hard? Shooting so many arrows without dying? Crazy? His health value is at least 2,000. He has high attack, high defense, and a lot of HP. How many attribute points does he have available? Nanfeng didn't have time to pay attention to their surprise. He pounced forward and rushed into the crowd. Sapless, holding thunder in hand. Boom! Boom! 2 grenades, one in front and one behind, exploded at the same time. 2 small mushroom clouds rose up, filling the sky with smoke and fallen leaves. The chosen one in District 25 was hit hard and stunned by these 2 sudden grenades. But grenades will not cause damage to Nanfeng. In the chaos, Nanfeng had enough time to throw the last grenade on the ground. Then, Nanfeng ran deep into the jungle under the cover of smoke and dust. These 2 grenades were actually used as smoke bombs by Nanfeng. Boom! 5 seconds later, the last grenade exploded as expected. Everyone in Area 25, who had just recovered, was once again feeling dizzy, tinnitus, and chest tightness. By the time the smoke and dust dissipated, Nanfeng had long disappeared. Grass! Let him run away. Chase! Chase! Must kill him. He doesn't have much blood. That's right. I can't sleep at night when someone like him is being targeted. Everyone in District 25 followed the traces left on the ground and chased Nanfeng in the direction of his escape. Not only them, but the chosen ones, who were originally hiding in the camp, also came out under the leadership of Alex and joined the team chasing Nanfeng. Everyone knows that if Nanfeng fails to be killed this time, when he comes back, District 25 will be destroyed. In this battle, Nanfeng successfully escaped under the siege of more than 50 people, and also shot 1 person and killed 4 others. The record is okay, but there is still room for improvement. After breaking out of the encirclement, Nanfeng didn't dare to stop at all and ran forward crazily. The ferocious beasts around him gradually became more ferocious. Level 8 ferocious beasts, level 9 ferocious beasts, level 10 ferocious beasts. Nanfeng arrived at the area where the level 12 ferocious beasts were, and then stopped to rest for a while. There are only more than 800 health points left, so I can't continue forward. Otherwise I may be killed by a level 13 ferocious beast. Level 12 ferocious beasts are not too big a threat to Nanfeng, unless they encounter Lord level ferocious beasts. Nanfeng took out a piece of fragrant barbecue from his backpack, drank it with clean fresh water, and ate it in big gulps. Barbecuing can only restore 5 health points per minute, which is pitiful. In the first few days after crossing over, this barbecue was quite useful, but now it's completely useless. But Nanfeng had no choice. He was out, and there was no cabin to replenish his energy, so he could only eat some barbecue to pad his stomach. While eating, Nanfeng was still observing the surrounding situation. As soon as someone comes over, he will run away immediately. Alex's natural weapon is indeed the sword, and he is the murderer. Our previous judgment was correct. This guy is good at guessing other people's psychology. I was almost deceived by him. Nanfeng glanced at the time and sneered. I still have more than 3 hours before I can return to my war zone. Alex, you have to hide better during these 3 hours. After eating the barbecue, Nanfeng prepared to make a big circle and then fight back. But when he raised his head, he saw a big ferocious lion 100 meters away, riding on the back of a female lion and making a little lion. Nanfeng raised his eyebrows. This is the Lion King. Lord level ferocious beast. Chapter 98 Kill the Lion King. Excellent water purification device drawings. Nanfeng didn't know whether he was lucky or not. I usually want to find a Lord level ferocious beast, but I can't find it for a long time. If you are being chased today, you will encounter one soon. What's going on? If you shoot, it will make a lot of noise, and it will attract people from Area 25. Moreover, my blood volume is not very healthy, so I will be embarrassed if I can't beat him later. The terrain around here is flat, and there are no shelters. Once the Lion King launches a charge, it will be difficult to avoid the south wind. But Nanfeng was a little unwilling to let this lion go. This is an attribute point delivered to your face. Who is willing to give it up? Squat here for a while, and see if they catch up. On the way to escape, Nanfeng would clean up the traces he left at intervals. Maybe Alex and the others had lost track of them a long time ago. With this thought in mind, Nanfeng continued to stay where he was and wait for the opportunity. His blood volume also slowly increased. and half an hour later, it returned to 970 points. Very slow to reply. Why haven't those little fools in Area 25 caught up with them yet? Nafong walked around in a circle suspiciously, and then walked back, but still did not find the chosen one in Area 25. Lost him. They really lost him. How can these little losers be lost? Then this boss is mine. Nafong didn't waste any more time, and quickly returned to the place where he had just found the Lion King. In half an hour, the Lion King had visited 6 female lions. They were so comfortable that they were lying on the ground basking in the sun. What a great opportunity. Charged attack. Nafong set up 98k and silently poured magic power into it. The more magic power is consumed, the more powerful this shot will be. Explosive fire bomb. The two skills are superimposed, and the damage is directly increased. The magic bullet shot out rapidly and hit Earth Lion King in the abdomen instantly. Boom. Weakness attack, minus 4,396. A light red number floated out from the Lion King's head. Ho ho! Earth Lion King roared and instantly turned over. Its abdomen was already bloody, and it was unknown how many internal organs were shattered by Nafeng's shot. Bleeding, minus 328. Bleeding, minus 294. Bleeding, minus 261. It feels like it could bleed to death. He thought so. But Nafeng still fired a second shot, trying to end the life of Earth Lion King as soon as possible. Earth Shield. Earth Lion King has a yellowish-brown luster on its body, and the soil under its feet instantly covers its body. Minus 663. With the Earth Shield protecting him, the damage caused by Nafeng's second shot dropped sharply. Ho ho ho! Earth Lion King roared again. The Earth Lions around it bared their fangs and charged toward the south wind. Lions are extremely fast, and the distance of more than 100 meters is just an instant for them. Ask the younger brother to come and deliver it? Nafeng instantly switched to Desert Eagle and fired at the charging Earth Lion. Boom! 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 Nafeng's current rate of fire is very fast, averaging 23 shots per second. A group of Earth Lions were unable to get close to Nafeng under the suppression of powerful firepower. Roar! In the distance, Earth Lion King roared again. Swamp technique. Nafeng felt that the soil under his feet softened, and his ankles had fallen into the swamp. Hey, there's something. Nafeng reacted quickly and saw him lying on the swamp to increase the stress-bearing area, while the swamp below was not fully formed. The south wind rolled twice on the ground and left the swamp area. Roar! Ouch! The Earth Lions, who had been suppressed by fire before, took advantage of this opportunity to rush over and surrounded Nafeng with bared teeth. They opened their mouths wide and roared, and there was a foul stench emitting from their mouths. Nafeng chuckled lightly and raised the grenade in his hand. This was a new grenade that was generated just 10 minutes ago. The moment he was trapped by swamp technique, Nafeng had already pulled the grenade ring. Boom! The powerful shockwaves smashed the lions into pieces, and the few Earth Lions closer to Nafeng were directly blown to pieces. Flesh and blood is flying everywhere. Nafeng stood up, raised the Desert Eagle, and killed the remaining Earth Lions one by one. More than 20 Earth Lions turned into experience without even touching the corners of Nafeng's clothes. Roar! The Earth Lion King in the distance let out a low roar and retreated slowly. Its low IQ has already determined that it cannot defeat the two-legged beast in front of it. Nafeng switched out 98k again and aimed at Earth Lion King. Boom! 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 The gunfire was continuous and steady, and every magic bullet accurately hit Earth Lion King. 10 seconds later, a system announcement sounded in Nafeng's ears. Ding! Original world, the chosen one in Area 527. Nafeng successfully killed the level 12 Lord Beast, Earth Lion King, and received a reward of plus 24 physical strength. It rewarded 24 points of stamina, which is good. Nafeng nodded with satisfaction and walked towards the body of Earth Lion King. He just saw the Lion King explode a treasure chest. And it's a green treasure chest. At least it's a piece of D-level equipment. Nafeng opened the treasure chest excitedly, only to find that it was not equipment, but a blueprint. Excellent water purification device drawings. Excellent water purification devices can be made. Requirements: excellent water purification device, 1 obsidian, 1 stone, 50 wood, 50. Excellent water purification device? The water purified by this device should be able to restore a lot of magic value. Right? This was a good thing, and Nafeng happily put it in his backpack. After cleaning the battlefield, Nanfeng looked around, but still couldn't find the chosen one in Area 25. The fighting here was so fierce just now, with gunshots, explosions, and the roar of the Lion King. If they were nearby, they should have heard the sound and rushed over. Won't they all hide back in the camp? This is too cowardly. Nanfeng glanced at the time, and saw that there were still more than 2 hours before returning. No matter what, Nanfeng must kill Alex today, since they dare not chase him. Nanfeng can only kill him back. Time goes back to more than half an hour ago. Alex led more than 100 people, and chased in the direction of Nanfeng's escape. But as he chased after him, Alex found that the people who were in front of him were quietly hiding behind him. There was nothing in front of him and no cover, which made Alex a little scared. If Nanfeng, who was running for his life, turned around and was shot, who could bear it? Looking around at the chosen ones, Alex looked a little angry. What do you mean? Benoit replied, Boss. They said that Nanfeng's main target is you, so they don't dare to stand in front of you and are afraid to block the gun for you. Alex was immediately angry. A bunch of trash. Benoit, come to me. Benoit's expression changed and he took a few steps back. Oh, boss. I'm afraid too. Alex stared angrily. You are so scared. Can he still kill you with one shot? Benoit nodded. He is really good. Seeing that no one was willing to block the gun for him, Alex was helpless. Okay. You guys don't want to stand in my way, right? That? Then go back and hide in the cabin. I don't believe he can blow up my cabin as well. Chapter 99 Blow Up Your Cabin. Area 25 of the Primitive World. Camp. Nanfeng stood on a hillside, holding a 4x lens and observing the cabins in the camp. 80% of the cabins are occupied. Real or fake? I'm just alone. You don't have to be so cowardly, right? The chosen ones in District 25 don't know that Nanfeng is actually a bit weak. All his grenades have been used up, and it will take 18 minutes for the next one to be generated. If we are surrounded by people from District 25 at this time, the south wind will be very dangerous. Fortunately, they were weaker than Nanfeng, and they all hunkered down at home and did not dare to go out. In the 4x lens, Nanfeng also saw Alex. He folded his arms on his chest and stood by the window with a calm expression, looking at the scenery outside the house. With the protection of the cabin, bullets could not be shot through the window, so Alex dared to stand blatantly at the window. Nanfeng opened the panel and entered the cross-region chat channel. Inside, the chosen ones in 2s and 3s were chatting, and the topic basically revolved around Nanfeng and Alex. They want to know where it is now. Nanfeng, why are you so cowardly in District 25? None of the more than 100 people are pure men. They are all hiding in the cabin and dare not come out. Amelia, oh? Any new developments? Nanfeng, tell me what happened just now. Suzerain, Nanfeng, are you okay? Nanfeng, I'm fine. Alex is the murderer. We were almost deceived by him just now. Nanfeng briefly described the cause and effect of the incident. Nanfeng, everyone heard it. It was District 25 who made the first move. Our District 527 is a legitimate defense. If anyone insists on this and wants to attack our war zone, then don't blame me for dropping a nuclear bomb on your home. Nanfeng said these words to the chosen ones in District 1. Edward, humph. Even if District 25 is at fault first, you don't need to kill them all, right? You have already killed more than 10 people. What else do you want? Nanfeng, it's very simple. Kill for life. Alex killed 3 brothers in our war zone, so I will definitely kill him to avenge my brothers. Alex, shit. You killed more than 10 people in our war zone. Why don't you pay with your life? Nanfeng, if you have the strength to kill me, then I will pay with my life. Kill for life? That has to be based on fists. Your fist is harder than others, so you can make others pay for it with their lives. Alex was silent for a while, then continued, the matter is now over. There is no point in saying more. I'll just stay in the cabin. If you have the guts, kill me. Nanfeng, haha. You don't really think the cabin is safe, do you? Nanfeng, the cabin only has 1,000 defense points. Do you really think he can defend me? Nanfeng sneered and turned off the panel. In the 4x lens, Alex's face was solemn, obviously frightened by Nanfeng's words. Boom. Gunshots ring out. Minus 1,085. One shot gives more than 1,000 blood. A cabin with 100,000 blood cannot even withstand 100 guns. In the cabin, Alex's expression changed drastically. He knew that Nanfeng's attacks could break through defenses. But he never expected that Nanfeng could cause 1,000 plus damage with one shot. His attack power is as high as over 2,000. Is this still a person? Alex paled. Penetrating bullet. Minus 1,536. Explosive firebomb. Minus 1884. Nanfeng fired 2 more shots. The bullet hit the cabin, hurting Alex's heart. At this speed, it would take Nanfeng less than 2 minutes to dismantle the cabin. Damn it. The blue is not enough. Nanfeng took a look at his magic value, 890/2900. During this whole day of fighting, Nanfeng's magic power was consumed tremendously. And he kept drinking clean fresh water without stopping. But despite this, his magic power is still almost at its bottom. A 98k shot requires 10 magic points. I can only attack 89 times with the remaining magic value. Is this enough damage? Nanfeng did a rough mental calculation, and it seemed to be about the same. If it doesn't work, just sit here and slowly return to the blue. Today I have to blow up his cabin. Nanfeng poured a big mouthful of clean fresh water down and started driving the piles. Boom! 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 Nanfeng deliberately slowed down his attack speed to give himself more time to recover his magic power. One shot every 2 seconds. Very stable. Every time a gunshot rang out, the hearts of everyone in Area 25 would jump. Alex's face became paler and paler as he watched the cabin's blood continue to drop. He quickly opened the cross-region chat channel and sent the message. Alex, Nanfeng. I'm sorry for killing 3 of the chosen ones in your war zone yesterday. I can compensate you. I can give you materials, equipment, whatever you want. Please stop. Nanfeng ignored him and continued to shoot unhurriedly. Every shot was a reminder, hitting Alex in the heart. Alex, Edward, we are all French. Please save me. The south wind is about to blow up my cabin. Alex, Miss Catherine, for the sake of our fellow citizens, please help me. Alex, Sakura Ikaku. Mike, the Dragon Kingdom War Zone is our common enemy. If you just sit back and watch now, he will kill you too when the time comes. As death approaches, Alex has begun to seek medical treatment in a panic, frantically searching for rescue. Edward, Nanfeng. Stop it. Alex already knows he was wrong. If you continue, you are declaring war on all war zones in France Nanfeng, what are you? Can you represent all theaters of war in France? Edward choked. And after a while, he replied, I cannot represent all war zones in France. But Miss Catherine can. You don't want to become enemies with Miss Catherine, right? Nanfeng, laughing. You let Catherine speak out. I would like to see if she would choose to become my enemy because of Alex. Suzerain, Nanfeng. Our District 527 will always be on your side. Huang Yuanming, yes. Catherine is nothing. You want her to come to Area 527 to try? She even screwed my head off. Yuran, Edward. Can you represent Catherine? Why don't you call her out, and let us see what her attitude is? Everyone in District 527 spoke out in support of Nanfeng. Edward narrowed his eyes slightly, took note of the speakers, and then turned off the panel. Call Catherine to speak out? Edward didn't dare, because Catherine never entered the chat channel. She was focused on leveling up, and had no idea what was happening in the outside world. In the past, Edward was always pretending to be powerful, using Catherine's reputation as a pretense. Area 25 of the original world. With the last shot from the south wind, Alex's cabin collapsed. At this moment, Alex rushed out and tried to hide behind the cabin next to him. Just rush over and you'll be safe. At least it's safe for now. Alex was fully focused. And while running, he kept his eyes fixed on the direction of the south wind. A magic bullet struck, and Alex's muscles tensed up. And he instantly raised the stone sword. Block and counterattack. This move again. As long as he blocked the blow, he would have enough time to rush to safety. 200 meters away. Nanfeng smiled slightly. Just a guard against this trick of yours. Chapter 100 Village Upgrade. Hunting the black-eyed crocodile. Nanfeng was not surprised to see Alex raising the stone sword. An hour ago, he had used this move to block Nanfeng's shot and bounce the bullet back. With the lesson learned last time, how could Nanfeng not be prepared? His shot was not a explosive bullet, but a penetrating bullet. Ding! Alex raised his stone sword and accurately blocked the magic bullet. But the bullet did not bounce back, but went straight through the stone sword and hit Alex in the forehead. Critical hit, minus 3050. One shot, and it's seconds away. Actually triggered a fatal blow? You have been punished by God. Nefong glanced at his magic value. Only 3 points were left. Dried? Thoroughly dried. Nefong couldn't shoot a single shot. The penetrating bullet just now was Nonfeng's final blow. As long as Alex can withstand the shot, he can survive. Unfortunately, this shot penetrated Alex's brain, triggering fatal blow, which directly killed Alex, who was full of health. Ding! You killed Alex, the leader of Tra's village. And your South village has been upgraded to level 2. Has the village been upgraded? Nefong ignored the announcement for the time being, quickly put away the 98k and left here. The blue bars are all empty. It's too dangerous to stay here. You can't be too promiscuous in life. Just run away first, and then talk about it. After Nefong left for a long time, the chosen one from District 25 came out to take a look at Alex's body. Dead. Utterly dead. Hopeless. This man from the Dragon Country was so fierce that he demolished a small wooden house in just 2 minutes. The cabin is no longer safe. Oh! Why did we provoke such a ruthless person? While everyone was talking, they suddenly pounced on Alex's body and began to pull away the equipment on his body. Mine. The ring is mine. The clothes are mine. And you divide the rest among yourselves. Get out of here. Why should I give you clothes? Nefong, whose magic power was empty, hid in a small hidden cave, waiting to return to his war zone. Taking advantage of this time, he took the time to take a look at his village. Village, Nonsuan. Level 2. Villager, 50/100. Village warehouse, there is a new item, experience orb, in the warehouse, which can be exchanged for contribution points. Contribution points, for every 100 contribution points a villager has, they can get 1 point of all attribute bonus, with a maximum limit of 20 points. After killing Alex, Namura was upgraded from level 1 to level 2. The number of villagers that can be recruited has been increased from 50 to 100, which is pretty good. After the chosen ones become villagers, they can obtain contribution points by donating materials. The contribution points can be used to exchange for other materials in the warehouse, or they can be kept and used to increase their own attributes. The more villagers that can be recruited, the stronger District 527 will be. After all, he has 20 more attributes than others for no reason. Who doesn't love this? What is this experience orb? Nefong found experience orb in the village warehouse and spent 10 contribution points to exchange for 1 experience orb. Add 1 experience point after use. More experience? 10 contribution points and 1 experience point. Seems a bit expensive. Nefong shook his head, feeling that it was not worth it. But for those brothers who are not good at fighting, this experience orb is very useful. For example, if Lu Daqiang is asked to pull down trees, he can pull down a small forest in half a day. But let him hunt ferocious beasts, he couldn't kill 2 in 10 minutes. With this experience orb, Lu Daqiang can ensure that his level will not lag too far behind even if he touches trees every day. The wood he obtained by pulling down the tree can be donated to the warehouse for use by other chosen ones. The demand for wood and stone is very high now. They are needed to upgrade the natal magic weapons and cabins. The supply is already somewhat in short supply. The emergence of experience orbs just solved this problem. Some people can be divided into collecting resources, while the rest can hunt ferocious beasts to increase their strength. The division of labor is clear. In this way, the development speed of our 527 district will increase by several levels. Alex died well. Nefong frowned slightly when he thought of Alex. By killing the village chiefs of other villages, you can increase the level of your own village. Once this information spreads, war zones will definitely start fighting. The head of every village will become a favorite in the eyes of others. It turns out that the village chief is also in a high-risk profession. Wait, Catherine Wiener is very likely to come to kill me. Can I beat her now? I'm a little scared. Before this news spreads, I have to quickly improve my strength to avoid being stabbed. Nothing happened the rest of the time. Soon, a silvery white teleportation array appeared at Nonfeng's feet. 3 seconds later, Nefong was teleported back to his cabin. Came back. Nefong opened the door and found that there was no one outside. Shit! No one welcomes my triumphant return. My heart is broken. Nefong walked out of the camp and found that there was no one in the camp. Where were the people? He won't be destroyed by the crowd. Right? Nefong opened the panel suspiciously and found that there were no fewer people in the war zone. And then he breathed a sigh of relief. Handsome Guy's group. Nafeng, Brother Ming. Your emperor is back. Nafeng, why didn't anyone come to greet me? Wang Yuanming, come to coordinates, 136-6523. Nafeng, what? Found the boss? Wang Yuanming, a ferocious beast was discovered, which can explode obsidian after killing it. Nanfeng, wait for me. I'll be there soon. Nanfeng sat in the cabin for 20 minutes, and recovered a bit before heading towards the coordinates. As we walked through the jungle, the ground around us became increasingly muddy. This is the swamp area. The ferocious beast Huang Yuanming and the others discovered was the black-eyed crocodile in the swamp. Nanfeng quickly arrived at his destination, and the chosen ones from Area 527 basically gathered here to form a group to hunt the black-eyed crocodile. The eyes of black-eyed crocodile are made of obsidian. The 18 people in the Handsome Guy's group formed a small team, and under the leadership of 2 native Xiaoyu bosses, they hunted black-eyed crocodile with extremely high efficiency. Each of them has been allocated 5 pieces of obsidian, and they have upgraded their natal magic weapon to E level, the same as Nafeng. Nafeng rolled his eyes. I'm drunk. If I had known that obsidian was so easy to obtain, I should have chosen that treasure chest when I killed the undead general. Xiao Luo shrugged. It's too late to regret now. I won't trade the treasure box with you. Wang Yuanming, don't beep. Brother. It's going to be dark soon. Kill a few more of them quickly, and raise your natal magic weapon to the peak of E level. Ran looked at Nanfeng with a smile. Brother Nanfeng. Welcome back. You weren't hurt outside. Were you? Listen. Listen. There are still people who care about me. Nanfeng almost shed tears of emotion. Sui looked at Yuran with cold eyes. Tea talk. Tea talk? She is not a green tea at all. She is clearly my caring little cotton-padded jacket. Nanfeng waved to Yuran. Good sister. Don't follow them. Brother will lead you to kill. Yuran, okay. I'll be responsible for the killing, and you'll be responsible for the random killing. Yuran smiled and stuck out her little tongue, making a playful face at Suihan. Nanfeng carried 98k and took Yuran with him to the depths of the swamp. Black-eyed crocodile is only level 11. Do you still need to form a team to hunt? Sister Yuran is watching. Nan. We'll go up and shoot them one by one. Chapter 101 Killing the Black-eyed Crocodile King. Black-eyed crocodile. Right. I'll shoot someone one at a time. Nanfeng and Yuran came to the depths of the swamp, where the number of black-eyed crocodiles increased. The south wind picked up 98k and aimed a shot at the black-eyed crocodile directly in front. Boom! Black-eyed crocodile, as scales have a damage reduction effect. Without releasing his skills, Nanfeng couldn't miss a single shot. Minato. Is this little guy so hard? Actually want 2 guns each? Nanfeng, who had just praised Haikao, scratched his head in embarrassment. Don't worry. I haven't started quacking yet. Sister Yuran waved her wand very considerately, condensing fireballs the size of fists and hitting the surrounding black-eyed crocodiles. Each black gold crocodile has eaten a fireball. Their HP has dropped, and Nanfeng can now kill them with just 1 shot. Yuran smiled. I'm done. It's your turn to be responsible for the random killing. Have a look. Have a look. What does it mean to be considerate? This is called understanding. What a good girl. She also takes the initiative to relieve the embarrassment. Nanfeng stopped talking nonsense and picked up 98k to kill the group of black-eyed crocodiles with low health. Ding ding ding. One after another, black and shiny obsidian fell to the ground. Yuran continued to throw fireballs, attracting the black-eyed crocodile from further away. The south wind is responsible for killing them. The 2 of them cooperated tacitly, killing each other indiscriminately, and soon harvested a large amount of obsidian. Yuran happily picked up the obsidian stones and divided them in half with Nanfeng. Half for each person. Don't cheat! Of course Nanfeng wouldn't cheat. He didn't need the extra obsidian. He only needed 20 of them to upgrade his natal magic weapon. Let me upgrade my natal magic weapon first. I want to upgrade too. There were no black-eyed crocodiles around anymore, and it was very safe. The 2 of them upgraded their natal magic weapons directly on the spot. Born Divine Weapon. Weapon name, Ordinary Arsenal. Current level, Peaky level. Type, Backpack. Attribute, Backpack Grid plus 200. Materials required for upgrade, with 300 stone, 500 iron, 500 copper, 100 quartz, 20. 1 day later. Nanfeng's natal magic weapon once again improved by a small level. As the natal magic weapon improves, His equipment skills have also changed. Penetrating bullet, attack power bonus, 150% 175%. Explosive bomb, damage range increased, 2 meters to 2.5 meters. Unlocked a new accessory, night vision goggles. Night vision goggles, slightly improve your field of vision at night. 98k basic attribute improvement, plus 150 strength, plus 50 energy. I feel like this upgrade doesn't improve much. The new accessories unlocked are auxiliary, have limited improvement in combat effectiveness, and can only be used at night. Penetrating bomb and explosive bomb have been slightly enhanced, but not much. Better than nothing. Nefong took a look at the materials needed to upgrade the natal magic weapon. Currently, they only lacked quartz stone. The next upgrade can break through to D level, which should usher in a major improvement. Nefong had a hunch that after reaching D level, he could also unlock a new main weapon. Give me an AK and a Laifu. Be bigger and stronger and create greater glory. Nefong fancied himself for a while, then turned off the panel and looked at Yuren beside him. Her natal magic weapon also reached the peak of E level, and she learned a new skill, Fire Rain. Yuren walked a few dozen meters forward and found another group of black-eyed crocodiles. She waved her wand, and a small black hole appeared in midair, and fire began to rain down. The damage of rain of fire is not high, but its quantity is very large, and its duration is long. It is a very good skill. Indy. I have wanted to be a Buddhist priest since I was a child. Nefong raised 98k and fired a explosive flame bomb, blasting 7 or 8 black-eyed crocodiles. Yuren. Who is the master? The two continue to fight deeper into the swamp, gaining obsidian while leveling up. These obsidian can be donated to the village warehouse, so that brothers in need can exchange it without wasting it. The sky gradually darkened. Yuren asked, Brother Nefong. It's getting dark soon. Should we go back? Nefong, don't worry. I'm still looking for the boss. There are black-eyed crocodiles everywhere here. It makes no sense that there is no boss. The reason why Nefong didn't leave was to kill the Lord-level ferocious beast here. The hard work paid off. And 10 minutes later, Nefong finally found the black-eyed crocodile king lurking in the swamp. Its entire body was covered in swamp, with only 2 big black shiny eyes exposed. If Nefong hadn't put on night vision goggles, he probably wouldn't have been able to spot it. The corner of Nonfeng's mouth raised. I found it. Kill it, and we will go back. Yuren nodded slightly. Okay. I'll listen to you. Nefong first fully charged strike, and then fired the first shot in conjunction with explosive fire bomb. Rain of fire. Firewall. Yuren is not idle either. Raising her hand has 2 skills. Swish. Black-eyed crocodile king naturally won't sit still and wait for death. It opens its bloody mouth and rushes towards the south wind quickly. Nefong stood there and fired a penetrating bullet calmly. The magic bullet entered from the mouth of black-eyed crocodile king, shattered the tonsils, passed through the esophagus, and finally came out from the abdomen. Black-eyed crocodile king was in agony and rolling on the ground. Nefong threw a grenade from a long distance away, and it happened to be thrown into the mouth of the crocodile king. Nefong looked excited. Damn it. It's not accurate. Yuren gave a thumbs up. You are awesome. After receiving good reviews, Nefong became more brave and shot the crocodile king. Within 30 seconds, black-eyed crocodile king kicked off his legs and raised his pigtails. Ding! You successfully killed the level 12 Lord Beast, black-eyed crocodile king, and gained 264 experience points. Ding! Congratulations on reaching level 12. All your attributes are +5. You gain 5 free attribute points. Upgraded. Nefong conveniently added 5 free attribute points to strength. This time, Nefong did not receive any attribute point reward for killing Black-Eyed Crocodile King, because the level 12 Lord-level ferocious beast in this war zone was killed by Alex yesterday. This was not the first kill of the level 12 boss. But it doesn't matter. Nefong also went to Area 25 and stole a level 12 boss. So overall it was no loss. The boss exploded the treasure chest. Yuren stretched out her white fingers and pointed at the body of the Crocodile King. Nefong stepped forward and put the obsidian crocodile skin and other items exploded by the Crocodile King into his backpack. There is still a green treasure chest left. Nefong holds it in his hand. Rock, paper, scissors. Whoever wins takes the treasure chest. How about it? Yuren's eyes curved into a crescent shape. I'm very good at rock, paper, scissors. Nefong, haha. I won the class rock paper scissors championship for 5 consecutive years in elementary school. How can you be as good as me? Come on. Start. Nanfeng produced scissors. And Yuran produced rocks. Nanfeng lost. Nanfeng, do you know why I want to use scissors? Yuran, why? Nanfeng, because you are my fist. When it comes to picking up girls, Nan will come right away. Yuran's pretty face is slightly red. And her earthy love words? This is too tacky. Nanfeng handed the green treasure box to Yuran. Yuran waved her hand and said, Open it first and take a look. If you don't need it, give it to me. Oh, is there such a good thing? Nanfeng knew that Yuran was embarrassed to take it. So he opened the treasure chest directly. Inside is a piece of crocodile leather armor, which is a top type and conflicts with Nanfeng's immortal armor. Crocodile leather armor has better attributes, but immortal armor can be upgraded. And Nanfeng will not replace it. It's yours. It's not as good as the one I have. Great. Yuran happily took the crocodile leather armor and put it on. Very tight-fitting and flattering. Let's go. It's time for us to go back. It was getting late. So the two of them took the time to return to the camp. The nights these 2 days have been relatively safe. Unlike the first few days where ferocious beasts were lurking and roaring here every night, scaring everyone so much that they didn't dare to go out. As soon as Nanfeng returned to the camp, Suzerain came to the door. Nanfeng, have you read the chat message? Nanfeng, I didn't see it. What's wrong? Suzerain, something happened. Chapter 102 Death of Ma Yong. After returning to the camp, Nanfeng found that everyone's faces were not very good looking. Feeling that the atmosphere was a bit solemn, Nanfeng joked, What's wrong? Is it possible that Catherine is coming to kill you tomorrow? That's not true. Catherine has not spoken until now. Huang Yuanming said seriously. I suspect she may not know how to type. God can't type. Nanfeng rolled his eyes and found a seat to sit down. Nanfeng, tell me. What happened? Suzerain said, Do you remember that in the afternoon? We and Edward from District 1 sprayed each other? Nanfeng nodded, remember. Wasn't he so stunned that he couldn't speak? Suzerain, yes. Because of this incident, Edward organized more than 10 war zones to prepare to kill Lin Tianqi in Area 381. Nanfeng was confused. What do you mean? We fought against Edward in the war zone. Instead of causing trouble for us, he went to trouble District 381 instead? Suzerain nodded and briefly recounted what happened. This afternoon, everyone in Area 527 and other war zones started to spray, including the French war zone, the Beautiful Country war zone, the Asen Country war zone, the Sakura Country war zone, etc. Of course, there are also some war zones that sided with District 527, such as the Polar Bear Country, District 3, District 611 of Patent State, etc. The two sides are getting more and more aggressive, and no one is coddling the other. The chat channel is 99 plus in 1 second, and the screen refresh rate is extremely fast. Nanfeng was hunting Alex at the time, so he didn't know about it. Later, everyone was tired of complaining, so they temporarily called in Gold to withdraw their troops, and agreed to continue in the evening. Just at this time, a brother in Area 527 discovered the black-eye crocodile, so everyone happily went to the swamp area and launched a vigorous fish-killing operation. At the same time, Edward in District 1 was a little angry, so he went online again and gathered more than a dozen war districts in the cross-regional chat channel, preparing to teach the arrogant Dragon Kingdom people a lesson. Who should be taught a lesson? This is a problem. Among all the Dragon Kingdom war zones, the lowest ranking is District 527, but Nanfeng's strength is a bit elusive to them. After much thought, Edward and others aimed at Lin Tianqi in Area 381. A total of 23 war zones have agreed to go to Area 381 at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, intending to kill all of Area 381. After hearing this, Nanfeng frowned slightly. This is indeed a big deal. Although it has little to do with their 527 area, it is related to another Dragon Kingdom war zone. Suzerain continued, the only good news now is that the cross-region pass can only transport one person at a time. So the maximum number of enemies that Area 381 has to face is only 23. Nanfeng asked, what did Area 381 say? Suzerain, Area 381 is not very scary. There are still more than 200 people in their war zone, all of whom are above level 9. They still have the ability to protect themselves. Xiao Luo, as long as they don't act alone and act together, nothing big will happen. If it really doesn't work, You can still hide in the cabin. Wang Yuanming, the cabin is no longer safe. Mike from District 8 is also going tomorrow. He is the first person in District 8. He can probably blow up a cabin easily. Indeed. No one should be underestimated. Nanfeng nodded. I can blow up a cabin in 2 or 3 minutes. And maybe Mike in Area 8 can do the same. The strong players in these top 10 war zones are not necessarily worse than Nanfeng. Yuan asked, what should we do now? Does District 381 need our support? Suzerain, I talked with several other Dragon Kingdom war zones. If the pressure in District 381 is too great, Xiao An ran from District 17. Cheng Yamo from District 68, and others will go to support. Nanfeng, if necessary. Maybe you have to go there too. Nanfeng nodded in agreement. Okay. The children of the Dragon Kingdom are one family. If my brother is bullied, of course I have to help. Wu Yuan crossed his arms over his chest and spoke in a cold tone, after the beast wave the day before yesterday. Our Dragon Kingdom still has 14 war zones left. Other countries are very jealous and want to join forces to suppress us. Xiao Luo also sneered and waved his short knife. Huh. A bunch of clowns. Sooner or later they will all be killed. Everyone discussed tomorrow's matters again and then dispersed. Nanfeng returned the stealth cloak to Xiao Luo. Xiao Luo immediately left the camp after getting the cloak back, preparing to go out and upgrade. What a leveling madman. Nanfeng took a look at the ranking list. Fortunately, he was back in first place. However, Xiao Luo will level up again tonight, and he may be able to catch up with Nanfeng again. No, I have to go out tonight to upgrade. I can't let him pass. But before going out, Nanfeng had to deal with a few things. Nanfeng found 50 more brothers in the camp, pulled them into Nan village, and became a glorious villager. Nanfeng then threw all the excess obsidian into the village warehouse, which attracted bursts of cheers. Damn. So much obsidian. Our team only killed 4 black-eye crocodiles in one afternoon. How many did Mr. Nanfeng kill? Redeem quickly and upgrade your natal magic weapon first. The obsidian was quickly snatched away, and the remaining people who had not grabbed it let out painful wails. Nanfeng smiled, returned to his cabin, and took out the excellent water purification device drawing. The materials are complete. Upgrade directly. Excellent water purification device. Pour less polluted water into this device, and the device will automatically complete the purification. Nanfeng poured a bucket of water into it and quickly completed the purification. Mineral water. This is very clean fresh water, which also contains trace amounts of minerals needed by the human body. After consumption, 50 magic points will be restored every minute for 10 minutes. Good guy. Is the mineral water here? Although the name is awkward, the effect of this mineral water is still very good. Restore 50 magic points every minute. This recovery effect is 10 times higher than clean fresh water. There will basically be no shortage of blue in the future. The south wind poured several buckets of water in, and the purification was quickly completed. The upgraded water purification device has a much faster purification effect. Nanfeng took out half of the mineral water and threw it into the village warehouse for others to use, while keeping the remaining half for himself. For 100 milliliters of mineral water, you can get 30 contribution points by donating. Nanfeng donated 10 liters in one go, and at the same time exchanged the contribution points he received for a number of wood, stones, iron, copper. These are basic materials and are in great demand. Nanfeng is prepared to keep some more on him in case of emergencies. After doing all this, Nanfeng put on night vision goggles and left the camp. Go upgrade. At 11:30 p.m., most people in the Crow Valley camp had gone to bed, except Shinpian, a night owl. Now is when he is most awake. Cannot fall asleep. Otherwise, go out and kill 2 ferocious beasts. My level has dropped to outside the 20th place on the ranking list. As soon as he said it, Judge Shin sat up from the bed, opened the door, and walked out. As soon as he went out, Shin Pan met Ma Yong. Judge Shin, hey, brother. You can't sleep either? Do you want to upgrade with me? Ma Yong refused Shin Pan's invitation. No, I will pee and go back to sleep. Judge Shin, why are you so anxious to go back and sleep with Bao Jian? Ma Yong, gun. I'm not gay. I've always laid the floor. Okay. Mayan's cabin was blown up during the beast wave. To rebuild the cabin, a material called cedar was needed. Ma Yong could not find it, so he could only live in Bao Jian's house temporarily. Supervisor Shin chuckled. Who knows if you will climb into Brother Bao Jian's bed at night? Ma Yong, Go away. If you keep talking nonsense, I will sleep at your house tonight. Do you believe it or not? Shin Pan immediately shut his mouth. Ma Yong came to a big tree, unfastened his belt, and prepared to water it. Shin Pan next to him suddenly stood up on his hair, and his muscles tightened instantly. Small. Call out. A javelin pierced the sky, pierced Ma Yong's heart, and nailed him to the tree. Well? Well? Ma Yong stretched out his hand tremblingly, and looked at Shin Pan for help. But his eyes soon lost their luster. His head tilted, and he lost his breath. Ma Yong never dreamed that he would die just because he peed before going to bed. Judge Shin widened his eyes angrily, and looked in the direction where the javelin was coming. Enemy attack. There is an enemy attack. Chapter 103 Heavy Casualties. The extremely angry south wind. Late at night, Shin Pan's angry roar echoed in the Crow Valley camp. There is an enemy attack. There were several figures moving in the jungle in the distance. Soon, another javelin pierced the sky and came straight toward Shin Pan. Shin Pan had been on guard against the opponent's attack for a long time. But at this moment, he ducked down to avoid the javelin. Taking advantage of this gap, Judge Shin rushed into the camp with all his strength and hid behind a small wooden hut. What a big deal. Who is yelling and yelling so late at night to disturb my rest? Enemy attack? What enemy attack? Where did the enemy attack come from? Shin Pan's voice was so loud that most of the people in the camp were woken up. The chosen ones from other war zones are coming to kill. One of them has a javelin as his weapon. Ma Yong. Ma Yong has been killed. Judge Shin shouted and told everyone the information he had obtained. What? The chosen ones from other war zones? Ma Yong is dead? Damn it! Who did it? Mother Gonlin. Are you here for a sneak attack at night? They are dogs. The chosen ones in Area 527 quickly reacted and climbed out of bed one after another. Suzerain shouted, don't go out yet. Now that the enemy is hidden and we are clear, let's find their location first. Supervisor Shin quickly responded, they are in the southeast. About 50 or 60 meters away. Be careful. Everyone. They are very powerful. Everyone looked to the southeast. But in this dark night, from a distance of 50 or 60 meters, they couldn't see anything clearly. Bao Jian stood in front of the window and looked at Shin Pan. Shin Pan. Where are the Ma Yong people? Judge Shin lowered his eyebrows and shook his head slightly. Bao Jian's eyes suddenly turned red. Who did it to step on the grass? I'm going to kill him. Suzerain, don't be impulsive. What about the south wind? Is south wind in the camp? You ran. Both he and Xiao Luo have gone out to upgrade. I was in the group just now, but he hasn't replied to me yet. Bao Jian gritted his teeth. No. How many people can be on the other side? So many of us are afraid of them. Let's all rush out and beat them to death. Huang Yuanming said angrily. Calm down! How many brothers will die if you rush out? Have you ever thought about it? The opponent can kill Ma Yong in one blow. And he can kill you in one blow. Bao Jian took a deep breath. Then just stay at home like this? Let them leave in a big way. Call out. A javelin fired rapidly and hit a small wooden house. This is Ningwu's cabin. Ningwu exclaimed, damn it. 800 blood. This is too fierce. Whoosh. Before Ningwu finished speaking, more javelins, arrows, darts and crossbows flew over, hitting Ningwu's cabin with a clanging sound. The log cabin's blood volume dropped like crazy. Ningwu suddenly became anxious. Damn. They are going to blow up my cabin. These bastards are too arrogant. Do you really think there is no one in our area 527? Throwing thunder nut. I can't stand it anymore. Brothers charge at him. Okay. Everyone be quiet. Suzerain took over the command forcefully. You ran. Throw a fireball and find these little mice hiding in the dark. You ran immediately waved her magic wand. Got it. Rain of fire. 50 meters away, in the southeast direction of the camp, a fiery red cloud slowly formed, and droplets of fire rain fell, illuminating the surrounding area. People with sharp eyes can already see each other. Suzerain, all the remote brothers. The opponent has exposed his position. You guys should fight back hard. Wu Yuansheng. Try your best to find the person who throws the javelin and kill him first. Wu Yuan nodded with a grim expression. Got it. Bend the bow and knock the arrow. Wu Yuan condensed 10 magic arrows at the same time. And a goddess scattered flowers. Scattering. 10 magic arrows covered the enemy's area, causing a brief pause in their offensive. The next second, the long-range chosen ones in the camp used all their methods to fight back with even more ferocious firepower. Suzerain, Su Ming. Bring 3 human shields in front to protect the brothers in close combat and kill them. Is there anyone who volunteers to join the battle? This can be dangerous. Before Suzerain finished speaking, there were sounds one after another in the camp. I go. I'm going too. Go. 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 Kill me. Su Ming rushed out of the cabin with a stone shield and joined 3 other heavily armed soldiers. There are thick stone shields on all sides, and everyone behind the stone shield feels extremely safe. Su Ming yelled, "Everyone, follow me and charge. Kill these bastards. Bao Jian, kill. I want to avenge Brother Ma." Su Ming took the lead in the charge, and the group stormed out of the camp. Suzerain, Wu Yuan Swan, helped the brothers clear the way. Wu Yuan nodded, "Okay." The breeze swirled around Wu Yuan, and then slowly condensed on his long bow. Wind elemental arrow. Wu Yuan shot an arrow into the distance. Wherever the arrow passes, a path of wind is formed. Su Ming and others charged on the path of the wind, speeding up a lot. Call out. A javelin, carrying the force of thunder, shot at the charging people. Get out of the way, and let me carry it. Su Ming stuck the stone shield heavily into the soil and shouted, "Stand behind me!" The stone shield grew several times larger, protecting everyone within it. Boom! The javelin accurately hit the stone shield, making a loud noise. In an instant, thunder and lightning struck. Flashes of lightning as thick as a thumb jumped on everyone. Su Ming and others were so shocked that they were numb all over and unable to move. Whoosh! At the same time, a large number of arrows fell from the sky. The number was several times greater than when they attacked Ning Wu's cabin before. Before this, the enemy did not take full action. Suzerain's expression changed. "No. They lured us out on purpose." Wang Yuanming shouted anxiously, "Get back. Come back quickly." Wu Yuan looked anxious. Su Ming, run! Run! Scattering. 3 consecutive shots. Precise strike. In an instant, Wu Yuan shot more than a dozen arrows, trying to suppress the opponent's firepower. But it was too late. Arrows rained down like rain, and the brothers who rushed out of the camp were instantly turned into hedgehogs. Holy light chain. Quick healing. Slow healing. Sui Han released his skills in time. A light green light connected everyone and healed their injuries. But even so, more than a dozen brothers left this world completely. No. Suzerain's body trembled slightly, unable to accept this fact. Su Ming was hit by the most arrows, but he was thick-skinned, and he was able to bear it. Those who trample horses, these dogs are better than. Su Ming spat out a mouthful of blood, raised his stone shield, and backed away slowly. Brothers who are still alive, come closer. I will cover your retreat. Call out. The sound of breaking the air is coming. Another javelin came, powerful and heavy, hitting Su Ming's stone shield directly. Boom! After a muffled sound, Su Ming took a few steps back and fell to the ground, his face pale. What a powerful force. What a terrifying blow. Call out. This is not over yet. The second javelin is coming. The other party is aiming at Su Ming and wants to kill Su Ming here. When Wu Yuan saw this, his eyes were about to burst. Su Ming, get away quickly. Can't escape. The speed of the javelin was too fast. And Su Ming looked at the night sky in despair. Mad. I don't even know who the other party is. It's so frustrating to die. Ding! The javelin suddenly moved 2 centimeters to the left in midair and flew past Su Ming's ear. Su Ming? Boom! The roar of sniper rifles rang in my ears. Just now, a magic bullet accurately hit the flying javelin, changed the trajectory of the javelin, and saved Su Ming. Sniper rifle? Southwind? Damn it. It's Mr. Nafeng who's back. You guys, those bastards on the other side. Your retribution has come. On the distant hillside, the south wind gently pushed the night vision goggles on the bridge of my nose. Looking at the corpses outside the camp, Nanfeng's face was full of anger. With the help of night vision goggles, Nafeng clearly saw the person throwing the javelin. District 8. Mike. It seems that your goal was not Area 381 from the beginning to the end. Mike, you die here tonight. Jesus can't protect you. I say. Chapter 104 Operation Dragon Slaying. Nafeng stood on the hillside, looking down at the intruders outside the camp. Mike also discovered southerly winds. The two looked at each other from a distance, full of murderous intent. The battle is about to begin. Mike chuckled and raised his right hand. Magic surged, and a brand new javelin condensed in his hand. Thunder blow. Mike's muscles bulged, The javelin in his hand flashed with lightning, and he threw it towards the south wind with thunderous momentum. Na Feng had already taken action when Mike raised his hand, turned around and jumped off the hill, dodging the blow very easily. The action of raising your hand is too obvious. Na Feng poked his head out from behind the boulder, set up 98K, and shot Mike a explosive flame bomb in return. Boom! The magic bullet came out, but in front of Mike, a middle-aged uncle holding a round shield had already stood. Minus 642. The middle-aged uncle's expression changed. The round shield has its own damage reduction effect, but Na Feng can actually cause 600 plus damage? The middle-aged Uncle Wilder said solemnly. His attack power has exceeded 2,000. Sure enough, he has some strength. Mike chuckled and said, "Let's retreat first. His shooting range is farther than mine. We will suffer a lot if we continue to fight." Behind him, a voluptuous red-haired girl opened her red lips. "Then go as planned?" Mike nodded. "Well, retreat." Following Mike's order, the intruders quickly evacuated the Crow Valley camp and hid deep in the jungle without any hesitation. "You're here. Why don't you leave without having a meal?" Na Feng raised the muzzle of his gun and aimed at a figure. Penetrating bullet. Boom! One shot blasts out. Two screams. This shot hit two intruders. One of them was hit in the arm, gritted his teeth, and continued to retreat. The other person had his kidney punctured and fell to the ground, twitching and bleeding. It seemed that he would not survive. Mike said coldly, "Leave him alone and continue to retreat." Mike and others did not stop, leaving the injured man behind and quickly disappeared deep into the jungle. "Run? Can you run away? Let you run 39 meters first." Na Feng jumped down the hillside with a cold expression and rushed towards Su Ming quickly. The brothers in the camp also rushed out to rescue the injured brother. Wu Yuan helped Su Ming up. "Brother, how are you?" Su Ming let out a sigh of relief. "I can't die. I'm as fleshy as a wall. How can I die so easily? Quick healing." Su Yihan walked over slowly and gave Su Ming a sip of milk. "Carry the injured brothers back first. Don't stay here. It's possible that the other party hasn't gone far yet." The south wind also rushed over at this time. Soon, the wounded were carried back to the cabin. 3 minutes later, in the center of the Crow Valley camp, a dozen corpses lay neatly on the ground. These are the brothers who just died in battle. The remaining people who were still alive stood in a circle around them, their faces full of silence. The atmosphere in the camp was somewhat heavy. Shen Pan sat on his knees on the ground with a confused look on his face. In front of him was Bao Jian's body. Bao Jian's eyes widened in anger, and he would not close his eyes until death. Na Feng stretched out his hand and helped Bao Jian close his eyes. "Brother, let's go." He was right next to me at the time and helped me block several arrows. Shen Pian suddenly spoke in a low voice. Before he died, he asked me if I could help him get revenge. "Can you help the Mayon brothers take revenge?" Shen Pan grabbed his hair hard. His eyes filled with bloodshot eyes. "I want it too. I want to ride a horse too. But labor and management can't do it. Labor and management don't have that strength." Shen Pan looked unwilling. Na Feng patted his shoulder lightly. "It's okay. We are all brothers. It's the same if I come to help him get revenge." Judge Shen secretly wiped away his tears and looked up at Na Feng. "Please." Na Feng said no more, stood up and left the camp. Just 10 seconds ago, he received a private message from Xiao Luo. "Xiao Luo, they are near coordinates 688,633. This is a pile of rocks and the terrain is very complicated. I suspect they are preparing to ambush here." Na Feng, "Okay. I'll be here right away. You need to stay hidden." When Mike and others retreated just now, Na Feng did not choose to pursue them directly, just to make them relax their vigilance, so that Xiao Luo could follow them in the dark. Xiao Luo, who has stealth cloak, is more suitable for this than Na Feng. Now that they know where Mike and others are hiding, the identities of both parties are immediately reversed. Na Feng turned into a hunter, and Mike and others who were ambushed turned into prey. In the dark night, Na Feng and Xiao Luo quietly met together. Na Feng whispered, "Do you know their specific location?" Xiao Luo, "I can only know the approximate location. It was too dark, and I couldn't see very clearly." Na Feng looked around cautiously. "It doesn't matter. It's enough to know the approximate location. Are there any commanding heights near here? I went to snipe them." Xiao Luo shook his head gently. "The terrain around here is flat, with a few slightly higher slopes, all occupied by the other party's people." Na Feng frowned. "It seems that Mike and the others are well prepared. The terrain here has been inspected a long time ago. Right? Nanfeng didn't know that. In fact, Mike and others teleported over as soon as it got dark. This was an assassination operation launched by Edward against the Dragon Kingdom war zone. They first pretended to discuss attacking Area 381 in the cross-regional chat channel, causing other Dragon Kingdom war zones to relax their vigilance. In fact, secretly, they have already targeted Area 527 where Nanfeng is located. A total of 42 war zones joined this dragon-slaying operation. Every chosen person sent here is a super strong person in the top 10 in their respective war zone rankings. Among them, 30 are the remote chosen ones. Mike, who ranked first on the level list in District 8, even took action personally, saying that he wanted to kill Nanfeng with his own hands. In the pile of rocks at this time, Mike was discussing tactics with the chosen ones from several other war zones. Wilder said in a muffled voice, the boy named Nanfeng didn't chase him. He was probably afraid. It doesn't matter. If he doesn't come, we can still circle around and fight back. Mike chuckled and said, we only need a few rounds of volleys to blow up a cabin. I don't believe he can sit still. The red-haired Mako Komura licked his lips. He should be very angry now. Right? Uh-huh. If you dare to provoke our great Sakura Empire, you will definitely pay the price in blood. Nanfeng is so weird. He actually has thermal weapons. We must kill him tonight. Otherwise he will become a big problem in the future. Humph. So what if there are thermal weapons? My bow and arrows are no worse than his sniper rifle. There are too many chosen ones in the Dragon Kingdom. There are more than 300 people in Area 527 alone. It's really time to clean them up. In the dragon slaying operation, those who are killed are the people of the Dragon Kingdom. The chosen ones from various war zones were discussing in low voices, unaware of the two crawling figures more than 100 meters away. This is exactly Nanfeng and Xiao Luo. Chapter 105, I also have teammates. Nanfeng and Xiao Luo walked quietly among the rocks, trying not to make any noise. Stop. Just wait here. Xiao Luo raised a hand to signal Nanfeng to stop where he was. Nanfeng nodded lightly. Okay. Be careful yourself. Xiao Luo smiled slightly and activated the skill that comes with Stealth Cloak. Sneak. Xiao Luo's figure slowly disappeared, and he quickly rushed up to a huge boulder in front of him. There was an intruder named Newman on top of the boulder. He yawned and felt a little sleepy, but he was still on alert. Suddenly, there was a slight noise behind Newman. Just as Newman was about to turn around, a stone knife cut through the air and hit him on the neck. Oh. Well, Xiao Luo's strength was not enough. This knife failed to kill Newman instantly, but it also cut off half of his neck, and his health hit the bottom. Shh. You can't talk. Xiao Luo reached out and covered Newman's mouth. He held the stone knife and used force again to cut off his head. Afterwards, Xiao Luo put the body down gently and gestured to Nanfeng behind him. Nanfeng immediately climbed up the boulder. Crisp and well done. Find a place to hide yourself. I won't have time to worry about you when the fight starts. Xiao Luo smiled disdainfully. Do I still need your care? Maybe you will still need me to save you then. This boulder is very tall and has excellent visibility, making it a very good sniper spot. After occupying the commanding heights, this is the battlefield belonging to Nanfeng. Nanfeng lay on the boulder and set up 98K. With the help of night vision goggles, he could have a panoramic view of the nearby situation. Mike, where are you? Nanfeng slowly scanned the whole place and finally found Mike's smiling face. He hid behind a pile of protruding rocks, and the south wind could only aim at him through the gaps. Mike, who was talking in a low voice with others, seemed to sense the murderous intention and turned his head sharply to look in the direction of Nanfeng. The distance was too far for him to see clearly, but he instinctively sensed the danger. At the same time, Nanfeng also calmly pulled the trigger. Explosive fire bomb. Boom! The sudden sound of gunfire made all the intruders in the rock pile tremble. The south wind is coming. He's on the boulder to the west. Kill him quickly. Mike fell to the ground immediately, causing Nanfeng's shot to hit the rock. But Nanfeng had already anticipated this situation, so this bullet used explosive flame bomb. Bang! The magic bullet exploded with a bang, and the surrounding intruders were blown to pieces. Mako Komura was the closest to the explosive flame bomb. Half of her face was blown open, exposing some of her bones. Ah! Komura Mako screamed. Her red hair was burned by the flames erupted from the explosive flame bomb, and her whole body was extremely miserable. Shut up. Mike, who was lying on the ground, roared angrily and kicked Komura Mako away. It was so noisy that it seriously affected my judgment. Mike crawled on the ground with a cold face and poked his head out from behind the boulder on the other side. At this time, Nanfeng was sniping at the middle gate with other long-range chosen ones. Nanfeng relied on the field of vision advantage brought by night vision goggles to quickly headshot two of them. The other invaders also determined the approximate location of Nanfeng and launched a direct counterattack. Suddenly, there was a rain of arrows around the south wind. But this night is too dark, and the moon has long been hidden behind the dark clouds. They only knew the approximate location of Nanfeng, but they couldn't strike accurately. Nanfeng lay on the boulder without moving. After a round of volleys, only 2 magic arrows hit him, and he lost more than 400 health points. It was not painful or itchy. On the contrary, Nanfeng shot 2 more heads while the opponent was firing. In just a few seconds, 5 of the intruders had died. Mike snorted coldly, and the magic power surged in his body and slowly gathered in his hands. A magic javelin appears. Drink! Mike shouted loudly, and threw the javelin in his hand with all his strength. The javelin drew a perfect parabola in the air, facing the south wind. So accurate? Nanfeng's eyelids twitched, and he rolled and jumped off the boulder. The javelin followed closely, and pierced the position where Nanfeng was just now, piercing deeply into the boulder. Were you a javelin thrower before time travel? Nanfeng raised 98k and fired another shot, blowing up the 6th man's head. Take a shot and change the place. The south wind shuttled back and forth among the rocks, taking advantage of its field of vision to keep all intruders at bay. They felt that gunshots were coming from all directions, but they could not find Nanfeng's location. You have no vision. Why are you playing with me? When fighting in the jungle, you need to ward first. In just 2 or 3 minutes, Nanfeng had killed 14 people. 1 shot at a time. Stable instant kill. The roar of the sniper rifle is like the horn of death. Every time it sounds, it will definitely take away a life. Fark, what are you doing in close combat? Go up. Create some output space for us. Everyone, find cover and don't show your head. Thank you for your generous gift. Is there a beautiful woman who can do lighting? If you don't take action now, do you want to save it for the next life? The beauty who knows the art of illumination is Mako Komura from Sakura country. As soon as the battle started, she was seriously injured by Nanfeng's explosive flame bomb. And then she was kicked 2 meters away by Mike. She hit her head on a rock and her health bottomed out. Fortunately, there were 2 priests in the team, who quickly brought up her health. Damn it. Komura Mako covered his blown face with his left hand and shook the paper fan in his right hand. A ball of light slowly formed and flew into the air. The surroundings suddenly lit up. Yo! Flashbang? Nanfeng raised his head and shot at the ball of light. But the magic bullet passed directly through the ball of light and could not shoot it down. Found him. Do it. I will attack all the melee chosen ones to compress his output space. Don't skimp on control skills. Try to take him away in one wave. Wilder, come and cover me. Mike stood up and once again condensed a brand new javelin in his hand. Wilder stood in front of Mike holding a buckler. No problem. Thunder blow. The javelin was mixed with thunder and lightning, heading straight into the south wind. Nanfeng rolled on the spot and avoided the blow. But the electric current surrounding the javelin still hit Nanfeng, making him numb and unable to move. Tangle technique. At the same time, a large number of vines suddenly grew around Nanfeng's feet, wrapping around his thighs. Kill! 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 He was charged. Hack him to death? Baga, shameless dragon countryman. You must die today. More than a dozen intruders were armed with various weapons, including long swords, short knives, meteor hammers, 2-handed axes, and they were charging towards Nanfeng in a menacing manner. Nanfeng's fire suppression just now was so fierce that the group of people were so frightened that they lay on the ground without even daring to raise their heads. When they found an opportunity to kill Nanfeng, they immediately became red-eyed and rushed towards Nanfeng. Didn't the people in District 25 tell you that I have a bomb in my hand? Looking at the people who were getting on the pole to kill people, Nanfeng smiled coldly and threw 2 grenades. Boom! Boom! Nanfeng held these 2 grenades in his hand for 3 seconds, then threw them out and detonated immediately. More than a dozen intruders were blown up into the sky. Die! In the distance, Mike condensed a new javelin and threw it towards the south wind. This shot has a vague feeling of breaking the speed of sound. The momentum is strong. Nanfeng, whose legs were entangled, couldn't dodge the blow at all, so he had no choice but to resist forcefully. Crystal Shield. Nanfeng activated the key life-saving skills and withstood the blow. Minus 967. Ahem. The javelin pierced Nanfeng's abdomen, and Nanfeng coughed twice in pain. Mike smiled slightly. Huh? Since he's not dead? I wonder if you can still withstand the next blow. Mike raised his right hand and focused the javelin again. Danger? Nanfeng looked solemn and set up 98K calmly. He is not going to hide anymore. He is going to fight Mike desperately. It's useless. With Wilder protecting me. How could you kill me? Mike smiled contemptuously, and the javelin in his hand had condensed into shape. Uh-huh. Do you think you are the only one with teammates? A low voice sounded next to Mike. A short knife was slashed in the air, directly cutting off Mike's right hand. Ah! Mike let out a heartbreaking scream. It's Xiao Luo. He has been hiding in the battlefield to observe the situation. At this critical moment, he activated the stealth skill and came to Mike's side, turning the tide of the battle with one blow. Yes, I have teammates too. Nanfeng calmly pulled the trigger. So what if Wilder is covering? I still have penetrating bullets. Chapter 106. Everyone goes out. No one will be left tonight. Penetrating bullets roared out. This skill can ignore most bunkers and hit the target behind the bunker. Boom! The magic bullet first hit Wilder's thick buckler, then penetrated the shield in a strange state, penetrated Wilder's chest, and finally hit Mike behind him. A bloody hole appeared on Mike's forehead. Weakness attack, minus 2,363. He didn't even have time to scream before he fell to the ground, lifeless. Xiao Luo's sword plus Nanfeng's gun directly killed Mike, who was number 1 on the level list in District 8. The remaining intruders were stunned. They clearly had a huge advantage 2 seconds ago. So how come the situation suddenly reversed? The captured Nanfeng did not die, but instead shot Mike to death. And why did the dragon countryman next to Mike suddenly appear in that position? Ding! You killed Mike, the village chief of Saint Friend Village. And your South Village has been upgraded to level 3. A system announcement came, but Nanfeng had no time to pay attention to it. He quickly switched out the stone dagger and cut off the vines wrapped around his legs. Xiao Luo. Retreat first. Rapidly. Nanfeng covered his abdomen, activated the rapid skill and ran away. Mike's javelin shot just now opened a big hole in Nanfeng's abdomen, and the blood flowed endlessly. Nanfeng only has a quarter of his health left, and is still in a bleeding state. His life is in danger, so he can only choose to retreat first. In Handsome Guy's group, Nanfeng, Suihan, Wet Nurse, come to the rescue quickly. I'm at coordinates 691,635. Nanfeng, Su Zuran. I cut the opponent's main C. Invite all the brothers to join the team. Nanfeng said 2 messages to the group, then immediately fell to the ground, set up 98K, and looked at the battlefield. Rock Pile Center. As soon as Nanfeng ran away, Xiao Luo instantly became the target of public criticism. Wilder was the first to react, turning around and slapping Xiao Luo heavily with his round shield. Xiao Luo raised his knife to block, and the two were temporarily in a stalemate. Let's do it together and kill him. Wilder gritted his teeth and stared at Xiao Luo. If we kill one more person now, the probability of us returning alive will be higher. In just a few minutes, Nanfeng killed 23 invaders, including Mike, the strongest DPS. The strength of the invaders has been greatly reduced, let alone continue to hunt the chosen ones in Area 527. Whether they can return to their own war zone alive is a question. Wilder is right. If we kill one more, we will be more likely to come back alive. We have already suffered heavy losses this time, and we must kill a few more to recover our losses. Otherwise, the Dragon Kingdom war zone will be dominated by one family. This man from the Dragon Kingdom is very powerful. If he is killed, District 527 will definitely be injured. The remaining dozen or so intruders looked fiercely, wanting to kill Xiao Luo here. Boom! A magic bullet hit Wilder accurately. Wilder's expression changed, and blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. Want to kill me? When I have no teammates? Xiao Luo seized the opportunity and made a side cut, slashing Wilder's abdomen. But Wilder was rough-skinned and thick-bodied. He took 2 shots from Nanfeng and a knife from Xiao Luo, but he was still alive. Xiao Luo originally wanted to take advantage of the victory and pursue it, but 2 magic arrows were already stuck in his back. Don't be wary. The sound of the south wind came from far away. Xiao Luo nodded slightly, opened his legs, and ran out of the battlefield. Don't let him get away. Kill him. Arrow of fire element. Various attacks flew toward Xiao Luo. Xiao Luo resisted for more than a dozen times, then suddenly turned into a phantom, rushed forward more than 10 meters, and killed an intruder instantly. It's really meaty. It can be carried so well. Nanfeng, who was hiding in the distance, was a little envious. This kind of operation of resisting the attack and killing one person was really cool. Nanfeng, a little crispy boy, didn't dare to play like this. Too easy to die suddenly. After sighing for a second, Nanfeng closed his left eye and continued to help Xiao Luo set up the gun. Boom! 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 The horn of death sounds again. This time, Nanfeng no longer pursued accuracy, but only sought fire suppression so that the intruders would not dare to attack Xiao Luo. The sound of gunfire was so intimidating that the intruders huddled behind their bunkers, fearing that they would be shot in the head by Nanfeng as soon as they showed their heads. The pressure on Xiao Luo's side eased, and he immediately sped up and left the battlefield, joining Nanfeng. Xiao Luo, it's so miserable. He was hit by more than a dozen arrows and almost died. Nanfeng, can you be worse than me? My health is almost drained. Nanfeng is still in a bleeding state, and now his face is as white as paper. He is still a little groggy and very weak. Xiao Luo, can you hold on? How about I help you back to the camp first? No. I'm just a little weak. I still can't die. Nanfeng shook his head slightly. Suzerain led a large army to kill them. We are here to stare at them. No one in this group of invaders can come back alive. Among the rocks, the intruders also realized that the situation was not good. What to do? The range of the south wind is too far, and we have no way to fight back. There is still an hour and a half before we can return to our war zone. There are only a dozen people left here, and Mike is dead. How can we survive this hour and a half? Grass. If I had known better, I wouldn't have listened to Edward's tricks. I was so full that I came to provoke Nanfeng. The morale of the invaders dropped to a low point. Everyone was in a panic and didn't know what to do next. With the help of the skills of the two priests, Wilder's health recovered somewhat. The bleeding state was also eliminated, and he was out of danger. Thank you. I will cover you two to leave later. Wilder nodded slightly to the two priests. The two priests looked at each other with some joy in their eyes. Wilder is a superhuman shield that can withstand Nanfeng's 2 shots and not die. With his help in covering up, the two priests have a much better chance of survival. I can't stay here any longer. Wilder quickly pulled off Mike's equipment, and then shouted, their large army is coming to kill them soon. If everyone runs away for their lives, there might be a glimmer of hope. The others had long wanted to run away, but when they heard Wilder's words, they immediately fled in all directions. Boom! 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 Nanfeng, who was hiding in the dark, immediately opened fire and killed these intruders who showed up. However, there were still several fish that slipped through the net, rushing out of Nanfeng's range and running towards the depths of the wild. A trace of cruelty flashed in Wilder's eyes, and he said solemnly to the two priests, you go. I will stand behind to cover your retreat. Good. The two priests didn't think much and ran as fast as they could into the distance. As for what's behind them, with Wilder's cover, they don't have to worry at all. But soon 2 magic bullets hit their bodies. The severe pain instantly eroded their brains. The two priests looked back and found that Wilder had run away in the other direction. What a bitch! The two priests wanted to yell, but their health points had already returned to 0. So they just received their lunch boxes. Nanfeng fired 2 shots at Wilder in the distance, but they all missed. No. He lost too much blood and was so dizzy that he ran away. Nanfeng stood up slowly, and a double image appeared in front of him. Quick healing. Holy light chain. Suihan's skills soared into the sky, raising the health of Nanfeng and Xiao Luo. The two of them turned around and saw more than 300 chosen ones, all coming to kill them. Everyone at the Crow Valley camp is out. Suzerain, where are those intruders? Xiao Luo, they ran away separately. There are probably 7 or 8 left. Nanfeng, brothers, let's form a group of 20 people and chase them separately. No one of these bitches will be left alive tonight. Chapter 107. Late at night. People outside the door. Tonight, the wilderness in Area 527 is not peaceful. Under the thick moonlight, more than 300 people searched like a carpet to find all the intruders. The ferocious beasts encountered on the way were all killed, and turned into delicious experiences for the chosen ones. Nefeng followed the team silently, and did not rush to the front line. His abdominal injury is a bit serious and he needs rest. Moreover, Area 527 has a huge numerical advantage. Even if Nefeng doesn't take action, the remaining intruders won't be able to make any waves. Found it. There's one over here. Kill, kill, kill. Hack him to death and avenge your dead brothers. An intruder was found lying in the haystack, and a dozen weapons were immediately stabbed at him. The intruder let out a scream and died instantly. The large forces continued to advance, and more intruders were found and killed. Gradually, everyone has arrived at the territory of the level 13 beast. Most of the people in Area 527 are only around level 10. If you continue to move forward and encounter a group of ferocious beasts, it will be a bit dangerous. Xiao Luo turned to look at everyone. You go back first. I will chase the rest. Qiu Feihong, how can that be done? It's too dangerous for you to go alone. Ning Wu, if they enter the territory of a level 13 ferocious beast, they probably won't survive. I think there's no need to chase them, and let them fend for themselves. Judge Shen looked at Xiao Luo. I'll go with you. All these intruders must be killed. I want to avenge brothers Bao Jian and Meiyong. As soon as Judge Shen finished speaking, there were howls coming one after another from the front. Nefeng stood on a high place, put on night vision goggles, and looked into the distance. The beasts ahead were riding, and it was probably the remaining intruders who were causing trouble. They are all level 13 ferocious beasts. At least more than 100 of them. If they go in like this, some brothers will surely die. Otherwise forget it. As Nefeng spoke, he suddenly raised 98K and fired a shot into the distance. Boom! Okay. Another kill. The bullet traveled a distance of more than 200 meters and killed an intruder. The corpse of the intruder was quickly devoured by ferocious beasts. Suzerain, since they caused the ferocious beasts to riot and want to use the ferocious beasts to stop us, we will not pursue them. Nefeng, yes. Let them play slowly by themselves. While they were talking, some of the rioting ferocious beasts discovered Nefeng and the others and rushed over with roars. Suzerain, retreat. Brothers above level 10 stay behind and take the rear. Everyone evacuated the place in an orderly manner. Nefeng, Xiao Luo, and others stayed at the back of the team to kill the ferocious beasts that were chasing them. Nefeng put away 98K and looked at Xiao Luo. It's almost done. Let's withdraw too. Xiao Luo, don't worry. I'll kill one more to make up the whole group. South Wind. In the dark night, no one noticed that Shinpan quietly left the army. In the mountains and forests, Wilder and Mako Komura ran as fast as they could. Behind them are densely packed level 13 ferocious beasts, wind-chasing giant deer. Komura Mako cursed viciously, Baga. Those people from the Dragon Kingdom didn't dare to catch up. They were too cowardly. Wilder said solemnly. But that's fine. They won't chase us anymore. We just need to get rid of these giant deer, and we can go home safely. But the ferocious beast was about to catch up. Komura Mako turned around and glanced behind him. And the wind-chasing giant deer was very close to them. This ferocious beast runs very fast, but its attack power is not high. I can resist it for a long time. Wilder's eyes searched everywhere, and suddenly he found a small cave. The entrance to this cave is so narrow that only one person can pass through. Quick! Mako! Hide in that cave! Wilder waved his hand and pointed in the direction of the cave. You go in first. I will hold the shield at the entrance of the cave to resist. The entrance to this hole is very narrow. Only one ferocious beast can attack me at a time. I can hold on. Komura Mako was overjoyed when he heard this, and immediately ran over and plunged into the cave. Come in quickly. Mako Komura turned around and wanted to pull Wilder in, but found Wilder standing at the entrance of the cave with a sneer on his face. A bad premonition flashed through Komura Mako. You, Wilder, you idiot. Just stay here and wait to die. Idiot! Komura Mako's expression changed, and he wanted to rush out of the cave. But as soon as she reached the entrance of the cave, Wilder hit her with a shield blow, knocking Mako Komura dizzy. I hope you can live longer and help me attract more ferocious beasts. The wind-chasing giant deer behind him was getting closer and closer. Wilder stopped staying, turned around and ran away. Lulu. The wind-chasing giant deer discovered Komura Mako in the cave and swarmed to squeeze in. One of the giant deer chasing the wind squeezed into the cave. Komura Mako retreated to the innermost part of the cave and smashed the giant deer's head with his paper fan. But her attack power was too low, and she couldn't kill this level 13 beast. The giant deer chasing the wind raised its front legs and kicked on Komura Mako's chest. CC becomes A. Puff. Komura Mako was kicked so hard that he vomited blood and let out a shrill scream. No. Mako Komura attracted the attention of some ferocious beasts. But there were still many giant deer chasing Wilder. Wilder continued to run forward, but was kicked several times by the giant deer during the process. And his health was reduced to 1/5. But he was lucky. He encountered a river during his escape, jumped into it, and went downstream, getting rid of the deer. So close. After a long time, Wilder climbed out of the water. 2 large crabs were caught in Wilder's thighs and brought ashore. Are level 4 crabs also here to bully me? Walt snorted coldly and slapped the 2 crabs to death with his buckler. Phew. There are still 20 minutes left. You can go back. Wilder looked around and saw that there were no ferocious beasts around. So it was safe for the time being. He found a place to sit down, breathing heavily. Suddenly, a dagger appeared strangely and wiped Wilder's neck. -82. Wilder was startled and quickly raised his shield to defend himself. Shinpien's figure slowly walked out of the night. People from the Dragon Kingdom? You actually chased me here? Wilder looked behind Shinpan and found that there was no one else, and smiled contemptuously. Are you the only one? The damage is so low. But you still want to kill me? Judge Shin looked at Wilder coldly. The damage is too low, but it is enough to kill you. Judge Shin rushed towards Wilder, and the dagger in his hand made an afterimage. All agility bonus points. -38. -44. -27. A series of light red numbers floated out. Wilder looked horrified. Shinpien's attack was so fast that he couldn't block it with his buckler. Judge Shin's eyes were filled with fierceness. I will scrape you to death today. Crow's Hollow Campground. After returning to the cabin, Nen Feng lay on the bed tiredly. Today is another tiring day. Since being teleported to the 25th War Zone at around 7 o'clock in the morning, Nen Feng has been in a tense fighting state from beginning to end. As soon as he lay on the bed, Nen Feng fell asleep quickly. I don't know how long I have been sleeping, but the sound of rustling footsteps suddenly sounded in the Nen Feng cabin. Is there anyone outside? More than one? Nen Feng woke up, walked quietly to the door, and looked outside through the gap. It was dark outside, and there was nothing. Drowsily asleep. Hallucinating? Nen Feng scratched his head and prepared to go back to bed and continue sleeping. Suddenly, a bloodshot eye appeared in the gap, startling Nen Feng. Damn it. Which Sabi scares me? Nen Feng cursed loudly and opened the door of the cabin directly. When he saw the person outside the door clearly, Nen Feng was stunned and felt a chill coming from his body. Standing outside the door, it is the person number 1 on the level list in District 8 Mike. He's not dead yet. Chapter 108. Today's target is you. Late at night, a person who is killed by your own hands appears outside the door again. How would you react? Nen Feng was stunned, took out the Desert Eagle with his backhand, and fired 3 shots. Bang bang bang. The powerful impact blasted 3 large holes in Mike's body. Mike raised his head and looked at Nen Feng with a look of resentment. Why? Why do you want to kill me? Nen Feng looked at this weird Mike and frowned slightly. Am I dreaming? Nen Feng pinched his arm hard, but there was no pain. He was indeed dreaming. It scared me. I thought you could come back to life. Nen Feng breathed a sigh of relief and kicked Mike away from the door. Wow! At the same time, a big bloody hand stretched out from the soil, and a bloody zombie crawled out of the ground. Then the second, third and fourth. More and more zombies crawled out and gathered outside Nanfeng's cabin. Nen Feng glanced around and found that these people were all the chosen ones he had killed today. Mike Alex District 25 chosen one and more. Too many murders? Have inner demons emerged? Dozens of zombies all looked at Nen Feng with a malicious look. Give me back my life. Why do you want to kill me? You are so cruel. You are a murderer. Various sounds echoed in Nanfeng's ears. Nen Feng took a deep breath and took out 98k. What for? Want to scare me? I wasn't afraid of you when you were alive. Will I still be afraid of you when you are dead? If I can kill you once, I can kill you a second time. Die for me. Nanfeng's eyes were cold, and he picked up a 98k and shot a zombie. After killing the ferocious beast for more than 10 days, Nen Feng is no longer the Nen Feng of Blue Star. He understands that if he wants to survive in this world, killing is inevitable. The ferocious beasts must be killed. And humans must be killed too. You little devil. You want to influence me too? Nan Fong looked cold as he kept pulling the trigger, killing zombies one after another. His heart was slowly becoming colder. The next day, at 6 o'clock in the morning, there are still 18 days left before the big beast tide comes. Nan Fong opened his eyes on time and got up from the bed. After fighting zombies all night, my body is a little stiff. I had a dream all night last night. There was something wrong with Nanfan's sleeping posture, and now I feel uncomfortable all over. Nan Fong walked out of the cabin and did a set of radio gymnastics in the open space to stretch his muscles. Yo, how about doing radio gymnastics? What you are doing is the rising sun, right? Wang Yuanming had just gotten up, and when he went out, he saw Nan Fong dancing in the open space. Nan Fong nodded as he did it. My eyesight is fine. It seems that what I did is very standard. Wang Yuanming laughed and scolded. Here, you have some B numbers in your heart. Okay, you are just like a great dancer. Nan Fong, gun. If you don't know how to speak, don't speak. After a little exercise, Nan Fong felt much more comfortable. After breakfast, Su Zering called everyone in the Handsome Guys group together and held a simple meeting. Today, there are only 15 people left in the Handsome Guys group. 3 of them died on the battlefield last night, and their portraits turned gray forever. Su Zering looked around and found that everyone was here, and then slowly said, in the battle last night, we killed more than 30 invaders and obtained a lot of equipment. All of you here are elites in our war zone and must improve your combat effectiveness. So it is up to you to choose these trophies first. Everyone looked at each other and nodded. There is nothing wrong with Su Zering's suggestion. Good equipment should be given to people with high levels and strength first, so that the top combat power of District 527 can be increased, and they will not be bullied by other war zones. Everyone looked at Nan Fong. Nan Fong, you are the strongest. You pick first. Nan Fong didn't hesitate and looked at the more than 100 pieces of equipment in front of him one by one. After a while, Nan Fong picked out 2 pieces of equipment. I'll just take this tiger skin hat and red bronze ring. Tiger skin hat is an E-level medium, providing 20 points of physical strength, and can reduce the damage taken by the head by 5%. Although it is a big useless, it is better than nothing. After all, Nan Fong doesn't have a hat to wear yet. Red copper ring is an E-level superior, providing 20 points of strength, 10 points of agility, and no other special effects. Nan Fong only has 1 ebony ring in his hand, and now he has 1 on each hand. And wealthy Nan is online. Su Zering raised his eyebrows. Are you just going to take these 2? There are some pretty good pieces of equipment here. Nan Fong shook his head and pointed at his armor. The equipment I have is better. Although immortal armor and immortal leggings are only E-level, they can be upgraded and Nan Fong cannot replace them. It's just that Nan Fong doesn't know how to upgrade this thing yet. The introduction said that it was upgraded with immortal snake scales, but Nan Fong put the snake scales and the armor together. But there was no reaction at all. Probably something is missing. Others selected a few pieces of the remaining equipment, while keeping the eliminated equipment. Then I will distribute the remaining equipment to other brothers, Su Zering said, turning to look at Nan Fong. By the way, Nansuan was upgraded to level 3 last night. Can you see if you can bring in a few more villagers? After killing Mike last night, there was indeed a system announcement, prompting that Nan Fong village had been upgraded to level 3. But Nan Fong was in a critical situation at that time and didn't pay attention. Let me see. Yes, it has been upgraded to level 3 and can now accommodate 150 villagers. I will collect them now. The south wind soon filled up the villagers. Nansuan is getting stronger and stronger. After the village reaches level 3, the upper limit for improving all attributes reaches 30 points. As long as the villagers have 3,000 contribution points in their backpacks, they can get these 30 points of full attribute bonus, which is very cost-effective, not counting free attribute points. This is equivalent to a 6th level upgrade in vain. This also leads to a huge difference in the attributes of villagers and non-villagers. Indy, when can I become a villager? When the village reaches level 4. You can recruit 50 more people, and it should be your turn by then. Damn it. My attributes are so exaggerated now. I feel that there is no problem at all in single-handedly defeating level 13 beasts. And even level 14 beasts have a chance to be killed alone. I have to seize the time to upgrade and try to get my share among the 50 places next time. Go upgrade. Has anyone formed a team? Go hunt the black-eyed crocodile. In the camp, everyone gathered together in small groups, which was very lively. Those who have already joined, Nansuan, are excited, and those who have not joined are not discouraged. They work hard to improve their levels and strive to enter Nansuan next time. The higher the level of the village, the more attribute point bonuses the villagers will receive. If these more than 300 people all join the village, then the strength of our war zone will not take off. Nafong silently took out the cross-region pass. I remember the red-haired girl Mako Komura last night. She seemed to be the chosen one from District 132. Right? Sakura Kojiro. Uh-huh. I almost forgot about you. How dare you come to trouble me? Today's target is you. Chapter 109 Killing Sakura Kojiro. Nafong directly used cross-region pass. Selected Area 132. And teleported. Original World 132 War Zone. This war zone once lost 13 consecutive games in the cross-regional challenge, and the resources of the entire war zone were stripped bare. But they were also a blessing in disguise, and managed to survive the tide of small beasts. After the beast tide, all war zones received a large amount of resources, and Zone 132 was no exception. This war zone is full of life again, with ferocious beasts galloping and vegetation growing wildly. But the disadvantages of 132 war zone are still huge. Sakura Kojiro, who is number 1 on the level list, has just reached level 10. Anyone caught in Area 527 can beat him. The red-haired girl Mako Komura, who went to invade Area 527 yesterday, was at a lower level. Only level 9. If it weren't for the fact that her natal magic weapon wasn't special and could provide lighting, Mike and the others wouldn't have been too lazy to take her with them. Sakura Kojiro, an old rival. I don't know how many lives I can kill him with one shot now. Nafong randomly found a direction and walked slowly. Anyway, he had 8 hours, so he was not in a hurry and could take his time looking for it. The level of the chosen ones in this war zone is very low. It is estimated that none of the boss above level 10 have been killed. How about I steal these boss first? Nafong was a little excited. For killing the Lord level ferocious beast, the rewarded attribute points were very fragrant. No one could resist this temptation. However, in this case, Nanfeng's whereabouts will be exposed, and Sakura Kojiro may find a place to hide, which would be a bit of a loss. It's better to kill people first, and then kill the boss after killing everyone. Someone from the south wants all the resources in this war zone. It took Nafong 3 hours to find Sakura Kojiro. In the past 3 hours, Nafong basically didn't hunt any ferocious beasts, and the experience bar didn't move much, which made Nafong a little anxious. But the moment he found Sakura Kojiro, Nafong suddenly felt that it was worth it. Nafong stood on the edge of the waterfall, looking down at the battlefield below. 70 or 80 chosen ones from District 132 are surrounding and killing a big snake. Immortal Serpent. Good guy. They didn't even kill the Immortal Serpent? Doesn't this mean they haven't established a village yet? Also, with their level, the beast tide would definitely not be able to defeat the Immortal Serpent before. Nafong observed the battlefield with a 4x lens and found that the Immortal Serpent had scars all over its body, and it was estimated that it would not last long. But what makes Nafong strange is that the Immortal Serpent was injured like this and didn't even bleed much. The ground was also very clean, with only some faint blood stains. Strangeness. Nafong continued to look at the battlefield. One of the chosen ones was majestic and wielded 2 huge meteor hammers, which caused great pain to the Immortal Serpent. Who is this person? Even more powerful than Sakura Kojiro? Sakura Kojiro only dared to hide aside, and from time to time, he would go up and attack with 2 sneak attacks. But this one with a meteor hammer can actually go toe-to-toe with the Immortal Serpent. This is stronger than the South Wind at that time. Is there such a strong person in Area 132? Impossible? Nafong quickly realized that this man must be a strong man from other war zones, and he was probably from Zone 39. Sakura Iken in Area 39 is Sakura Kojiro's brother. He sent people to help Sakura Kojiro improve his strength. This is very reasonable. It's a pity that you are not very lucky. I just happened to bump into you. Nafong set up 98k, aimed condescendingly at the Immortal Serpent, and waited patiently. Sakura Kojiro looked a little excited. This Immortal Serpent is finally going to die, and he will be able to build his own village soon. Fortunately, Nissan sent Mr. Day to support us. Otherwise, with the strength of our war zone, we would not be able to kill the Immortal Serpent. After I build a village, I will get a lot of attribute points, and then it will be no problem to fight against ferocious beasts of the same level. The previous challenge had been a losing streak. As a contestant, Sakura Kojiro had a lot of attribute points deducted. Now it is very difficult to hunt ferocious beasts of the same level. It's not like Area 527. Anyone can kill monsters beyond level 23. Kojiro-kun. The immortal serpent's life is running out. It's up to you to end his life. Shimokawa Taiga stopped attacking and was about to give up the immortal serpent kill reward to Sakura Kojiro. The other chosen ones also stopped attacking. Hi! Sakura Kojiro nodded solemnly. Then drew his sword and slashed out. -63. The damage is pitifully low. Shimokawa Taiga was a little speechless. But Sakura Kojiro was Sakura Iken's younger brother. And he didn't dare to say anything more. He could only continue to attract the hatred of the immortal serpent, so that Sakura Kojiro could deal with it with peace of mind. One knife. Another knife. -31. -32. Under Sakura Kojiro's ultimate scraping. The immortal serpent's health is getting lower and lower. There are only the last 100 points left. Sakura Kojiro had a smile on his face. After hunting for more than 2 hours, they were finally going to capture this emperor-level beast. Boom! A magic bullet struck and instantly hit the immortal snake's head. The snake head exploded. Weakness attack, -8,868. Nanfeng did 8,000 plus damage with one shot, which was simply terrifying. Before everyone on the battlefield could react, Nanfeng fired another shot. Boom! Shimachuan Day groaned and was shot through the shoulder. It's the south wind. The south wind is coming. He's on top of the waterfall. This shot failed to kill Shimachuan Day. He looked at the south wind from above in horror and backed away crazily. But how could Nanfeng let him run away? Die here. Nanfeng fired another shot. And this shot directly took the life of Shimokawa Day. It was only then that the chosen ones in the 132 war zone realized what they were doing and started running in all directions howling like ghosts. Nanfeng ignored the others and directly aimed his gun at Sakura Kojiro. Goodbye. Nanfeng kills the people of Sakura country without any psychological burden. Just one shot. Sakura Kojiro, who was running for his life, suddenly turned around and slashed at the magic bullet. What a fast knife! It's a pity that Nanfeng has been prepared for this. This magic bullet is a penetrating bullet. Well, a bloody hole appeared on Sakura Kojiro's forehead. He looked up and fell to the ground with a face full of reluctance. Dead. You can hit such a fast bullet. You are really awesome. Sakura Kojiro is capable. If the previous 13 consecutive defeats were not too punishing, Sakura Kojiro would definitely be a strong opponent. It's a pity that nothing could have happened. Sakura Kojiro is now a corpse, and can no longer make a comeback. Nanfeng put away 98k, found a place with a gentle slope, and came to the battlefield below. The immortal serpent exploded a lot of things, and Nanfeng put them all into his backpack. Immortal armor, 1. Immortal leg armor, 1. Immortal snake scale, 500. Level 1 village order, 1. It's exactly the same as the equipment used by the immortal giant snake before. Wait. 2 pieces of immortal armor seem to react when put together. Nanfeng used Eye of Insight to look at immortal armor and found that the attributes required for upgrading appeared in the equipment's attributes. Immortal armor used 3 pieces of immortal armor to synthesize 1 dragon armor. The same description appears for immortal leggings. Nanfeng raised his eyebrows. Good guy. 3 pieces combined into 1? Let's play auto chess here. Right? Nanfeng already has 2 pieces. As long as he gets 1 more, his immortal suit can be upgraded. There is also a village order. Nanfeng glanced at the village order in his hand and found that it could only be used in Area 132 and could not be taken back. And as the village chief, Nanfeng cannot be used again. It's a pity. Otherwise I could take it back to Shaoluo or Suzerain. Shaking his head, Nanfeng was just about to leave when he suddenly felt weak. So thirsty, I really want to drink water. Nanfeng's throat suddenly became dry and smoky, and white mist appeared on the surface of his body. The water in his body is evaporating rapidly. -1. -3. -12. Nanfeng's health points are also constantly declining, and the rate of decline is getting faster and faster. How is this going? Nanfeng didn't know what happened. His whole body was weak now, and he could only slowly crawl to the side of the pool. He wants water. If he doesn't drink water, he will die. Duh. There were crisp footsteps behind him. Nanfeng looked back and found that it was a chosen woman from the Sakura kingdom. The woman walked over with her graceful figure and looked at Nanfeng with a smile. The human body is composed of approximately 70% water. It only takes me 3 minutes to evaporate all the water in your body and let you die here. This is the skill that comes with my natal magic weapon. How about it? Is it okay? No wonder the immortal serpent had so little blood just now. It turned out to be evaporated. Nanfeng sat on the ground and looked at the other party with cold eyes. 70% of the human body is water. Do you know how this conclusion was reached? The woman was stunned for a moment, then smiled contemptuously. Of course I know. Now that you know, then ride on your horse and die. Chapter 110. The village is upgraded again. Then ride on your horse and die for me. Nanfeng looked at the Sakura country woman with angry eyes, raised the 98K, and fired out. Boom! The magic bullet hit the woman, and the woman turned into a ball of smoke and dispersed, leaving only a piece of wood in place. Substitute technique? Nanfeng was shocked. Someone already had such an outrageous skill. This substitute technique is equivalent to an extra life at a critical moment. Geez, I'm not a fool. How could I dare to be so close to you if I didn't have life-saving skills? A woman's voice came from far away, but she was nowhere to be seen. Ahem. Nanfeng coughed twice, and his throat was dry and smoky. The water on his body evaporates faster and faster, losing more than 100 health points every second. Not only that, his body also began to shrivel up and turned into a skinny old man. What a disgusting skill. I need to replenish my water quickly, otherwise I will die here. Nanfeng took out a glass of mineral water from his backpack and drank it. After drinking a glass of water, Nanfeng felt refreshed and felt much better. But the little bit of moisture that was just added was quickly evaporated again. You can't drink water. You have to jump into the water. Nanfeng no longer cared about the woman from Sakura country and staggered towards the waterhole. Tangle technique? The weeds at Nanfeng's feet grew wildly and tightly wrapped around Nanfeng's left leg. Want to leave? Do I agree? The woman's voice reached Nanfeng's ears again, as annoying as a fly. Nanfeng sneered. Your only attack method is to evaporate water. Right? So what? Just this one move is enough to kill you. The woman's tone was a little contemptuous. How long can the water in your body last? 2 minutes? 1 minute? Nanfeng sat directly on the ground and drank mineral water in big gulps. Come on. Come on. I want to see if you can drain me dry. The woman laughed loudly. With this skill of mine, water will evaporate faster and faster. It's useless for you to drink water. That's it. Nanfeng suddenly took out a stone dagger, quickly cut off the weeds wrapped around his legs, then turned around and jumped into the pool. This set of movements was so smooth that even the women from Sakura country were stunned. When she reacted, her expression changed instantly. She turned around and ran away. Nanfeng soaked in the pool for 2 minutes, with the pores on his body opening and absorbing water like crazy. The originally shriveled body gradually returned to its normal state. Cool. Nanfeng surfaced and stabbed a big lobster to death with a dagger. Ding! You got lobster meat too. Are there lobsters in the river too? Is this reasonable? Nanfeng shook his head, climbed onto the shore, and quickly chased the woman in the direction of escape. Rapidly, the speed of the south wind increased sharply, and the trees on both sides were retreating rapidly. In less than 30 seconds, Nanfeng had already seen the woman running for her life in embarrassment. Humph! I'm being attacked and still want to run away. What about dreaming? Instead of using 98K, Nanfeng took out the Desert Eagle and shot the woman in the calf. Minus 1,186. Ah! The woman screamed and stumbled to the ground. She turned back and looked at Nanfeng with a horrified expression, as if she didn't expect that he would catch up so quickly. Your skills should still be cooling down. Right? Nanfeng walked up to the woman and stepped on her face. You are not from District 132. Are you? Are you here to help Sakura Kojiro too? I'm from District 93. And I'm here to help Kojiro-kun build a village this time, the woman said with pain on her face. If you kill me, you will provoke another powerful enemy in your war zone. It's not worth it. What you said makes sense. Nanfeng nodded and suddenly showed a kind smile. You have a chance to live now. Do you want to seize it? What opportunity? The woman was a little surprised. She didn't believe that Nanfeng would be so kind. But at this critical moment of life and death, she had to seize every opportunity to survive. Nanfeng took out the first-level village order from his backpack and threw it to the woman. You build a village here, and then form an alliance with me, so that I will let you go. Make an alliance? Is there still an alliance between the two villages? The woman picked up the first level village order, and shook her head after a moment. No. I have joined the Osaka village in District 93 and cannot establish a village. Then just return it. What a big deal. Nefong knelt down, pointed the desert eagle at the woman's forehead, and said seductively, do you want to be someone else's lackey for the rest of your life? Build a village and develop your own power, so that you can get longer. Do you understand? The woman was a little moved. I built a village. Will you really let me go? Nefong nodded immediately. Of course. I want to form an alliance with you. From now on, we will be allies. Then, that's fine. The woman quit the Osaka village she joined before and prepared to rebuild a village of her own. Well, the village needs to circle its territory. And I want to choose. Take your pick and hurry up. Nefong said impatiently. Do you want to delay time, and then kill me with the trick you just did? No. No. I don't. The woman hurriedly denied it, and then randomly enclosed a piece of land as the village's territory. I have created it, and its name is Winter Fever Village. The woman looked at Nefong expectantly with her twinkling eyes. How can we form an alliance now? Make an alliance? I'm married to Nima. Nefong sneered and shot the woman on the forehead. Critical blow, minus 1800. The woman's pupils suddenly shrank together, and she refused to close her eyes. Ding! You killed the village chief of Winter Frightening Village, Reiko Kinta. And your southern village has been upgraded to level 4. Done! Nonthing's main purpose in coming to District 132 this time was to upgrade the village to another level. As for killing several Sakura people in the process, that was purely accidental. There are still dozens of chosen ones left in Area 132, and they are probably all hiding in the cabins. There is no need to continue the pursuit. The remaining people were too low level to make any waves, and Nafong didn't want to waste time killing them. If you have this time, wouldn't it be good to kill monsters and level up to improve your strength? There are still a lot of Lord level ferocious beasts in Area 132, waiting for Nafong. Before leaving, Nafong also took off the equipment on Jean Tailingzi's body. He found that they were all rubbish, and threw them into the village warehouse. After thinking about it, Nafong returned the same way, and stripped Sakura Kojiro and Shimokawa Taiga's equipment. Although it's nothing good, it can't be wasted. Right? There are some brothers in Area 527 who are very poor, and these equipments are just right for them. Let's go and upgrade. Nafong held 2 pieces of barbecue in his mouth, and went towards the area of level 10, or above ferocious beasts with high spirits. He didn't know it yet, but the cross-region chat channel was already exploding. Cross-region chat channel. Yuta Fuyamichi, with 1 sword from Sakura. Something serious is going to happen. Oga-kun and Kojiro-kun were beaten to death by Nafong. Sakura-kun, what did you say? Chapter 111 D-Level Natal Magic Weapon. Gatling comes out. In the cross-region chat channel, all Sakura Country War zones exploded. Fuyamichi Yuta, Sakura Kojiro and Ogawa Taiga were all killed by Nafong. Mayui, not only that, Miss Jean Tailingzi went to attack Nafong alone just now, and she hasn't come back yet. She is probably in danger. Daisuke Nagakichi, Kinta Reiko just left my village and must have been poisoned. Sakura-kun, damn Nafong. He actually killed Odaodu. I will tear you Dragon Kingdom people into pieces. Huang Yuanming, hey. Why did Nafong disappear so early in the morning? It turns out he went to District 132 to do good things. Yip yelling, all I can say is, well done. Sakura-jian, Nafong. Get out of here. If you don't give me an explanation today, I'm not done with you District 527. But Nafong was hunting ferocious beasts at the moment, and didn't even look at the chat channel. Sakura was furious with her sword. Area 132. Nafong fired 1 final shot, ending the life of the level 10 Lord, Big Wild Duck King. Ding! You successfully kill. Reward with plus 20 agility. Reputation plus 2. Sure enough, the strength of the chosen ones in this war zone is too low. And even the level 10 Lord level ferocious beasts have not been killed yet. Now everything is cheaper for Nafong. If we continue to fight all the way, why don't I take off directly? Nafong quickly cleaned up the surrounding ferocious beasts, and then ran towards the territory of the level 11 ferocious beasts. After half an hour of searching, Nafong finally found the level 11 Lord ferocious beast, Colorful Spirit Bird. This is a ferocious beast that flies very fast, so it is a little difficult for Nafong to hunt it down. It took more than 10 minutes for Nafong to kill the Colorful Spirit Bird. Ding! You successfully kill. Reward power plus 22. Reputation plus 2. Yo-ho. The power has been increased this time. Very nice. Nefeng took a look at his attack power and saw that it had reached 2,645 points, which was very scary. Keep going. Nefeng ate barbecue, slowly restored his health, and then used 98k to open a path and kill the territory of the level 12 ferocious beast. The level 12 ferocious beast here is also the black-eyed crocodile. Nefeng swept away the black-eyed crocodile without any ceremony and took all the obsidian into his bag. In a short period of time, the number of this group of black-eyed crocodiles will not grow, which means that the chosen ones in the 132th war zone do not have obsidian to upgrade their natal magic weapons. How miserable. Ding! You successfully kill Black-Eyed Crocodile King, and you will be rewarded with agility plus 24. Reputation plus 2. It's agility again. Nonfeng's agility point is almost over 300. His current attack speed and movement speed are very high. Even if he is surrounded by a group of ferocious beasts, he can still dodge most attacks with his super high movement speed. The equipment dropped by these lords was not used by Nefeng, so they were all thrown into the village warehouse for other brothers to exchange for their contribution points. Keep going. Nefeng quickly came to the area of level 13 ferocious beasts. The ferocious beasts here will be stronger, and Nefeng needs 2 shots to kill one. Low level attacks, high level. There will be a damage attenuation mechanism, and the damage caused will be much lower. It will be level 13 soon. Level up first, and then go find the level 13 lord. Nefeng found a commanding height and started the immersive upgrade. Half an hour later. Ding! Congratulations on reaching level 13. As a reward, all attributes will be plus 5. Reward free attribute points plus 5. Level increased to level 13. Nefeng put away 98k and jumped off the commanding heights. Let's go and find the boss. Hunting ordinary ferocious beasts is just fun. But if you really want to have fun, you have to hunt lord level ferocious beasts. But Nefeng searched for a long time and couldn't find the 13th level lord. Instead, he found a ferocious beast in a cave that he had never seen before. This is a ferocious beast with a smooth body. No, perhaps it is more appropriate to call it a stone man. Quartz spirit. Level 15. HP 10,000. Attack power 1,300. Defense 2,100. Skill harden. Nefeng used Eye of Insight and gained the attributes of Quartz Spirit. Quartz monster? Quartz? Nonfeng's eyes suddenly lit up. Could it be that killing the Quartz Spirit can lead to the explosion of Quartz Stone? Nefeng only needs 5 Quartz Stones to upgrade his natal magic weapon to D level. This is a big level improvement. The last time I upgraded to D level, I unlocked 98k. I don't know what new weapons will be unlocked for me if I upgrade to D level. Nefeng held back his joy and decisively launched an attack on Quartz Spirit. Nonfeng's attack power is very high, but Quartz Spirit's defense power is also not low. It took 15 shots for Nefeng to kill this Quartz Spirit, but it did not explode Quartz Stone. Did I guess wrong? Nefeng didn't believe in evil, so he went deep into the mine and continued to hunt the Quartz Spirit. After killing 7 of them in a row, Nefeng suddenly heard a clanging sound. Something exploded. Nefeng hurriedly used Eye of Insight to look over, and it turned out to be Quartz Stone. Wonderful! My natal magic weapon can be upgraded to D level today. Nefeng was ecstatic. Put away the Quartz Stone and moved forward. I don't know how many Quartz Spirits I killed, but Nefeng finally collected 5 Quartz Stones. This explosion rate is really low. Fighting all the way in, Nefeng drank several glasses of mineral water, which consumed too much magic power. Looking at the 5 pieces of Quartz Stone in his hand, Nefeng opened the panel of the natal magic weapon and upgraded it directly. Born Divine Weapon. Weapon name, Sophisticated Arsenal. Current grade, D grade inferior. Type Backpack. Attribute, Backpack grid plus 300. Materials required for upgrade, wood, stone, iron, copper some. Refined iron 10. Unlocked equipment upgrade. Stone dagger rusty bronze dagger. 98k sniper rifle M24 sniper rifle. Unlock new equipment, Gatling gun. Nefeng glanced at the updated information in the arsenal and took a deep breath. Stone dagger was upgraded to bronze dagger. 98k was upgraded to M24. And a new piece of equipment, Gatling gun, was unlocked. It is indeed a cross-level promotion. This wave is a direct exchange of cannons for cannons. Nefong looked at the backpack eagerly, and took out the huge Gatling. This machine gun is so huge that Nefong needs 2 hands to pick it up. Gatling gun. Current level, D level inferior, will be improved with the improvement of exquisite arsenal. Type, weapon. Attribute, strength plus 300. Rotate the barrel and fire 600 bullets per minute, increasing with the attack speed. Each bullet consumes 1 point of magic power, and causes damage of 80% of the attack power. All fear is due to lack of firepower. Nefong hugged the thick Gatling and couldn't put it down. With this thing, what else are we afraid of? I carried Gatling and swept all around. Who comes and who dies? Who else? Boom! There was a sudden vibration from the depths of the cave, as if something huge was rushing out. Nefong put on night vision goggles and looked deep into the cave. Quartz giant. This is a level 15 Lord level beast. Nefong licked his lips and smiled. I just wanted to test the power of my Gatling. And now you have it delivered to my door. How embarrassing. Nefong held Gatling and pointed it at the quartz giant. The 6 thick barrels slowly rotated. The next second, dense magic bullets spurted out, shooting at quartz giant like raindrops. Namo Gatling Bodhisattva. 6 pure depleted uranium bullets. 1 breath lasts 3,600 revolutions, saving the world with great mercy. Ta 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 ta. Chapter 112 The Ring of Quartz. The mysterious man outside the camp? Magic bullets shoot out like a meteor shower. The terrifying recoil almost knocked Nefong over. Fortunately, he was now extremely strong, and could barely hold himself steady. Minus 219. Minus 266. Minus 234. A series of light red numbers emerged from the head of Quartz Giant, dazzling Nefong. It feels like playing DNF. The Quartz Giant, deep in the cave, roared and moved a huge boulder from the side to block it in front of him. It only took 3 seconds for the continuous magic bullets to tear the boulder into pieces. At the same time, a milky white halo appeared on Quartz Giant's body, and his entire body shrank into a ball. The damage instantly dropped from 200 plus to double digits. Nefong chuckled. Let's see how long you can hold it. 30 seconds. A full 300 rounds of bullets hit the body of Quartz Giant, sparks flying everywhere. The barrel of the Gatling gun started to turn red and hot, and there was a vague feeling that it was about to be scrapped. Nefong was shocked. What the HL? Is the quality of this Gatling so poor? Yole. The boss refunds the money. It was impossible to get the money back. And besides, Nefong didn't spend any money to buy it. At the 42nd second, the halo on Quartz Giant dissipated, and its health was almost bottomed out. Boom! Quartz Giant rushed forward with big strides, wanting to give Nefong a heavy hammer before dying and drag him to death together. If you rush over here, I will lose. 30 meters. 20 meters. 10 m. Finally, Gatling's terrifying firepower directly tore the Quartz Giant into pieces, and the rubble was scattered everywhere. Ding! If you kill the level 15 Lord Beast, Quartz Giant, you will be rewarded with plus 30 physical strength. Reputation plus 2. Ness. With 30 points of physical strength in hand, Nonfeng's upper limit of health has been increased by another 300 points. After taking a look at the panel, Nefong found that his health had reached 3,260 points and his defense was about to exceed 1,000. Who will dare to say that I am a little crispy in the future? Ah? Tactical fallback.jpg. In terms of health and defense, only Su Ming Shaluo in District 527 can compare with him. And don't forget, Nefong still adds points with full strength. He still has more than 3,000 attack points. After killing the Quartz Giant, Nefong frowned. This Gatling doesn't feel very durable. Does it need to be cooled down? Nefong looked at the red barrel of the gun and seemed to have some realization. It is probably the same as the skill, which needs to be cooled down. Yes, otherwise Gatling is too perverted. As long as he has enough mana, who else can be my opponent? After figuring this out, Nefong stopped worrying and placed Gatling on the ground, waiting for it to cool down. Let's go see what the boss exploded first. Nefong slowly walked to the pile of rubble. This was the body of Quartz Giant. Ding! You get Quartz Stone 20. Ding! You get Blue Treasure Chest 1. 2 things? That's it? Too poor. Wait! Nefong looked at the treasure box in his hand and suddenly became energetic. It turned out to be a blue treasure chest that was 1 level higher than the green treasure chest. Blue treasure chest, there is a 75% chance of getting D-level equipment. And a 25% chance of getting C-level equipment. C-level equipment. Nefong has never seen C-level equipment until now. The probability of 1 in 4 is not low. I should be able to open it. Right? Nefong rubbed his hands excitedly and opened the treasure chest. Quartz ring. Grade, C grade inferior. Type ring. Attribute, physical strength plus 100 adds an additional 200 points of defense. Good guy. A pure turtle SH. L ring without any bells and whistles. With this thing, Nonfeng's frankness will rise sharply. And he may be even more fleshy than Su Ming. However, Su Ming's natal magic weapon is a large shield, which can reduce the damage received. This is something Nefong cannot compare with. Taking off the ebony ring on his right hand, Nefong put on the quartz ring directly. Isn't it time to feel safe? Now that I am so fleshy, I can use a dagger more often when I have the opportunity to practice my melee combat abilities. As the saying goes, having too many skills does not overwhelm the body. Later, the other chosen ones tried their best to get close to Nefong. But Nefong took out his dagger and stabbed the opponent 5 times in 1 second, making him stunned. It's interesting to think about it. After cleaning the battlefield, Nefong waited beside Gatlin for a while until its barrel cooled down completely. The cooling time is about 20 minutes, which is okay. Not too long. Gatling's terrifying firepower that lasted for 1 minute was enough for Nefong to solve most of the troubles. Moreover, during the Gatling cooling period, Nefong still has M24 and Desert Eagle to use, so it's not a big problem. Looking at the time, Nefong will return to Area 527 in 5 minutes. With only such a little time left, Nefong continued to hunt the ferocious beasts lazily, preparing to sit down and rest for a while. Opening the panel, Nefong saw a lot of his own messages. It turns out that it was Sakura Ekijian who was incompetent and furious. Sakura Ekijian, Nefong. You have the ability to kill Odaodu. Come out if you have the ability. Sakura Ekin, don't hide behind the screen and keep silent. I know you are watching. Sakura Ekijian, let me tell you. Your Dragon Kingdom war zone is over. And we, Sakura Kingdom, will fight you to the death. Sakura Ekin, if I don't cut you into pieces, it's hard to understand the hatred in my heart. Sakura Ekijian sent hundreds of messages one after another, and the entire cross-region chat channel was blocked by him. The chosen ones in other war zones responded to him at first, but later on no one wanted to pay attention to him. They upgraded those who needed to be upgraded and fished for those who needed to fish. Nefong, your father is not dead yet. Why are you here to mourn? Sakura Ekijian, Nefong. You finally dared to come out and face me. You killed my brother. I must pay with your blood. Nefong, I'm so scared. Sakura Ekin, just wait for me. If you don't take revenge within 3 days, I will commit seppuku. Nefong, so confident? There should be no passes in your war zone. Right? How do you kill me? After using cross-region pass? If the chosen one dies in another war zone, the pass will disappear. The cross-region pass of District 39 belongs to Shimokawa Day, but he has become the dead soul of Nefong. So there is no pass for Area 39 now. Sakura Ekin, I can still kill you without a pass. Just wait for me. Nefong, haha. I don't have to wait. Tomorrow I will go to Area 39 and give you 2 big dicks. Just wait for me. Sakura Ekin, okay. If you don't come, you'll be a dog. Nefong, W Cindy. Turning off the panel, a silvery white teleportation array appeared at Nonfeng's feet. 2 seconds later, he was teleported back to his cabin. 4:10 p.m. Inside the Crowsdale camp. Now is the time to upgrade. And there is no one in the Crow Valley camp. Nefong threw all the useless equipment in his backpack into the village warehouse, in exchange for a large wave of contribution points. There are still 20 pieces of quartz stone, which is enough for 4 people to upgrade their natal magic weapons. Who should I give them to? Nefong thought for a moment. And Xiao Lua must give it. He is the second combat force in District 527, and his strength must be improved. Su Ming can also give it, as the strongest human shield in District 527. Nefong thinks he can invest in it. The Nani Suihan, the Archer Wu Yuan, the Flame Mage Yuran, Huang Yuanming, Su Zuran and others can also be given. But let them allocate it to whom specifically. Nefong is too lazy to think about it so much. Nefong sat in the cabin for a while, and when his health and magic points were full, he was ready to go out and continue upgrading. Time waits for no one. So you can put everything else aside for now. Upgrading is the most important thing right now. I haven't used my M24 yet. Let's go out and try its power. Nanfeng held the metallic sniper rifle and quickly left the Crow Valley camp. But Nanfeng didn't notice that there was a pair of cold eyes watching him in the woods outside the camp. Chapter 113 Shinpan is missing. The night was hazy. At around 10 o'clock in the evening, Nanfeng, who had hunted hundreds of ferocious beasts, wandered back to the camp. Level 13, 33620/45,000. After taking a look at his level, Nanfeng nodded. The progress is pretty good, and I should be able to reach level 14 tomorrow. At this point in time, most of the chosen ones have returned to the camp. Everyone gathered together in twos and threes, chatting and learning from each other. Brothers, I made a super large water storage bucket so that everyone can take a shower in the future. Oh, this thing is good. You don't have to go to the river to bathe. Last time I went to take a bath, a big crab caught the bird and pinched it off. Real or fake? I don't believe it unless you take off your pants and show me. Hearing this, Nanfeng also turned his head and looked over with a wicked smile. After my life points were full, the bird grew again and was a little bigger than before. When everyone heard this, they all showed strange expressions. Nanfeng glanced down at his crotch, then at the dagger in his backpack, and fell into deep thought. Nanfeng pigeon, come and sit quickly. A long way away. Yuren smiled and waved to the south wind. Nanfeng walked over and found that several people from the handsome guys group were here, eating and chatting. Yuren handed Nanfeng a big chicken leg. Jejej is hungry. I'll give you something to eat. What a bitch. Nanfeng waved his hand helplessly. I'm already vomiting after eating the barbecue. Do you have some fruit for me? With that said, Nanfeng turned to look at Xiao Luo. Brother, do you still have your spicy barbecue? Sell me some. I'm almost out of stock. Yes, my barbecue grill is not turned off 24 hours a day. Xiao Luo directly traded 100 portions of fragrant barbecue to Nanfeng. But the recovery effect of this barbecue was too poor, and it was still very bloating. I would rather go back to the cabin to replenish my food than eat this thing. This is true. Fragrant barbecue can only restore 5 health points per minute. It was pretty good when I first crossed over. But now, everyone's health points have exceeded 1,000. And this barbecue seems very useless. Nanfeng gave Xiao Luo 20 copies of mineral water with a backhand. I've been hunting a lot of Lord-level ferocious beasts lately, and maybe I can reveal the upgrade blueprints for the barbecue grill. Nanfeng pointed to his cabin. The blueprint of my water purification device was revealed by the ferocious beast. Xiao Luo nodded. I just mastered the level 13 leader today and didn't ship it. Nanfeng then kill the level 14 and level 15 ones. The bosses in our war zone will be left to you. I will steal them from other people's war zones. Having said this, Nanfeng suddenly remembered the quartz stone in his backpack. By the way, there is a level 15 ferocious beast called Quartz Spirit. After killing it, it will drop quartz stone. Pay attention and look for it. Nanfeng took out 20 quartz stones from his backpack. Come on. Xiao Luo will take 5. Su Ming will take 5. And there are 10 left. Can you allocate them among yourselves? Yuren raised her mouth in displeasure. You won't give me any bad money. Nanfeng, definitely next time. Xiao Luo and Su Ming were not polite. They took the quartz stone and started upgrading their natal magic weapons. After a moment, Su Ming looked at everyone with excitement. Take off. Take off directly. The stone shield was upgraded to an iron shield. The defense and health increased dramatically, and 2 new skills were learned. Xiao Luo also smiled. I'm about the same. The stone sword turned into an iron sword. And I also gained a new skill, Knife Chi. It seems that after the natal magic weapon reaches D level, everyone will improve greatly. Nanfeng did not gain new skills this time, but he unlocked a new weapon, Gatling Gun, which is also very powerful. There are still 10 quartz stones left, and everyone is staring at them intently, wanting to put them in their pockets. Suzerain said, I think we can give Wu Yuansheng 5. Nanfeng will often go to other war zones recently. Our camp lacks a powerful long-range output. We need to improve Wu Yuansheng's strength first. Everyone nodded in agreement. Suzerain looked at Nanfeng again. What do you think? Nanfeng, sure. We are all brothers. Everyone can get it the same. No need to ask me. Nanfeng has known these people in Handsome Guy's group for a long time. They are all familiar with each other and treat everyone the same. And quartz stone is not a very rare thing. Maybe a lot of it will explode tomorrow. Wu Yuan was somewhat excited and took away 5 quartz stones and directly upgraded his natal magic weapon. After a moment, he nodded to everyone. Cool! I have mastered a Thunder Elemental Arrow, which is considered a group control skill, somewhat similar to Mike's Thunder Javelin. There is an additional group control, which is good news for everyone. In the end, there were only 5 quartz stones left, and everyone turned their attention to the 2 girls, Su Yihan and Yu Ran. One is a Nani who can save people from danger. One is a powerful fire mage with a huge attack range and a very high efficiency in hunting ferocious beasts. And Yu Ran likes to help others, and often takes low-level chosen ones to upgrade, raising the lower limit of Area 527. Now the lowest level chosen one in District 527 is already level 10. Yu Ran has contributed a lot, so giving her the quartz stone is also a good choice. The Nani Su Yihan bit her lip, obviously wanting these 5 quartz stones. Yu Ran was very generous and gave it to Su Yihan directly. Let's give these 5 quartz stones to Su Yihan first. A team must have a powerful wet nurse. Otherwise, there will be no sense of security. This is true. If you can master a skill like Resurrection, that would be awesome. Wake up. You need at least a level to master this skill. Right? With a wet nurse to increase blood and mineral water to restore blue. We don't have to go home for a day. Everyone agreed to give the last 5 quartz stones to Su Yihan first. Thanks, Su Yihan whispered, and then began to upgrade the natal magic weapon. After a moment, Su Yihan said softly, I have learned a new skill, Inspire, which can increase the damage of surrounding teammates by 5%. A 5% damage increase sounds a bit low, but this is a group bonus. The damage of all 300 people is increased by 5%, which is very high. It's also a good skill. Na Feng, Xiao Luo. Try your best to go to the mountains tomorrow and look for larger caves. You may encounter quartz spirits. Xiao Luo nodded. Okay. I'll get some more quartz stones to help everyone upgrade their natal magic weapons. Suzerain said. Now there is a more important problem. The level of the ferocious beasts around our camp is too low. It takes more than an hour to go out to upgrade, which is an extremely waste of time. Do you think it is necessary to move the camp? Moving camp? This is indeed a question worth considering. Wang Yuanming agreed. We can move the cabin directly to the level 10 ferocious beast area, and we can upgrade as soon as we leave. Isn't this wonderful? Na Feng, I think so. Upgrading is the most important thing. Spending time on the way back and forth is a waste. Wu Yuan ran, the cabin can be moved. But the territory we, Nansuan, selected is in Crow Valley. Here, we can get 10% damage reduction. Xiao Luo, it doesn't matter. The worst thing is that we can move back before the beast wave. Na Feng, that's right. If the level is not improved, the 10% damage reduction is useless. During the discussion, Yuran looked around for a while, then opened the panel, and was suddenly startled. Yuran, everyone. Have you seen Shenpian today? His profile picture is gray. Chapter 114 Late Night Raid. Is Shenpian's profile picture gray? Everyone sitting here was shocked, and opened the panel one after another. Really, he has his hair tied up? Are there other war zones coming for a sneak attack? Mad. You still dare to sneak attack. The beating last night was not painful enough? Nanfone looked at the upper right corner of the chat channel. The current number of people in the war zone, 319/1000. Don't panic. Everyone. Shenpan is probably not dead yet. Nanfone said in a deep voice. The number of people in our war zone has not decreased. There is a high probability that he is still alive. Wu Yuanran, then why is his profile picture gray? Wang Yuanming touched his chin and thought, do you think there is a possibility? In fact, we are in an online game. Judge Shen discovered some secret and quit the game and went offline. Su Ming, brother, be more serious. Su Zurin, when Nafeng goes to other war zones, his avatar will turn gray, but it will turn to color again when he returns to our war zone. So I suspect that Shenpian has gone to other war zones. Xiao Luo, the pass is at Nanfeng's place. How did he get there? Nanfeng recalled what Sakura Ijian said in the cross-region chat channel this afternoon. Inghua Ijian said that he could come and kill me without a pass. I originally thought this was just an angry talk, but now it seems that it may be true. You ran. The top priority is to confirm whether Shenpan is still alive. How about going to the cross-district channel to check on him? Nanfeng, good idea. After entering other war zones, Even private chats cannot be used. And communication can only be done in the cross-region chat channel. Everyone opened the panel and entered the cross-regional chat channel. Huang Yuanming, Judge Shen. Brother. Where are you? Come back quickly and help me warm the bed. Within a few minutes? Judge Shen replied with a message. Judge Shen, a 48-year-old heartbroken girl took me in tonight. So I won't sleep at your house. Huang Yuanming, gone. When will you come back? I can't live without you. Judge Shen, come early tomorrow morning. I will go back and take you to upgrade. The chosen ones in other war zones looked confused and didn't know why. What the L is a 48-year-old heartbroken girl. Can this be called a girl? Also, two people from the same district were chatting so enthusiastically on a cross-district channel? What a waste of public resources. They thought they had another melon to eat. But Nanfeng and others breathed a sigh of relief. Sure enough, Shen Pan is still alive. And there is a high probability that he has gone to Area 48. This guy can do it. How did he get there? I don't know. Which country's war zone is Area 48? It is the war zone of Bang Bang country. Nanfeng frowned slightly. So, even if you don't have a pass, you can go to other war zones. Then everyone should be careful. Sakura Akijian is very likely to come to our war zone recently. Yuren frowned slightly. Speaking of this, I always feel like someone is watching us secretly today. Wu Yuan was shocked. Do you feel this way too? I have it too. Suzerain stood up suddenly. With a solemn expression, District 39 has probably figured out the situation on our side. And they may come over tonight. Huang Yuanming, how to say? Should we stay up late to ambush them? Nanfeng, no. What if they don't come tonight? We stayed up all night in vain. And none of our brothers will be energetic tomorrow. Isn't it a huge loss? Suzerain, Nanfeng. What do you think? Nanfeng, moving. We will move tonight. Go directly to the level 10 ferocious beast area. If District 39 comes here tonight, they will miss the mark and their trip will be in vain. It doesn't matter if they don't come, since we were going to move anyway. Just let a few brothers take turns keeping watch at night. Everyone hit it off and immediately started organizing the move. The other chosen ones were also very decisive and moved as soon as they were told. Anyway, they would not suffer any loss if they followed the large army. An hour and a half later, everyone found a very suitable location as a new camp and named it Nancheng. Everyone demolished the cabins and surrounded them into a square area, leaving a large open space in the middle as an activity area. After doing all this, it was already early in the morning and everyone fell asleep, leaving only 10 brothers standing guard. Nanfeng and Xiao Luo did not stay in Nancheng. They quietly slipped back to the Crow Valley camp and squatted on the mountain to the north of the camp. At this time, there are still dozens of cabins left in the Crow Valley camp. One of them is Shen Pian's cabin, and the others are left by his brothers who died before. The cabins can be dismantled, but are not necessary, although some resources can be recovered by demolishing them. They are all timber, stones, and so on, which is not lacking for everyone for the time being. If not dismantled, these cabins can also be used as a line of defense against foreign enemies and ferocious beasts. Xiao Luo repaired his nails with a short knife and asked casually, "Do you think Sakura Yoshi will come tonight?" Nanfeng yawned and shook his head. I'm not the roundworm in his belly. How could I know what he was thinking? Xiao Luo, don't you always say that you are his father? A father doesn't know what his son is thinking? Nanfeng, alas. My son has grown up and become rebellious. We all know that yawning is contagious. The two of them chatted for a while, and Xiao Luo felt sleepy. I can't do it anymore. I can't stand it anymore. You stay here for a while. I will get up and change the guard with you later. Nanfeng, okay. Xiao Luo leaned against the rock and quickly fell asleep. Really? Our bodies are already semi-digitized. Why do we still need to sleep? Nanfeng yawned again and continued to monitor the Crow Valley below. It's past 3 in the morning. Area 527 welcomed a group of uninvited guests. A chosen one, less than 1.6 meters tall, was running quickly in the jungle. Behind him, there were more than 200 chosen ones. They are all Sakura people from District 39. Sakura Iken-sama. The camp in Area 527 is right in front, about 10 minutes away. Also Shashu, who is less than 1.6 meters tall, turned around with a flattering smile on his face. I have been following them all day today and have determined the specific location of the Nanfeng cabin. Sakura Ijian nodded with satisfaction. You did a good job. I will reward you well later. Asosaki showed a delighted smile. Thank you for the reward. Sir, it is my honor to serve you. Nanfeng. The entire army in our theater will be dispatched tonight. I still don't believe I can't kill you. Sakura-jian showed a sneer. Asokun continued to lead the way. Hi. Asosaki moved flexibly through the jungle and continued to lead the way. The mighty army behind them followed closely behind. 10 minutes later, they arrived outside the Crow Valley camp. Under the hazy moonlight, Sakura-jian saw the shining cabins in the valley. Sakura-jian sneered with a crooked mouth. It was so late at night, and they didn't even have a sentry? You are so vigilant. You deserve to be killed by me tonight. Everyone, come with me. Everyone focuses on one target at the same time, and it only takes a few seconds to blast it. No one from District 527 will be left tonight. More than 200 people gathered fire together, and one person attacked 3 or 5 times. They could blow up a small wooden house in an instant. Under the moonlight, Asosaki noticed something was wrong. The number of cabins in this camp seemed to be much less. But before he had time to remind him, Sakura had already led someone to kill him with a single strike of his sword. The moment he approached the first cabin, a deafening shout of death rang out. Kill! 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 Nanfeng, take your life. Long live the Sakura Empire. On the mountain peaks north of Crow Valley, Nanfeng, who was originally sleepy, suddenly woke up. Damn! There are so many! Chapter 115. Is this ridiculous? The chosen ones from Area 39 are really coming. And the whole army was dispatched. Xiao Luo was awakened by the shouting of killing. He looked at the more than 200 people below and gasped, Good guy! So many are here? This means fighting us tooth and nail. Nanfeng, fortunately we moved in advance. Otherwise I don't know how many brothers died here tonight. If you really have to fight hard, District 527 is actually not afraid of District 39. District 527 not only has a numerical advantage, but its average strength is also stronger than District 39. In the previous cross-region challenge, District 527 had 3 consecutive victories, and everyone's attributes were plus 10. District 39 had 3 losses in a row, and everyone's attributes were minus 10. There is only a shortfall of 20 points in all attributes. Excluding free attribute points, the chosen one in Area 39 needs to upgrade 4 more levels to make up for this gap. So if you really have to fight hard, the one who has the last laugh will definitely be District 527. But there will definitely be a heavy price to pay, and many people will die. Xiao Luo sighed with emotion. It seems that Sakura Kojiro's death has dealt a great blow to Sakura-jian. His mentality has collapsed, and he has made such a decision. Nanfeng, the enemy's mentality has collapsed. Isn't this a good thing? Nanfeng set up his M24, thinking about whether to give Sakura a shot. In the Crowsdale camp, under the leadership of Sakura-iken, 200 chosen ones launched an attack at the same time. For a moment, the sword flashed and arrows flew randomly. 5 seconds later, the first cabin exploded, scattering wood and rocks everywhere. But the cabin was empty. No one inside? Sakura-jian's expression changed, and she finally realized something was wrong. The battle has been going on for several seconds. Why didn't the chosen ones in Area 527 react at all? Were they all sleeping like this? Untouchable? Wrong. There is no one in this camp. Are we in a trap? Are these people from the Dragon Kingdom ambushing us? The chosen one in District 39 suddenly panicked and looked around, looking for the chosen one in District 527. There is no one in the east. Not even in the south. The people of the Dragon Kingdom did not ambush us. So where did they go? Has it all disappeared? Sakura glared at Asosaki with a sword. Where are the people? Where have all the people from the Dragon Kingdom died? Ah! Looking at Ingwa Tuken's cannibalistic eyes, Asosaki shivered. I don't know. They were still here when I left. Waste. What use do you have? Sakura kicked out a sword-like kick, sending Asosaki flying more than 2 meters away. Just when Sakura Ichiken was standing on 1 foot, and before she could retract her right leg, a magic bullet struck instantly. Boom! Halfway up the mountainside to the north of the camp, the roar of the M24 sounded. Compared with 98K, the M24 bullet exits faster. South wind. Sakura-jian's hair stood up all over her body, and she shrank back almost instinctively. But the magic bullet still penetrated his neck. Weakness attack, minus 2,356. Ho! After the blow hit, Sakura reacted very quickly with her sword. Her body turned into an afterimage, and she instantly hid behind a small wooden house. Enemy attack. There is an enemy attack. It's the south wind of the Dragon Kingdom. He's in the mountains to the north. Come here and kill me. Miwa Shindu. Hila Tukankuen quickly. The chosen ones of Sakura Kingdom responded quickly. The priest stayed to give Sakura a sword to increase blood. The others used the cabin as a cover and slowly approached the mountain to the north. Healing light. Miwa Shindo held a piece of wild grass in her hand and shook it gently. A light green light appeared on Sakura Ijian's body, and the blood hole in his neck was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Halfway up the mountain, Nefeng shook his head with regret. His neck was penetrated. But he didn't even trigger the fatal blow? This guy is very lucky. Xiao Luo, your shooting skills are good. I think they are as small as glass balls. You can also shoot through the neck? Nefeng, you are stupid. I have a 4x lens. In my eyes, they are about the same size as chickens. Xiao Luo was a little envious. You have so many good things. Nefeng chuckled, said no more, and continued to aim his gun downwards. If you can't hit Sakura, who is hiding behind the bunker with your sword, Nefeng can still hit others, especially the chosen ones, who want to go up the mountain. You want to go up the mountain. Do you have my permission? Boom! 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 The gunfire rang out again, like a death horn. If the chosen ones in Area 39 want to reach the mountain, they must pass through Nomfeng's terrifying fire suppression, commonly known as crossfire. Bang! The head of one of the chosen ones exploded. Blood and brains splattered everywhere. The other chosen ones behind him suddenly showed horrified expressions. Yamamoto-kun was actually killed. Nandeshkar? Yamamoto-kun's life value is as high as 3,800 points. How could he be killed instantly with one shot? Baga. This dragon countryman named Nafeng has high attack speed and fast attack speed. He can suppress more than 100 of us by himself. Nafeng was at the commanding heights, and with the assistance of night vision goggles and 4x lens, it was no different from having a full map plugin enabled. Whenever the chosen one in District 39 dares to show his face, he will be shot by Nafeng. Xiao Luo looked at the short knife in his hand and felt a little helpless. You are too buggy. With a sniper rifle that doesn't require changing bullets, you can suppress the firepower of a company by yourself. It's not as bad as you think, and they'll figure out a way to deal with it soon. Nefeng deflected the gun and shot another head off. In the camp below, Sakura Ijian, who had recovered from her injuries, looked at the mountainside with fierce eyes. Nefeng, you don't hide well, but you still dare to show up. I must kill you today to avenge Odaodu. Sakura Ijian sneered and began to issue orders. Heavy warriors show up to attract firepower and create opportunities for others. Don't worry. He won't be able to kill you with one shot. Everyone else, once they heard the sound of gunfire, immediately charged and hid in the next bunker. As long as one person goes up the mountain, he must retreat. With Sakura Iken's command, everyone in Area 39 immediately had a backbone. One of the big men gritted his teeth, held his head in his hands, and suddenly jumped out from behind the cabin. Gunfire rang out from the mountain immediately, and he was shot in the arm. It missed the vital point, and Nomfeng's shot failed to kill the big man instantly. At the same time, all the chosen ones in Area 39 charged at the same time and hid behind the next bunker. Halfway up the mountain, Xiao Luo looked solemn. This is going to be difficult. Should we withdraw first? Once these 200 people go up the mountain, Xiao Luo doesn't think he can beat them. It would be good to escape alive. Nefeng shook his head and continued to look at the Sakura people below. You go first. I will wait here. It's just what I want them to go up the mountain together. I still have a trump card that I can't use. Xiao Luo instantly thought of Nomfeng's grenade. The mountain road is already narrow, with so many people crowded together and rushing up. Nefeng can kill a large group of them with one grenade. Xiao Luo, okay. I'll be there to help you hold the battle. Nefeng, are you sure? There are more than 200 people on the other side, and it is very dangerous to stay here. Xiao Luo, it's okay. They are here to kill you anyway. If I'm really in danger, I'll hide and run away and sell you. South Wind. Listen. Is this true? Chapter 116 Show you my big baby. Crow's Hollow Campground late at night. The chosen ones in Area 39 finally came to the foot of the mountain after paying the price of 6 lives. This position is a blind spot in Nomfeng's field of vision, and he can't reach it. I'm coming. Koyama Kenta raised his hand excitedly. Brothers, wait. I will go up and restrain him now to help you reduce the pressure. Sakura quickly stopped him with his sword. Kintakuen, you are no match for Nanfeng. Just wait there for a while. And then go up the mountain with the other brothers. Sakura Iken-sama is thinking about me. Koyama Kenta looked touched. Stood up straight and saluted. Hi. A few minutes later, several more chosen ones crossed the line of fire and arrived at the foot of the mountain. 10 people quickly gathered at the foot of the mountain. Koyama Kenta, Lord Sakura Iken. Can we go up and kill him? 10 of us are enough to take down Nanfeng. Don't worry. Just wait, Sakura Ichian said with a serious face. Others are waiting where they are. Don't rush yet. Hold on? What are you waiting for? Koyama Kenta was a little confused. But Nanfeng guessed Sakura Ichian's thoughts. Nanfeng chuckled and took out a grenade. You want to use 10 heads to defraud my grenade? Okay. I won't lose anyway. Pulling the tab, Nanfeng let go. And the grenade quickly fell. Nanfeng was only over 100 meters high. And he could land on the ground in 5 seconds. Boom. The sound of a grenade falling on the ground attracted the attention of Koyama Kenta and others. The 10 chosen ones hiding at the foot of the mountain immediately changed their expressions and fled in all directions. There are grenades! Lie down. Run! Boom! The grenade exploded. And the 2 chosen ones, who were relatively close, were directly blown into a pulp. The rest of the people also felt uncomfortable. The terrifying air shock wave knocked them over. And countless shrapnel pierced their bodies. This damn dragon countryman actually has grenades. How shameless. Sakura Yakato yelled with a ferocious expression. Miwa Shindo. Healing technique. Quick! Help brothers heal. Saying this, Sakura Ichian didn't think so in her heart. 2 lives were exchanged for a grenade in Nanfeng. This wave is worth it. He seems to have only 2 or 3 grenades. Right? Bloom. Shindo Miwa shook the weeds in her hands and muttered something. Soon, more than a dozen flowers sprouted at the foot of the mountain. And they were extremely bright. The chosen one who was injured by the grenade hurriedly picked off the flowers and swallowed them in one gulp. Their health began to slowly recover. On the mountain, Nanfeng couldn't help but feel a little bored when he found that none of the chosen ones from Sakura country were showing up. Hurry up and rush up. I still want to try my trump card. After thinking about it, Nanfeng took out 2 more grenades and threw them down. Boom! Boom! 2 grenades exploded one after another. And it was unclear whether anyone was killed. After all, the foot of the mountain was a blind spot in the south wind. Below, Ingwa Ichian saw Nanfeng throw 2 more grenades down. And suddenly frowned. Throw away all the grenades in one go? Is he preparing to run away? No. So many people have died tonight. No matter what, Nanfeng must be left behind. As soon as she thought of this, Ingwa Ichian immediately shouted, Nanfeng has no more grenades. Everyone hurry up the mountain. He wants to escape. The sound of Sakura's sword came to everyone's ears. But the chosen one from District 39 hesitated. Just now, everyone saw Sakura Iken using 10 people at the foot of the mountain as bait to consume Nanfeng's grenades. Who dares to rush to the front at this time? What if I was tricked by Sakura Iken again? But it's impossible not to rush. Sakura Iken has a very high status in District 39. There were several chosen ones who disobeyed him before, but they were all killed by him with one blow. If he doesn't rush now, he will die when Sakura Ichiku settles the score. Thinking of this, several people gritted their teeth and rushed out. Kill the chicken and give it to me. There is only one person in Nanfeng. So many of us are afraid of him. Someone took the lead in the charge. And the rest became bolder and hurriedly followed. There are no more grenades in Nanfeng. Let's all join together. The south wind is no longer blue. Everyone rushed up and killed him. Nanfeng is out of blood. Everyone rush. The south wind is strong. Whoever kills him will be rewarded with a piece of D-level equipment by Sakura Iken-sama. Kill him! Everyone in Sakura Kingdom screamed and rushed towards the mountain with short swords and long swords. Did you really start running for your life? Sakura Ichian narrowed her eyes slightly and looked up the mountain. The other chosen ones in Sakura country were exposed. But Nanfeng didn't fire a single shot. This means that the south wind has left. Sakura Ichian was about to leave the bunker and follow the large army up the mountain. But he suddenly stopped cautiously. No. He might be waiting for me. Sakura Ichian sneered, took off her animal skin hat, and slowly stretched it out. Boom! Penetrating bullet. The bullet struck and instantly penetrated the animal skin hat. Animal skin hat. Nanfeng shot directly destroyed a piece of equipment. Sakura Ichian broke into a cold sweat. He is indeed waiting for me. Fortunately, I am smart enough. Otherwise it would be dangerous. But in this case, Sakura didn't dare to show her sword anymore. So she could only continue to hide behind the cabin and wait for the others to go up the mountain. Halfway up the mountain, Nafeng put away the M24 with some disappointment. This guy is really cautious. He would have used explosive flame bomb if he had known about it earlier. What a pity. Nafeng knew the approximate location of Sakura's sword. The reason why he didn't attack anyone just now was because he was waiting for him to show his face. When he saw Sakura Iken's hat, he didn't think much and just shot it. But he didn't expect Sakura Iken to be so cautious. Let him go first and deal with the others first. Nafeng put away the M24, turned around and walked down the mountain. Before he had gone far, Xiao Luo's voice came over. This way. This way. Nafeng saw Xiao Luo on the tree and hurriedly walked over. Is this the ambush point you were looking for? Just now Nafeng was squatting at Yinghuijian, while Xiao Luo left first, looking for a suitable place to ambush. Xiao Luo nodded repeatedly on the tree. This location is good. If they want to go up the mountain, they must pass through the path under the tree. When the time comes, you can throw 2 mines down and the group will be wiped out. Are you crazy? 2 thunderbolts want to kill more than 200 people? Nafeng was speechless. Does Xiao Luo have a mysterious confidence in himself? The explosion range of my grenade is only about 5 meters. It cannot kill people from a distance. Do you expect this thing to kill 200 people? You think this is a nuclear bomb? Xiao Luo's expression suddenly changed. Is that so? Wouldn't it be dangerous for us to stay in the trees? There is nowhere to run. Nafeng, then why don't you jump down quickly? Xiao Luo was about to get down from the tree when shouts of kill were heard in front of him. The chosen ones from Area 39 have arrived. Nafeng quickly stopped Xiao Luo. Just stay in the tree. Don't be exposed. And find a chance to hide and clean up the mess later. Pick up the pieces? Xiao Luo was stunned. Are you crazy? Do you want to fight 200? Nafeng chuckled. What? No. Xiao Luo, it would be okay if they were farther away. But they are only 50 meters away at most. And your sniper rifle can only single point. How can you kill them all and end the game? Nafeng put away the M24 and took out a thick and big guy from his backpack. Sniper rifle? Who uses that thing? Let me show you the big baby that someone from my south just got. Chapter 117 The Strongest Sword of Sakura Ichigo. The big treasure Nafeng is holding is the Gatling gun. Looking at the 6 thick gun barrels, Xiao Luo twitched the corners of his mouth and showed a fake smile. Guavi. Well, it's actually just a group attack skill. Not as exaggerated as you think. Nafeng crouched slightly, standing with his legs facing forward and backward, stabilizing his lower body to prevent himself from being overturned by the recoil. The chosen ones in District 39 were getting closer and closer, and they also saw Nafeng standing in the middle of the road. But the sky was too dark, and they could only vaguely see the outline of Nafeng. But they could not clearly see the violent weapon in Nafeng's hand. The south wind is ahead. Kill! Attack! Shoot the arrow! Shoot the arrow! Remote output. Kill him in seconds. Finally getting closer to Nafeng. The chosen ones in District 39 roared excitedly, as if they already had a chance to win. But before they could take action, Gatlin's 6 barrels had already begun to spin. Nafeng shouted loudly. Little Sakuras, all of you will die! Ta 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 ta. The 6 gun barrels were spitting tongues of fire, and countless magic bullets spurted out. Real fire suppression. Just a face-to-face encounter. The chosen one of Sakura Kingdom, who rushed to the front, was smashed to pieces by the terrifying firepower. The sky is raining blood. At this moment, everyone recalled the fear of being dominated by hot weapons. It's Gatlin. Run. Find cover. Archers. Fight back. You guys are so quick to fight back. Are you against me? I'll give you the bow. Come on. Under the roar of machine guns, everyone in the Sakura Kingdom was so frightened that they fled in all directions, each looking for a bunker to hide. But there were no big rocks nearby, so they could only hide behind big trees. After the beast wave, these big trees have become more than 1 meter thick, and it is very safe to hide behind them. Humph! I still don't believe he can penetrate this big tree. Koyama Kenta leaned against the tree, holding the crossbow tightly in his hand. This machine gun will not fire for too long. When he stops, I will kill him with 1 arrow. There was less than 30 meters between him and Nafeng. Koyama Kenta is sure to kill Nafeng with 1 arrow. I'm one of the top 10 players in Area 39. with an attack power of 1750 points. I can't kill you in seconds? Koyama Kinta is still fantasizing. But Nafeng has already turned his gun. Hiding behind a tree? Watch me carry the man and the tree away. The Gatling gun fired 10 magic bullets per second, blasting a big hole in the big tree in less than 5 seconds. As for Koyama Kinta, who was hiding behind the tree, he was also beaten into a sieve. Nafeng kept turning the gun head and fired continuously, destroying bunkers one after another. The chosen ones of Sakura Kingdom suffered heavy casualties. 10 seconds, 20 seconds, 30 seconds. Gatling started to get red temperature, and the barrel of the gun started to get red and hot. Come on. Just over 30 people were killed in this wave. Don't hide. Look at me directly. You bastard. If these were 200 ferocious beasts, Nafeng would have probably killed them all by now. But unfortunately, there are people on the other side. Although the chosen ones of Sakura Kingdom are somewhat unsmart, they are not fools after all. And they will also avoid the edge for a while. This endgame is not bad enough. Nafeng sighed and stopped attacking. As soon as the gunfire stopped, the chosen one of Sakura Kingdom suddenly became excited. There are no bullets in his gun. Everyone rush. Fight back. Launch a counterattack. Damn it! A large number of the chosen ones hiding behind the bunker came out. Nafeng looked slightly panicked, and kept retreating while carrying Gatling. He accidentally tripped over a stone, and sat down on the ground. This scene greatly increased the confidence of everyone in District 39. Nafeng has really run out of ammunition and food. Kill! Revenge for the brothers. The cry of killing rang out again, and the chosen ones in Area 39 once again launched a charge against Nafeng. Xiao Luo stood on a 20-meter high tree, looking down with a solemn expression, preparing to jump down to support Nafeng. But Nafeng suddenly showed a bad smile, and Gatling's barrel spun again. Hey! Unexpectedly, I haven't finished shooting yet. Nafeng sat on the ground, lifted Gatling again, and pointed the barrel of the gun at the charging chosen one. Nafeng only attacked for 30 seconds just now. Gatling has not yet completely entered the red temperature state, so he can continue to attack. Duh. The tongues of fire spurted out again, and everyone in Area 39 looked horrified. Run! He is cheating! What a bitch! How could such a bitch exist? Everyone in Area 39 wanted to escape, but there were so many people who rushed out just now. Now they are all piled together, unable to move at all. Pure living target. In this round of strafing, Nafeng smashed more than 30 enemies into rubble, but they didn't sit still and wait for death. The long-range chosen ones hiding behind found the right opportunity to counterattack. Whoosh! Magic arrows flew towards Nafeng one after another, and pierced into Nafeng's body. -68. -43. -44. A series of double-digit injuries jumped out, and everyone in Sakura Country felt as if they had eaten shit. Why is he so hard? Nafeng glanced at the ring of quartz in his hand and sneered. Nan, have more than 1,300 defenses. Do you think it's a joke? But there were too many arrows coming, and Nafeng's health dropped quickly. One of the arrows almost hit Nafeng's eye, startling him. But fortunately, there was no danger. The second 30 seconds ends quickly. Under Gatling's baptism, this path has become a river of blood, with flesh foam flying everywhere. However, the Gatling in Nafeng's hands was completely red and warm, and could no longer attack. Quickly switching out the Desert Eagle, Nafeng rolled around and hid behind a tree. Finished? Is he out of bullets? Who shows up to take a look? It's up to you to see for yourself. I'm not stupid. Although the gunfire stopped, everyone in Sakura Country still hid behind the bunker, and did not dare to move. Who knows if Nafeng is cheating again? If you rush out and are faced with a barrage of magic bullets, who can withstand it? Roar! Roar! The violent gunshots and the pungent smell of blood attracted the ferocious beasts from a distance. However, here are some level 8 and 9 ferocious beasts, which do not pose much of a threat to everyone. Under the tree, Nafeng ate a piece of barbecue and waved to Xiao Luo. Xiao Luo saw this, and slowly slid down, holding the tree trunk. Xiao Luo whispered, "What should I say? Nafeng, I overestimate myself. It is really not easy to kill all these 200 people. Gatling's 1-minute sweep could only kill 70 or 80 chosen ones at most. There are still more than 100 people on the opposite side, and they still have a huge advantage. Xiao Luo, then let's withdraw first. It will be miserable if he is delayed later. Nafeng, that's what I meant. Let's go down the mountain in the other direction." While everyone in the Sakura Kingdom was still hiding behind the bunker, Nanfeng and Xiao Luo decisively chose to retreat. Idiot! What are you all doing hiding here? The sound of Sakura's sword suddenly came from a distance. Under the moonlight, Nanfeng turned around and met Sakura's sword's eyes. Almost at this moment, Nanfeng's explosive flame bomb came out of his hand. Cut! Sakura's sword reaction was also very fast. She raised her katana and slashed through the air. Slash through the air. Nanfeng had learned this move of Sakura Iken in the cross-regional challenge, and it was extremely terrifying. Above Nanfeng's head, an illusory huge samurai sword suddenly appeared. Crystal shield. Nanfeng activated his life-saving skills, and a shield full of flowing colors enveloped Nanfeng. Sakura's sword looked ferocious, and she didn't block Nanfeng's explosive flame bomb, but slashed the katana down hard. This is my strongest sword. Go to H.L. Click. The shadow of the samurai sword above Nanfeng's head was slashed in the air, and the sword broke through the crystal shield with one stroke, and landed on Nanfeng's shoulder. Minus 536. Ah? That's it? That's it? Chapter 118 Kill Sakura with one sword. Level 5 Village. Compared with Mike in District 8, Sakura Ichikan is simply weak. Even without the damage reduction of Crystal Shield, his sword can only cause 1000 plus damage. Only 1000 plus damage. Who are you looking down on here? Nanfeng can withstand 2 more swords. At the same time, Nanfeng's explosive flame bomb also hit Sakura Ichikan's chest. There was a loud bang, and Sakura was knocked back several steps by the blow of her sword. But with the blessing of immortal armor, this shot failed to kill Sakura with one sword. Ahem. Sakura Ijin ignored her injuries and raised her head to look at Nanfeng. But when he saw a number of more than 500 pop up, he was stunned. Why is he so meaty? Why is he so meaty? Sakura's sword roared in her heart. If Eye of Insight hadn't been ineffective against the Chosen One, Sakura Iken would have really wanted to use Eye of Insight to expose Nanfeng's entire body. But there was no time to think about this now. When Nanfeng raised his hand again, Sakura used Shuinpa with her sword, turning into an afterimage and hiding behind the big tree next to her. Miwa Shindo, give me more blood. This is the advantage of carrying a nanny with you. As long as you are not killed instantly, your blood volume can be slowly restored. Shindo Miwa waved the wild grass in her hand and drew a circle in the air. A light green light appeared on Sakura Ichikan's body, and his health value was rising rapidly. Sure enough, if you have breasts, you are a mother, so you are considered awesome. Nanfeng stopped entangled with Inghua Yijian, turned around and ran away. Xiao Luo ran in the other direction. At this time, the Chosen One of Sakura Kingdom did not know that there was someone like Xiao Luo on the battlefield. The better Xiao Luo is hidden now, the more unexpected effects he can have. Don't let him get away. Chase me. Seeing Nanfeng running away, Inghua Yijian looked gloomy and directed the remaining people to catch up. But the corpses on the ground on this path are silently telling the horror of the south wind. The Chosen One of Sakura Kingdom hesitated. They don't dare to chase. Idiot! If you don't kill him today, he will come and kill you tomorrow. Sakura yelled angrily. Do you still expect him to let you go? Stop dreaming. Chase them all. When everyone thought about it, it seemed that this was really the case. The Dragon Kingdom and the Sakura Kingdom were already feuding, and there was no possibility of reconciliation. In addition, they will mobilize their entire army tonight to attack Area 527, and the hatred between the two sides will become even greater. That Nanfeng didn't look like a soft-hearted person. He fired with machine guns, killing dozens of people without even blinking. Do you expect this kind of people to let them go? The Chosen One of Sakura Country didn't believe it. Sakura Iken-sama is right. Nanfeng will not let us go. Instead of waiting for him to come, we might as well take the initiative. That's right. He was hit by Sakura Ituken-sama's strongest sword just now. He must be severely disabled at this time. This opportunity is not to be missed. Brothers, rush. Everyone regained their confidence after talking to each other, and chased in the direction where Nanfeng left, howling and screaming. Sakura Ijian looked at the backs of everyone, with a hint of desolation in her eyes. Until this time, Inghua Yijian finally realized how stupid his decision to raid Area 527 tonight was. Nanfeng's strength is too terrifying. He can destroy Area 39 by himself. Yijian sang. Why don't you chase me? As Sakura Iken's exclusive Nani, Shindo Miwa has always been by his side. Sakura took inside and looked at Miwa Shindo with soft eyes. Miwa-chan. Let's go. Leave here, and go back to Area 39. Shindo Miwa was a little surprised and didn't understand why Sakura Iken said such words. Iken-san. Nafong is too strong. I am no match for him. Sakura Iken looked down at the katana in her hand, not knowing what she was thinking. Tonight, I will die here. Well, then you come with me. We won't fight. Let's go home. Shindo-me looked at Sakura Iken at a loss. Sakura Iken shook her head slightly. It's useless. His target is me. Even if I escape tonight, Nafong will go to Area 39 to hunt me down. Then, Miwa Shindo wanted to say something more, but was interrupted by Sakura's sword. Miwa-chan, listen to me. Inghua Ijian looked serious. Leave here and live with our last hope in Area 39. I know you. You are a very capable person. If you have the chance, please avenge me. Please. Sakura bowed deeply to Miwa Shindo with a sword, and then chased Nafong without looking back. Miwa Shindo covered her mouth, trembling all over, tears welling up in her eyes, trying not to cry. After a long time, she dragged her tired body slowly down the mountain, preparing to return to Area 39. After today, she may be the last survivor of Area 39. On the other side, he deliberately ran and stopped to prevent the pursuers behind him from falling behind. When the chosen ones of Sakura Kingdom catch up, Nafong will turn around and give them a shot, blowing up a few dog heads, and then continue running for his life. They said they were running for their lives, but in fact it was Nafong who was walking them. The difference in agility between the two sides was too big, and the chosen one of Sakura Kingdom simply couldn't catch up with Nafong. Except Sakura Ichiken. A figure suddenly appeared out of the south wind. It was Sakura Ichigen. Look at the sword. 5 minutes ago, Sakura Ichigen predicted Nanfeng's escape route in advance, and actually made a big circle and blocked Nanfeng's path. At this time, an afterimage flashed in front of Nanfeng's eyes. Sakura brandished a rusty katana and slashed Nanfeng's waist with a horizontal slash. Just waiting for you. Nanfeng sneered, with Xiao Luo secretly watching. How could Nanfeng not know that Inghua Ijian was here? Nanfeng ran this way on purpose. Sakura slashed Nanfeng's waist with her sword, causing only 788 points of damage. He was about to add another blow, but suddenly his eyes widened, and he looked at Nanfeng's hands in horror. 2 grenades, 1 in each hand. Nanfeng chuckled. Are you afraid of human-shaped self-propelled bombs? Boom! Boom! The grenade that had already pulled the tab exploded. At the last moment, Sakura used the skill, parry, and raised her katana in front of her. She blocked most of the damage and survived. But he was no different from dead. His whole body was covered in blood and flesh. His internal organs were exploded by the shock wave, and his health points were dropping crazily. At this rate of bleeding, even if a priest is there, he may not be able to be saved. Nafeng, I won't let you go even if I'm a ghost. Sakura Ijian stared at Nafeng fiercely. I won't be afraid of you even if you become a ghost. Nafeng took out the Desert Eagle and put it on Sakura Ichiken's forehead. Boom! Gunfire rang out. The strongest chosen one in District 39, Sakura, died with 1 sword strike. Ding! You killed the village leader of Nankai Road Village, Sakura Iken. And your Nankai Village was upgraded to level 5. Server-wide announcement. The chosen one Nanfeng's village, Nansuan, has been upgraded to level 5. The territorial battle will start in 8 hours. All major villages please be prepared. The server-wide announcement rang 3 times in a row. Nafeng didn't pay any attention to it. Quickly pulled off the equipment on Sakura Ijian's body and left here. After more than 10 seconds, the other chosen ones from Sakura Kingdom caught up. When they saw Inghua Ijian's body, they felt as if they were struck by lightning and stood there blankly. Sakura Iken-sama is dead. Was he even killed by the south wind? So what should we do? How about, let's run? Everyone looked at each other and saw fear in the eyes of others. They no longer hesitated, turned around and wanted to leave. But a short knife appeared from the void and instantly wiped out the neck of a chosen one. At the same time, the roar of sniper rifles sounded in the distance. A magic bullet penetrated the heads of 3 chosen ones in succession. And it was extremely powerful. It's time to fight back. Don't want. Do not kill me. I surrender. I surrender too. Please let me go. Several of the chosen ones from Sakura Kingdom knew that the situation was over and immediately knelt down and surrendered. Soon, more and more chosen ones were kneeling on the ground, begging Nafeng and Xiao Luo to let them go. Let you go? Back then. Did you let go of those who surrendered? Xiao Luo's figure slowly appeared. His expression cold. To be kind to your enemies is to be cruel to your own people. Tonight, no one will be left behind. Knife energy. Xiao Luo's short sword was full of energy, and he cut it down with one strike. At the same time, the gunfire has arrived. Chapter 119 Battle for Territory. The sword energy was everywhere, and the gunshots were roaring. Xiao Luo dances in the crowd, taking away one life every 3 knives on average. The chosen ones in Area 39 stood up to resist. But every time they were about to attack Xiao Luo, a magic bullet would come and hit his forehead accurately. Terrifying marksmanship. With Nan Feng holding a gun in the distance, Xiao Luo had no worries. And even the short sword left an afterimage. Terrible. The strength of these two people is terrifying. Run. We are no match for them. If we run separately, we still have a glimmer of hope. The chosen ones in Area 39 were frightened and did not dare to continue to resist. The remaining dozens of people fled in all directions and soon disappeared into the mountains and forests. Xiao Luo and Na Feng killed a few more slow runners, but the others couldn't continue the pursuit. Na Feng put away the M24 and walked slowly toward Xiao Luo. Not bad. This wave directly destroyed Area 39. The remaining little Kaoami can't make any trouble. I notified Su Zuran half an hour ago and asked him to bring someone over. They should be here soon. Xiao Luo wiped the blood off the dagger with an expressionless expression and said in a low voice, to cut grass, you must remove the root, so as not to leave any hidden dangers. Nan Feng nodded. That's the truth. There is no need to be sympathetic towards the people of Sakura country. Vomit. Xiao Luo suddenly retched, squatting on the ground and vomiting wildly. Nan Feng was a little surprised and walked over and patted his back. Isn't that right, brother? Haven't you killed someone before? Why did you vomit? Xiao Luo took 2 deep breaths and whispered, there were a lot of kills this time. It was a bit bloody, and it was a bit unbearable for a while. It's okay. I'll be fine in a while. Nan Feng nodded. It will be a little uncomfortable at first, but if you kill a few more, it will be no problem. Na Feng killed at least 100 people tonight, but he didn't feel any psychological burden at all. He even felt that he didn't kill enough. The pleasure of controlling the life and death of others is fascinating. Killing is really addictive. I understand that if you want to live longer in this world, you must learn to kill more ruthlessly than others. Xiao Luo stood up, looked at the moon in the sky, and murmured, I just hope we don't lose our true intentions and become zombie-like existences. Su Zuran led more than 200 people to the vicinity of the Crow Valley camp and began to search for the escaped chosen ones from District 39. Na Feng did not participate in the subsequent battle because of Xiao Luo's reaction just now. Na Feng wanted others to see blood and experience the feeling of killing for themselves. There are many chosen ones in District 527 who have never killed anyone with their own hands. No one can be protected by the south wind for a lifetime. They must grow up. There may be brothers who are killed by the chosen ones from District 39 today, but Na Feng is not prepared to take care of them. After all, this world is so cruel. Na Feng and Xiao Luo returned to their new camp, Nancheng. Outside the cabin, Yuran stood there with a smile on his face. Brother Na Feng, are you back? Na Feng nodded and said a little tiredly, why didn't you follow Su Zuran and the others to hunt down the chosen one of Sakura Kingdom? Yuran, I just heard the system announcement that a territorial battle was about to start. I was thinking that people from other war zones might come to seize the territory, so I asked some brothers to stay and guard the camp. Su Zuran only took more than 200 people away, and there were still dozens of people left to guard the camp. Na Feng glanced at the information on his panel and said, at that time, the system said that the territorial battle would start in 8 hours. Calculating the time, it was about 12 o'clock today. It's still early. Everyone should go to rest first. Bar. After Na Feng killed Sakura Ichikan, Nansuan rose to level 5, triggering the territorial battle event. But Na Feng still doesn't know what the territorial battle is about. The system does not give a detailed explanation. It can only be inferred from the name that it should be a battle for territory. Yuran saw that Na Feng looked a little tired and Xiao Luo looked pale. Knowing that they were already very tired, Yuran said quickly, you two go and have a rest. I will keep watch tonight, so you don't have to worry at all. Look, what a considerate sister, and not clingy at all. Na Feng and Xiao Luo nodded and went back to their rooms to rest. I only slept for less than 2 hours this time. At 6 o'clock in the morning, Nanfeng opened his eyes and slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air. There are still 17 days left before the large beast tide comes. There was some noise outside the camp. It was because the brothers who went to hunt down Area 39 had returned. Nanfeng walked out of the cabin and saw Huang Yuanming showing off his meat. Buddy, how was the battle last night? Huang Yuanming turned around. It's not bad. We found more than 20 little cherry blossoms and killed them all. The rest probably ran back. Nanfeng, yes. Are there any casualties among the brothers? Huang Yuanming, who do you look down on? We have more than 200 people chasing more than 20 people. How can we still kill people? However, quite a few brothers were injured. Nanfeng, as long as no one died. Injuries are just a minor matter. In this world, as long as the health value does not drop to 0. No matter how serious the injury is, you can recover. Nanfeng suspected that in the later stages, when the health value reaches hundreds of millions or even tens of billions, even if there is only one head left, he can still be reborn. While the two were chatting, the nanny Suihan came over in a hurry. So big, Suihan said softly. Nanfeng, take a look at the cross-region chat channel. Cross-region chat channel? Hearing this, Nanfeng opened the panel and looked at the chat history, and found that the various war zones were talking about the territorial war. Martin, who can tell me how to upgrade the village? Why is Nanfeng's Nansuan already at level 5? But I'm still at level 1. Kim Hyun-wook, I don't know. Village upgrade conditions. Says that the conditions for upgrading are unknown. I have tried various methods, but cannot upgrade. Amelia, Nanfeng must know the conditions for upgrading the village. But he didn't even tell us. Judge Shin, who are you upstairs? Why should I tell you? Miwa Shindo, everyone. I have already guessed the conditions for upgrading the village. Edward, oh? Then tell me. Shindo Miwa, last night, Nanfeng killed Sakura Ikan-sama, and then his village was upgraded to level 5. I guess the condition for upgrading a village is to kill the village chiefs of other villages. Amelia, what? Sakura was killed by Nanfeng with a sword? Yongi Daisuke, Baga. These damn dragon country people. Jin Xianxiu, according to you, Nanfeng's village is now at level 5. Which means he has killed 4 village chiefs. Benoit, Alex in our war zone died at the hands of Nanfeng. Pete, and Mike from our war zone. Amelia, there are only 3 of them, including Alex, Mike, and Sakura Ichikan. Which other district's village chief was killed by Nanfeng? Kim Hyun-wook, everyone. The Dragon Kingdom war zone is so arrogant. I think it is necessary for everyone to unite and give them a hard blow. Nanfeng raised his eyebrows when he saw this. This Kim Hyun-wook actually instigated other war zones to attack the Dragon Kingdom war zone. Tired of living, right? Nanfeng, Z once said that you can eat food indiscriminately, but you can't talk indiscriminately. Jin Xianxiu, please pay attention to what you say, or I will go over and beat you up. Kim Hyun-wook, huh? Percent. Please don't use his famous sayings casually. You are not worthy. Nanfeng, Shibaroma, where is your home? Send me the coordinates, and I will come over and kill you right now. Chapter 120 Immortal Suit Upgrade. As soon as he heard that Nanfeng was going to teleport over, Jin Xianxiu immediately became scared and didn't dare to speak for a long time. He is not a fool. Nanfeng can kill Mike in District 8, Alex in District 25, and Sakura Yashikan in District 39. So why can't he be killed? Nanfeng waited for a long time, but didn't get Jin Xianxiu's answer, and couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. This little pickle doesn't have the ability to point farts, but he only knows how to brag. There will be a territory battle at noon, and it will probably be a fierce battle. So I will let him go for now. With a inter-region pass in hand, Nanfeng can go for a walk in District 78 at any time, and there is no rush at this moment. Nanfeng now needs to improve his strength and prepare for the upcoming territorial battle. The level will reach level 14 soon, and you should be able to upgrade before noon. The village was upgraded to level 5 last night, and now the number of villagers has been increased to 250. Let the brothers join the village first. I also have all the materials to upgrade my immortal suit. After killing Sakura with 1 sword last night, Nanfeng obtained another immortal armor and an immortal leggings, plus 500 pieces of immortal snake scales. His immortal 2-piece set is finally ready for an upgrade. If Nanfeng hadn't been too tired last night and had most of his attention attracted by Xiao Luo's words, he would have upgraded his immortal suit last night. I wonder what the properties will be like after upgrading. Nanfeng was excited and upgraded directly. Dragon armor. Dragon armor. Dragon leggings. Dragon leggings. With this upgrade, the Immortal 2-piece set directly becomes the Dragon 2-piece set. And the grade is also upgraded from E-level superior to C-level peak. It was directly upgraded by 2 levels, which is simply exaggerated. What's even more exaggerated is the attributes of the 2-piece dragon set, all attributes plus 75. The 2 pieces of equipment combined are equivalent to plus 150 in all attributes. Moreover, the 2 pieces combined have a set effect, which can restore 30 points of health and magic points every minute. This is equivalent to half a mobile cabin. Mom will no longer have to worry about upgrading when she goes out. Supermodel. These 2 pieces of equipment are so supermodel. But considering that the upgrade of these 2 pieces of equipment was extremely difficult, and at least 2 village chiefs had to be killed before they could transform into the dragon suit, Nanfeng thought it was normal. Every village chief is the most powerful chosen one in their respective war zones, and they cannot be killed just because they want. Especially after today. Everyone knows that killing the village chief can improve the level of their village. The village chiefs in various war zones will definitely become obscene, and will not show up easily. It is even more difficult to continue killing other village chiefs. After upgrading the equipment, Nanfeng glanced at his panel, and took a breath of air. It's too strong. The 4-dimensional attributes are simply ridiculously high. However, Nanfeng ate up most of the resources in Area 527, and also went to other war zones to steal mini-boss, and gained a lot of attribute points. With so many resources poured into it, Nanfeng's attributes are not high enough to be a ghost. After being a little excited for a while, Nanfeng did not forget the business. He came to the center of the camp, and pulled 50 brothers into the village at an extremely fast speed. Now there are 250 villagers in Nansuan, and it is getting stronger and stronger. After the village reaches level 5, for every 100 contribution points the villagers have, they can get the effect of +1 to all attributes, up to a maximum of 50 points. Nanfeng shouted at the top of his lungs, "Brothers who have just entered Nansuan, please quickly donate some materials to the warehouse, and increase your contribution points to more than 5,000. In this way, you can get the effect of +50 for all attributes. Free attribute points. Don't waste it. There are also a lot of equipment and materials in the village warehouse, and brothers in need can exchange them for themselves. Everyone, seize the time to improve your strength." Nanfeng explained a few words, turned around and left the camp. He had to reach level 14 before noon. At the same time, the original world Area 1. Edward looked at the messages in the cross-region chat channel and fell into deep thought. It turns out that killing the village chiefs of other villages can improve the level of the village. Lady Catherine, who has devoted herself entirely to improving her level, may not be aware of this news. No. I want to tell her this information and ask her to kill a few village chiefs to improve the level of our village. It would be best to kill the Dragon Kingdom man named Nanfeng. Thinking of this, Edward immediately sent a message to Catherine Wiener and told her the news. He also smeared Nanfeng with added fuel and jealousy, implying that Catherine Wiener made Nanfeng the first target to kill. There is only one person in Catherine Wiener's friend list, and that is Edward. So what Edward said can have an effect to a certain extent. Half an hour later, Catherine Wiener replied, "Oh, I understand. New? Is this gone?" Edward was a little confused as to what Catherine meant. After thinking about it, he sent another message. "So, Miss Catherine, when are you going to go to Area 527? Catherine Wiener did not answer. She was concentrating on hunting ferocious beasts to increase her level. As the last sword was slashed out, another ferocious beast fell at her feet. System announcements rang in Catherine's ears. She is level 15. Taking 2 deep breaths, Catherine Wiener did not choose to rest, but continued to move forward, preparing to sprint to level 16. She spends more than 10 hours every day hunting ferocious beasts. She doesn't chat, hang out with others, or scheming with the chosen ones in other war zones. She only thinks about improving her strength. The first person on the level list in District 1. She lives up to her name. 11:30 a.m. Area 527 of the original world. Nanfeng set up the M24 and pushed it all the way. Pigs were killed when pigs were blocked, and cattle were killed when cows were blocked. Under such crazy killing, Nanfeng's experience value increased rapidly, and it soon reached level 14. The efficiency is not bad. Nanfeng conveniently added the 5 points of free attributes he had just obtained to his strength, then turned around and walked towards the camp. It's half an hour until 12 noon. and the territorial battle is about to begin. Nanfeng also had to go back and prepare first. At least you have to get your magic power back to full. Right? Back at the camp, Nanfeng found that the other chosen ones had also returned one after another. Judging from the name, territorial battle, this battle should not be a 1v1 duel, but a competition between villages. So Su Zuren called all the villagers in Nansuan back to prepare for this battle in the best condition. Su Zuren stood in the middle of the camp and shouted, "Villagers of Nansuan, come and gather here quickly." 123. Is there anyone who hasn't arrived? Why did I count 3 times, and there were still only 249? Nanfeng pondered. Did you not count yourself? Su Zuren's face was expressionless. Do you think I am a 2-armed person? Nanfeng, It doesn't look like it. Then there's someone missing from our village? Who hasn't come back yet? I know. Yuran raised her little hand cutely. It's Shinpan. He hasn't come back yet. Have you forgotten him? Nanfeng suddenly realized that he had really been forgotten. I don't know what happened yesterday, but that boy Shinpan suddenly ran to Area 48 and didn't come back all night. It's almost 12 noon now. He should be back, right? Everyone looked at each other and were suddenly stunned. Damn it. We moved last night without telling him. Crow's Hollow Campground. Shinpan looked at the ruins in front of him. Everyone was confused. Yalei? I just didn't come back for one night. And my house was demolished? There are dozens of cabins around him, all of which are still standing in place. Only his cabin has been demolished. What kind of bastard who could kill 1,000 swords did this? Chapter 121 Fighting for Territory. Open. The cabin was gone, and Shinpan wanted to cry, but had no tears. At this moment, Wang Yuanming sent a message, "Brother, we moved last night. The new camp is at the coordinates 2113. 1899, come quickly." Judge Shin, Omi cabin is gone. Who demolished it? Wang Yuanming, it must be Sakura Ikijian. He brought more than 200 people to attack your cabin last night. He has absolutely no martial ethics. Grass. Shinfan scolded Hua Yijian in his heart, and then walked angrily to the new camp. It's a bit far away. I can't get back before 12 o'clock. Shinpan glanced at the time. It was already 11:59. Call out. A minute later, a silver-white teleportation array appeared under Shinpan's feet, and he disappeared instantly. Ding! The battle for territory officially begins and lasts for 8 hours. The levels of the territory are divided into S level and D level. Kill the guardian beasts in each territory and successfully occupy the territory for 60 minutes. Which means the occupation is successful. Territory battle. During the battle, the health of the chosen ones will return to 0, and they will be teleported back to their respective battle zones without dying. Notice, the dangers you have to face are not only ferocious beasts, but also the chosen ones from other war zones. Wish y'all good luck. Shinpan took a look at the message sent by the Creation God system, and got the most useful information from it. No one will die during the territorial battle. Then I can rest assured. Shinpan looked around and found that the terrain here was extremely complex. He was in a plain area, with an extremely dense forest to the north. A little further away, he seemed to be able to see snow-capped mountains. Looking to the east, the sea can be vaguely seen at the end of the field of vision. As for the south, there are large tracts of swamps, and smoking volcanoes can be seen in the distance. Mountains rise up in the west, with several peaks towering into the clouds and majestic. Is this some small world? It feels a bit small, with all kinds of terrain piled together. After observing the surrounding environment, Shinpan opened the panel and wanted to see if he could contact Nanfeng and the others. Fortunately, chat channel is still available. Judge Shin, ladies, where are you? Is everyone spread out? Nanfeng, we are all together, but you are the farthest away from us, and you are not gregarious at all. Su Zuren, it seems that those who were originally together will still be together after being teleported. Wang Yuanming, Judge Shin, we are at the coordinates. Come quickly. There are 249 brothers here. Safe yuppies? Upon hearing this, Judge Shin quickly ran towards the coordinates. After jogging for more than 10 minutes, Shinpan suddenly found a group of people in front of him, rushing forward in a hurry. They look like they are from Sakura country. Judge Shin quickly recognized the leader of the other party, Daisuke Yongji from District 93. Why are they in such a hurry? Could it be that they found S-level territory? Along the way, Shinpian passed by 3 D-level territories and 1 C-level territory. which shows that there are quite a lot of territories in this small world. For Area 93 to be in such a hurry and march in such a hurry, it only means that they have discovered a high-level territory. At least it's B grade or above. Shinpan lowered his head and thought for a moment, and then decisively decided to follow. Anyway, people don't die in this world, so it's okay to wander a little. The other side. Nefeng and others teleported to a basin. There were not many plants around, and the view was very wide. Suzerain, I just confirmed that only the chosen ones who join the village will be teleported. Then don't we have a huge advantage? Nefeng glanced at the more than 200 brothers around him, and his eyes lit up. The villages in other war zones were only at level 1, and could only teleport 50 people. We can each support 5. Wu Yuan ran. Not only that, we have many war zones in the Dragon Kingdom. When the time comes, we can consider forming an alliance to occupy all the S-level territories. Suzerain, you must be careful when forming an alliance. Although we are all compatriots in the Dragon Kingdom, we are not in the same war zone after all. We still need to be careful to avoid being stabbed in the back. Everyone nodded and agreed with Suzerain's statement. Knowing people, knowing faces, but not knowing hearts. It is right to be careful. Nefeng jumped on a boulder, took out a 4x lens, and looked into the distance. There are many ferocious beasts gathered together over there. It is probably a territory. Do we want to kill them? As soon as he heard that there was a ferocious beast, Xiao Luo immediately became excited. Let's go. Let's go. What are you talking about here? Come after me. Xiao Luo rushed out waving his short knife, and the other brothers quickly followed. The group of people killed him in a mighty manner, just like bandits entering the village. Soon everyone discovered the ferocious beast, and at the same time, the notification sound from the creation god system came over. Ding! You have entered the sea-level territory area. Is it just a sea-level territory? Too much. With so many of us, we have to occupy an A-level territory. Brothers, the situation is open. We want S-level territory. It is a small sea-level territory that cannot attract everyone's attention, and everyone is a little uninterested. However, Xiao Luo was very excited. He rushed forward and chopped down the 2 ferocious beasts with a single stride. But soon, his face dropped. Hey, hunting ferocious beasts here doesn't gain experience. Without even experience, everyone no longer even had the desire to hunt these ferocious beasts. Roar! Roar! Among the ferocious beasts, a level 12 boss roared repeatedly. It seems that he is very dissatisfied with the reaction of Xiao Luo and others. Boom! Nefeng shot the boss in the head with one shot, killing the boss instantly. The boss fell to the ground without even letting out a scream, and a huge flag exploded. Level C territory battle flag. Raise the territorial battle flag to start the timer and occupy the territory. If villagers from other war zones enter the territory, the timer will stop. If you occupy it for a total of 60 minutes, you can successfully occupy it. Nefeng glanced at the introduction of territorial battle flag and nodded clearly. It turns out that the process of occupying territory is like this. It is similar to the side-type game I played in Blue Star before. It is simple. We don't want this sea-level territory. Let's go find S-level territory. Look at the snow-capped mountains in the north. I wonder if there is an S-level territory there. There are also volcanoes in the south. While everyone was still discussing which direction to go, Shinpan sent another message to the group. Judge Shin, brothers, come quickly. District 93 of Sakura Country is fighting with District 113 of our Dragon Country. The coordinates are at. Everyone was refreshed. How long had it been teleported before they started fighting? And it's still in the war zone with Sakura Country. Nefeng opened the map and took a look and found that it was not far from the coordinates set by Shinpan. At most 20 minutes away. Nefeng waved his hand. Let's go and have a fight with Sakura Country first. Move your muscles. Huang Yuanming, beat the one who steps on the horse. Brothers, rush. Wu Yuan ran. Let me speed you up the arrow of wind element. Wu Yuan shot a magic arrow containing the wind element, forming a wind path in front. Everyone stepped onto the path of the wind and rode the wind at very fast speeds. Chapter 122, Palace Jade Wine. I want to behead. Territory battle, small world. In the woods, Supervisor Shin was lying in the pile of fallen leaves, secretly revealing his 2 small eyes. 50 meters directly in front of him, Area 113 and Area 93 were facing off. The bearded Daisuke Nagakichi said in a deep voice, "We discovered this A-level territory first. You bunch of trash from the Dragon Kingdom should know better, and get out of here. Otherwise, Don't blame me for being ruthless. Rubbish? In Area 113. Yi Piaoling, who had a baby face, tilted his head and looked at Yongji Daisuke with blank eyes, slapping his lips. Snapped. With a crisp sound, Yongji Daisuke raised his hand and gave himself a big hand. Yongji Daisuke was stunned for several seconds before he came back to his senses. What the L kind of skill is this? Just slap your mouth when you say slap your mouth? It's so bug. Behind Daisuke Nagakichi, a chosen one came to his ear and said, Daisuke-kun. Look at her hands. In hand? Yongji Daisuke heard this and looked over, only to see Yi Pialing's hands holding a half-human high doll, with the 4 words Yongji Daisuke written on the doll's forehead. Curse? Lower your head? Witchcraft? Is this doll her natal magic weapon? Nagakichi Daisuke's face changed slightly. This kind of mysterious and strange thing always triggers fear deep in the human heart. Yi Pialing smiled slightly, grabbed the doll's neck with one hand, and tried to twist it off. At the same time, Daisuke Nagakichi felt a huge force coming from his neck. Do it. Get started. Kill them. Daisuke Nagakichi no longer hesitated and directly commanded the chosen ones from District 93 behind him to attack. Kill. Everyone in Area 113 couldn't hold it any longer. At this time, they didn't need Yi Pialing to give orders. They just went out. The two sides didn't even say a few harsh words, and they started fighting. The chosen ones on both sides immediately started fighting. After only a few seconds, the life of the first chosen person was reduced to 0, and he was teleported back to his war zone. Good guys. Is this going to start a fight? The person I shake is still on the way. Shinpan, who was lying in the pile of fallen leaves, observed the situation and found that District 93 of Sakura Country had a slight advantage. The combat zone number of Area 93 is higher than that of Area 113, so it is normal for it to be stronger. Judge Shin gritted his teeth and rushed out to kill the chosen one of Sakura Kingdom. You won't die anyway. It'll be fine if you take a dip. Leopard attack. Shinpian activated his skill, and his whole body ejected like a cheetah, with afterimages appearing. Shinpian suddenly rushed out and instantly attracted the attention of most of the chosen ones from both sides. Judge Shin yelled, Gong Yi Liquor! I want to behead you. Palace Jade Wine? Everyone in District 113 immediately reacted. This is one of their own. He wants to behead him. Make a way for him. The chosen ones of the Dragon Kingdom immediately opened up their firepower, suppressing everyone in the Sakura Kingdom and opening a way for Shinpan. At this moment, there is no obstacle between Shinpan and Yongji Daisuke, and Yongji Daisuke was still controlled by Yi Pialing. And now, he is completely unable to move. Judge Shin pulled out his dagger and slashed directly at Daisuke Yongji's neck. 10,000 troops will take the heads of enemy generals from them. Yongji Daisuke's eyes froze. His body couldn't move. He couldn't dodge this blow. The chosen one of Sakura Kingdom wanted to rush over to protect Daisuke Nagakichi, but they were entangled by the chosen one of Dragon Kingdom desperately, and couldn't get away at all. At this moment, everyone's eyes were focused on it. Minus 188. The dagger drew a blood line on Yongji Daisuke's neck, and tiny drops of blood flowed out. Daisuke Yongji was stunned. Huh? Attack power so low? Judge Shin sneered. Low? I'll scratch you to death. Shadowless hand. The dagger in Judge Shin's hand swung out an afterimage, scraping back and forth on Yongji Daisuke's neck. Tiny blood marks appeared one after another, and the wound on Yongji Daisuke's neck became bigger and bigger. Healing technique. There were several priests standing behind Yongji Daisuke, who were quickly restoring his health. Drink. 1 slash. Finally, the chosen one from Sakura Kingdom came to support and slashed at Shinpan. Supervisor Shin moved flexibly to dodge without stopping, and kept scraping. Although the damage is not high, it is extremely insulting. Daisuke Yongji had an angry look on his face, attack that woman and interrupt her spell casting. The woman he was talking about was Yi Pialing. Meat bomb impact. Among the chosen ones of Sakura Country, there was a sumo-level wrestler weighing at least 300 kilograms, who charged at Yi Pialing. He ran like a human tank, and even the ground was shaking slightly. The chosen ones of the Dragon Kingdom wanted to stop him, but they were knocked away by him. Yi Pialing sighed, took a few steps back holding the doll, and easily avoided the collision of the sumo wrestlers. But as soon as she moved, Yongji Daisuke was no longer under control, and punched Shinpan with his backhand. Go to H.L. Nagakichi Daisuke's hands are covered with spiked gloves, which look very scary. However, Shinpan's agility value was too high, and Daisuke Nagakichi couldn't hit him at all. Judge Shin, who will control him again? I'm going to scratch him to death. Daisuke Nagakichi, Pastor, give me your breasts. Swish, swish, swish. 7 or 8 healing skills were released in a row, and Daisuke Nagakichi's health quickly recovered. Hum. There is not much difference between us, except that we have many priests. Yonji Daisuke sneered again and again. Want to kill me? Can you do it? Upon hearing this, Judge Shin turned around and killed the priest in the back row. If he can't kill you, Daisuke Nagakichi, can't he kill a few crispy priests? Upon seeing this, Yonji Daisuke rushed toward Shinpan with a ferocious smile. Want to kill my people? Are you worthy? Phantom Fist. The fists are like the wind, and the energy penetrates the rainbow. Shinpan couldn't dodge and was knocked over by a punch, rolling on the ground several times. Nagakichi Daisuke laughed, clenched his right fist, and punched out again. But Yi Piaoling grabbed the doll's right hand in time and controlled Yonji Daisuke. Daisuke Nagakichi turned around and said in a deep voice, Taro Komatsu, hang on to that woman. Clear. Kosatsu Taro, holding a long sword, rushed directly towards Yi Piaoling. At the same time, there were several chosen ones from the Sakura Kingdom who got rid of the entanglement of the chosen ones from the Dragon Kingdom and also killed Yi Piaoling. In an instant, Yi Piaoling was surrounded by 7 or 8 chosen ones from the Sakura Kingdom. But she didn't panic at all. Instead, she showed a smile. An extremely scary smile. Her mouth became wider and wider, and her smile split from the corner of her mouth to the base of her ears. It was very scary. The hearts of everyone in Sakura Kingdom stopped for a beat, and a fantasy like howling ghosts and wolves appeared before their eyes. Suicide? Yi Piaoling spoke coldly, and everyone in the Sakura Kingdom raised their weapons, preparing to strike at him. Stop! Suddenly there was a call to stop in the distance. A magic arrow shot out quickly and pierced Yi Piaoling's shoulder. Yi Piaoling snorted and took a few steps back, unable to maintain the weird smile on his face. Who is it? Everyone turned around and saw that the person coming was actually Kim Hyun-wook from District 78. No, it's not just Kim Hyun-wook, but also Charles in District 82, Martin in District 162, and Sonny in District 502. 4 war zones came in one go. The face of the chosen one from the Dragon Kingdom changed drastically. Chapter 123. A group of children in Nansuan bullied me because I am old and weak. Kim Hyun-wook brought the other 3 war zones to support the Sakura Kingdom. Yonji Daisuke laughed loudly. Brother Jin, you are finally here. Jin Xianchu also smiled. As soon as I received your news, I immediately brought people over and found a few helpers along the way. Judge Shin frowned slightly and thought to himself, how did they get in touch when they were not from the same war zone? In this small world, both chat channel and cross-region chat channel are available. But Shinpan didn't see them communicating in the cross-region chat channel. Judge Shin can't find the answer to this question yet. Soon, Jin Xianchu and other 200 chosen ones surrounded everyone in District 113. Jin Xianchu sneered, Humph. Dragon Kingdom War Zone? Aren't you very arrogant? Show me another arrogant one. Supervisor Shin secretly opened the panel and took a look at the chat channel. His confidence suddenly increased, and he raised his middle finger to Kim Hyun-wook. You little pickle. Just pull it. Come on. Come over and chop me to death. If I blink my eyes, I'll lose. Jin Xianchu's face turned cold. Humph. Then you go first. Boom. Before Jin Xianchu could finish his words, a magic bullet pierced his heart. Ding. You have been killed by Nansuan, Natfeng, and are about to return to Area 78. Listening to the emotionless electronic synthesized sound in his ears, Kim Hyun-wook was stunned. Got killed. Was he shot instantly by Natfeng? He was killed instantly before even seeing Nanfeng's face. He looked unwillingly towards the direction where the gunfire came from, and could vaguely see Natfeng standing on the hillside waving to him. Jin Xianchu wanted to say something more, but a silver-white teleportation array lit up under his feet, teleporting him back to Area 78. Gunshots? It's the south wind. It's Area 527. Our helper has arrived too. Everyone in District 113 looked at each other with excitement in their eyes. People in other war zones were a little panicked. Daisuke Nagakichi quickly spoke to control the situation. Don't panic. Everyone. We have 5 war zones here with nearly 300 people. So what if Area 527 is coming? Let's fight them too. When everyone heard it. It seems to make sense. They have a total of 5 war zones. Can they still defeat the 2 war zones of Dragon Kingdom? But at this moment, the army from District 527 came out from behind the hillside in the distance. A total of 249 chosen ones. 1 war zone is worth 5 war zones. Nefeng shouted at the top of his lungs, "Brothers, rush for me." These little bastards dared to bully our compatriots. And their heads were smashed. Kill! Cut down the Sakura Kingdom first. Damn it. There are so many beauties in District 113? Brother, there's a war going on right now. Why don't you stay here and look at beautiful women? Everyone in Area 527 rushed over screaming. Yongi Daisuke's expression changed drastically. Why are there so many people in Area 527? Brothers, our reinforcements are coming. Join them in launching a counterattack. Kill! 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 The arrival of reinforcements from District 527 made the chosen ones in District 113 excited. This is reinforcements from the Dragon Kingdom. These are compatriots from the Dragon Kingdom. We in the Dragon Kingdom war zone are not alone. Shinpan was the first to react. He rushed towards the priest in the back row of Sakura Kingdom. Beauty. Help me control it. Yi Piaoling tilted his head and grinned. Okay. For a moment, the pastor in District 93 stood there shivering as if he had seen a ghost. Daisuke Nagakichi chased him with a gloomy expression. Have you asked me about the pastor who wants to kill me? Judson didn't even look back. You came here to chase me. Have you asked my brothers? Boom. A gunshot. Nagakichi Daisuke was shot in the back. He staggered forward and almost fell to the ground. Minus 3,431. Yongi Daisuke's face changed drastically. And Nonfeng shot knocked out 90% of his health. Almost killed instantly. Bagaya Road? Fight back. Fight back. Nagakichi Daisuke hid in the crowd and directed everyone to fight back. But Martin in Area 162 rolled his eyes. Turned around and ran away. Brothers, retreat with me. There is no need to accompany them to death. As soon as Martin ran away, Charles from Area 82 and Sibani from Area 502 looked at each other and ran away too. Only a fool would choose to fight against Area 527. That Nefeng is clearly a bastard. So give me a rip. Only the chosen ones in Area 78 were left, staying on the ground and looking at each other, neither running nor running. The village chief of District 78, Jin Xianxiu, has been sent back to his hometown in District 78 by Nefeng. At this time, he is incompetently furious in the chat channel. Kim Hyun-wook, everyone, listen to me. You guys should cooperate well with other war zones. You must kill Nefeng for me today. He na appa. Area 82. Area 162 and Area 502. They have escaped. Kim Hyun-wook, these 3 two-arm war zones in Sioba are really rubbish. Kim Hyun-wook, from now on, you follow Yongi Daisuke's command and kill all the chosen ones of the Dragon Kingdom. He not hesitated to speak, and finally sighed and turned off the panel. In just 10 seconds, the chosen ones from Area 527 were already approaching. He now waved her long sword and pointed it at the chosen one of the Dragon Kingdom. War begins. Kimchi Nation must win. Must win. Must win. Must win. With Ina's command, the chosen ones from District 78 no longer hesitated, picked up weapons, and went to kill. Directly opposite them, Xiao Luo was the first to charge. Xiao Luo swung his short sword, slashed out a sword energy, and roared, "Everyone is here. Come with me." Wu Yuansheng bent his bow and set an arrow. And lightning as thick as his thumb danced on the long bow, an arrow of thunder element. An arrow shot out. Lightning and thunder. There were more than a dozen chosen ones from Sakura Country and Kimchi Country, who were so shocked that they were numb and unable to move. Daisuke Nagakichi hid in the crowd and shouted at the top of his lungs, "Where are our control skills? Use it quickly. Keep it for the new year. Priest, hurry up and add blood. Let the brothers in the front row hold on. The long-range chosen ones are all attacked by me. Kill them all." Both sides fought hand to hand and used various attack methods. Su Ming slammed the big shield in his hand into the ground and shouted, "Stand behind me! You can always trust me." The large shield instantly expanded several times, becoming half virtual and half real, blocking most of the magic arrows fired by the enemy. In just a few seconds, there were a lot of casualties on both sides. Of course, Sakura Country and Kimchi Country suffered particularly heavy casualties. Boom! 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 Nefeng stood on the hillside in the distance, suppressing it with continuous firepower. This distance is already more than 200 meters. The opponent's chosen one cannot attack Na Feng at all, and can only be targeted as a living target. Ding! You have been killed by Nansuan, Na Feng and will return soon. Ding! You have been killed by Nansuan Xiao Luo. Ding! The number of Sakura Kimchi Coalition forces is getting smaller and smaller. And Daisuke Nagakichi's face is getting worse and worse. In this damn Area 527. Why are every chosen one so powerful? Is this really Area 527? Not Area 5.27? Boom! Another shot came. And Nagakichi Daisuke's left arm was shot through. Priest! Give me milk. Yongi Daijia looked ferocious and turned to look in the direction of the priest. But where are the priests? They were all cut up by Shinfan. Hateful. I will take away the two back offenders even if I die. Yongi Daisuke knew that he couldn't leave today. And with a fierce look on his face, he rushed toward Xiao Luo. You are the one who rushes to the front. Right. I beat you to death. Yongi Daisuke punched Xiao Luo. Xiao Luo reacted very quickly. Turned around and blocked it with his knife. Block. At the same time, Shinpan activated Leopard Attack and rushed over, stabbing Daisuke Nagakichi in the face with the dagger in his hand. Daisuke Yongi tilted his head and hid. But Judge Shin cut off most of the beard on his face. Judge Shin, uncle. How old are you, and why are you still here fighting and killing? Go home and farm now. Yongi Daisuke was furious. Baga. I hate people calling me old the most in my life. I'll beat you little brats to death today. In fact, Daisuke Nagayoshi is only 34 years old. He just looks older. Snapped. Snapped. Daisuke Yongi waved his fists vigorously, trying to kill Xiao Luo and Shinpan with heavy punches. But Xiao Luo directly activated the stealth skill and disappeared. Shinpan relied on his flexible body skills to avoid all Yongi Daisuke's attacks. Ah! Die! Yongi Daisuke's eyes were filled with bloodshot eyes. Shinfan laughed. I know you are in a hurry. But don't be anxious yet. Yongi Daisuke squeezed out a few words through his teeth. I'm so anxious. Xiao Luo suddenly appeared behind Yongi Daisuke and slashed his back with a knife. Boom! Nanfeng's bullet arrived as expected, hitting Daisuke Nagakichi right between the eyebrows. Ding! You have been killed by Nansuan, Na Feng, and are returning to Area 93. Yongi Daisuke gritted his teeth and knelt down on the ground. The next second, he was teleported back to Area 93. At this time, the cross-region chat channel had already exploded. The war zones already know that the Dragon Kingdom War Zone and Sakura Kimchi are at war, and are now waiting for the outcome of this battle. Huang Yuanming, latest battle report. District 93 Village Chief Yongi Daisuke died. The alliance between Sakura Kimchi and the two countries was defeated, and we in District 527 treated them like dogs and killed them indiscriminately. Huang Yuanming was bragging in the cross-region chat channel while fighting. The multi-line operator really deserves his reputation. Kim Hyun-wook, Yongi Daisuke. Are you dead too? Nagakichi Daisuke's eyes flashed with anger. After a long time, he replied angrily. Daisuke Nagakichi, on horseback. The boys in Nansuan bullied me because I am old and weak. Chapter 124 Cross-Regional Chat Group? With the death of Daisuke Nagakichi, Sakura Kimchi and the two countries completely lost their command and fought independently. As for Area 527, Suzerain has been standing at a high place, commanding the overall situation. There are 3 running away on the left. Huang Yuanming. Lead someone to chase them. Xiao Luo. There are 2 fierce archers in the back row of Sakura Kingdom. Go and kill them. Na Feng. You can play freely. It's best to kill those who want to escape first. With the cooperation of everyone, Sakura Kimchi and the chosen ones from the 2 countries have become fish meat on the chopping board, and can only be slaughtered by the chosen ones from the Dragon Kingdom. After 5 minutes, the battle ended. Na Feng put away the M24 and came over drinking mineral water. In this battle, 18 people were killed in District 113, and only 4 people were killed in District 527. But the result was that the group destroyed District 78 and District 93. A total of 100 people. However, death in this small world does not mean death. So everyone is not too excited or sad. Thanks. Yi Piaoling hugged the doll and nodded gently to Na Feng and others. If you hadn't arrived in time, our 113th district might have been wiped out. Na Feng waved his hand. We are all from the Dragon Kingdom. There is no need to be so polite. Huang Yuanming came over with a wicked smile on his face. How about our 2 districts form an alliance and take care of each other? Hee hee. There are so many beauties in your ward district. Wang Yuanming looked around and saw that there were more than 10 young ladies coming to District 113. All of them were beauties with a score of 80 or above. Unlike Area 527, there are only 70 or 80 girls in total. All of them are average looking. And most of them are dead. Only Yuran and Su Yihan are left with better looks. Yi Piaoling chuckled and said, "There are only 32 people left in our war zone. Are you sure you want to form an alliance?" "I'm afraid of holding you back." Wang Yuanming, don't be afraid. There is a boss from Nafeng in our area. His legs are very thick. He drags you, and he still kills you. Nafeng, you are so bragging. Can you please not take me with you? Xiao Luo and Judge Shen finished cleaning up the mess, and walked over slowly. Judge Shen frowned slightly and said, "There is a question that I have never figured out. How did Yonggi Daisuke get in touch with Kim Hyun-wook? I didn't see them chatting in the cross-region chat channel either." Speaking of this, Nefeng also felt strange. Yes. And last time, Mike united 42 war zones to attack and caught us off guard. How did they contact us? Su Ming, could it be that there is another chat channel that our war zone has not added? Wu Yuanran, impossible. We didn't join in. Didn't other Dragon Kingdom theaters join in too? Will this creation god system still target our Dragon Kingdom? Yi Piaoling frowned slightly, tilted her head and thought for a while. Then said slowly, "Late one night, I couldn't sleep due to my emo state, and I saw Edward talking about joining a group on the cross-district channel. Would it be okay? Is it because of this? Join a group?" Nefeng and others all turned to look at Su Zurin. There is no group chat function in the panel, but Su Zurin created a handsome guys group. No one still knows how he did it. It's a prop. Su Zurin said solemnly. I killed the level 1 Lord Ferocious Beast and exploded a prop that can establish a chat group. But my chat group cannot bring people from other war zones into it. Nefeng guessed. It is estimated that Edward obtained a prop to create a cross-regional chat group. Everyone nodded and agreed with Nonfin's guess. There will be some differences between the war zones. For example, in Area 527, the iron ore and copper mines are next to each other and are guarded by a level 6 Lord-level beast, Crypt Spider King. Before killing Crypt Spider King, everyone's natal magic weapons had been unable to be upgraded, and their combat effectiveness was very low, so their levels were much worse than in other war zones. For another example, Nafeng found the Quartz Spirit in Area 132 and obtained the Quartz Stone. But this ferocious beast was never found in Area 527. Therefore, it is not surprising that other war zones have cross-region group chat, but Zone 527 does not. There is also an arsenal in Nafeng. Xiao Luo sneered. This Edward brought the chosen ones from other countries into the group chat, but excluded our chosen ones from the Dragon Kingdom. Haha. Su Ming, secretly forming a small group behind our backs. Just like dogs. Nafeng, okay. We'll talk about these things later. Let's help District 113 conquer this A-level territory first. Yi Piaoling immediately shook his head. The boss in this territory is a level 14 Lord Ferocious Beast. We have too few people in the war zone. Even if we can kill the boss, we will suffer heavy casualties and cannot defend it. It's up to you to occupy this territory. Nafeng suddenly became unhappy. Who are you looking down on? Can I see an A-level territory? Our goal in Area 527 is S-class territory. Each village can only occupy one territory. If Nansuan occupied this A-level territory, there would be no way to occupy the S-level territory. Seeing that Yi Piaoling was still hesitant, Nafeng said again, don't worry. We will help you kill this boss, and we will help you defend the territory. We are all from the Dragon Kingdom. The stronger you are, the stronger we will be. Nafeng had a good impression of Yi Piaoling. Back in the cross-region channel, Nafeng was challenged by Sakura Kojiro, challenged by Sakura Ichijo, and ridiculed by various war zones. Yi Piaoling stood up to speak for Nafeng. This friendship is enough for Nafeng to help her once. You have said so. So it would be disrespectful for me to refuse again. Yi Piaoling smiled slightly. If you have any use in my place in the future, just ask. Nafeng pondered for a moment, then, look at the legs? Yi Piaoling. Nafeng, ha ha ha. Just kidding. Brothers, come with me to kill the boss. This A-level territory was very large. Yi Piaoling led everyone for more than 3 minutes before he saw the boss. Level 14 Lord Beast, Purple Flame Centipede. This is a huge centipede with purple flames burning all over its body. It is more than 5 meters long and has sharp barbs on each leg. There are hundreds of small centipedes surrounding the boss. Yi Piaoling. The flames on the purple flame centipede are very powerful, and it will lose blood when it gets close, which is very tricky. Judge Shen, hey, I don't dare to get close to this. What if I get burned to death? Xiao Luo glanced at Shen Pan disdainfully. You still fight the boss with your little attack power? Just follow me and kill the mobs, Xiao Luo said, activated the stealth skill and disappeared. Suzerain, leave this boss to Nanfeng, and let the other brothers deal with the mobs. Clear. Everyone in Area 527 received the order and immediately launched an attack. Yi Piaoling was a little frightened. This is a level 14 lord. Are you going to let Nanfeng solve it alone? Suzerain said calmly. This is enough respect for it. Nanfeng broke away from the large army, came to a commanding height, set up his M24 and aimed at Purple Flame Centipede. Boom! Explosive fire bomb. Purple Flame Centipede was shot, and in pain, it immediately turned around and crawled toward the south wind. Boom! Penetrating bullet. Another penetrating bullet was fired. This magic bullet penetrated from the head to the tail of Purple Flame Centipede. Its lethality was amazing, but the speed of Purple Flame Centipede did not slow down at all, and it quickly rushed in front of Nanfeng. Nanfeng took out the Gatling slowly, and the 6 barrels began to rotate. Duh. Gatling spurted out tons of fire and tore the Purple Flame Centipede into pieces in less than 10 seconds. Chapter 125 The Mysterious Second War Zone. Purple Flame Centipede was torn apart by Gatling, and a battle flag exploded beside him. A level territory battle flag. Nanfeng put away Gatling and touched his chin. This thing didn't need a beating. It was hacked to pieces in just a few seconds. When he first obtained Gatling, Nanfeng strafed Quartz Giant for a full 60 seconds before killing him. Of course, the defense power of Purple Flame Centipede cannot be compared with Quartz Giant. In addition, Nanfeng upgraded the Immortal Suit to the Dragon Suit, and the attack power increased dramatically. It was reasonable to kill faster. It was only then that Xiao Luo on the other side began to attack the little centipede. Hang ratio. Xiao Luo glanced at Nanfeng, cursing in his mouth and unambiguous in his hands. His short sword inspired sword energy, and he killed 2 small centipedes with a full moon slash. The other brothers also came over at this time and began to strangle the centipede army. Nanfeng came to the broken body of Purple Flame Centipede, picked up the A-level territorial battle flag, and walked to Yi Piaoling's side. Well, find someone to raise this battle flag, and you can start occupying this territory. Thanks. Yi Piaoling turned to look behind him. Jiang Qingyun. Come here. Behind Yi Piaoling, a thin young man stepped forward and took the A-level battle flag from Nanfeng. Nanfeng, okay. Brother, this battle flag is quite heavy. Jiang Qingyun laughed innocently and rolled up his sleeves. We are thin, but we have muscles. This is a young man who looks thin when he is dressed but looks muscular when he is undressed. Jiang Qingyun raised the A-level battle flag and frowned slightly. No. The brothers in District 527 are also in the territory, and they can't time it now. Nanfeng, well, we'll exit once we've dealt with the centipede army. Everyone in Area 527 sped up, killed all the centipede army, and then left this A-level territory. Jiang Qingyun, the timer has started. It will be occupied in 60 minutes. Nanfeng asked, what is the effect of occupying A-level territory? Yi Piaoling took a look at the status of the village and said, successfully occupying the A-level territory. The village can permanently obtain a buff. All villagers staying in the village territory will have plus 40 attributes. Damage taken is reduced by 20%. Nanfeng raised his eyebrows. This effect is good? All attributes are plus 40. This effect is not a big improvement for Nanfeng, because his attribute points are already very high. But the damage taken is reduced by 20%, which is awesome. If I remember correctly, staying in the village territory already has 10% damage reduction, and the village chief even has 20% damage reduction. If these two effects can be superimposed, that is 40% damage reduction. Who can beat this? Nansuan, as territory is in the Crow Valley camp. As long as the villagers stay in the Crow Valley camp, they can get a lot of damage reduction and 40 points of all attribute bonuses. This is the key to fighting against the large beast tide in 17 days. Yi Piaoling looked at the people outside the camp and said, you guys go find the S-level camp. We can just defend here by ourselves. Suzerain shook his head gently. No. Area 82. Area 162. Area 502 all know this location. If they come back together, You won't be able to defend it. It's still early anyway, so let's help you watch for a while. The battle for territory will end in more than 7 hours, so there is plenty of time. Nefong looked around and said, "You guys stay here and I'll go take a walk outside to see if I can find S-class territory." Huang Yuanming, are you going out alone? It's a bit dangerous. Otherwise let Xiao Luo go. Nefong pointed at the armor on his body. Crispy? Who do you think is crispy? Even Su Ming can't resist me now. Su Ming. Shenpian, I have high agility and fast speed. Let me go with you. Xiao Luo, I'll go too. We'll split up. Whoever finds the S-level territory first will let the group know. Nefong, yes. A large force stayed here to help defend District 113. While Nefong, Shapan, and Xiao Luo split up to find S-level territory. Nefong walked toward the snow-capped mountains in the north, encountering several large troops from other war zones along the way. However, with the help of 4X Lens and Eagle Eye, Nefong can always detect the opponent in advance and then find a place to hide. Was that Andre from District 3 just now? Good guy. I'm afraid he's over 2 meters tall. Like a little giant. Nefong hid behind a boulder and watched Andre and others leave. It seems that they are also looking for S-class territory. I wonder if I will meet Catherine Wiener from District 1 today. The south wind continued to move forward. And about half an hour later, heavy snow fell from the sky, and he could already feel the slightest chill. We're near the snowy mountains. This small world is really small, and it feels like you can walk around it in 3 to 5 hours. There was no one near Shueshang Mountain, and Nefong climbed up the mountain with 1 foot deep and 1 foot shallow. Along the way, the south wind discovered plains, woods, valleys and basins, and territories appeared in every terrain. There must be a territory on this snow-capped mountain, but I don't know what level it will be. Nefong spent more than half an hour searching the entire snow mountain and finally found a territory. Ding! You have entered S-level territory. S-level territory. Nefong showed an expression that was indeed true. The terrain of this snow-capped mountain is so difficult. It makes no sense not to have an S-level territory. Nefong patted the snowflakes on his body and walked forward cautiously. Since it is within the territory, it means that there must be ferocious beasts nearby. A-level territories are guarded by level 14 Lord Beasts. That S-level territory has at least 1 level 15 Lord Beast. The south wind climbed over a small mountain peak and found a cave ahead. The beast is probably here. Nefong did not enter rashly, but opened the panel and prepared to shake people. It has been more than an hour since we came out. The A-level territory in Area 113 should have been occupied. Right? In the Handsome Guys group, Supervisor Shen has already sent many messages. Judge Shen, guys, have you found the S-level territory? I couldn't even find a B-level one. Shenpian, I just met Xiao Ren from Area 17. They are also looking for a B-level or above camp. Judge Shen, damn it. I just learned some really exciting news. Do you know which country's war zone Area 2 is? Zone 2? Nefong frowned slightly. Since joining the cross-region chat channel, Nefong has never seen anyone in District 2 speak to him. Nefong once thought that District 2 had been wiped out by ferocious beasts. That doesn't seem to be the case now. Nefong became interested and continued to look at the group of handsome guys. Judge Shen, you may not believe it, but District 2 is actually the war zone of our Dragon Kingdom. Huang Yuanming, is it true or false? Then why haven't they spoken? Shenpian, all the chosen ones in their entire war zone have been silenced by the creation god system and cannot speak. Su Ming, good guy. Have you been banned from the Chuangshishan system? What outrageous thing did they do? Chapter 126 Level 15 Imperial Beast. Snowy Night Leopard. Have all the chosen ones in District 2 been banned by the creation god system? This is really a rare thing. Nefong continued to look. Judge Shen, I heard that the top person on the level list in Zone 2 is named Sikong Bushua. He was a master of hypnosis before time travel. He only needs to send a few paragraphs of text in the chat channel to hypnotize the chosen ones in other war zones. Judge Shen, at that time, Districts 9, 11, 12, and 13 had been insulting the Dragon Kingdom on the cross-district channel and ridiculing the chosen ones of the Dragon Kingdom. Sikong Bushua had directly hypnotized all the chosen ones in these 4 war zones and asked them to commit suicide. Shen won, because his hypnosis ability was too buggy. The Chuangshishan system directly banned Zone 2. But everyone in those 4 war zones had died, and not a single one was left. Shenpian, all the top 20 war zones know about this matter. but they never dared to discuss it in the cross-region channel, for fear of being targeted by Sikong Bushua. Judge Shen, this is what Xiao An ran from District 17 just told me. He asked us to go around Sikong Bushua as much as possible, and not to conflict with him. Nan Feng was secretly shocked. How could this knowledgeable Sikong's hypnosis be so powerful? Just sending a few paragraphs of text can hypnotize people who read the text? This ability is really good. I really want to learn it. Let me ask. Which man doesn't like hypnosis? Isn't this much better than invisibility? In the handsome guys group, everyone was talking about Sikong Bushua. Nan Feng quickly browsed through it, and then sent a message. Nan Feng, I found the S-level territory. It's on the snowy mountainside. Come quickly. Xiao Luo, okay. I'll rush over now. Su Zuran, here we come. District 113 has occupied Class A territory, and is ready to come and help us. Nan Feng nodded, turned off the panel, and prepared to take a look in the cave ahead. The closer you get to the cave, the colder the south wind feels. His limbs became stiff. And a debuff, Chill, appeared in the status bar. Chill, your agility value is reduced by 20%. Agility is reduced. And attack speed and movement speed will also be reduced, which is very fatal at critical moments. However, Nanfeng's agility value is very high. Even if it is reduced by 20%, the speed is still very fast. He walked quietly to the entrance of the cave and looked inside. It was pitch black deep inside the cave, making it difficult to see clearly. Nan Feng put on night vision goggles and looked in again. This time, Nan Feng saw a snow-white leopard lying on the ground sleeping. Eye of Insight. Snowy Night Leopard. Snowy Night Leopard attributes. Nanfeng's eyes narrowed. What a guy. A level 15 Emperor level ferocious beast. Snowy Night Leopard has a health value of 100,000 points and a defense power of 3,300 points, which is simply exaggerated. Nan Feng was not sure of killing this Snowy Night Leopard alone, so he could only leave here first and wait for the arrival of the large army. Suddenly, Nan Feng heard conversations in the distance. Somebody is coming. Rapidly, Nan Feng activated his skills and ran away, then laid down in the snow to observe the situation. Not long after, Nan Feng saw nearly 100 chosen ones walking over. These are 2 war zones. Let me just say, how could such a huge snow mountain have no territory? Look, isn't this an S-level territory discovered? Cool. Once we occupy this S-level territory, our strength in District 19 will be able to rank among the top 5 in all war zones. Congratulations, Mr. Adkarai. Don't forget the contribution of our District 105. The distance was too far for Nan Feng to hear their conversation clearly, but judging from the appearance of the chosen one, this should be the war zone of the 2 Asen kingdoms. Just for you to try the strength of Snowy Night Leopard. The S-class territory was discovered by them, and Nan Feng didn't panic at all. Whether they can kill Snowy Night Leopard is a question. Even if Snowy Night Leopard is killed, it will still take another hour to completely occupy it. This time is enough for Nansuan's large army to come over. The chosen ones from Asen Kingdom soon discover the cave. Ajeri looked excited. The guardian beast of the territory should be in the cave. Let a few people go in and take a look. A team of 10 people came out, with 2 strong men holding large shields at the front, followed by 8 chosen ones with different weapons. They walked cautiously into the cave. In the snow in the distance, Nan Feng took out a 4X lens to observe carefully. 3 seconds later, a roar that shook the sky came. Snowy Night Leopard, wake up. The south wind felt like the entire snow mountain began to shake, and a large amount of snow slid down from the top of the mountain. Avalanche. Good guy. What's coming up is a 360-degree map cannon with no blind spots. This was a small avalanche, with a small impact area, but Nan Feng didn't dare to lie down where he was, so he got up and ran. But this group of chosen ones from Asen Kingdom were not so lucky. They were outside the cave, halfway up the mountain. No matter which direction they ran, they would be buried alive by the avalanche. Adkarai made a quick decision and shouted, "Enter the cave. Everyone enter the cave." Nearly 100 chosen ones rushed towards the cave, but they didn't know that something even more terrifying was waiting for them in the cave. Oh my god! There is a level 15 Emperor level ferocious beast here. Thank you for your generous gift. It has 100,000 health points. How to fight it? Don't panic, everyone. There is only one ferocious beast in this cave. We can kill it with all our strength. Snowy Night Leopard's eyes flashed red, and he opened his mouth and roared. Roar! A blue-white stream of light appeared around its body, surrounding it. Frost Realm. The chosen ones from Aeson Kingdom were trembling with cold in an instant. Crab has no meat. I was slowed down and my body was so stiff. Make a fire. Make a fire quickly. Quick! Use control skills to control the boss. The human shield goes up to attract hatred. The priest pays attention to increase blood. And the long-range shooter outputs with all his strength. The chosen ones are preparing to launch a counterattack. But Snowy Night Leopard is faster. It pounced on a chosen one and tore him in half with its sharp claws. Instant kill. You are a beast. You don't know whether to live or die. Ajiri snorted coldly, and took out the ring blade, spinning towards Snowy Night Leopard. Snowy Night Leopard had a wound on his abdomen, and bright red blood slowly flowed out. -766. Roar! More than 700 damage is almost painless to Snowy Night Leopard. It roared and continued to fight. Soon, the entire cave was filled with a pungent smell of blood. Rivers of blood. On the other side, Nafong walked back leisurely after waiting for the small avalanche to end. The cave had been buried by a large amount of snow, and Nafong didn't know what was going on inside. But the screams that came from time to time were enough to prove that the chosen ones of Aeson Kingdom had suffered heavy losses. I hope these three brothers can consume more of the boss's health. Nafong opened a panel and sent a message to the handsome guys group, asking Suzerain where they were. Suzerain didn't reply, probably because he was in a hurry and didn't see him. Nafong took another look at the cross-region chat channel and found that it was extremely lively. Andre, those are all lies. There is no such thing as an S-class territory. Emilia, I just saw the chosen one in Area 1 heading towards the volcano. Maybe there is an S-level territory near the volcano. Martin, is there anyone who can snipe the Dragon Kingdom war zone with me? I know the coordinates of that A-level territory in District 113. Yi Piaoling, you're upstairs. Hide away from me. Don't let me meet you. Chanyu, I just saw the large troops in District 527. They are heading towards the snow-capped mountains. There are more than 200 of them in Shiba Nei. Judson, yo? Chanyu, are you near us? Wait, I'm going to kill you with my brothers. Brit, it's hacking crazy. Sikong Erkshu in District 2 is in a swamp. Everyone, run. Chapter 127. There is a sixth child. Run quickly. Zone 2? Sikong Erkshu? Who is this? Most of the chosen ones have this question in their minds, except for the top 20 war zones and the 527th war zone. The other war zones basically don't know what the situation in Zone 2 is, let alone who Sikong Bushu is. But judging from Brit's reaction in District 5, it seems that this Sikong Bo is quite knowledgeable. Andre, in all war zones in Polar Bear Country, going to the swamp is prohibited. Edward, the chosen ones of France, please leave the swamp immediately and are not allowed to enter. Martin, what's going on? Who is this Sikong Bushua? Do you need to be so afraid? Emilia, listening to the name. Zone 2 should be the Dragon Kingdom war zone. Right? Is this scholar Sikong more powerful than Catherine? Chanyu, within a jiggly Shiba. The Dragon Kingdom actually has such a strong war zone? It's over. They will become even more arrogant next. Xiao Aran, ahem. Brothers from the Dragon Kingdom, please try not to go near the swamp. You can come to the plain in the middle. There are many B-level and C-level territories that can be occupied. As soon as Xiao Aran opened his mouth, the others were immediately confused. Isn't this Sikong Bushua from the Dragon Kingdom? Why are you, the people of the Dragon Kingdom, even afraid of you? Nefong clicked his tongue twice. It seemed that Sikong Bushua had left a serious psychological shadow on the top 20 war zones. At this time, a message was received in Handsome Guy's group. Suzerain, Nafong. We were discovered by District 48. And Sanyu is summoning other theaters to snipe us. I plan to lead people to destroy Area 48 first, and then go to the Snow Mountain. Nafong, no need. It will only consume our combat effectiveness. You guys come directly to the Snow Mountain. We will occupy the S-level territory first. Nafong, as for other war zones coming to snipe us? Haha. I have a sniper rifle in my hand. Let's see who can snipe whom. Suzerain, okay. Let's march at full speed, and we can reach the snow-capped mountains in 20 minutes at most. Nafong, okay. The chosen ones from Aeson Kingdom are also here, helping us fight the boss. After you come over, we can just take over. Na Feng turned off the panel and hid in the distance to continue observing the situation in the cave. After a while, the snow at the entrance of the cave began to melt, and a large group of chosen ones holding torches rushed out of the cave. Quick! Lure out the boss. It's relatively empty outside, so we can kite it. Priest, why are you standing there in a daze? Hurry up and add some blood to me. Everyone in this group of chosen ones from Aeson Kingdom was injured, and many of them had their arms and legs torn off alive. This shows how tragic the battle in the cave was. Roar! Snowy Night Leopard roared and rushed out of the cave. Its originally white and shiny hair was now stained red with blood. Na Feng saw that Snowy Night Leopard was also full of scars, and his left hind leg was still a little lame. This group of third brothers are quite capable, and they were able to beat the boss so badly. Na Feng used Eye of Insight and took a look at the status of Snowy Night Leopard. HP 81955/100000. Okay, that's too early to praise. 20 or 30 minutes have passed, and nearly 100 people combined haven't lost 20,000 blood yet. It's really a bit of a scrape. At this time, a Jerry in the middle of the battlefield kept throwing ring blades and slashed at the neck of Snowy Night Leopard. Yo! Can you introduce Jinluan Dharma King? The ring blade is a unique weapon of Aeson Kingdom. It is actually a large ring, but the edge is very sharp. The ring blade can be used for slashing at close range, and can be thrown from long distances. It is considered a very comprehensive weapon. This Jinluan Dharma King's damage is quite high. Na Feng has been using Eye of Insight to observe the status of Snowy Night Leopard and found that a Jerry can cause 500,800 points of damage every time he attacks. If you give him some time, a Jerry can really kill Snowy Night Leopard. It's a pity that Snowy Night Leopard is not a wooden stake. It can also fight back. Roar! Snowflakes are fluttering. The snowflakes in the sky suddenly began to spin and turned into countless sharp flying knives. Swish! 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 The snowflakes were flying, taking away the lives of a large number of the chosen ones in an instant. Akari was also stabbed into the body by several snowflakes, and his health points dropped. Mad, you are a bunch of trash. You have a shitty output. Retreat! Everyone, retreat! Although a Jerry wanted to occupy this S-class territory, he was not stupid. He knew that they could not kill Snowy Night Leopard with just a few people, so he had no choice but to retreat. Leaving now? You should do more damage. Na Feng set up his M24 and aimed at the chosen ones of Aeson Kingdom, preparing to give them a surprise. Sometimes you don't know how much potential you have unless you are pushed. Before Na Feng could take action, he noticed another group of chosen ones coming from a distance. This is the 41st War Zone, a war zone from the Black Earth continent Maori Chioshi country. Mouth, who is 1.9 meters tall and has dark skin, laughed loudly. Isn't this a Jerry from District 19? Why are you so miserable? Being chased by a ferocious beast like a dog? A Jarge looked at Mouth with cold eyes. Get out of here. Otherwise don't blame me for being rude. Mouth smiled contemptuously. Humph. Why don't you look at how many people are left in your war zone? Take action? Try it yourself. Akari looked back and saw that there were less than 30 people left behind him, and they were in very poor condition. He would definitely suffer a big loss in the fight. A Jarge, what do you want? Mouths, you guys are at the front and help us kill this boss. In return, we will also help you occupy a territory below B level. Akari looked angry. We are the 19th War Zone. Territory below B level? Are you kidding me? Mouths chuckled and said, are you qualified to bargain with me? If you all die here, you won't even have a D-class territory. In the distance, Na Feng watched this scene silently through the 4X mirror. What are we talking about here? Hurry up and fight the boss. This Snowy Night Leopard is starting to regain its health. Area 19 and Area 41 were facing each other, and Snowy Night Leopard was smart enough not to take action, but sat there licking his wounds. Its health is recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. The vitality is extremely strong. No, I want to help them. Na Feng turned his gun and aimed at Snowy Night Leopard. Explosive fire bomb. The magic bullet shot out quickly and accurately hit the body of Snowy Night Leopard. Minus 2,944. The flames generated by the explosion of explosive flame bomb drove Snowy Night Leopard into a state of madness. It let out a roar that echoed through the sky and rushed towards the Jerry and Mouths. Everyone in areas 19 and 41 looked horrified. Damn it. There is a sixth child. Everyone. Get out. Chapter 128 Killing Someone with a Borrowed Knife. The cunning villain Nan Mao. In the snow, Snowy Night Leopard is the absolute king. Do the chosen ones from District 19 and District 41 want to run? It's so funny that you can't run away at all. Roar. Snowy Night Leopard knocked down a chosen one. Bit hard. And quickly tore him in half. Then came the second and third. Akurai looked back and said hastily, "No. We can't outrun it in this snowy mountain. We must turn back and fight back." Mouth spit while running away. Counterattack. Are you crazy? Didn't you hear the gunshot just now? The south wind in Area 527 has arrived. Akurai glared at Mouths. Then we have to fight back. At the very least. We must hold back, Snowy Night Leopard. Otherwise we will all die. Mouth sneered. With you at the rear? You, District 19, will die first. Area 19 is sandwiched between Area 41 and Snowy Night Leopard. Unable to run away or beaten. Which is very embarrassing. But before Mouths could be proud, the boss who rushed to the front was shot in the head. The sound of the south wind came from the distant peaks, frozen with soot. FB love. Everyone. Turn around and fight the boss immediately. I will kill anyone who dares to escape. As long as you help me kill Snowy Night Leopard, I can help you occupy a territory below B level in each war zone. When Mouths heard this, his teeth itched with anger. Damn. This sentence sounds so damn familiar. Just a few minutes ago, he just said this to Akurai. Akurai looked at Mouths with a look of gloating. Ha ha ha. You have today too. Retribution. Owl snorted coldly. You are so ridiculous. You don't know. You think Nafong is one of your people. In the distance, the voice of the south wind came again. Are you still chatting? I think you don't take me. Nan. Seriously? Nafong fired another shot, hitting one of the chosen ones in the thigh. The chosen one screamed, fell to his knees, and was quickly bitten to death by the Snowy Night Leopard, who caught up. Ajiri said in a deep voice, let's fight the boss first to delay, and then find a chance to escape. Mouths nodded. Charge. Control this boss first. Yibam. Yibam. The bosses in Area 41 shouted slogans and rushed towards Snowy Night Leopard, with swords and spears in hand. Nafone scratched his head. What are these guys shouting about? Are you whiter than me? These chosen ones from the Black Earth continent are all good hunters. They gathered in small groups and began to attack the Snowy Night Leopard. Mouths and Ajarj fished in the crowd, talking in low voices. Mouths, what next? Nafong is on the mountain peak over there, and the view is excellent. Even if I want to sneak up there, I have no chance. Ajiri showed a treacherous smile. We don't need to kill. We just need to call people from other war zones over. Nafong wants us to work for him. So let's call in more people, and let them kill each other. It's hard to say who will win by then. Mouths' eyes lit up. You have a good idea. But this way, we won't be able to occupy this S-class territory. Ajiri glanced at him sideways. Okay. Come on. Quickly recognize the reality. With the strength of our two war zones, the entire S-level territory cannot be defended at all. It is better to find an A-level territory. Mouths, that makes sense. The two hit it off immediately, and quickly told others about the situation here on the cross-district channel. These two people were not included in the group chat by Edward, so they could only talk in the cross-region channel. They thought Nafong was staring at them, and they definitely didn't have time to read the messages in the chat channel. But in fact Nafong really didn't watch the chat channel. But Huang Yuanming has been watching. This guy is a strange being who can fight and swim at the same time. Most of the information cannot escape his eyes. Huang Yuanming sent a private message directly to Nafong. Oh! Someone is doing some tricks. Nafong smiled and didn't take it to heart. There is an S-class territory in Snow Mountain. This matter can no longer be kept secret. So there is no harm in announcing it. Since everyone wants to grab this territory, let's see who can have the last laugh. Nafong sent a message to the Handsome Guys group, find a place to hide later, and let other war zones fight first. And we will come out to clean up the mess in the end. Suzerain, got it. Nafong turned off the panel, glanced at the battle below, and found that more than 10 people had died in Area 41. Snowy Night Leopard, the more he fights, the braver he becomes. And the more he kills, the fiercer he becomes. The Chosen One simply cannot defeat him. It's so weak. With just a little bit of strength. You still want to occupy S-class territory? except for a jarge and mouths. The damage done to everyone else was purely scraping, which was only in single digits. They surrounded and suppressed Snowy Night Leopard like this for more than 5 minutes. And 2 more war zones came from the distance. The 34th War Zone and the 209th War Zone from the Kangaroo Kingdom. The 2 war zones rushed to the battlefield and immediately joined the battle, fighting the boss together. Adkarai roared, "Stop! We are all our own people. Don't kill each other. The people in Area 527 are still watching us eagerly. Valentine from War Zone 209 doesn't care about so much. Who is your friend? Punch me." Buhner in Area 34 slashed at Mounts with a knife. "You're stupid. We have occupied a B-level territory a long time ago. And this time we come here to eliminate you. Areas 34 and 209 already own territories and cannot be occupied again. What they have to do now is to eliminate other war zones as much as possible, so that other war zones don't even have D-level territory." Everyone was fighting fiercely, and soon 3 more war zones rushed over. These 3 war zones were obviously from different countries, but they did not join the melee. Instead, they stood aside and watched the fight between tigers and tigers. Watching the battle quietly, Nanfeng put away his M24, switched out his dagger, and got up from the snow. "You're here. Why don't you go out and play for a while?" "How boring." Rapidly, Nanfeng activated his skills and made a large circle, and got behind Area 198 while no one was paying attention. Swish, swish, swish. Stabbed 3 people in a row. Although Nanfeng's melee combat ability is very weak, his attack power and attack speed are very high. Under such overwhelming strength, Nanfeng couldn't kill people easily. "Someone is attacking. Be careful, everyone. Behind us. Kill him." Seeing that the attention of everyone in Area 198 had been attracted, Nanfeng chuckled, turned around and rushed towards another battle area. "Help me." "Not meat." Nanfeng ran wildly, waving his hands and calling for help. Behind him, the chosen ones from District 198 chased after him angrily. In front of Nanfeng was the 73rd War Zone. They looked at Nanfeng rushing over, and the 198th War Zone behind him in a daze. Christian, the village chief of District 73, reacted immediately and yelled at District 198, "This person is not one of our group. He is sowing discord. Come on. Kill him." Everyone in Area 198 looked at each other and seemed to believe Christian's words. Nanfeng sighed and switched out the Desert Eagle. "If I'm to blame, I blame you for being too secretive." Boom, boom, boom. Nanfeng fired 3 consecutive shots at Christian, sending him back home with a triple headshot. Then, Nanfeng turned his head and gave a thumbs up to Area 198 behind him. Nice. The beheading operation was a complete success. When everyone in District 73 saw that the village chief was dead and heard what Nanfeng said, they suddenly became furious. "Good guys. It turns out you are in the same group. Kill them and avenge Lord Chris. Go." The melee fighters in Area 73 began to charge, and the long-range volley fired directly, killing several of the chosen ones in Area 198 instantly. On the other side, everyone in District 198 felt as if they had eaten shit. They already knew that Nanfeng had plotted against them, but District 73 was so angry right now that they couldn't explain it at all. As the saying goes, clay figures also have a certain amount of anger. District 73 did not distinguish right from wrong and started fighting directly. It really made District 198 half angry. When everyone in District 198 thought about it, they wouldn't be able to die in this world anyway. "So I'm afraid of you idiots. Beat. Hit it directly. Whoever is a coward is the grandson." So District 198 launched another charge. Kill. First kill the dog thief who is sowing discord. Nanfeng was standing right in the middle of the charge between the 2 battle zones. He had some time to straighten his hair, and then threw 2 grenades at his feet. I am so brave and resourceful. Chapter 129 S-Class Territory Battle Flag. The chosen ones from areas 198 and 73 launched a charge at the same time, and Nanfeng stood right in the middle of the 2 war zones. Just when the chosen ones on both sides were about to approach Nanfeng, the chosen ones rushing in front keenly discovered the grenade at Nanfeng's feet. Hand grenade? The chosen ones in the front row were so frightened that they broke into cold sweat and shouted at the top of their lungs, "Get back! He is the South Wind! The South Wind in Area 527. But where can the people in the back stop the car?" Just push the people in the front row and continue to rush forward. Boom! 2 grenades exploded at the same time, blowing up more than 20 people into the sky in an instant. In the chaos, Nafong quickly took off his conspicuous dragon armor, put on a shabby shirt, and blended into the crowd. Sure enough, Nafong looked ordinary in his shirt, and no one paid attention to him. As for the dragon leggings, Nafong did not take them off. After all, the lower body still needs to be protected. Otherwise, how could you be so lazy if your legs were broken? The huge noise here attracted the attention of Jerry and others who were fighting. Akurai guessed something, and his eyes lit up. Brothers in District 19 and District 105. Come with me now. Nafong has no time to care about us now. Mouths also shouted. Brothers in Area 41. Retreat. Don't be wary. Akurai and the others directly shouldered the attack and rushed out without looking back. Only the 2 war zones in Kangaroo Country were left, still being chased and bitten by snowy night leopards. Nafong took advantage of the chaos and left the crowd, and climbed up a small mountain peak under the cover of heavy snow. In the distance, several more war zones came to the snowy mountains. The allure of this S-class camp is really great. Take a break and go back to some blue. Nafong put on the dragon armor again, drank mineral water, and began to sit on the mountain and watch the tiger fight. The battle below became increasingly fierce. District 198 and District 73 are already so fierce that they can't even try to persuade them. And they look like they won't give up until the other party is killed. When I first came to the war zone, I didn't know what was going on. I was shot with a few arrows for no apparent reason, and I stopped working immediately. I'm just here to have a meal. Why the hell are you shooting me with arrows? Are you sick? Ever since, more and more war zones have joined this melee. Nafong could see clearly from the mountain that there was an archer among the crowd, shooting everywhere with a long bow, causing a fight. Isn't this Wu Yuan who he is? Around Wu Yuanming, Xiao Luochen, Su Ming, and Huang Yuanming stayed by his side. Once anyone dares to come close, they will be hacked by Xiao Luo and others. I'm really impressed by these old guys. Nafong was speechless. How could these people be so mean? However, this also shows that the large forces in District 527 have arrived nearby, and Nafong can do things boldly with confidence. Taking out the M24 again, Nafong looked for the figure of Snowy Night Leopard in the 4X mirror. This boss had killed an unknown number of people, and it had changed from its original snow-white color to blood-white color. But it was also seriously injured. One of its eyes was poked out, and it looked a bit pitiful. HP 35802/100000. Nafong used Eye of Insight to take a look and found that Snowy Night Leopard still had more than 30,000 health. This vitality is really strong and can really resist. Roar! At this moment, Snowy Night Leopard looked up to the sky and roared, and the snowflakes dancing in the sky began to spin, launching an indiscriminate attack on the chosen ones around him. It's this trick again. Snowflakes are fluttering. A large number of the chosen ones were turned into hedgehogs by the snowflakes in the sky and died instantly. Traileye. This boss is so fierce. Everyone, stop. Let's kill this boss first. It makes sense. Continuing to fight will only hurt both sides. Among the crowd, Wu Yuan held his nose and cursed. Stop? You killed my dear brother, and you want me to stop? Go to HL. With that said, Wu Yuan randomly found a thinner chosen one and aimed an arrow at him. You hit the wrong person. I haven't killed anyone so far. The one I'm going to hit is you. Thin dog. The man was furious. I'm going to hack you. The melee that had just been suspended for 2 seconds started again. As the instigator of this second melee, Wu Yuanyuan quickly retreated to the edge under the protection of Su Ming and others. Huang Yuanming, hurry and retreat. Several people are already targeting us. Su Ming nodded in agreement. Yes. If you don't withdraw, you will be beaten by a group of people. Wu Yuan ran. Let me shoot another arrow. There was a Shabi who dared to glare at me just now. Let me shoot him. Huang Yuanming and Judge Shen each took one of Wu Yuan's arms and dragged him out. Nafong lay on the mountain peak and watched for more than 10 minutes. During this period, several archers tried to climb up, but they were all killed by Nafong with one shot. There are no other war zones coming for the time being, so it's almost over. The melee below has entered the endgame. Many people died in each battle zone, and there is basically no ability to resist. Nafong decisively sent a message to Handsome Guy's group, close the network. Su Zurin, Here we come. Turning off the panel, Nanfeng aimed the M24 at Snowy Night Leopard. This boss has the ability to kill people instantly, and must be killed first. Otherwise the brothers in Area 527 may suffer heavy casualties. Boom! Explosive firebomb. Nanfeng pulled the trigger, and the magic bullet accurately hit Snowy Night Leopard's other intact eye. Weakness attack, minus 3,516. Woo! Snowy Night Leopard fell to the ground and howled in pain. The sudden sound of gunshots made the hearts of all the chosen ones jump. It's the South Wind. The South Wind in Area 527. The people from Area 527 have come to kill them. Stop. Stop fighting. Evacuate quickly. A bunch of idiots. I told you that someone is stirring up trouble. But you still keep fighting. Now it's okay. Shut up. You were the one who caught the most fun just now. Everyone in the melee finally calmed down, stopped in unison, and prepared to evacuate this S-class territory. But it was already too late. The large troops from Area 527 and Area 113 had already come over, and were soon in close combat with them. Xiao Luo rushed to the front. The short knife in his hand inspired a 2-meter-long sword energy, and rushed into the crowd to slash wildly. Su Zuren's calm commanding voice reached everyone's ears. Don't go deep alone. Pay attention to cooperating with your teammates around you. Su Ming, keep an eye on the Snowy Night Leopard, and don't let it rush over. Miss Piaoling, please help me control this. Yi Piaoling tilted his head, and smiled slightly. Okay. Yi Piaoling grinned and showed a terrifying smile. On the mountain peak, Nanfeng held his breath and shot Snowy Night Leopard, one after another. Its health quickly bottomed out. Roar! Before dying, Snowy Night Leopard let out a roar as if it was a flashback, pounced on a chosen one, and bit off its neck. You're so fierce when you're about to die? It seems that being blind does not affect the Snowy Night Leopard as indiscriminate killing. Shield bash. Su Ming found the opportunity and hit the Snowy Night Leopard on the head with his big shield, making him dizzy. Nanfeng immediately pulled the trigger and shot through the head of Shuya Leopard. Ding! A colorful battle flag burst out. S-level territory battle flag. Chapter 130. Let's go. Brother will take you to kill people. Snowy Night Leopard died. The S-class territorial battle flag exploded at Su Ming's feet, and Su Ming bent down to pick it up. Long live District 527. Long live Nansuan. Su Ming stood on a high place, raised the battle flag in his hand, and let out a heart-rending cry. Nanfeng dug out the 3 bedrooms and 1 living room with his toes in embarrassment. Stop shouting. Stop shouting. I'm totally embarrassed by you. Su Ming laughed. Is it embarrassing? I think it's okay. Just obtaining the battle flag is not enough. Area 527 must drive others out of this S-class territory in order to occupy it. Nanfeng aimed his gun at the chosen ones in other war zones. Boom! 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 Gunshots sounded steadily, each shot representing the loss of a life. After this period of time, Nanfeng found that his marksmanship had improved again. For targets within 300 meters, his hit rate can reach over 90%. With the addition of Nanfeng, the number of people in other war zones is decreasing crazily. They have no intention of fighting anymore, and only want to escape. Nanfeng stood on the mountain peak and shouted, "Make a way out, and let them go, lest they fight back to the death." Su Zuren was stunned, but Nanfeng interrupted Su Zuren directly. "Don't be a butt. Listen to me." Su Zuren frowned slightly, but nodded, "Make way." The conversation between Nanfeng and Su Zuren could also be heard clearly by the chosen ones in other war zones. At this time, they were overjoyed to see that everyone in Area 527 had given way to a way out, and rushed down the mountain. Nanfeng slowly slid down from the mountain peak and came to Su Zuren and others. Su Zuren said in a deep voice, "The S-class territory is very large. If they find a hidden corner to hide, we will have to look for it for a long time. This will seriously delay our occupation of the territory. As long as there is a chosen one from another war zone in this S-level territory, the occupation time will not start counting." Su Zuren didn't understand why Nanfeng suddenly let these chosen ones leave. Nanfeng shook his neck and spoke slowly. "You are too murderous. If you want to kill them all, then they will definitely counterattack before they die, which will increase the casualties in our war zone. But if you give them a way out, the situation will be different." Nanfeng took out Gatling and pointed it at the fleeing people. The 6 barrels rotated slowly, and tongues of fire spurted out. Duh-duh-duh. Several chosen ones, who fell behind were torn apart by magic bullets in an instant. The person running in front looked back, and was suddenly frightened out of his wits. Gatling. Gatling with blue fire. Violent killer. Isn't this what Area 527 can't afford? Gatling has moved out. Don't forget. Nafone still has fighter jets and tanks that haven't been used yet. Thanks for the generous gift. Didn't he say let us go? This liar. Damn the dragon countryers. Everyone. Run. But no matter how fast they are not as fast as the bullets fired by Gatling. In addition, they were all running desperately down the mountain. Nafone stood at a high place and had a clear view. They didn't even have anywhere to hide. The shooting lasted for 60 seconds, leaving corpses everywhere. All the chosen ones who escaped were buried in the snow. And no one escaped. The south wind threw the red and hot Gatling into the snowdrift, accelerating the cooling. It's a little quiet around here. Suzerain, Xiao Luo and others stood silently beside Nafone without speaking. After a while, Xiao Luo stepped forward and patted Nafone on the shoulder. Brother, pay more attention to your condition. Nafone nodded gently. Suzerain turned back and looked at Yi Piaoling. Miss Piaoling, please leave here first. Okay. Yi Piaoling came back to his senses and nodded quickly. I will take people to the east to defend. Don't worry. As long as there is one person alive in our war zone, no one else will be allowed to enter this territory from the east. Yi Piaoling led everyone in District 113 out of the territory. Ding! Your Nansuan is occupying S-level territory. And the countdown starts now 59:59. As the village chief, Nafone immediately received the message from the system. When the countdown reaches 0, this S-class territory will be considered successful. During the occupation, once the chosen ones from other war zones enter the territory, the countdown will be paused. Nafone looked around at everyone. So we must intercept all the enemies outside the territory. Huang Yuanming said, I think we can be divided into 4 teams and guard in 4 directions. Suzerain added, there are friends from District 113 on the east side to help guard the area, so there can be fewer people there. To the north of the snow-capped mountains, it seems to be the end of this small world, and there are not many people to visit. We mainly need to guard the southwest and southwest directions. Xiao Luo, let me take a few brothers to travel around to prevent any fish that slip through the net from sneaking in. Everyone assigned their tasks and dispersed. There was only one brother left here, standing there holding the battle flag bitterly. Countdown 57:41. Nafone climbed up a hill and stood here looking in all directions. No matter which direction there is danger, he can rush there as soon as possible. Behind you, Yuran, wearing a tight black robe, also climbed up. Nafone turned around. Why did you come up? Yuran smiled and patted the snowflakes off Nanfeng's shoulders. Everyone is a little worried about your condition. Let me come over and enlighten you. Saying that, Yuran pouted, but I'm not a psychological counselor. How can I enlighten you? Isn't this embarrassing, this fairy? I'm fine. I don't need any guidance. Nafeng chuckled. Do you think my approach is too cruel? He said he would let them go, but that was not what he actually did. Yuran shook his head repeatedly. Isn't it normal to be cruel to the enemy? You just saved a lot of brothers. After a pause, Yuran said again, and dying in this small world does not mean death in the true sense. Brother Nafeng, don't feel any psychological pressure. I don't have any psychological pressure at all. Nanfeng's eyebrows were lowered, and the smile on his face slowly disappeared. Maybe he has become indifferent. For me now, killing is as commonplace as it is, and it can no longer affect my mentality. I don't know when it started, but I suddenly became like this. Obviously half a month ago, I was still a good young man who didn't even dare to kill a chicken. Nafeng looked at the sky with some melancholy. The fluttering white snowflakes were as cold as his heart. You must have killed too many people recently and have some psychological problems. Yuran said softly. Just try to kill as few people as possible in the past 2 days. It's no big deal. Nafeng smiled slightly. Okay. I listen to you. Kill less these 2 days. Ding. It has been detected that other chosen ones from the war zone have entered the territory, and the countdown has been paused 55:18. Nafeng glanced at the chat channel and frowned. Sanyu from Area 48 has brought people to kill. Just in the southeast. Nafeng turned around and jumped down the hill, switched out his dagger and ran towards the southeast. Sister Yuran, come with me. Brother will take you to kill people. Yuran. Chapter 131. Nafeng has been thoroughly studied. S-level territory. Southeast. San Yu and the chosen ones from District 48 were standing 50 meters away from the territory, confronting Huang Yuanming and others. Chan Yu shouted at the top of his lungs, "You have a 3-digit war zone. But you also want to occupy S-level territory? What a shame!" Huang Yuanming also shouted at the top of his lungs, "What's wrong? You don't accept it? Do you believe that with a wave of my hand? More than 200 brothers rushed up and beat you to death with one punch?" Chan Yu laughed loudly. "Do you think having more people is useful? A group of level 8 and 9 bastards. I can kill 10 of them by myself." Huang Yuanming rolled his eyes. "Level 8 or 9. Who do you look down on? Us?" Xiao Feihong quickly interrupted Huang Yuanming and whispered, "Brother. He is trying to trick us. Don't be fooled." Huang Yuanming immediately changed his mind. "The best in our war zone are all level 80. If you don't believe it, come and try it." San Yu sneered twice and said nothing. At this time, Xiao Luo came over with people. "Xiao Luo, what's going on?" "Just now, the system prompted that an enemy entered the territory." "Where are they?" Huang Yuanming spread his hands. "He didn't enter from my side. And I don't know. This S-class territory is approximately a circle with a diameter of 1,000 meters and a circumference of 3.14 kilometers. Someone may sneak in from anywhere. There are currently 237 people left in District 527. And together with the 31 people in District 113, there are only 268 people. If you want to guard the entire territory, each person needs to guard a defense line of more than 10 meters on average. But this is obviously unrealistic. If everyone is spread out like this, they will definitely be defeated individually. But if they are not separated, there will inevitably be some places that are unguarded, allowing enemies to sneak into the territory. This is the biggest problem facing District 527 now: lack of manpower. The S-class territory is too large and difficult to defend. Xiao Luo glanced coldly at the people in Area 48 outside the territory. "What are they doing here?" "Huang Yuanming, what else can you do? Just want to contain us." More than 30 people came to Area 48. Huang Yuanming must have at least 40 or 50 people defending. Otherwise Area 48 will definitely launch an attack. There are 50 brothers restrained here. And the defense in other places must be weaker, making it easier for the enemy to sneak into the territory. Xiao Feihong, people in Area 48 only need to stand here. And we must have someone to defend here. To be honest, I don't think they have any intention of taking action at all. Huang Yuanming, definitely. He is just stalling for time, and does not want us to occupy this S-level territory. He is really stupid. Ning Wu, how about we just go out and kill them all? Then the problem will be solved. Xiao Luo, it's useless. They will escape as soon as we take action. Huang Yuanming took a deep breath and knitted his brows together. It's difficult to handle. Difficult? Then don't do it. While everyone was discussing, Nafeng had already rushed over with Yuran. Nafeng said, "Xiao Lu, you take people to find the little mouse that has sneaked into the territory. And just leave it to me." Xiao Lu nodded and took the people away directly. Nafeng took out his M24 and was about to teach Chan Yu a lesson. As a result, when he turned around, he found that everyone in Area 48 had already retreated dozens of meters, and each found a bunker to hide. Nafeng just stood there blankly. Chan Yu laughed loudly, and his voice came from a distance. "Nafeng, you have been thoroughly studied by us. Don't even think about occupying this S-level territory today. Research thoroughly? What's the meaning?" Huang Yuanming's face changed slightly, and he thought of something. "Nafeng, go check out the cross-region chat channel. People in other war zones have been discussing you just now." "Discuss me?" Nafeng opened the panel and found that it was indeed the case. In cross-region chat channel, Christian, Nonfeng's pistol fires very fast. At least 3 rounds per second. It can hit 100 times within 20 meters. Everyone should pay attention to one thing. Daisuke Naviyoshi, he rarely uses pistols, and mostly uses snipers. I visually estimate that his longest attack distance should be about 200 meters. Once you enter his range, be sure to find cover. His attack power is terrifying. Barton, note that Nafeng also has grenades, with a killing range of about 35 meters. The further away you are, the lower the damage you will receive. If you see him throwing a grenade, just run away. Mounts, these are nothing. Nafeng has a Gatling. It can fire hundreds of bullets per second and level a mountain in minutes. A Jerry pays special attention. Nafeng also has a set of steel armor, which increases his defense after wearing it. I advise you not to sneak attack him, because you can't cut him at all. except for those with an attack power of 3000 plus. Jin Xianxu, Nanfeng killed all our people. And we didn't even have a D-level territory. It's really abominable. Chan Yu. You must find a way to drag him to death, and prevent District 527 from occupying S-Class territory. San Yu, don't worry. I will make the arrogant Longwa people pay the price. Damn it. It's really been studied thoroughly. Nanfeng took a deep breath and turned off the panel. All the trump cards have been thoroughly studied. This feeling is uncomfortable. Although some things they said were not quite accurate. Such as Nanfeng's Gatling only having 10 rounds per second. And Nanfeng not wearing the Iron Man armor, but a dragon suit. The impact was not significant. San Yu already has a relatively comprehensive understanding of Nanfeng's strength, and is already prepared. There is no need to take action in Area 48. As long as 2 people are sent into the territory from time to delay time. Area 527 will be in trouble. Others also read the news on the cross-district channel. And their expressions darkened. Wang Yuanming spread his hands. Oh. This is really difficult. They know Mr. Nanfeng better than I do. Qiu Feihong. These people are real dogs. They don't dare to fight us. They only know how to play dirty tricks. Yu Ren, no way. This can be considered a tactic. Nanfeng grinned, they have tactics. We have plugins. Later, I will let District 48 see what a humanoid self-propelled machine gun from the void is. Territory battle, small world. Volcanic area. There is an S-level territory here, which is being occupied by District 1. Catherine Wiener sat quietly on a huge rock, looking into the distance with a calm expression. Countdown, 311. Just sitting here. Catherine Wiener was so intimidating that no war zone dared to trouble her. Therefore, this S-level territory, District 1 is about to be successfully occupied. Edward, who had a mustache, came over. Miss Catherine. There are only 3 minutes left before we can complete the occupation. Catherine stared intently. Yeah. Edward was used to Catherine's indifference and continued. I heard that District 527 is also occupying an S-Class territory. Just over the snowy mountain. Should we go there and stop it? Catherine said nothing. Edward, Area 47 is also our French war zone. They are pretty strong. We can give them the S-level territory in the snowy mountains. Catherine still said nothing. Edward stood awkwardly. Congratulations to Lingming Village for successfully occupying S-level territory. The sudden system announcement helped Edward relieve some of his embarrassment. Just as Edward was about to say something more, Catherine Wiener suddenly raised the sword in her hand and stabbed it into her neck. Edward? Catherine Wiener, upgraded. With these last words, Catherine beheaded herself with a horizontal slash. The next second, she was back in the camp in Area 1. Call. Without any pause, Catherine Wiener strode out of the camp and continued her path to upgrade. Chapter 132. What? Does Nanfeng really have drones? Battle for territory, small world. Snowy mountains. Xiao Luo and his 3 brothers walked quickly in the snow. Wu Chenan's eyes suddenly lit up, and he said, Xiao Luo, there are footprints in front of you. They should be left by the intruder. Xiao Luo looked over quickly, and saw 2 lines of shallow footprints. There is heavy snow falling in the sky, and the footprints will soon be covered with snowflakes. They could now see footprints, indicating that the intruder had recently passed through. Xiao Luo clenched his dagger and said in a deep voice, be careful. The enemy may be nearby. Don't let him kill you. Everyone nodded and followed the footprints in the snow. 2 minutes later, Xiao Luo and others chased them outside a small valley, and the footprints in front suddenly disappeared. Xiao Luo immediately raised his hand to signal everyone to stop. He erased the footprints. Xiao Luo hid behind a stone and carefully observed the surrounding situation. Wu Qinan, it's okay. He is alone. Can he still ambush us? Xiao Luo, there is only one person's footprints, but it doesn't mean that only one person came. The valley in front is a trumpet mouth. If someone is ambushing inside, then Xiao Luo and others will be like a sheep entering a tiger's mouth. Can't take risks. Xiao Luo was very cautious and did not choose to enter the valley directly. Instead, he sent a message to Nanfeng. A few minutes later, Nanfeng came quickly. Xiao Luo was a little surprised. Are you so fast? Are you kidding me that I have over 400 agility? Nanfeng chuckled and looked at the valley ahead. Do you suspect there is an ambush inside? Xiao Luo nodded, yes. That line of footprints is so strange. It feels like they were fishermen who deliberately led us here. This Xiao Luo is obviously very strong but a little cautious. Nanfeng rolled his eyes, and a naughty operation appeared in his mind. He went to find a bunch of branches and vines nearby and came back. The plants here are very vigorous, and can still grow tenaciously in this ice and snow. Xiao Luo asked doubtfully, "What are you going to do?" Na Feng put out some false news to confuse them. The south wind arranged the branches into a cross-shaped shape, and then wrapped them tightly with vines. This shape looks a bit like a small airplane. Na Feng handed the small plane made of wood to Xiao Luo, and whispered a few words in his ear. Xiao Luo raised his eyebrows, and smiled knowingly. "You still know how to play." "Okay. I'll sneak in first. And you wait for my command." The south wind made a big circle, climbed up the mountain on the left side of the valley, and then looked down. A few people could be vaguely seen hiding in the snow. Xiao Luo's guess was indeed correct. There was really an ambush in this valley. There don't seem to be many people in ambush. I even touched the backs of their butts, and no one noticed. But this is normal. After all, this S-class territory is currently occupied by Area 527. The more people sneak in, the easier it is to be exposed. It would be better to have fewer people and find a hidden place to hide, so that it would not be easy to be discovered. Na Feng opened the panel and sent a message to Xiao Luo. On the other side, after Xiao Luo received Na Feng's message, he immediately threw the small plane in his hand. Xiao Luo's strength was not low, and the small plane made of wood flew towards the valley with a whoosh. He was less than 30 meters away from the valley, so he could easily throw it over. In the valley, the nerves of the chosen ones from Area 48, who were hiding here, suddenly became tense. What is this? What did he throw here? It's too high and I can't see clearly. This seems to be a model airplane? The chosen ones in Area 48 were whispering. They were a little confused. The people in Area 527 clearly knew that they were in the valley. So why didn't they come in? They squatted here in ambush for a long time, and their legs were numb from squatting. The small plane drew an arc in the sky and flew over the heads of everyone in Area 48. Everyone in Area 48 raised their heads and stared at the small plane in the air. Just then, gunfire rang out. Duh. Na Feng took out the Gatling at the right moment and killed the 7 intruders in an instant. Ding! The territory is being occupied. Countdown 55:17. Easy solution. In fact, Na Feng didn't need to go to such trouble. He just threw 2 grenades in from a distance, which was enough to blow them up. But this lacks deterrence. Na Feng wants the chosen ones from other war zones to misjudge his strength. Chan Yu from District 48 knew the situation here immediately. He quickly opened the panel and found that the people who had just died were shouting outrageously in the cross-region chat channel. Jiang Haoyu, drone. Definitely a drone. Na Feng actually has drones. Kim Young-soo, this drone is so terrifying. It killed us all in less than a second, and there was no time to react. Chan Yu, why are you all dead? Didn't I tell you to spread out and hide? Jiang Haoyu, brother Chan Yu. We thought of gathering together to ambush and kill everyone we could. But in the end, Chan Yu, West Baloma. A bunch of Sabi. San Yu's nostrils became enlarged with anger. The attention of other war zones was attracted by the 3 words drone. Andre, are you sure Na Feng has drones? Jiang Haoyu, it's absolutely true. His drone is made of wood and can fire bullets at about 50 rounds per second. Each bullet does more than 2,000 damage. 2 shots can kill me. Jin Mingxiu, you are wrong. I think this drone can fire at least 200 bullets per second. Otherwise, how could it kill 7 of us in an instant? Jiang Haoyu, 200 rounds per second? You are exaggerating too. The reason why it can kill us instantly is because it has the function of automatically detecting enemies. Gregory, do drones have other functions? Jiang Haoyu, I thought I saw it drop a grenade before I died. I don't know if I saw it wrong. Chan Yu, and grenades? Are you kidding me about riding a horse? Andre, originally, I was planning to come over and compete for this S-class territory. But now it seems that the difficulty is a bit too high. Gregory, Andre, are you going to stop robbing me? Then I have to go to District 5. Andre, good luck to you. Na Feng also saw this information. Andre is ready to give up? As the 3rd war zone, Andre is definitely very strong. And his teammates won't be any worse. This will be a strong opponent. They have now given up fighting for the S-class territory in the Snow Mountains, which is good news for District 527. Xiao Luo frowned slightly. He left Area 3 and came to Area 5. Everyone thinks we are easy to bully. Right? Na Feng shrugged. Who called us District 527? If you develop too slowly in the early stage, it is normal for you to be looked down upon. After a pause, Nafeng showed a sneer on his face, but it doesn't matter. We can just take advantage of this opportunity to beat them hard. Xiao Luo, lend me your cloak. Xiao Luo took off his cloak and handed it to Nafeng. Wondering, what are you doing with my cloak? Nafeng chuckled, of course. I'm giving it to my friends in Area 48 to see my new weapon. Chapter 133 Sikong Bushu is here. Snowy Mountains. Outside S-Class territory. Chanyu turned off the panel angrily. These 7 idiots are so stupid. After finally sneaking in, everyone was dead within 20 minutes. Now it's not that easy to find a place to enter the territory. Chanyu hid behind a boulder, lowering his head and thinking about his strategy. Area 527 has sent people to patrol the edges of the territory. It is almost impossible to enter the territory without being discovered. There are still more than 5 hours until the end of the territorial war. So we must find a way to delay it. Chanyu doesn't want to see District 527 occupying S-Class territory. Their 48th district failed to occupy the S-level territory. But your 527th district occupied it. What does this mean? Slap our District 48 in the face? Can this be tolerated? Chanyu Appa. The people from District 5 are on their way. How about we withdraw? Next to Sanyu, a delicate and frail little girl said, let dogs eat dogs in areas 5 and 527. Let's reserve our strength first and come back later to clean up the mess. Chanyu raised his eyebrows. I thought so too. Sanyu clapped his hands and attracted everyone's attention. Brothers, let's evacuate first. Before Chanyu could finish speaking, a chosen one pointed to the sky with a horrified expression. Look! A drone is flying over. Chanyu was startled and looked over quickly. In midair, 5 or 6 drones are flying quickly. Chanyu yelled, hurry! Hide in the tunnel. The chosen ones in Area 48 have dug long tunnels, just to guard against Nonfeng's sniper rifles. At this time, they quickly jumped into the tunnel and sealed the top with huge rocks, making it very safe. Let's go. Evacuate here first. Lest Nafeng throws the grenades in. Sanyu calmly directed everyone to leave. This tunnel is dug very long. They can go through the tunnel to a small cave 50 meters away, and then go deep into the cave to leave the snow-capped mountains. As of today, the strength of each chosen one is so terrifying that they dug a 50-meter-long tunnel in less than an hour. If it weren't for the huge noise of digging tunnels, Chanyu would have been ready to dig directly into the S-Class territory. By the way, if I find a remote place to dig, is there any chance I can dig in? Chanyu shook his head and gave up the idea first. Their top priority now is to leave here first to avoid being targeted by Nonfeng's drone. This is a drone with 50 bullets per second. There are only more than 30 people in Area 48, and they are all killed in seconds. It is impossible to withstand it. The distance of 50 meters is not long. Sanyu quickly climbed out of the tunnel and came to the small cave. Sanyu said, let's stay here for a while. After we finish fighting Areas 5 and 527, we will go out to clean up the mess. Brother Chanyu is wise. This S-Class territory must belong to our District 48. Smekta. Everyone in Area 48 found a place to sit down and rest. They didn't realize that there was a pair of eyes in the tunnel looking at them coldly. They are all hiding here. Just now, Nafeng activated the stealth skill and secretly followed them here. They are all huddled in such a small place. Wouldn't it be possible to do this with just 2 thunderbolts? Nafeng took out 2 cars from his backpack. This was all assembled by Nafeng and Xiao Luo 10 minutes ago, using branches and wood. These 2 cars are very abstract, and you can only vaguely see the appearance of a car. Nafeng took out 2 grenades, pulled the tabs, and stuffed one into the middle of each car. After waiting for 2 seconds, Nafeng threw the car into the cave with force. The attention of everyone in Area 48 was instantly attracted. What is this? Toy car, Smekta? Run! Some people are still confused, and some people have already started to run for their lives. Nafeng calculated the time and shouted in the tunnel, explosion is art. Explode the truck. Blow it up for me. Boom! 2 grenades exploded, and the whole cave shook violently. Those who were closer to the grenade were blown to pieces, while those who were further away could barely survive. Chanyu shouted in horror, Nafeng. It's the south wind. This damn Nafeng actually has a self-destructing truck. These 2 grenades directly destroyed the vitality of Area 48. The chosen one, who was slightly injured, had already rolled and crawled away deep into the cave. Of course, Nafeng was not prepared to let them go so easily. He crawled out of the tunnel, and when he mentioned Gatlin, It was like a shuttle. Want to steal my territory? I will give you a physical salvation and send you to heaven. Gatlin spurted out tongues of fire and killed several more chosen ones. But the cave was winding, and the remaining people turned around and easily dodged the bullets fired by Gatlin. Unfortunately, a dozen of them ran away. Nanfeng curled his lips and had no intention of catching up. Nanfeng still understands the principle of not pursuing poor criminals. He is the strongest combatant in Area 527. If he accidentally capsizes in the ditch, this S-class territory will definitely be taken away. It's better to be steady. Nanfeng picked up Gatling and returned the same way through the tunnel. In a cross-region chat channel, things have exploded at this time. Chanyu, Gregory, you guys in District 5 must be careful. Nanfeng still has a hidden trump card. Gregory, how do you know he still has a trump card? Chungyamo, it must be because he was beaten severely again. Ha ha ha. Chanyu, Nanfeng is too well hidden. Just now, he brought out 2 more self-destructing trucks, killing many of our brothers. Gregory, a self-destructing truck? He even has a truck. Chanyu, well, they are 2 toy cars made of wood, but they can really explode. Edward, haha. Were you confused by the bombing? This was obviously Nanfeng who had stuffed the hand grenade into the wooden cart and blowing up a truck? Very funny. Sanyu was stunned. Edward seemed to be right, but Chanyu would never admit it. How to admit it? Could it be that I was so frightened by the south wind just now that I lost even basic judgment? Chanyu, Edward, the situation you mentioned does exist, but I'm not a fool. Wouldn't I be able to tell the difference? Chanyu, although the self-destructing truck was made of wood, it could move and was faster than me. It chased me for more than 50 meters before exploding. Have you ever seen a car made of wood that can run and turn? Edward fell silent. If Chanyu is telling the truth, then this is really a self-destructing truck. Meanwhile, in the swamp, Sikong Bushu rested on his 2 white thighs and looked at the information in the cross-region channel with a smile on his face. It's really interesting. It's a drone and a self-destructing truck. This south wind is really interesting. It would be great if you could take him in as my subordinate. The owner of the thigh was a girl who was wearing very cool clothes. At this time, she was picking up a grape with dull eyes and feeding it to Sikong Bushu's mouth. It will take half an hour to complete the occupation of this S-level territory. Sikong Bushu glanced around. There are only 50 chosen ones from District 2 here. Not a single outsider. People from other war zones simply did not dare to come to the swamp. Anyway, no one is coming to take my territory. So why should I stay here? Why not go to the snowy mountains to play? Sikong Urkshu's eyes lit up, and he stood up immediately. Leave 10 people here to guard. Others, prepare sedans and follow me to the snowy mountains. Yes. The remaining 49 chosen ones answered in unison. If you look carefully, the eyes of these 49 people are confused and unfocused. They were all hypnotized. Soon, 8 sturdy chosen ones came to Sikong Bushu, carrying a simple sedan. Sikong Bushu got on the sedan chair, and there were 2 beauties with good figures sitting on the left and right. Their appearance is very similar. They are clearly twin sisters. Sikong Bushu hugged him from left to right and laughed loudly. Let's go to the snowy mountains. Chapter 134. Xiao Luo is an actor. Battle for territory. Small world. Snowy mountains. After the south wind drove away the chosen ones in Area 48, there was a brief calm in the territory. Countdown 47:13. It still takes more than 40 minutes to successfully capture it, which is a bit difficult. Nanfeng returned to his territory and stood on a mountain peak, observing the surrounding situation. I don't know how many people covet this S-class territory. These 47 minutes may be extended to 2 hours, 3 hours, or even 5 hours. In the chat channel, Xiao Luo and others were also constantly sharing information. Xiao Luo, there are no enemies in the southeast. I am now going to patrol from south to west. Huang Yuanming, a small team was found in the direction of 25 east by north. I don't know which war zone it is from. They have no plans to attack yet. Su Zuran, Wu Yuanming, take people to Huang Yuanming's side and get rid of that team. Wu Yuanran, got it. Xinpian, I found people from District 5 9 kilometers away due south of the territory. They were preparing to come over. When Nanfeng saw this message, he immediately ran due south. Area 5 is their current #1 enemy. Once Area 5 is solved, other enemies can be frightened, and they will give up their thoughts on Area 527. In the chat channel, Supervisor Shin continued, Area 5 is still shaking people. and many chosen ones from other war areas have also followed. And now more than 200 people have gathered. Su Ming, damn it. Don't other war zones need to occupy territories? There is still room to support District 5? Chiu Feihong, maybe they have succeeded in occupying it. There are so many B and C level territories that no one is grabbing them. They can occupy anyone. Shenpian, there are also some war zones that are still under occupation. I just passed by a C level territory and found that only 5 people were defending. And the others followed Zone 5 to attack us. Xiao Luo, then why don't you kill those 5 people? Judge Shen, what you said seems to make sense. In the jungle, Judge Shen turned off the panel and ran back. Humph. You want to steal our territory? Then I'll steal your territory first. Fight magic with magic. Shen Pan quickly arrived at the sea-level territory he had just passed by and hid behind a tree to observe the situation. The scope of Class C territory is very small. A circle with a radius of 30 meters. The 5 chosen ones were chatting and spanking together. Judge Shen saw the right moment and killed him with one stride. Leopard attack. He is like a cheetah pouncing on its prey. Someone. In the sea-level territory. The face of the chosen one holding the battle flag changed. And he immediately spoke to remind his companions. But before he could finish his words, Judge Shen rushed to his face and stabbed him 8 times with the dagger in his hand. Poof! Blood surges. 8 knives per second. The opponent's neck was stabbed directly. Fark. Enemy attack. Come on. Brothers. Kill him. The remaining 4 people were furious and brandished long knives and short swords to kill Shen Pen. Judge Shen didn't like fighting either. So he picked up the sea-level battle flag and ran away. Ding! It has been detected that, Nansuan, where you are is occupying S-level territory. And this territory cannot be occupied. Shen Pan ignored the system prompts, picked up the battle flag and quickly disappeared into the jungle. The remaining 4 chosen ones couldn't catch up. So they stood there angrily and cursed. It's poisonous. Sea-level territory is also up for grabs. Where does this lunacy come from? Tell the boss quickly. Our territory has been robbed. In the jungle, a team of more than 200 people set off toward the snow-capped mountains. Brit from Area 5 said, after passing through this jungle, we arrived at the snow-capped mountains. At that time, everyone spread out and attacked from different directions. Lest Nanfeng kill us all with a grenade. Your main purpose is to rush into the territory and delay time. As for the chosen one in District 527, let us in District 5 handle it. The other war zones looked at each other. And White from Zone 356 said, the remuneration we just agreed upon. Brit smiled and said, don't worry. As long as we win the S-level territory, you can get 10 quartz stones in each battle zone. Quartz stone. A necessary material for upgrading the natal magic weapon from E level to D level. Everyone present is a 3-digit war zone. They can't beat the level 15 quartz elf yet, or they haven't found the location of the quartz elf yet. So their natal magic weapons are still stuck at the E level peak and cannot be upgraded. Quartz stone is very important to them. Enough for them to take risks and follow District 5 to attack District 527. Gregory from Area 5 added, if you can kill Nanfeng, then I will give you 50 more quartz stones. 50 pieces. White in Area 356 suddenly became jealous. These 50 quartz stones are enough for the 10 chosen ones in this war zone to upgrade their natal magic weapons. Then their strength in the war zone will make a qualitative leap. If I can kill Nanfeng and get 50 quartz stones, then I can give 5 of them to Renee. Thinking of Renee's tall and hot figure, White had a smirk on his face. These 5 quartz stones can be exchanged for Renee to accompany him for a night of spring supper. Nanfeng, your life belongs to me. Not only White, but most others also have the same idea. 50 quartz stones. Nanfeng's life is so valuable. At this moment, White suddenly received a message. Wow Fak. Was our territory in the war zone robbed? White was furious. Who is it? Are you also grabbing sea-level territory? Are you sick? Isn't this stuff all over the streets? After hearing this, Brit comforted him. It's okay. It's just a sea-level territory. It'll be gone if it's gone. After the matter is over, our District 5 will help you occupy a B-level territory. Thank you, Mr. Brit. White looked delighted. So what are we waiting for? Let's go quickly. Zone 5 led everyone to move forward. And more war zones joined along the way. They were all attracted by the reward of quartz stone. Brit showed a smile when he saw the growing army behind him. Haha. A bunch of cannon fodder. But Brit didn't notice that there were a few more uninvited guests among the army. Countdown 31:18. Directly south of the Snow Mountain S-level territory. Nefeng Xiaoluo and others have gathered here, waiting for the arrival of the army from District 5. Nefeng looked into the distance with a 4x scope. They were almost there. Xiaoluo narrowed his eyes slightly and exuded a murderous aura. When they come over, I will kill them all. Nefeng patted Xiaoluo on the shoulder. We will see your acting skills later. Remember? Act according to the plan. Xiaoluo smiled crookedly. Don't worry. I was an actor before time travel, and my acting skills are great. Just watch me perform, and it will be okay. Xiaoluo is an actor. Nefeng was stunned. He had never seen it before. Could it be that he was a walk-on? It turns out you are still an actor. So disrespectful. Nefeng asked curiously, where are you acting? Xiaoluo, in Summoner's Rift. It's 500 yuan per round. South Wind. Chapter 135. The fight begins. Countdown 28:51. The large force summoned by District 5 has walked out of the jungle and arrived in the snow-capped mountains. Their straight-line distance from the S-class territory is no more than 500 meters. Brit had already seen Nefeng Xiaoluo and Su Zern on the snow mountain. Gregory waved his iron fist twice and said in a muffled voice, just 3 people to defend us. You look down on people, right? Brit's lips raised. There are only 3 on the surface. But who knows how many there are behind the scenes? Everyone dispersed on the spot, and each found a place to break out. Following Brit's order, the chosen ones from other war zones immediately dispersed, preparing to attack the territory from the side. Directly south, only 50 chosen ones from Area 5 were left, still confronting Nefeng and others. On the snow mountain, Su Zern looked calm. Are all our brothers here? Xiaoluo replied, except for Shenpan. The remaining 227 brothers are all here. On the back of this mountain, more than 200 chosen ones were lying in ambush in the snow. Everyone in District 527 came to the south of the territory, ready to fight to the end with the chosen ones in District 5. In the other 3 directions, Nefeng and others had no intention of defending at all, because there are other brothers from the Dragon Kingdom War Zone who came to help. District 17, District 68, District 381. After they learned that District 5 was going to seize the S-class territory in District 527, they immediately brought people over. At this time, they were defending in the 3 directions of east, west, north and west, coupled with EP81 and others in Area 113. Area 527 has nearly 200 powerful reinforcements. The other war zones are all small Karami. As long as Zone 5 can be taken care of, there is nothing else to fear. Nefeng stood on the top of the hill, set up his M24, and fired at the people in Area 5. But the distance between the 2 sides was too far, and the shot missed as expected. Brit sneered, very good. The south wind is on our side. There should be no pressure for others to rush into the territory. Gregory made a clicking sound with his fingers. Give Nefeng to me later, and I will test his strength. Don't worry. You have more important tasks. Brit pointed to the S-class battle flag on the top of the mountain. When the fight breaks out, you will have priority to grab the battle flag. Do you understand? Gregory groaned, yes. Everyone in Area 5 waited for a while, and finally received news from other war areas. Brit, District 356 launched an attack in the east, but was counterattacked by District 527, with more than 30 people on the other side. Area 263 is in the west, and also encountered an ambush from Area 527. District 145 is in the southwest. Strange. Area 527 seems to be very aware of our movements. Right? Brit was a little confused. Why were there ambushes everywhere? What a coincidence. He didn't know yet that among the team he had assembled, there had long been the chosen ones from the Dragon Kingdom War Zone mixed in. It would be strange if he didn't know. Shaking her head, Brit didn't think much about it. They were all cannon fodder anyway. If they were ambushed, they would be ambushed. It wouldn't be a big problem. Brit did some calculations and found that there were nearly 200 people in Area 527 on other lines of defense. Gregory, there are only 250 people in Area 527, and 200 of them are in other directions. So there are only 50 people defending here? Brit frowned slightly. They really didn't take our District 5 seriously? Or do they think a south wind can protect us? Gregory said in a low voice, since they dare to underestimate the enemy, let's show them some color. What are you waiting for? Go ahead. Brit shook his head, don't worry. Just wait. On the snowy mountain, seeing that everyone in Area 5 had not launched an attack. Na Feng sighed, they are too stable. I have to find another vulnerability. Xiao Luo nodded, okay. Just leave this to me. You go to other lines of defense to help first. Na Feng didn't say much. Put away the M24 and left here. Running towards the east. To the east, Yi Pialing from District 113 is defending. They are fighting fiercely with the other 3 war zones. The strength of District 113 is still very strong, but it cannot withstand the opponent's large number of people and has fallen into a disadvantage. Yi Pialing said coldly, hold them back. Don't let them rush into the territory. Next to Yi Pialing, Jiang Qingyan stabbed an enemy to death with a sword, sister. There are too many of them. The brothers can't stand it. Yi Pialing, if you can't stand it, you have to stand up. And no one is allowed to retreat. Go back and upgrade after death. What are you afraid of? Yi Pialing stretched out his hand and broke the doll's neck. At the same time, an enemy's head strangely rotated 180 degrees and became cold. When White in Area 356 saw this, he felt a chill all over. This woman's ability is too weird. We are still playing with swords and swords. But you are here to play witchcraft? Kill that woman first. White roared and led the people towards Yi Pialing. Jiang Qingyan shouted loudly and rushed forward with a sword. Protect the eldest sister's head. All the remaining people in Area 113 rushed over and stood in front of Yi Pialing. But there are too many enemies and the attack is too fierce. These dozen people are obviously unable to stop them. More and more chosen ones from District 113 are dying. It seems a little late. The south wind just came over the top of the mountain. So I picked up the M24 and shot it. Boom! A huge bloody hole appeared on White's forehead. Ding! You have been killed by Nansuan, Na Feng and will return to Area 356. South wind? Why does the south wind appear here? Isn't he defending on the south side? He killed me with one shot. White felt a little bitter in his heart. Fortunately, he had been fantasizing for a long time about which move he should use to kill Na Feng more handsomely. As a result, Na Feng died under his gun without even seeing his face. White's figure slowly disappeared and returned to Area 356. The crisp sound of the gunshot also startled others. The south wind in Area 527 is coming. Find cover. Retreat. Retreat. Damn it. Why is Na Feng here? Shouldn't he be guarding people in Zone 5? District 356 and others did not dare to fight and fled quickly. Na Feng chased after him and nodded a dozen times before giving up. Yi Pialing walked over slowly. Why did you come to the east? How is the situation in the south? Na Feng said, the people in District 5 are so cowardly that I can only show off a weakness. Otherwise they will not dare to attack. I won't tell you any more. Let me go to the north first. Na Feng switched out his dagger and walked towards the north of the territory despite the wind and snow. In the distance, 356 chosen ones saw this scene and quickly shared the news. Hunter, everyone. Please be aware that the south wind is moving to the north of the territory. Friends in the north should be careful. Akira Yamaguchi, what? Is the south wind coming? Everyone. Retreat quickly. Don't make unnecessary sacrifices. Brit, you hold Na Feng back. And I'll launch an attack immediately to seize the battle flag. Brit keeps an eye on what's happening on the cross-district channel. At this time, I heard that Na Feng had gone to the north of the territory and immediately prepared to launch an attack. Na Feng's agility value is not low, and he can quickly return to defense. So we don't have much time. But I believe that you can kill 50 people on the opposite side in 5 minutes. Brit looked around at the chosen ones. These were the elites of District 5. Each of them, the natal magic weapon, has been promoted to the lower level of D level. On the other hand, in Area 527, there are only 5 people including Na Feng Xiaoluo. And their natal magic weapons have been promoted to the lower level of D level. There is a big gap in the overall strength of the two theaters. 5 minutes. Grab the battle flag and occupy the commanding heights. Everyone. Do you have confidence? Everyone in Area 5 shouted in unison. Yes. Very good. Very energetic. Brit waved his hand and pointed at the snowy mountain. Attack. The 50 chosen ones broke out at full speed and ran towards the snow-capped mountains. Ding! It has been detected that other chosen ones from the war zone have entered the territory. And the countdown has been paused 23:31. Finally come. Suzerain held up the battle flag and stood calmly on the hillside, looking at the chosen ones from District 5 charging down below. Xiao Luo. Take 50 brothers and fight with them first. Remember to act better, and lure them into the trap. Xiao Luo said calmly, don't worry. I promise to complete the task. Behind him, 50 brothers from District 527 had already stood up. 40 melee and 10 ranged. Xiao Luo pulled out his short sword and dived down. All available. Rush it to me. Chapter 136 Acting. It's all about acting. Xiao Luo stood on the top of the mountain and jumped down. 40 close combat brothers followed closely behind, full of murderous intent. Arrow of Thunder Element. On the hillside, Wu Yuansheng bent his bow and set an arrow. And an elemental arrow, with the power of thunder and lightning shot out. The remaining 9 long-range brothers were not idle either, and released attacks at the same time. The battle is about to begin. Brick calmly commanded, spread out. Don't get caught. Ryan, take your men and kill the other party's archers. Gregory, go around from the side and grab the battle flag first. Everyone in District 5 cooperated tacitly and responded quickly. Wu Yuansheng's thunder elemental arrow could only barely control 3 people. The other people's volleys were all blocked by the chosen ones in Area 5. Wu Yuan's face looked a little solemn. The defense of the opponent's several human shields is too high, and he can only cause more than 100 damage. Swish, swish, swish. At the same time, District 5 also launched a counterattack, and a series of arrows rained from the sky. Get out of the way! Wu Yuan rolled over and hid behind the hillside. He drew the long bow with his backhand and shot 10 magic arrows in an instant. Scattering. Beside him, Yunfei also condensed a large number of magic stones, opened his slingshot and flicked them out. The goddess scatters flowers. None of the long-range chosen ones on both sides held back, and the fight was in full swing. Xiao Luo slid to the bottom of the mountain and swung his short knife to kill Brit. Knife Chi. The magic power in Xiao Luo's body poured into the dagger, and a thin layer of sword energy condensed around the dagger, which was extremely sharp. Instant cut. Xiao Luo's figure flashed, and he was in front of Brit in an instant. Raised his short sword and chopped it down. The strength is good. Brit chuckled lightly and raised the knight's spear in his hand to block the blow. At the same time, he quickly took 2 steps back to distance himself. But your knife is too short. Brit held the spear with both hands and stabbed it fiercely. Xiao Luo immediately dodged with small steps, and then continued to bully forward and fight with Brit. The two of them were going back and forth with swords and guns. At the same time, the melee chosen ones from both sides came into contact with each other, and a battle broke out in an instant. The knives and swords roared together. Life and death collide. On the other side, Gregory had bypassed the frontal battlefield and was preparing to go up the mountain to snatch the battle flag. Su Zering calmly held up the battle flag and said, Wang Yuanming, go and stop him. Good. Wang Yuanming climbed out of the snow and stood on the top of the mountain looking down at Gregory. Come up. Gregory snorted coldly, huh? There are indeed people up there. But it doesn't matter. I'll kill them together. Gregory strode up and a 2-handed axe appeared in his hands, slashing hard at Wang Yuanming. I block it. Wang Yuanming raised his long stick to block. But Gregory's strength was frightening. Wang Yuanming was hit by the axe and fell to one knee. Damn it! Can't beat it. Even if he blocked the axe, Wang Yuanming still lost more than 500 health points. If this were to hit him on the body, wouldn't he be able to kill Wang Yuanming immediately? Brother, let me help you. Su Ming climbed out of the snow at some point and charged with a big shield. Savage crash. Gregory roared, drink. Battle cry. I saw that the muscles all over his body were bulging. The surface of his skin was red, and his body was completely bigger. Gregory raised his axe with both hands and swept the incoming Su Ming away with a sweeping sweep. Wild. Wang Yuanming was secretly shocked. Even Su Ming, the toughest person in the area, couldn't withstand the opponent's blow? That can only attack his weakness. Wang Yuanming was still kneeling on one knee, his eyes just looking directly at Gregory's crotch. Just now, Gregory's body grew larger, and that area also became bloated. Eat my stick. Wang Yuanming was so angry that he stabbed him with a stick. Weakness attack, minus 315. Gregory groaned. Anger ignited in his eyes, and kicked Wang Yuanming out with one kick. Minus 1,208. Wang Yuanming rolled around in the snow several times and broke into a cold sweat. This Gregory was so strong that he lost more than 1,200 health points with just one kick. He just stabbed Gregory in the lifeline, and he only lost more than 300 blood. Is this the master of Area 5? It's really strong. A level 12 dish dog is worthy of being my opponent? Gregory smiled ferociously, raised his axe in both hands, and rushed towards Huang Yuanming again. Cut it off with an axe. Instant kill. Huang Yuanming was sent back to Area 527 without even letting out a scream. Damn. This brat is so fierce. Huang Yuanming took 2 deep breaths and silently prayed for the remaining brothers in his heart. On the snowy mountain, Huang Yuanming died in battle, and Gregory turned around and aimed at Su Zuran. Hand over the battle flag. Gregory snorted coldly, and a lot of white gas came out of his nose. Like a wild bull, the veins on his legs popped out, and he rushed towards Su Zuran. Su Zuran stood there without moving, without even looking at Gregory, showing off his superior demeanor and full of authority. Stand behind me. At the critical moment, Su Ming rushed over and stuck the big shield heavily into the snow. A huge shield appeared, blocking Gregory's axe. Damn it. You should hide for a while. Su Ming took an axe from Gregory and lost a lot of life points. And he cursed angrily. Su Zuran said calmly, you can't hide. If you hide, you won't be able to force yourself. Grass. Su Ming cursed and raised his big shield, and Gregory's second axe had already chopped down. When Su Ming took a few steps back after this axe attack, a mouthful of old blood came to his mouth, and he swallowed it again. What a terrifying power. Can hold up to 5 more axes at most. Su Ming could only place his hopes on other brothers at this time. But when he turned around and looked, his face suddenly darkened. Of the 10 long-range chosen ones, only Wu Yuan was left alive, suppressed by the enemy's firepower, and afraid to take the lead. Most of the 40 melee chosen ones brought by Xiao Luo were killed or injured. Even Xiao Luo himself was besieged by a group of people, and could not protect himself. On the other hand, in District 5, only 8 people died. Su Ming gritted his teeth and shouted, the disparity in strength is too great. Let's withdraw. The remaining brothers still have a chance to occupy a B-level territory. Su Zuran looked solemn, and lowered his head to think. Gregory said with a ferocious smile, do you still want to retreat now? Late. I'll kill you first. And then I'll kill Nat Fong. I want you to not even have D-class territory in District 527. Gregory said, and charged at him with his 2-handed axe again, slashing on the shield. He was going to use Su Ming's big shield and hack Su Ming to death. Su Ming gritted his teeth and held on. Su Zuran. Let's go! Take the remaining brothers and leave. Su Zuran was no longer calm, and said with a trembling voice, hold on for a while. The south wind will come back soon. Su Ming yelled, support, support, support. I can't hold it any longer. Chopping. While Su Ming was talking, Gregory suddenly and nimbly moved to the side and struck 3 times with his axe. These 3 axes hit Su Ming's body directly, without a large shield to block the damage. His health value returned to 0, and he returned to Area 527. Seeing Su Ming die in battle, Su Zuran panicked, raised the battle flag and ran away. Retreat! Retreat quickly! Go north to find the south wind. Below, Xiao Luo spat out a mouthful of blood and glared at Brit with a cold look. Wait! I will definitely kill you next time. After putting down these cruel words, Xiao Luo turned around and ran away, not willing to fight. Brit laughed. That's it? Is this District 527? Kill them all, leaving no one alive. As soon as Xiao Luo ran away, the pressure on the remaining dozen or so chosen ones suddenly doubled, and they were all quickly killed by the people in Area 5. Xiao Luo rushed out of the encirclement and ran all the way to the hillside, where he found that Gregory was chasing Su Zuran. Instant cut. Xiao Luo arrived behind Gregory in an instant and slashed the crook of his leg with a knife. Gregory groaned and knelt on the ground, but he also swung the axe in his hand and struck Xiao Luo's thigh with the axe. Xiao Luo took a breath of air, lost his balance, and fell to the ground. Su Zuran hurried over and helped Xiao Luo up. Can he still walk? I'll help you walk. Xiao Luo's face turned pale, and his health points were less than 200 points. I think I can still save it. Su Zuran supported Xiao Luo and slid down the other side of the hillside. Behind him, Brit, Gregory, and others were already chasing after him. Brit looked at the 2 people who looked like bereft dogs and laughed loudly. Your District 527 is nothing more than that. Except for Nanfeng. Everyone else is trash. Gregory looked ferocious. Chase and kill these 2 brats. Everyone in Area 5 didn't think much. They all slid down the hillside and came to the back of the hillside. Here, this is the ambush place of Area 527. Suzerain stopped running away, turned around with a calm expression, and looked at Brit and others quietly. How? You know you can't run away. So why don't you run away? Brit smiled slightly, as if he was sure of victory. If I had known this. Why bother? If you hand over the battle flag as soon as possible, you might be able to occupy another territory. But now, you have killed 8 of my soldiers in District 5, and I must bury you with them. Suzerain sneered. It's hard to say who will be buried with whom. Brit's expression changed slightly when she saw Suzerain's attitude change so quickly. There is a situation. Behind Brit, Ryan was also keenly aware that something was wrong. He drew his longbow to full capacity and shot an arrow at Xiao Luo. We'll be in. Ryan is very confident in his archery skills. Xiao Luo can't dodge this arrow. He died. At this moment, a green light surrounded Xiao Luo, instantly adding up his health. His arrow hit Xiao Luo's shoulder, but it didn't kill him. There is a priest. Brit's heart skipped a beat. But before he had time to think about it, more than 100 people suddenly climbed up in the snow around him. They didn't know how long they had been lying here. Their bodies were turning blue from the cold, but they didn't move at all. Ambush. There's an ambush here. Suzerain and the others were all just pretending to be panicked. Acting. It's all acting. Every frame is an act. Brit mentally gave herself 2 big pussy pockets. It's not scary to be ambushed. What's scary is that he never thought there would be an ambush here. His psychology was completely manipulated. Withdraw first. Brit's face was ashen. And just when he was about to direct everyone to retreat, he felt a sharp pain in his chest. Boom! Gunfire roared in the distance. A magic bullet hit Brit right in the chest. The terrifying impact made him groan, and he took several steps back before he could regain his balance. The south wind is coming. Brit was shocked. The battle just now was so smooth that he almost forgot that there was a terrifying war weapon like Nafeng in Area 527, surrounded by more than 100 people, and with Nafeng raising a gun in the distance. Brit was filled with despair. If I had it to do over again, I would definitely not be so reckless. But there is no regret medicine in the world, and there is no way to start over. What you just said. I will return to you now. Suzerain waved his hand gently and said, brothers, kill them all, leaving no one behind. Chapter 137 Raising Goo? Kill! In the snowy mountains, the shouts of killing shook the heaven and the earth. The people of Nansuan, who had been lying in wait for a long time, instantly fought with the chosen ones from District 5. Xiao Luo's eyes were fierce as he swung his knife forward again and faced Brit. His health points have been filled up by the Nani Suihan, and even the wound on his leg has been completely healed. Now Xiao Luo is back to his peak state. Inspiring, Suihan stood at the back of the crowd, holding his wand high and chanting a spell. A faint halo spread. Nansuan's brothers were as strong as chickens. Their momentum instantly exploded. Rain of fire. Full moon slash. Explosive fire bomb. Skills were released one after another, leaving the chosen ones in Area 5 helpless. Too many people. There are too many skills. Brit gritted his teeth and yelled at everyone, cover Gregory's retreat. Gregory groaned, if I don't leave, I can still kill him. Brit, get out of here and find a way to occupy a territory. Otherwise our efforts will be in vain. This territory battle is actually used to enhance the strength of the major villages, even if it is the most rubbish D-level territory. After occupying it, the villagers in the village can have all attributes plus 10 and gain 5% damage reduction. This is equivalent to a free attribute. Who would have too much? But if the 5th district team is destroyed here, even the D-level territory will be gone. Blood loss. Gregory also understood the seriousness of the matter. No matter what, he had to leave here and occupy a territory, even the worst D-class. Now Brit has been targeted by Xiao Luo and Nafeng, and the others are too weak, leaving him the only one with a chance to escape. Ah! Gregory roared angrily, wielded his axe and struck violently, tearing a way out. Upon seeing this, Brit immediately rushed forward to cover Gregory's retreat. Boom! Gunshots were heard in the distance. A magic bullet came and hit Gregory in the abdomen. Gregory groaned, covering his wound and continuing to run for his life. Xiao Luo sneered, want to run? No way. Brit stretched out his knight's spear to stop Xiao Luo, and said in a deep voice, there's no need for you to kill them all. Right? Let him go and treat it as a friend. Xiao Luo knocked away the knight's spear with his sword. You have killed so many of our brothers in District 527, and you still want to make friends with us? A trace of sullenness flashed across Brit's face. They're not really dead. No one will die in this small world. Xiao Luo sneered again and again. If people really die here, will you let us go? Brit was stunned. Yes. If people really die in this small world, Brit will not hold back, and will kill them anyway. What qualifications does he have to ask District 527 to let Gregory go? On the distant mountain peak, Nanfeng aimed at Gregory and fired again. Boom! The distance was too far, and the shot flew past Gregory's scalp without causing much damage. Gregory had climbed up the hillside and jumped down, out of Nanfeng's sight. Not even dead. Nanfeng opened a panel and sent a message to the handsome guys group. Nanfeng, Judge Shen. There is a tall guy running away in Area 5. He is in your direction. Go and deal with him. Judge Shen, no problem. In the jungle, Judge Shen threw away the C-class battle flag he had snatched and ran towards the territory, preparing to intercept Gregory. Nanfeng turned his gun and aimed at the other chosen ones in Area 5. Boom! 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 Gunfire rang out, taking the lives of everyone in Area 5. It has to be said that the overall strength of the chosen ones in District 5 is still very strong. Nanfeng needs at least 3 shots to kill one, and some of the more fleshy ones can even carry 45 shots. If Nanfeng hadn't been in charge, at least half of the more than 200 people in Nansuan would have been killed or injured. There are a lot of quartz stones in their war zone. You can go shopping when you have time. Nanfeng has not yet found a ferocious beast like quartz spirit in Area 527, and there is a serious shortage of quartz stone. It's time to go to other war zones to grab some and bring them back. 5 minutes later, as Brit's unwilling roar sounded, the battle officially ended. Nanfeng switched out the dagger and jogged all the way to the front battlefield. The casualty results have been tallied. Suzerain, in this battle, we lost a total of 68 people, and there are currently 159 brothers left. 49 people were killed in Area 5, allowing Gregory to run away. Nanfeng walked over slowly. I asked Shenpan to chase him. Gregory doesn't have much health left, so he shouldn't be able to beat Shenpan. Xiao Luo, District 5 is really strong. If they choose to fight guerrilla warfare, we will definitely be cannibalized bit by bit and pay a heavy price. Nanfeng, you have to be good at acting. They were all killed in Area 5. They didn't even realize there was an ambush here, so they just stepped in stupidly. Of course, the support from other Dragon Kingdom theaters was also very important, successfully making Brit think that the people in District 527 were scattered on different lines of defense. Otherwise Brit wouldn't be so careless. Suzerain, there are still enemies in the northwest. Let's take a rest first, and then go over to help. Nanfeng, just go over there with Xiao Luo. There is a group of little Kaoami left. We can take care of them in minutes. Xiao Luo nodded and ran to the northwest side by side with Nanfeng. The snow was falling heavily. Xiao Luo drank mineral water and felt cold all over. It's so cold. By the way, there was a fight just now. Didn't you need to replenish your magic power? Nanfeng waved his hand. Who in this cold weather can drink mineral water to return to blue? I have equipment that can return blue, so there is no need to drink it. Xiao Luo suddenly became jealous. Gone. There is such equipment. Why have I never come out? Nanfeng thought for a while, then turned to look at Xiao Luo. I will help you get 2 pieces when I have time. This equipment is so powerful. There are now more than 400 war zones left in the primitive world, of which more than 300 are not dealt with in the Dragon Kingdom war zone. After returning, Nanfeng immediately selected 3 lucky battle zones, killed their village chiefs, and took off the immortal suit and gave it to Xiao Luo. Xiao Luo is the second combat force in Area 527. How can he do it if his equipment is not good? Thinking of this, Nanfeng couldn't help but sigh. Our Dragon Kingdom has a large population, so logically we should have a huge advantage. Why are there only so many war zones left? Xiao Luo said in a deep voice. On the first day of time travel, the creation god system said that all 10 billion people on Blue Star would travel through time. There were only 1,000 war zones in the primitive world, and each war zone only had 1,000 people. There are only 1 million people here. Where do you think the rest of the people went? Nanfeng raised his eyebrows. You mean, they are in another world? Xiao Luo nodded. I guess there are a total of 10,000 primitive worlds like this. One day in the future, when we trigger a certain condition, we will connect with other worlds, and then continue to fight, grab resources, and improve our strength. It will always be like this. Continue. Listening to what Xiao Luo said, Nanfeng's heart skipped a beat. Boy, this thing sounds. Why does it look like you are raising goo? Chapter 138. Hit someone in the face first. Snow Mountain. West of S-level territory. Chung Mo's robe from District 68 flutters in the wind. He put his fingers together and drove the long sword back and forth in midair. Swordsmanship. The long sword was extremely sharp and cut off the heads of one enemy after another. What an elegant swordsman! By the time Nanfeng and Xiao Luo arrived, almost all the enemies here had been killed. The remaining people also gave up their plans to continue the attack and evacuated the snowy mountains one after another. Brother Chung, thank you very much for your help this time. Nanfeng stepped forward and clasped his hands in a show of respect. Hey, you are so polite to me. Chung Imo replied with a smile. Without any airs. We are all compatriots. And we should help each other. Nanfeng immediately understood. That's necessary. If Brother Chung encounters any trouble in the future, remember to let him know, and I promise to arrive as soon as possible. Everyone chatted for a while. And Chung Mo's eyes widened when he saw the M24 in Nanfeng's hand. I'll beg you. This texture. These curves. This is every man's dream girl. Chung Imo almost drooled with envy. And the long sword in his hand suddenly lost its scent. Good guy. Where was that fairy-like sword fairy aura just now? Nanfeng hugged the M24 tightly and said, by the way, there are still many enemies in the north. Xiao Luo and I are going to support them. So we won't talk anymore. Chung Mo's eyes were still fixed on M24. And he nodded repeatedly. Yes! Yes! You go quickly. Our 68th district is guarding this place. Don't worry. Thank you very much. Under Chung Mo's reluctant eyes, Nanfeng and Xiao Luo ran towards the north in large strides. In the north, District 17 is on defense and District 381 is on defense. There are the fewest enemies in this direction, but the most defenders. It's obvious that you are trying to fish. Lin Tianqi from District 381 sat in the snow with a piece of weed in his mouth. I didn't expect that District 527 could occupy an S-level territory. Their ranking is lower than us. Beside him, Xiao Ongran from District 17 replied, they just developed a little slowly in the early stage. Now District 527 can at least rank in the top 20 in terms of comprehensive strength. Lin Tianqi turned around. Are you occupying A-level territory? Not considering capturing an S-level 1? Xiao Ongran shook his head. The number of S-level territories is too small. And we searched for most of the day but couldn't find them. There are only 3 S-class territories that have been discovered so far. One is in the volcano, occupied by Area 1. One is in the swamp, occupied by Zone 2. The last one is in Snow Mountain, temporarily occupied by Area 527. Areas 1 and 2 cannot be defeated. Area 527 is the Dragon Kingdom War Zone, and Xiao Ongren has no intention of snatching it. Besides, if there is a person like Nanfeng who created a bug, they may not be able to grab it. So they might as well occupy an A-level territory. Nanfeng and Xiao Luo came from a distance. Nanfeng clasped his hands in his fists. Brothers, thank you very much. Thank you for your help this time. Lin Tianqi laughed. We from District 381 came over to join in the fun. The enemies were all defeated by the brothers from District 17. Xiao Ongran nodded to Nanfeng. It's just a little effort. No need to be so polite. Nanfeng, if you encounter any trouble in the future, just call me, and it will be over. I guarantee that I will be there as soon as possible. Speaking of which, I really want to trouble you with something. Xiao Ongran was not polite and said directly, I have an idea, and I want you to help me test it. Nanfeng was a little curious. What do you think? Xiao Ongran, if I join your Nansuan in District 527, can I change the war zone? Xiao Ongran continued, there will definitely be many battle zones that cannot be defended by the beast tide in more than 10 days. If this idea is true, everyone can gather in a war zone. And wouldn't the chance of survival be much greater? Nanfeng was shocked. What a special idea. If this idea is established, then all the remaining chosen ones of the Dragon Kingdom can be integrated. This is a very terrifying force. Of course, there is another premise here. That is, the capacity of the village must be large enough to accommodate so many villagers. Nanfeng was still preparing to discuss with Xiao Ongran. But Xiao Luo's expression suddenly changed. Nanfeng. Sikong Buishu is here. Sikong Erkshu? When Xiao Ongran heard the name, he immediately took half a step back. It is enough to see how much of a psychological shadow Sikong Buishu had left on him. Nanfeng's face was also a little solemn. And he said in a deep voice, where is he? Xiao Luo, just to the south. He stopped 1 meter outside the territory and said he wanted you to go over and see him. Ne Feng was stunned. You want me to see him? What does he want to do? Xiao Luo shook his head. I don't know either. Suzerain said this in the group. He also said that if you don't show up within 10 minutes, he will take action. Ne Feng glanced at the system prompt. Countdown 1943. There are still nearly 20 minutes to capture the territory. Ne Feng thought for a while, and sent a message to the handsome guys group. Ne Feng, Suzerain. Tell him that I won't be able to rush back in 20 minutes, and ask him to wait. Suzerain. He said he would give you 15 minutes at most. Nan Feng, damn. That's so arrogant. Asking him to wait for me. Ne Feng didn't dare to stay any longer, and hurriedly ran to the south of the territory. On the way, Xiao Luo said, I feel that the way Suzerain speaks is not quite right. Ne Feng nodded. I can see it. Xiao Luo frowned. With some doubts in his expression, he might have been hypnotized. But what about the others? Were others hypnotized too? Why didn't anyone remind us? Ne Feng, others may not have noticed that Suzerain was hypnotized. Ne Feng had only heard about Xikong Buishua's hypnotic ability from other people's mouths, but had never seen it with his own eyes. But he can hypnotize several people in the war zone through a few paragraphs of text. So there should be no problem in hypnotizing Suzerain. I just don't know if Suzerain can still wake up. Xiao Luo, what are you going to do? Ne Feng, give Xikong Buishu a shot first, and then give Suzerain a shot. We'll see what happens later. Snow Mountain S-level territory. South. Xikong Buishua stood 1 meter outside the territory with a smile on his face, and did not step into the territory. Directly in front of him, Suzerain stood with his hands behind his back. You have a strong willpower, and I can't completely hypnotize you. Xikong Buishua stretched out his index finger and drew circles in the air. Forget it. I will help you remove the hypnosis now. Look at my finger. Suzerain looked calm, but deep down, he kept telling himself you can't look at his fingers. Otherwise you will sink deeper and deeper. But soon another voice appeared in his heart. It didn't matter if he just took a look. He said it was releasing the hypnosis. While the two voices were still arguing, Suzerain glanced over from the corner of his eye and looked at Xikong Buishua's finger drawing circles in the air. It's over. Suzerain's eyes instantly became dull. Xikong Buishua smiled slightly. Where are the others in your war zone? Why don't you come out to see me? Suzerain replied blankly. I asked them to hide behind the mountain to avoid being hypnotized by you. Xikong Erkshu chuckled. You are quite cautious. You can call them out now. I am also from the Dragon Kingdom. How can I hypnotize you? You think too much. Suzerain tilted his head and thought for a while, seeming to agree with Xikong Erkshu's words. Yes, we are all from the Dragon Kingdom. Why is he hypnotizing us? Suzerain turned around, waved behind him, and made a very 6+1 gesture. Suihan breathed a sigh of relief when he saw this. This means safety. Don't be nervous. Xikong Buishua has no malicious intentions. With that said, Suihan was about to get up. Yuran quickly took her little hand. Don't be careless. Your brother may be hypnotized. Suihan frowned slightly. How is that possible? Yuran is right. Your brother was hypnotized. Ne Feng and Xiao Luo walked over cautiously on their knees. Come on. Make room for me. I'll shoot Xikong Buishua first. Ne Feng lay on the mountain and slowly moved the muzzle of his gun. In the 4X mirror, he saw Xikong's handsome and knowledgeable face full of smiles. Boom! Hit someone in the face first. Chapter 139, Terrifying Psychological Hints. Boom! One shot to the head. The magic bullet penetrated Xikong Erkshu's head, and his brain spurted out. That's it? Ne Feng couldn't believe it. It was solved so easily. This Xikong Erkshu is nothing more than that. In front of Xikong Buishua, Suzerain suddenly woke up and took 2 steps back. It's so scary. I was hypnotized by just a few words. Suzerain gasped for air and felt lingering fear. After his mood calmed down a little, Suzerain turned around and returned. Suihan looked at Suzerain with a worried look. Brother, are you okay? Suzerain shook his head gently. It's okay. He was hypnotized just now, and he was completely confused. Fortunately, Ne Feng killed Xikong Buishua in seconds, so I came to my senses. Ne Feng was still lying on the ground, observing his surroundings through the 4X mirror. Ne Feng, where are the others in Area 2? Why is there only one Xikong Buishua? Suzerain, I don't know. I only saw him. Yuran held her face with her little hands and frowned. I have a question. How can you be sure that the person just now is Xikong Buishua? Have you met him before? Ne Feng was stunned. He had never seen Sikong Bushua before. Sikong Bushua has been banned and has never spoken in the cross-region chat channel. Otherwise Nafeng could still use his avatar to compare. Suzerain, I guess so? Besides Sikong Bushua. Is there anyone else who knows hypnosis? Xiao Luo. Doesn't matter if he is Sikong Bushua or not. What does it have to do with us? The territory has been successfully occupied in 3 minutes. We just need to hold on to these 3 minutes. Everyone nodded and agreed with Xiao Luo's words. As long as the territory is occupied, everyone can go back and upgrade. Does it matter whether Sikong Bushua is dead or alive? Nafeng scanned it again. And after confirming that there were no enemies, he looked at Suzerain curiously. Brother, how were you hypnotized just now? How do you feel? Do you really do what he says? Suzerain lowered his head and thought for a while. Then said, his voice, well, how should I put it? It's very special. As if it has magic power, making people fall into it involuntarily. But I was prepared in advance, knowing that he might hypnotize me. So I kept reminding myself to be careful. Later, he found that just using his voice could not hypnotize me. So he started drawing circles in the air with his fingers. I just glanced at him out of the corner of my eye, and my eyes immediately turned around. As if my soul had left my body was out of control, and he would answer whatever he asked. Nafeng was secretly shocked when he heard this. This is really awesome. He can hypnotize a person so easily. With this skill, you will never be short of girlfriends in this life. Suzerain suddenly remembered something and took out an item from his backpack. By the way, Nafeng, Sikong Bushua said that he has something for you. Nafeng turned around and asked, what is it? Suzerain opened his palm, holding a simple silver pocket watch in his hand. The pocket watch was opened, and the hands inside jumped slightly. Tick-tock. The world is spinning. The whole world is spinning. This crisp ticking sound kept ringing in Nafeng's ears. Nafeng felt that his eyes were extremely heavy, and his whole body was drowsy, as if he would fall asleep in the next second. About to be hypnotized. Nafeng bit the tip of his tongue fiercely, and the severe pain made him wake up for a moment. In front of him, Suzerain's eyes were dull, without any focus, like a puppet. More than 100 other people in Nansuan are in the same situation. Grass. What a terrifying hypnosis. Nafeng took out the Desert Eagle with his backhand and shot Suzerain 3 times in the forehead. Boom, boom, boom. Suzerain opened his mouth slightly and fell to the ground on his back. The next second, he was teleported back to Area 527. The gunfire at close range allowed some brothers to regain some consciousness. But their eyes were still very confused, and they didn't know what was happening. Take your 2 big pussy pockets and wake up. Nafeng raised his hand and was about to slap Xiao Luo. But Xiao Luo blocked it. No. 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 I'll do it myself. Xiao Luo's willpower is relatively firm, and he is now sober. He shook his head vigorously, and then squeezed his thigh. Hiss. Xiao Luo took a breath of air and completely got out of the hypnotic state. What a terrifying hypnosis. Xiao Luo looked a little panicked and had lingering fears. Really? Nafeng nodded solemnly. He lay on the top of the mountain and observed the surrounding situation, but still did not find the chosen one in Area 2. What does this Sikong Bushua want to do? Nafeng couldn't understand Sikong Erkshu's thoughts. But since the other party was not planning to seize the territory, Nafeng was too lazy to think too much. He walked to the side, held Yuren's white shoulders, and shook them vigorously. Well, Yuren made a soft squeaking sound and looked at Nafeng with confused eyes. What are you doing? Nafeng, help you wake up. Afterwards, Nafeng followed the same pattern and helped others wake up. The man would punch twice. The woman would shake. Soon, everyone in Nansuan woke up. At the same time, Suzerain also sent several messages in Handsome Guy's group. Suzerain, sorry. I was given a psychological hint by Sikong Bushua just now. Although I knew deep down that there was something wrong with that pocket watch, I still took it out involuntarily. Suzerain, Sikong Erkshu's hypnosis ability is very strong. But as long as his will is strong enough, he cannot deeply hypnotize you and can only plant some psychological suggestions. Suzerain, but when these psychological hints add up, even the most determined person will be destroyed. Everyone must be careful. Suzerain, the next time you see him again, you must take action directly, and don't give Sikong Bushua a chance to speak. Nafeng glanced at the messages in Handsome Guy's group and looked at Xiao Luo. Nafeng, what do you think Suzerain is doing now? Xiao Luo, you should be awake. Right? I feel that the information he gave is quite useful. Even the weak points of hypnosis are mentioned. Nanfeng sighed. I'm afraid Sikong Bushua asked him to say these things. Once bitten, twice shy. Nanfeng was really afraid that after returning to Area 527, Suzerain suddenly took out a pocket watch from his backpack. That's really scary. By the way, pocket watch. Nanfeng glanced at the pocket watch on the ground with his peripheral vision. This is just an ordinary pocket watch. Nothing special about it. But just such an ordinary pocket watch hypnotized more than 100 people in an instant. Nanfeng pondered. You think, could this pocket watch be Sikong Urchu's natal magic weapon? Xiao Luo raised his eyebrows. I think it's possible. Nanfeng, do you think this thing called the divine weapon can be destroyed? Yuren hesitated and said, that shouldn't work. Right. Try it. Nanfeng raised the Desert Eagle and fired several shots at the pocket watch. The pocket watch was hit deeply by the bullet and sunk deeply into the snow. But it was not damaged at all. Nanfeng was a little disappointed. It really didn't work. The natal magic weapon could not be destroyed. Xiao Luo, why don't we dig a hole and bury it? Nanfeng, damn! What a great idea! The two hit it off immediately and asked everyone to dig a big hole and bury the pocket watch in it. Ding! Congratulations to Nansuan for successfully occupying S-level territory. At the same time, information about the successful occupation of the territory also popped up. Nanfeng glanced at everyone and said, the territory has been successfully occupied. If everyone is fine, go back and upgrade. With that said, Nanfeng told the news to other Dragon Kingdom theaters in the cross-regional chat channel. Nanfeng, mission accomplished. Thank you all for your help. Is there anyone who has not occupied territory in the Dragon Kingdom War Zone? I can come and help. But all Dragon Kingdom War Zones already have territories and do not need Nanfeng's help. Xiao Aran. Okay. Let's go back quickly. I heard that Catherine Wiener went back to upgrade 2 hours ago. It's really annoying. Lin Tianchi, okay. Then I'm going back too. I've never committed suicide before in my life. It's a bit exciting to think about it. Yi Piaoling, you go first. I will harass Area 162. Martin, Fark. Don't come over here. Chapter 140 Werewolf? Snowy Mountains. Nanfeng stuffed the Desert Eagle into his mouth, closed his eyes, and shot himself. Boom. Huh. So exciting. Nanfeng returned to the cabin in an instant, his thoughts still lingering on the moment when he drank a bullet and committed suicide. So this is what suicide feels like. Immediately, Nanfeng discovered another unreasonable place. My grenades can't blow me up. So why can the Desert Eagle hit me? This is so unreasonable. What if the gun is taken away? Shaking his head, Nanfeng walked out of the cabin. The battle for territory started at 12 noon. After more than 5 hours of fighting, it is now past 5 p.m. More and more brothers in the camp came out of the cabin. The originally peaceful camp soon became lively. Suzerain stood in the center of the camp, with his hands behind his back, looking at everyone with an indifferent expression. Is there something in his hand? Nanfeng tensed up and his right index finger was already on the Desert Eagle's trigger. Others also stared at Suzerain's hand with caution. Su Yihan saw that everyone looked at her brother with something wrong. So she walked forward quickly. Brother, are you okay? I'm fine. Suzerain had a calm smile on his face and reached out his hand to touch Su Yihan's head. You messed up my hair. Su Yihan rolled his eyes at Suzerain. Huh, he has nothing in his hand. Nanfeng breathed a sigh of relief. He was a little too nervous just now. The atmosphere in the camp was a little weird. There seemed to be a slight sense of alienation among everyone, because no one is sure whether the person standing next to him is still in a hypnotic state. Nanfeng discovered this phenomenon keenly. With a solemn expression, I have to say that Sikong Urkshu's hypnosis is really terrifying. He has driven a wedge between us. Xiao Luo nodded, yes. I am really scared now. Someone suddenly took out a pocket watch in front of me. Nanfeng, this is not possible. We are all grasshoppers on the same rope. If we don't trust each other, wouldn't we be doomed? Yuren came over jumping and looked at Nanfeng with a smile. I will always believe in brother Nanfeng. Nanfeng laughed. Is it true or false? Then you want me to search you to see if you have a pocket watch? Yuren gasped in disgust. Bah. Shameless. Suzerain came over and said, if there is no trust between brothers, big problems will definitely occur. This cannot continue. Nanfeng hummed, what do you think? Suzerain, let's all go out to upgrade together. Fight side by side, and eliminate the sense of estrangement between each other. Nanfeng thought about it for a while, and felt that this was a good idea. On the side, Wu Chainan said, well, I think it's better for everyone not to gather together. Okay. If the situation just happened again, wouldn't we be wiped out by the group? You can't be resurrected now if you're dead. Oh. Su Zuran. I didn't mean anything against you. I was afraid that other brothers would also be hypnotized. Su Zuran frowned slightly. Many people have begun to distrust Su Zuran. Nanfeng said, okay. Let's do this for today. Everyone is free to move around. Upgrade those who need to upgrade. And rest if they need to rest. After saying that, Nanfeng sent another message to the Handsome Guys group. Nanfeng, dear handsome guys. Come to my house for a meeting. Yuran, doesn't the beauty need to go? Nanfeng, all handsome guys and beauties. Come to my house for a meeting. In Nanfeng's cabin, 14 people from the Handsome Guys group gathered together, leaving Shenpian still in the small world of territorial war and not coming back. Nanfeng, everyone has seen the current situation. Do you have any thoughts? Xiao Luo, if we talk about the ability to sow discord, I would call Sikong Bushu at the strongest. Could you please hold out your hands and let me check if you have any pocket watches? You ran. Why do you ask us to stretch out our hands? Do you have any purpose? Xiao Luo. What purpose could I have? You ran. Maybe if we reach out our hands, you can hypnotize us. Xiao Luo. Sure enough, the trust between everyone is crumbling, and anything can arouse others' suspicion. Su Zuran, now I have to find a way to prove that I was not hypnotized. Nanfeng, how to prove it? This is hard to prove. At that time on the snowy mountain, before you took out your pocket watch, did you know that you were still in a hypnotic state? Su Zuran shook his head and remained silent. The most terrifying thing about Sikong's erudite hypnosis is that the person being hypnotized doesn't even know he is being hypnotized. Su Ming scratched his head. Is that Sikong Bushua really so awesome? I feel like you guys are a little too cautious. Huang Yuanming, yes. You are all back. Can he still hypnotize you from a distance? I do not believe. Su Ming and Huang Yuanming returned to the war zone very early, and did not experience the fear of being controlled by hypnosis. It was normal not to understand. Sikong's knowledgeable hypnosis skills are really powerful. Su Zuran spoke slowly. Some of us may still be in a hypnotic state, but he may not even know that he is hypnotized. For example, we are now playing werewolf. We don't know who the wolf is in the camp. And even the wolf himself doesn't know he is a wolf. But once certain conditions are triggered, such as at night, the psychological suggestion left by Sikong Bushua in the werewolf's heart will be triggered, and the werewolf will start killing. Yuran, we now need a prophet to help us find the hypnotized person. Nanfeng, that's good. But how can one become a prophet? Everyone had a heated discussion for a long time, but still couldn't come up with any good solution. At this moment, a cry for help suddenly rang out in the camp. Everyone frowned and rushed out of the cabin. In the camp, a man was holding a machete and slashing at another chosen one with red eyes. Xiao Luo and Huang Yuanming hurriedly stepped forward and pulled it away. Are you crazy? Why are you killing people? The man with red eyes was named Xian Yongchang, and his expression was a little panicked. He is Sikong Bushua. Kill him quickly. Otherwise everyone will be hypnotized. The name of the person who was hacked was Lu Wenhua. At this time, everyone else was confused. You are blind. I was discussing with you 2 days ago how to make magnets. And now you are calling me Sikong Bushua? Nanfeng and Su Zuran looked at each other, and guessed that Xian Yongchang was one of the hypnotized people. Xiao Luo slapped his 2 big cock pockets, making Xian Yongchang's face turn red. Xiao Luo, brother. Wake up and see who is in front of you. Xian Yongchang glanced at Lu Wenhua in a daze, with a trace of confusion flashing in his eyes. Strange, I just saw that you didn't look like this. Fortunately, there were no casualties. Everyone ate for a while, and then returned to their cabins. After such a farce, the estrangement between people in Nansuan became even more serious. Who can be trusted? Nanfeng looked around and found that he couldn't believe anyone. Territory battle in a small world. Sikong Bushua rested on the beauty's lap and looked at the clouds in the sky in a comfortable mood. He is not dead. The person Nanfeng killed with one shot was not Sikong Bushua at all, but Sangchu, a very ordinary chosen one in District 2. Sangchu had long been deeply hypnotized by Sikong Bushua. He hypnotized Su Zuran through Sangchu, and then tried to hypnotize everyone in Nansuan through Su Zuran. He didn't even take action himself. Master, didn't you say you wanted to take Nanfeng as your subordinate? Why let him go? A clear and sweet voice came from beside Sikong Bushua. This was the twin sister Li Miaomia. Sikong Bushua reached out and touched Li Miaomia's face, who said, "I let him go." The entire chosen ones in District 527 have been planted with psychological hints by me, and they will fall deeper and deeper into the trap. Next time we meet, I can easily hypnotize him. Sikong Bushua rubbed his sister Li Manman's thigh and continued, "It's almost time. We should go back. By the way, where is my pocket watch? Come with a few people and go to the snowy mountains to find my pocket watch." Behind him, 10 chosen ones immediately rushed toward the snow-capped mountains. They still don't know how much work the task of finding a pocket watch will be. Chapter 141 S-Level Territory. Super Big Turtle SH.L. Night falls. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Nanfeng received a system prompt. Ding! Your village, Nansuan, successfully occupied S-Level Territory. And the rewards have been distributed. The reward is coming. Nanfeng opened the panel and checked the effect of S-Level Territory. S-Level Territory First. You can reselect the village territory. The territory of the village has been expanded and is currently a circular area with a radius of 1 kilometer. Villages in the territory have all attributes plus 50. All attributes of the village chief are plus 100. Villagers in the territory receive 25% damage reduction. The village chief gets 50% damage reduction. Villages in the territory will receive the Cold Surge buff. Cold Surge, your attack will bring a hint of chill, slightly slowing down the enemy's attack speed and movement speed. It is indeed an S-class territory. As long as he stays in the territory, Nanfeng, as the village leader, can obtain 100 points of all attributes and 50% damage reduction effect. This is a pure big turtle SH.L. As long as I hide in the territory, who can kill me? At this stage, Nanfeng staying in the territory is almost invincible. I can also circle the territory again, which is nice. When he created the village before, Nanfeng chose the Crow Valley Camp as his territory. But that place is no longer suitable for Nansuan, and Nanfeng needs to find a new territory. The new territory must be close to a water source. The ferocious beasts nearby must be above level 10. It must be easy to defend and difficult to attack. And it must be rich in resources. The matter of selecting the territory can be left to Su Zuran and the others. There is no need for Nanfeng to do it himself. He wants to use his time to improve his level. I wonder how effective this Cold Surge buff is. You can try it when you have time. Nanfeng looked at it again and saw that no information was missing. So he turned off the panel and walked out of the cabin. He's ready to go out and upgrade. There has been a battle for territory this afternoon, and Nanfeng's level has not improved at all. I have to catch up on progress tonight. In the camp, the chosen ones gathered together in 2s and 3s to eat and chat. And the sense of isolation was no longer as serious as it was in the afternoon. Sikong Bushua can give everyone in Nansuan a crisis of trust. But everyone can also re-establish trust. We are all brothers who have experienced the small beast tide. So we are not so easy to split. But for the sake of safety, Su Zuran arranged for a few brothers to patrol back and forth in the camp to prevent some emergencies. Nanfeng came outside the camp, picked a direction, and was about to leave, when he suddenly saw a figure running over not far away. Are there enemies? Nanfeng immediately took out his M24 and aimed at the intruder. Don't shoot. One of our own. In the 4X mirror, Supervisor Shen raised his hands and stopped. He was really afraid that Nanfeng would shoot him directly. This is not a small world. Death here cannot be resurrected. Sentence? Why did you come back so late? Nanfeng put away his gun and walked forward. Shenpian, ha ha ha. I disgusted other war zones in my small world, but I disgusted them to death. After occupying the territory, Shenpian did not return to the war zone immediately. He first went after Gregory, killed him, and then started wandering around, disgusting other hostile war zones. Area 48, in particular, is the focus of Shenpian's care, and he rushes into their territory for sneak attacks from time to time. Sanyu from District 48 was so disgusted that he greeted all 18 generations of Shenpian's ancestors in the cross-region chat channel. It's a pity that other war zones came to help later. Otherwise District 48 might not even have territory. Nanfeng said, "Have you ever been to a snow mountain?" Shenpian nodded yes. I was afraid of being hypnotized by Sikong Erkshu, so I stood far away and observed. At this point, Shenpian suddenly lowered his voice and said mysteriously, I suspect there may be treasures in the snowy mountains. Treasure? How do you know? Nanfeng said doubtfully. He also stayed in the snow-capped mountains for several hours and found no treasures. Judge Shin looked like you don't understand. I found out that the chosen ones from Area 2 were digging holes everywhere in the snowy mountains. And they probably found some, or something like that. Nan Feng scratched his head. They were probably looking for the pocket watch. It seems that pocket watch is very important to Sikong Bushue. And it is most likely his natal magic weapon. But his natal magic weapon can actually be used by others? Nan Feng had never given a gun to anyone else. Nor had he used anyone else's divine weapon. So he didn't know much about this aspect. How about giving it a try? Nan Feng thought for a while. Took out a grenade and handed it to Shin Pian. The reason why he didn't give him a gun was because he was afraid that Shin Pian would be hypnotized and shoot Nan Feng with his backhand. Grenades will not cause damage to Nan Feng. So he does not need to be afraid. Looking at the grenade in front of him, Shin Fan wondered, what for? Nan Feng, take it and see if you can use this grenade? Judge Shin carefully took the grenade and pulled the tab. Damn it. It's going to explode. Judge Shin was startled and threw the grenade far away. 1 second, 2 seconds. 5 seconds later. The imaginary explosion did not come. Squib. Nan Feng signaled Shin Pan to stay where he was and ran over to take a look. The grenade did not explode. Nan Feng picked it up and held it in his hand for inspection. The ring has been pulled open. So logically it should explode. Boom! There was a loud bang. The grenade exploded in Nan Feng's hand. Nan Feng stood in the smoke caused by the explosion, lowering his head and thinking. It seems that my natal magic weapon can only be used by myself. Nan Feng estimated that even if someone else snatched his gun, it would turn into a toy gun and be unable to fire bullets. As for Sikong Erkshu's pocket watch, Nan Feng recalled it carefully and found that Su Zuran only opened the casing of the pocket watch and did nothing else. What really hypnotized everyone was the ticking sound of the hands in the pocket watch. Is sound the key to hypnosis? Nan Feng didn't dare to make a conclusion yet. But next time he met Sikong Bushue, Nan Feng would definitely find something to plug his ears. Shin Pan came over and looked at Nan Feng. Brother, is I okay? I'm fine. After a pause, Nan Feng said, I am going to upgrade now. Do you want to come with me? Supervisor Shin glanced at the time. It's only after 8 o'clock. So I won't go. After midnight is my active time. What a night owl. Nan Feng patted the dust on his body. I'm leaving then. I'm going to find the quartz spirit and help the brothers get some quartz stone back. The battle with Area 5 made Nan Feng understand the current weakness of Area 527, the serious lack of quartz stone. The level of the natal magic weapon cannot be improved, which is a flaw. The efficiency of everyone's upgrades will also drop a lot. Speaking of quartz stone, Shin Pan's eyes suddenly lit up. I know where there is quartz stone. Nan Feng was stunned. Do you know? Why didn't you tell me earlier? Judge Shin scratched his head. Didn't I forget that the fight was too fierce today? As he said that, Shin Pan suddenly smiled mysteriously. Where do you think I found quartz stone? Nan Feng, where? Judge Shin, in Area 48. Area 48? Chinese war zone? Nan Feng suddenly remembered that Shin Panya stayed away from home last night and went to District 48. Nan Feng hasn't asked him how he got there yet. Chapter 142. A Furious Chanyu. Supervisor Shin picked up a branch, squatted on the ground and drew a very sloppy map. Do you still remember that one night Mike led people to sneak attack on our camp? At that time, Wilder, a big human shield, ran away, and I chased him for a long distance. As he said that, Judge Shin pointed to a wavy line with a branch. Here! There is a river here. This is where I caught up with Wilder and killed him. Wilder. The south wind still has an influence on this man. He is the big human shield that has been standing in front of Mike. Nan Feng thought he had run away before, but he did not expect that he would die in the hands of Shin Pan. Judge Shin unzipped his jacket and revealed the immortal armor inside. This should be Mike's equipment. Wilder picked it up, and then it fell into my hands. Wow. You are so lucky. There is only one set of immortal suit in each war zone. Unexpectedly, Shin Pan picked up one set. This is really incredible luck. Shin Pan didn't explain much on this issue, and pointed to the upper reaches of the river with a branch. Guess what I found here? A teleportation array. Teleportation array? Nan Feng was startled. Nan Feng has seen the teleportation array many times, regardless of whether it was a previous cross-region challenge or using a cross-region pass. A silver-white teleportation array would appear under his feet. But Nan Feng has never seen a wild teleportation array in the wild. Judge Shin continued, I was very curious at the time, and I was brave after just killing someone. So I walked up directly, and was then teleported to another war zone. I wandered around that war zone for a long time, and finally found other chosen ones. I compared them with the avatars in the cross-region chat channel, and finally confirmed that it was Area 48. By the way, I suspect there are many such teleportation arrays that can lead to various war zones. In fact, all our war zones are connected. That's how it turns out. Nefeng understood. Ingwayijian in Area 39 must have discovered a wild teleportation array. So he sent more than 200 people to attack Area 527. But their luck was a bit unbelievable, and they directly found the teleportation array leading to Area 527. Nefeng pondered, have you found any other teleportation arrays? Judge Shin shook his head, no more. But as time goes by, more and more teleportation arrays will definitely be discovered. Nefeng nodded. This is indeed correct. As more teleportation arrays are discovered, confrontations between war zones will become more and more frequent. The war zone is no longer a single entity. Nefeng was not afraid of other war zones, but he was afraid that Sikong Bushua would suddenly appear in front of him, holding a pocket watch in his hand and looking at him with a smile. Sikong Urchu's ability is too buggy, and Nefeng has not yet thought of a way to counter him. The only way may be to kill him. Why don't we go to Area 2 tomorrow and see if we can defeat Sikong Bushua in seconds? But this is very risky. Zone 2 has also occupied S-level territory. Sikong Bushua can also enjoy 50% damage reduction by staying in the territory. Can't lose seconds. Shaking his head, Nefeng put this matter aside for now. He looked up at Xiao Luo. You said you found quartz stone in Area 48? Shinpan nodded yes. It's in a cave next to the teleportation array. But the quartz spirit's defense is too high and I can't scratch it. Otherwise I would definitely bring some quartz stone back. Nefeng, did the people in Area 48 discover the cave? Shinpan thought for a moment. He probably hadn't realized yet that the area where they were operating was far away from the cave. Nefeng immediately turned back and walked back to the camp. Come on. Shake people. We will snatch all the quartz stones in Area 48 tonight. The two returned to the camp and soon gathered 100 brothers. About 2 hours later, Shinpan led everyone to the teleportation array in the wild and teleported them to Area 48. Is this Area 48? It feels similar to our war zone. No. The resources here are not as rich as those in our war zone. Where is the quartz stone? I can't help but upgrade my natal magic weapon. Everyone was a little excited at the thought of getting quartz stone right away. Judge Shin identified the direction and ran quickly into the distance. Follow me! Over here! The brothers immediately followed. Nefeng put on night vision goggles, picked up the 4X scope and looked around, but found no enemies. Safe for now. The cave was very close to the teleportation array, and everyone quickly arrived at the cave and discovered the quartz spirit inside. Nefeng raised the Desert Eagle with 2 shots, speed. Kill all the quartz spirits here tonight. Don't leave even a quartz stone to Area 48. The brothers quickly focused their fire and dropped the quartz elf at the entrance of the cave in seconds. Ding! Ding! 2 quartz stones fell, immediately attracting everyone's attention. Nefeng, whoever kills it gets it, and the excess can be donated to the village warehouse. Don't worry. There are plenty of quartz stones out there for everyone. Nefeng took the lead and led his brothers to fight deep into the cave. This cave is so big that more than 20 people can walk side by side, and 100 people will not feel crowded even if they squeeze into the cave. There is great strength in numbers, and everyone advanced very quickly. They obtained 500 plus quartz stones in just over 2 hours. Everyone present received 5 pieces. Everyone's natal magic weapon has been upgraded to D level. Nefeng glanced at the time and saw that it was just past 1 a.m. and there were still several hours until dawn. Keep killing. There are still more than 200 brothers waiting in the village. Nefeng and others had already reached the depths of the cave. There were caves everywhere, and they didn't know where they led. After a discussion, everyone divided into teams of 10 people and began to advance separately. Nefeng looked around and picked the most spacious cave alone. If nothing else happens, Quartz Giant should be here. Sure enough, before Nefeng walked in, the ground began to shake, and Quartz Giant angrily slammed into Nefeng. Gatling. Nefeng mentioned Gatling and started shooting wildly. Compared with the last time in Area 132, Nefeng is now more powerful. In less than 40 seconds, the Quartz Giant was torn apart by the terrifying firepower and scattered into rubble on the ground. Ding! If you kill the level 15 Lord Beast, Quartz Giant, you will be rewarded with plus 30 strength. Reputation plus 2. The chosen one in Area 48 has not yet killed a level 15 Lord. So Nanfeng beat them to it. TSK. 30 points of strength. Good luck. Nanfeng walked to the body of Quartz Giant and picked up 20 quartz stones and a blue treasure box. Blue treasure chest. There is a 75% chance of getting D-level equipment and a 25% chance of getting C-level equipment. Last time, Quartz Giant also exploded a blue treasure chest, and Nanfeng opened a C-level lower quartz ring, which brought him great luck. I wonder if I can get another quartz ring. Rings should come in pairs. Nanfeng rubbed his hands and opened the blue treasure box with some excitement. Ding! You get Stone Vest 1. Stone Vest. When Nanfeng saw this attribute, he was immediately speechless. It's just medium C level. I'm not lucky tonight. And this equipment actually reduces agility by 20 points? This is the first time I have seen Nanfeng. However, the physical strength is increased quite a lot, which is suitable for use as a human shield like Su Ming. Nanfeng casually threw the stone vest into the village warehouse, and anyone who wants it can exchange it. Nanfeng doesn't want it anyway. After killing Quartz Giant, Nanfeng is no longer prepared to stay here. He wants to move to another place to upgrade. It's best to kill the level 16 Lord Beast. These are all attribute points. Nanfeng exchanged a few words with Huang Yuanming and others, and then strode out of the cave. Area 48. In Chan Yu's cabin. Chan Yu didn't sleep well tonight. As soon as he closed his eyes, the drone self-destruction truck and the figure of Nanfeng would appear in front of him. He was really disgusted by Nanfeng. When he finally fell asleep, a system announcement suddenly reached his ears. Ding! Original world, the chosen one in Area 527 Nanfeng successfully killed the level 15 Lord Beast, Quartz Giant, and received the reward power plus 30. Reputation plus 2. Chan Yu plucked his ears in confusion, suspecting that he was hallucinating. 2 seconds later, he suddenly sat up from the bed and yelled angrily. West Baloma. South Wind. It's the South Wind. He came to our war zone to steal things. Chapter 143. I know you are in a hurry, but don't be anxious yet. Chan Yu rushed out of the cabin and shouted loudly, Gather. Everyone. Gather for me. The South Wind has come to steal quartz stone. Others also heard the system prompts. They were still in the mood to sleep at this time, so they stood up like a carp. More than 200 chosen people in Area 48 quickly gathered together and walked out of the camp to find the location of Nanfeng. Does anyone know where Quartz Giant is? Quartz Giant is a level 15 beast, and it must be in the area of level 15 beasts. This is our war zone. We haven't found quartz stone ourselves. Why did Nanfeng discover it as soon as it came? He must have cheated. People from the Dragon Kingdom like to use cheats most when playing games. It's so shameless. Everyone in Area 48 did not know the specific location of Quartz Giant, so they could only go to the level 15 Ferocious Beast area first, and then spread out to look for it. But the level 15 Ferocious Beasts are very powerful, and their search speed is very slow. At the same time, the South Wind had walked out of the mountains and came to a plain. This is the territory of level 16 Ferocious Beasts. Eye of Insight. Nanfeng unleashed his skill on a black shadow in the distance and obtained its information. Wind Blade Beast. Wind Blade Beast. Wind Blade Beast attributes. Nanfeng raised an eyebrow. Only 4,800 health points? This health value is really low. Many level 15 ferocious beasts that Nanfeng encountered before had higher health values than Wind Blade Beast. However, the attack power of this Wind Blade Beast is pretty good. It is a high attack. Squishy Beast. Somewhat similar to the ADC in the game. Nanfeng put on night vision goggles and took a rough look. There were a lot of Wind Blade Beasts in this great plain, which was very suitable for upgrading. No choice. It's here. Nanfeng didn't hesitate and found a relatively high place to set up the M24. The appearance of Wind Blade Beast is somewhat similar to that of a wolf dog. The only difference is that they have a very long dull hair on their head, which stands up like an antenna. It was late at night, and most of the Wind Blade Beasts were asleep. Only a small number of Wind Blade Beasts were making small beasts, and they did not notice the uninvited guest of Nanfeng. Nanfeng aimed at a Wind Blade Beast that was moving back and forth, and decisively pulled the trigger. Boom! Weakness attack, minus 2,816. The magic bullet roared out and blew out the left eye of Wind Blade Beast. Roar. The Wind Blade Beast roared in pain and rolled crazily on the ground. The level difference is 2 levels. The damage is reduced a bit. And it doesn't even drop instantly. Nefong licked his lips and took another shot. Boom. Ding. You killed a level 16 common beast, Wind Blade Beast, and gained 192 experience points. Yes. One Wind Saber Beast can provide 192 experience points. Nefong is expected to reach level 15 tonight. Hiss. Hiss. The violent gunshots woke up all the nearby wind knife beasts. They made extremely strange calls, and began to look for traces of the intruders. Seeing this, Nefong quickly turned his gun, aimed at the next target, and pulled the trigger. Boom! 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 Gunshots continued to sound. And soon several Wind Blade Beasts fell to Nanfeng's guns. But the remaining Wind Blade Beasts also discovered the location of Nefong. Wind Blade. Swish. 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 The strong wind roared. And more than a dozen air knives quickly slashed towards the south wind. Nefong did a death roll and easily dodged all attacks. But where he was originally located, under the destruction of more than a dozen wind blades, dense knife marks appeared on the ground. So accurate? These dozen attacks all hit the place where Nefong was just now, which is enough to illustrate the accuracy of the Wind Blade Beast skill. It seems that I can't masturbate standing up anymore. Nefong started to shoot and change places, relying on his super high movement speed to spin the Wind Blade Beast around. But as more and more Wind Blade Beasts joined the battle, Nefong began to feel a little tired of dealing with it. Minus 136. Finally, the first Wind Blade hit Nefong. However, Nanfeng's current defense is ridiculously high, and the damage caused by the Wind Saber Beast is pitifully low. It's okay. Basically no danger. Nefong felt relieved and continued to hunt the Wind Blade Beast. Occasionally being hit once or twice by Wind Blade is harmless. After hunting like this for more than an hour, Nanfeng's experience points have arrived, 58076/61,000. It's about to be upgraded. Hiss. In the distance, a huge Wind Blade Beast appeared in Nanfeng's field of vision. Wind Blade Beast King. Nefong grinned. I've been waiting for you for a long time. What's the point of hunting these ordinary Wind Blade Beasts? If you want to kill it, you still have to kill the Lord level ferocious beast. Anyway, this is Area 48. And we have come here. If we don't kill 2 more bosses, wouldn't it be a waste of time? Hiss. Wind Knife Beast King looked at Nefong angrily, flicked the stupid hair on his head, condensed a huge wind knife, and chopped off Nefeng's head. Wind Slash. Almost at the same time, all the Wind Blade Beasts around also launched the same attack. Wind Slash. More than a dozen huge wind knives slashed toward the south wind, blocking out the sky and the sun. He was surrounded by wind knives all around, and all escape routes were blocked. Crystal Shield. At the critical moment, Nefong activated his life-saving skills, withstood the attack of Wind Blade Beast King, and rushed out. Minus 1,120. Minus 136. Minus 136. Fortunately, the damage is not fatal, and Nefong with 5,710 health points can completely withstand it. Alas, I originally wanted to get along with you as an ordinary person, but you turned out to be so disrespectful. No more pretending. I am showing off my cards. Nefong put away the M24, took out 2 grenades and threw them out. This wasn't over yet. Nefong quickly took out Gatling and aimed at Wind Blade Beast King. Ta-ta-ta-ta. District 48. Around 3 o'clock in the morning. Sanyu has been searching for more than 2 hours in the level 15 ferocious beast area with more than 200 chosen ones. The location of the south wind was not found at all. Nishibakai. Where is Quartz Giant? Where is the south wind? Chanyu was so angry that he started to go crazy. He has no doubt that if Nefong cannot be found before dawn, he will pack up all the quartz stones in Area 48 and take them away. Sanyu fully understands how terrifying Nanfeng's output is. How can a group of little quartz spirits withstand the ravages of the south wind? Chanyu's heart froze when he thought of Nefong putting a lot of quartz stones in his backpack. If there was no quartz stone in our war zone, Sanyu became more and more frightened as he thought about it. He hurriedly opened the panel and entered the cross-region chat channel. The cross-region chat channel was very quiet in the early morning. Chanyu, Nefong, Where are you? Come out and speak. Chanyu, as long as you tell me where Quartz Stone is, I can forget about you stealing our war zone boss. Chanyu, you speak? Why do not you speak? Real-time screenshots of Chanwu's expressions. Wang Yuanming, Sanyu. I know you are in a hurry now. But don't be anxious yet. Wang Yuanming, because you will be more anxious later. Chanyu's expression changed. And just as he was about to say something, an emotionless electronic synthesizer sounded. Ding! Original world, the chosen one in Area 527 Nanfeng successfully killed the level 16 Lord Beast, Wind Blade Beast King, and received the reward of Agility plus 32, Reputation plus 2, West 8 NEI, Ajiguli Shiba NEI. Chanyu covered his heart, feeling extremely heartbroken. Another 32 attribute points are gone. This damn south wind. He really deserves to die. Chapter 144 Level 15. Settle old and new scores together. Area 48 of the original world. Great Plains. Nanfeng carries Gatling with full firepower. The 6 thick barrels rotated rapidly, spitting tongues of fire, tearing the Wind Blade Beast on the plain into pieces. Ding! You killed the level 16 common beast, Wind Blade Beast, and gained 192 experience points. Ding! Nanfeng's experience points are rising crazily. As soon as 60 seconds passed, the entire plain was dyed red with blood, and only a few Wind Blade Beasts remained, looking at Nanfeng with horrified expressions. This is the first time Nanfeng has felt that ferocious beasts can also feel fear. Before this, all the ferocious beasts Nanfeng encountered seemed to be irrational. They would pounce on the chosen ones when they saw them, and were completely unafraid of death except for the Emperor-level ferocious beast, the Immortal Serpent. Beasts above level 16 seemed to have more emotions. Nanfeng did not dwell on this issue. Switched out the M24 and killed the remaining Wind Blade Beasts, one by one. But some Wind Blade Beasts still spread their legs and ran away. Nanfeng did not chase, but quickly swept the battlefield and harvested 22 gray treasure boxes, 9 white treasure boxes, 5 green treasure boxes, 1 blue treasure box, and a lot of Wind Blade Beast meat. As the level of the beast increases, the probability of equipment explosion also increases a lot. In the past, Nanfeng wouldn't have dared to think that he could explode so many treasure chests at once. Without further ado, let's unbox and unbox. Nanfeng first opened the gray treasure chest and the white treasure chest, and opened a bunch of F-level and E-level hot chicken equipment. Nanfeng casually threw it into the village warehouse and exchanged it for contribution points. Next are 5 green treasure chests, and a total of 1 piece of D-level equipment and 4 pieces of E-level equipment were obtained. D-level equipment is of no use to Nanfeng, but it is very useful to other brothers in Nansuan. Nanfeng also threw all of them into the village warehouse for brothers in need to exchange them. There is a blue treasure chest left at the end, which was exploded by Wind Blade Beast King. Just now I was saving my character. Now is the highlight of the day. Flies rubbing hands.jpg. There is a chance that blue treasure chests will yield sea-level equipment. The Ring of Quartz on Nanfeng was obtained from blue treasure chests and is very useful. Nanfeng rubbed his hands and opened the blue treasure box with excitement. Ding! Congratulations on getting Wind Boots 1. Wind Boots. Belated pictures. His. Sea-level superior. I'm not lucky. Nanfeng is still wearing the peak F-level, rapid feather boots. If these shoes didn't come with a rapid skill, Nanfeng would have replaced them long ago. But now that there are better, Gust Wind Boots, rapid feather boots, can be retired. Putting on the Gust Wind Boots, Nanfeng's agility value skyrocketed to 557 points, and he walked as fast as a gust of wind. By the way, my shoes also come with a skill. Shadowless Step? Nanfeng used Eye of Insight to take a look. The introduction of this skill is a bit simple. It is to increase the dodge ability. Is it the kind of dodge where I miss when others hit me? Or the kind of dodge where I move out of the way to dodge? Nanfeng took a look at the time and decided to find a place to test this skill. He randomly picked a direction and walked over, and soon found 7 or 8 sleeping level 15 ferocious beasts, Moonlight Deer. It's up to you. Nanfeng switched out the dagger and leaned over lightly. Shadowless Step. This skill seems to be very suitable for close combat. Nanfeng can just take this opportunity to hone his close combat ability. 5 or 6 meters away from the Moonlight Deer group, one of the cautious Moonlight Deer twitched its ears and instantly opened its eyes to look towards the south wind. It's awake. Nan Feng did not hesitate and charged forward with a dagger in hand. That moonlight deer screamed to wake up its companions, and at the same time pointed the antlers on its head at Nan Feng. Stab! The deer's antlers shot out a beam of moonlight that shone on Nan Feng. He immediately felt a burning sensation, and his health began to slowly drop. This feeling is similar to using a magnifying glass to look at ants when I was a kid. But now, Nan Feng is the ant. Stab! Stab! Two more moonlight deer woke up and also pointed their antlers at Nan Feng. Shadowless step. Nan Feng didn't dare to be too bold and directly activated the new skill he had just acquired. At this moment, Nan Feng felt that his body was a little out of control, and he subconsciously dodged to the side. Swish, swish, swish. All three rays of moonlight were avoided by the south wind. It turns out that this is how to dodge. Nan Feng has some understanding. The duration of shadowless step is only 10 seconds, which is very short. Nan Feng must seize the time to deal with this group of moonlight deer. Kill! Nan Feng quickly rushed towards one of the moonlight deer. During this period, his body avoided several moonlight attacks in an extremely weird posture. What a terrifying dodge ability! Nan Feng raised the dagger and stabbed moonlight deer as a word of hard. Blood splatters. Moonlight deer let out a pitiful cry. Nan Feng took advantage of the victory and pursued it, stabbing it 8 times a second on its neck. Blessed by the terrifying power, the first moonlight deer soon fell to the ground, lifeless. Ding! You killed the level 15 common beast, moonlight deer, and gained 165 experience points. Easy solution. Nan Feng rarely used daggers to hunt ferocious beasts. At this time, he was as excited as if he had discovered a new toy. He turned around and killed another moonlight deer. While running, his body would always evade moonlight deer as attacks in strange postures. Shadowless step. Such a powerful skill. But 10 seconds was too short. When Nan Feng approached the second moonlight deer, the effect of shadowless step had already ended. But it's not a big problem. With Nan Feng's current strength, he can kill level 17 or 18 ferocious beasts alone. Isn't it easy to face a few level 15 moonlight deer? He could kill them all even if he took the damage. 3 minutes later, Nan Feng successfully killed this group of moonlight deer, and the system's prompt sound also came over. Ding! Congratulations on reaching level 15. As a reward, all attributes will be +5. Reward free attribute points +5. Unknowingly, Nan Feng had risen to level 15, and he hadn't even noticed it yet. After adding 5 free attribute points to strength, Nan Feng looked around again, looking for the Moonlight Deer King. It should be around here. When Nan Feng was thinking about which direction to search first, a beeping sound interrupted his thoughts. It's news from Handsome Guy's group. Can group chat be used in other war zones? Nan Feng remembered that he had been to other war zones before and could not chat in the group. After being confused for a second, Nan Feng directly opened the group chat. In Handsome Guy's group, Huang Yuanming, brother, Chan Yu brought people to kill him. Quick help. Nan Feng's expression turned serious. This Chan Yu stayed up all night and actually found the location of the quartz stone cave. Nan Feng, how is the situation now? Are there any casualties? Huang Yuanming, no one died, but Shen Ping was seriously injured and his health has bottomed out. Huang Yuanming, we don't have a nani here, so we can't restore our health points just by eating meat. It will be very dangerous if we fight later. Nan Feng, take Shen Pan and hide deep in the cave. I'll be right over. Nan Feng turned off the panel with a cold expression and strode towards the direction of the cave. During the territory battle, Chan Yu led the chosen ones from District 48, which caused a lot of trouble to Nan Feng and delayed a lot of time. If it weren't for them, Nan Feng might have been able to occupy the S-class territory before Sikong Bushua arrived, and then go home. It just so happens that we can settle old and new scores together today. Chapter 145. You are already surrounded. Area 48 of the original world. Outside the cave, more than 200 chosen ones surrounded the entire cave. Chan Yu stood at the entrance of the cave and shouted loudly, "People inside, listen to me. You are already surrounded. Now, hand over all the quartz stones you have on you immediately, and I can let you live." The sound was transmitted deep into the cave, and the echo was so heavy that the people inside could not hear it clearly at all. Huang Yuanming listened for a long time with his ears pricked up, and then he heard the sentence, "Hand over the quartz stone. I'll help your grandma." Huang Yuanming shouted at the top of his lungs. Son Yu frowned and looked at his companion. What did he say? I didn't hear it clearly. Tai Jie, the chosen one next to Chan Yu, pondered for a moment. He seemed to be talking about having an affair with your grandma? Shiba. Son Yu was furious and waved his hand. Charge. Rush it to me. Kill everyone inside. Tai Zai quickly stopped him and said, Absolutely not. This cave is connected in all directions. Are there too many places where you can ambush? If the brothers rush in rashly, they will definitely suffer heavy casualties. Chan Yu is not stupid. He naturally understands that what Tai Zai said is right. But he really doesn't want to give up all the quartz stones in his war zone to others. So what do you think we should do now? Son Yu said angrily. If we continue to delay, maybe the large forces from District 527 will come over. How will we get back the quartz stone that belongs to our war zone? At this point, Son Yu tweeted angrily. I don't know what method was used in this 527 area, but more than a dozen people came over in one breath. Isn't this cheating? Chan Yu didn't know the situation inside the cave and thought that only a dozen people came to area 527. In fact, there are 99 chosen ones in the cave, hiding in various dark corners, waiting for Chan Yu and others to rush in. Tai Zai comforted Chan Yu for a while, and then whispered, the people in this cave are all little brats, so there is nothing to be afraid of. Our main target is Na Feng. Na Feng just killed a Wind Blade Beast King. He is definitely not in the cave now. He is probably on his way over. We can pretend to attack the cave, but actually send people to ambush around it, waiting for the south wind to come and take it down. Chan Yu's eyes lit up. This is a good idea. Their entire army from District 48 was dispatched this time, and more than 200 chosen ones came, so they had enough manpower. No matter how strong the south wind is, can it defeat more than 200 people? Tai Zai continued, we can first send 50 people to attack the cave. We don't want to kill, just to increase the pressure and let the people inside keep asking for help from Na Feng. Na Feng would definitely panic after receiving a large number of distress messages. When people panic, they won't be able to pay attention to too many details, and they will rush directly into our encirclement. When more than 100 brothers take action at the same time, Na Feng can be killed in an instant. Once Na Feng dies, what kind of waves can others stir up? The more Chan Yu listened, the more he felt that this idea was very good. He couldn't help but look at Tai Zai twice. Very good. I'll do as you say. Son Yu immediately made arrangements and selected 50 brothers of average strength to fight into the cave. In the cave at this time, Huang Yuanming and others had already found a place to ambush, preparing to fight a tough battle with District 48. Next to Huang Yuanming, Shen Pan looked pale and clutched his abdomen. There was a huge wound on his abdomen, and Huang Yuanming had already bandaged it with clothes, barely stopping the bleeding. 10 minutes ago, Huang Yuanming and others were still hunting quartz spirit in the cave. Shen Pian and 5 other brothers stood guard outside the cave to look out for the brothers who were working inside the cave. As a result, the chosen ones from District 48 suddenly came out and caught Shen Pan and others by surprise. In order to cover the retreat of several other brothers, Shen Pian could only take huge risks and try to take Son Yu's head in the midst of thousands of troops. But there were too many chosen ones around Son Yu, and Shen Pian was seriously injured before he even got close, which was really embarrassing. Fortunately, he ran fast enough and saved his life. However, Shen Pan's actions delayed the situation long enough, and Huang Yuanming immediately organized a defense line to block the first wave of offensive in District 48. Shen Peng made great achievements in this wave. Huang Yuanming looked at him worriedly. Brother, can you still hold on? Judge Shen grinned. It's okay. The bleeding state has been lifted and he can't die. That's good. Huang Yuanming frowned and looked in the direction of the cave entrance. People from Area 48 are probably going to come in. There are more than 200 people. I won't take care of you when the fight breaks out. You should hide yourself. Shen Pan nodded. Don't worry about me. You should be careful. Huang Yuanming wanted to say something more, but Wu Changnan on the side whispered, someone is coming in. Everyone tensed up and quickly looked towards the entrance of the cave. Sure enough, a group of chosen ones from District 48 were walking in cautiously. As they walked, they threw torches into every corner of the cave, lighting up the cave brightly. Huang Yuanming asked doubtfully, just a few. Didn't they come more than 200 times? Judge Shen thought for a moment and guessed, there are more than 100 people left to ambush Na Feng. Quick! Tell him the news. More than 100 people are ambushing Na Feng? Huang Yuanming was shocked and immediately told Na Feng the news in the group. Ambush me? I have night vision goggles. Bro! Nanfeng almost laughed out loud. Nanfeng, who has night vision goggles, can spot each other from dozens of meters away. How can they ambush? What did they use to ambush? Nanfeng was already very close to the cave at this time. He put on the night vision goggles and used it together with the 4X lens, and quickly spotted 5 or 6 enemies. They hid in the darkness, thinking they were well hidden, but in fact their every move was seen by Nanfeng. If it were daytime, they might find a more secluded spot to hide. But it happened to be night now, and the dark environment gave them inexplicable confidence. And they didn't seriously try to hide their figures at all. Nanfeng also saw a man squatting under a tree and picking his nose. Was he ambushing Nanfeng? This is clearly Nanfeng's target. Nanfeng set up his M24 and fired directly. Boom! The originally silent night sky was suddenly broken by heavy gunshots. Everyone in District 48 was shocked. The south wind is coming. After one shot ended, Nanfeng immediately changed his position and shot again. With a terrifying movement speed, everyone in Area 48 felt like there were gunfire from all directions. Horrible! Sanyu looked around in panic. Asaba, where is Nanfeng? We were clearly ambushing him. Why did he discover us first? Taizai was lying on the ground, his eyes searching everywhere in the dark night. It was too dark. He couldn't see anything. Nanfeng definitely couldn't see it either. He was shooting to scare us. Chanyu raised his eyebrows. Yes. He wanted to scare us out with gunshots. Everyone, stop moving and continue hiding, Smecta. The gunfire continued. Soon, Chanyu realized that something was wrong. The number of people in their war zone is decreasing rapidly. Almost every time Nanfeng fires a shot, someone will die. In Shiba in the eye. The south wind can see us. Why can he see us? Chanyu yelled angrily. Retreat. Retreat quickly. There were gunshots everywhere, and Chanyu couldn't find Nanfeng's location at all. If you continue to stay here, everyone in District 48 will become the dead souls of Nanfeng. More than 100 people who were ambushing Nanfeng ran away, fearing that they would die under Nanfeng's gun if they ran too slowly. Nanfeng followed and killed a few more. He didn't pursue them too deeply, but turned back to the outside of the cave. In the cave, there are still 50 chosen ones from District 48 who have not escaped. Nanfeng mentioned Gatling and pointed it at the cave. People inside, listen to me. You are already surrounded by me. Chapter 146 Changes in the South Wind. People inside, listen to me. You are already surrounded by me. Under the moonlight, Nanfeng stood at the entrance of the cave with a Gatling handheld, with the aura of one man in charge. The chosen ones in Area 48 in the cave were so frightened that they broke into cold sweat. What about people outside? Aren't they ambushing Nanfeng? Shiba. They ran away long ago. GG Smecta. Everyone in Area 48 was panicking and kept retreating deeper into the cave. None of them wanted to be swept away by Gatling. But it was not safe inside the cave. The people from Nansuan, who had been ambushing them for a long time, rushed out with roars. In the dark cave, only a few scattered torches provided light. The two sides fought together instantly. Nansuan had more people, and his overall strength was stronger than the chosen one in District 48. And he quickly gained the upper hand. At the entrance of the cave, Nanfeng brought the two sides into a melee. He quickly put away the Gatling and took out the M24 for support. Boom! 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 As gunshots sounded steadily, the hearts of everyone in Area 48 became even colder. So accurate. The cave was pitch black. But every shot from Nanfeng could accurately hit the chosen one in Area 48. Is this so reasonable? I surrender. I surrender. Stop fighting. We surrendered to Smecta. As the first person surrendered, the momentum in Area 48 instantly fell to the bottom. Everyone put down their weapons and did not dare to continue to resist. Wang Yuanming kicked a man in the crook of his leg, causing him to kneel to the ground. Squat on the ground and hold your head in your hands. The chosen one in Area 48 immediately did so. Seeing this, Wang Yuanming took out the torch from his backpack and said, the people from District 48 were driven into a corner and surrounded, and anyone who dared to resist would be killed. Calculate the battle losses and see if any brothers died. I'll go outside and have a look. Nansuan's brothers took out torches one after another and lit up the inside of the cave. There were 36 chosen ones left in Area 48. At this time, they all put down their weapons and squatted in the corner with their heads in their hands. Their eyes were full of fear and uneasiness. And from time to time, they would glance at Nan Feng at the entrance of the cave. Seeing that Nan Feng was still aiming his sniper rifle at them, they didn't dare to resist at all, and squatted on the ground obediently waiting for their unknown fate. Wang Yuanming strode to the entrance of the cave and asked in a low voice, "Brother, what's going on? They have lost their weapons. Do you still want to kill them?" Nan Feng frowned slightly. "How about our casualties?" Wang Yuanming, "Many brothers were injured, but no one died. That's why I was a little confused about whether to kill them or not. Of these 50 chosen ones from District 48, not even a single person from Nansuan was killed." Nan Feng pondered for a moment. "There is basically no possibility of reconciliation between us and District 48. If we keep them here now, they will still slash at us with their swords in the future." Wang Yuanming nodded slightly. "That's true. But they are considered prisoners now, right? I am a bit reluctant to kill prisoners, and other brothers may not be able to do it either. I understand. But there are some things that always need someone to do." Nan Feng patted Wang Yuanming on the shoulder. "You take the brothers back first, and leave the rest to me." Wang Yuanming stared at Nan Feng blankly for a long time, and sighed. "When I first met you, you were still a bit shameless and funny, always smiling, and not caring about anything. It has only been so long. But your personality has already undergone such a huge change. This is such a hacked-up world. It has turned us all into something else." Nan Feng was silent. "It really is a hacked-up world. If you want to survive and live better, you must change yourself. Adapt to the environment, and adapt to the world. The innocent man is long dead." Seeing that Nan Feng didn't reply, Wang Yuanming spoke again. "We are human beings, not zombies without thoughts and morals. If you kill even defenseless prisoners, what's the difference between you and those beasts in Sakura country? Okay, I won't say much more. I will take the brothers back first. Finally, no matter what you plan to do later, it will not affect our relationship. You will always be my brother." Wang Yuanming lightly punched Nanfeng's shoulder with his fist, turned around and walked into the cave. After a while, he came out with the other brothers. The extremely weak Shenpan lay on Wang Yuanming's back and kept wailing, "Oh, can you walk more steadily? You rubbed my wound." Wang Yuanming replied cursingly, "You can just laugh at me when I carry you back. And you are still picking at me." Judge Shen took a sip. "Put me down. I can walk back by myself." Wang Yuanming slapped Shenpien's, but hard. "You can pull him down. Don't wait until you die. I have to waste time digging a hole for you and burying you." Judge Shen's eyes were filled with anger. "Damn it. You dare to slap my butt? I'll beat you to death." The other brothers watched the excitement and cheered on the side without taking it too seriously. And everyone walked towards the teleportation array in laughter. Nan Feng watched them leave, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing a smile. In fact, this kind of life is what Nan Feng yearns for. What's the point of beating and killing? Unfortunately, I can't go back. Nan Feng shook his head helplessly. Everyone in Nansuan can have kind thoughts, but Nan Feng cannot. He must nip all dangers in the bud before he can possibly protect others. Nan Feng turned to look inside the cave. With the help of night vision goggles, Nan Feng could see the situation in the cave clearly. Several people had secretly picked up their weapons and were preparing to escape deeper into the cave. They had guessed that Nan Feng would not let them go. "I'm sorry. If I don't kill you today, maybe you will kill me and Nansuan as brothers in the future. I must strike first and eliminate the danger from its source. I think this is self-defense." Nan Feng took a deep breath and mentioned Gatlin. In the cave, the eyes of the chosen one from District 48 were about to burst. "He's going to kill us! Run! Run deeper into the cave!" "Why? Why is this so? I obviously didn't intend to resist." Gatling's 6 gun barrels rotated, and Nan Feng looked at everyone with cold eyes. Tongues of fire spurted out, and magic bullets ruthlessly tore their bodies into pieces. The sky is filled with blood mist. Screams came and went. Some people are screaming. Some are crying. Some are wailing. Some are cursing. But Nanfeng's hands holding Gatlin didn't tremble at all. His heart had begun to become numb. Maybe this is the price of growth. In this world of cannibalism, Nan Feng wants to be a cannibal, not a person who is eaten. At the end of 60 seconds, Gatlin stopped. Under such terrifying firepower, all the chosen ones in Area 48 died, and not a single one escaped. Nan Feng put Gatling away expressionlessly, turned around and left the cave. But he did not return to Area 527, but chased in the direction where Chanyu and others escaped. Chanyu is the village chief of District 48. If he is killed, Nansuan can be promoted to another level. There are 319 chosen ones left in District 527. I need to at least upgrade Nansuan to level 7. Under the cover of night, the south wind is like an arrow from the string, running quickly into the distance. Chapter 147 Level 6 Village. Nanchung Design Drawings. Original World. Area 48. At 6 o'clock in the morning, Nanfeng, who was lying in the grass and dozing, suddenly opened his eyes. There are still 16 days left before the arrival of the large beast tide. Nanfeng shook his head and moved his somewhat stiff neck. About 300 meters directly in front of Nanfeng, more than 100 cabins are neatly arranged. Last night, Nanfeng followed the traces left by Sanyu and others, and chased them all the way to the camp in Area 48. Sanyu and others have already hid in the cabin. Nanfeng did not take action rashly, but found a place to lie down in the grass, and quietly waited for the opportunity. Wait 2 hours at most. If Chanyu doesn't go out yet, I'm going to do it hard. A mere log cabin cannot withstand the firepower of the south wind. The reason why he didn't take action directly was because he was afraid that Chanyu would react and hide in other people's cabins, which would be very troublesome. There are more than 100 cabins here, and it is impossible for Nanfeng to demolish them all. It would be easier to wait for Chanyu to appear and shoot him directly in the head. The waiting time is not wasted. Nanfeng can just close his eyes and rest for a while to relieve fatigue. Yesterday was so long. I was exhausted. After yawning, Nanfeng continued to doze off. At around 8 o'clock in the morning, someone in the camp in Area 48 finally came out of the cabin. They gathered in groups to prepare breakfast. Barbecue on a stick. Nanfeng curled his lips and said, "You didn't get up until 8 o'clock. You guys are really not stressed. Can you sleep well at your level?" The chosen ones in Nansuan basically get up at 6 o'clock. And at 6:30 they form a group and go out to hunt ferocious beasts. Some liver emperors even get up at 4 o'clock. Such as Xiao Luo. However, Xiao Luo's work schedule has been messy recently, and he often hunts ferocious beasts in the middle of the night, killing one. If Nanfeng slacks off a little, Xiao Luo will surpass him in level. At this time, the atmosphere in the camp was a bit depressing, and the chosen ones at Area 48 were talking in low voices. "Do you know? None of the 50 brothers who entered the cave last night came back. They all died. Before Chi Yingjun died, he sent me a message, asking me to send a message to his parents to say I was sorry to them." A handsome-looking chosen one lowered his head and laughed at himself. "Ha! Where can I find his parents? I don't know where my own parents are." Someone next to him patted him on the shoulder. "Don't think so much. Living well is the last word. As long as you don't die, you will find them one day." Another person said, "Oh, why did Chanyu want to provoke that monster Nanfeng? If it hadn't been for him, everyone would not have died at all." Yes, in the end, he ran the fastest at the last moment, and all of us cannon fodder died. You can't say that. His decision last night was not wrong. Without quartz stone, we would definitely not be able to survive the large beast tide, which is no different from slow death. Shh. Keep your voice down. Chanyu is out. Chanyu walked out of the cabin with dark circles under his eyes. He didn't sleep all night last night, and the roar of gunfire always echoed in his ears. Chanyu also heard the other people's low-pitched discussion just now. He was already a little angry, but now he heard other people saying bad things about him behind his back, and his anger suddenly surged up, exploding like a lit gunpowder keg. "West Paloma, you losers! How dare you speak ill of me behind my back?" Boom! A magic bullet shot out quickly and hit Chanyu in the abdomen, causing his whole body to explode like a powder keg. Explosive firebomb plus charged strike is full. Accurate. 300 meters away. Nanfeng gave himself a thumbs up. At this distance, Nanfeng could not guarantee a 100% hit. This shot still had some luck involved. In the 4x lens, Nanfeng saw a huge hole in Sanyu's abdomen. Chanyu was looking down at his wounds with a shocked expression. He's not dead yet. In yesterday's territory battle, District 48 occupied a B-level territory. Staying in the territory can reduce damage by 15%. As the village chief, Chanyu even has 30% damage reduction. With this high amount of damage reduction, Nanfeng's shot could not kill him instantly. But that's about it. Nanfeng took another shot with a calm expression. At this time, Chanyu's entire brain was in a state of confusion, and he had no idea of finding a bunker to hide. Nanfeng's second shot only hit his arm, but successfully killed him. Ding! You killed the village chief of Axe Mountain Village, Sanyu. And your Nansuan has been upgraded to level 6. Done. Nefeng patted his butt and climbed up from the grass, rushing towards the camp. Chan Wu is dead. It's the south wind. Nefeng has been staying nearby. Look! He's coming to kill you! In the camp, someone discovered the charging south wind and was immediately frightened and hurriedly hid in the cabin. Some people looked fierce and picked up weapons to fight back. Nefeng ran within 50 meters of the camp in one breath, took out Gatling, and started shooting wildly. Ta-ta-ta-ta. The terrifying firepower suppressed everyone, unable to lift their heads, and they hid in the cabin one after another. Nefeng took this opportunity and rushed directly into the camp, quickly pulling off Sanyu's equipment. Ding! You get Immortal Armor 1. Ding! You get Immortal Leggings 1. After getting the Immortal Suit, Nefeng didn't dare to stay any longer and ran away. Behind him, everyone in Area 48 was angry and angry. Mad. Killing someone and then taking away the equipment is too much. I can't bear it. In an instant, densely packed magic arrows shot out from the cabin, hitting the south wind. Shoot the arrow. Shoot the arrow. He's a crispy guy. He can't handle it. Kill him. You dare to come here to pick up equipment. You really don't take us seriously. The magic arrows with various elements are getting closer and closer to the south wind. Everyone in Area 48 looked surprised. If this round of volley is fired, Nefeng will peel off his skin even if he doesn't die. Nefeng, who was running wildly, didn't even look back and directly activated the skill he had just acquired. Shadowless Step. In an instant, Nefeng's body began to twist in strange postures. Swish, swish, swish. Dozens of magic arrows flew past Nefeng's body. In this round of volleys, none of them hit Nefeng. Shadowless Step. YYDS. It just lasts too short. Nefeng dodged the salvo and disappeared into the jungle. In the camp, everyone in Area 48 looked at each other, but no one spoke for a while. By the time Nefeng returned to the camp in Area 527, it was already past 10 a.m. He did not choose to kill the remaining chosen ones in Area 48. It would be a waste of time, and he is very tired now and needs a rest. In the camp, Suzerain and a group of chosen ones were sitting together, discussing something. Seeing Nefeng coming back, Suzerain immediately waved to him. Nefeng, come here quickly and take a look at the Nancheng design we just drew. The design drawing of Nancheng? Nefeng stepped forward and took a look in confusion. This? What kind of thing are you drawing? Chapter 148 Suzerain's Wonderful Design. Nefeng looked at the very random sketch drawn on the ground with a confused look on his face. What is this painting? A trapeze plus 2 vertical lines? Is this also called a design drawing? Suzerain saw the confusion in Nefeng's eyes and explained. You may not understand it this way. Wait a minute. I will mark it for you. As he spoke, Suzerain picked up the wooden stick in his hand and began to write and draw on the ground. After a moment, he nodded with satisfaction. This is much clearer. Suzerain's whimsical design drawings. Nefeng looked over again, and this time he could barely understand it. But he still had many doubts. What kind of look is this? Do you want to build our camp like this? Suzerain said yes. The main purpose of setting up our camp is to resist the tide of beasts. So a good terrain is very important. Let me explain this picture to you. Suzerain pointed at the sketch on the ground with a wooden stick. The first is the trapezoidal part. The height of this trapezoid is 10 meters, which is the foundation of our new camp. In other words, our camp should be built on this 10-meter high ground. Then, there are these 2 vertical lines. These are actually the walls of our new camp. I plan to build them to a height of 20 meters. To put it simply, our camp must be built on a large platform with a height of 10 meters, coupled with a 20-meter high city wall, which can withstand the attacks of most ferocious beasts. Nefeng asked, then why not just build the city wall 30 meters high? How do we get up to the 10-meter high foundation? Free climbing? Wouldn't that be troublesome? Suzerain pointed at the 2 wastes of the trapeze with a wooden stick. Do you see this slope? This is a 45-angle slope, which is actually a road. We can enter the camp from slopes in 4 directions. Nefeng scratched his head. The ferocious beast can also climb up the slope. Isn't this equivalent to building a road for the ferocious beast? So what's the point of building the camp on a 10-meter high foundation? Of course it makes sense. Suzerain continued to explain. Think about it. If an army of ferocious beasts charges from a distance, it will be more powerful if it directly hits the city wall, Or is it more powerful to let them climb a steep slope first, and then hit the city wall? The main purpose of this slope is to weaken the impact of the ferocious beasts, and prevent them from causing too much damage to the city wall. Nefong nodded thoughtfully. From what you said, it seems to be really useful. But will the amount of this project be too big? Suzerain shrugged. It's okay. Let's find a hill that's not too big. Build 4 walls on it. And make the road up the mountain steeper. As for the things inside the city wall, there will be plenty of time to build them in the future. Good guy. Suzerain talked for a long time. But he was actually planning to set up a camp on the mountain. If I had said this earlier, Nanfeng would have understood. Nanfeng's head is so itchy now that he almost has a brain. This is not over yet. The picture just now is just a front view of the new camp. I also have a top view. Suzerain started drawing on the ground again with great interest. The pictures this time were clearer, and Nanfeng could basically understand them without Suzerain's explanation. Nancheng, overhead view. You see? Here in the middle is our new camp. It is surrounded by steep slopes on all sides, which can completely prevent the charge of ferocious beasts from crashing into the city wall. On the contrary, as soon as the brothers rush out, it is downhill. The potential energy of gravity is converted into kinetic energy. The speed is maximized, and the impact is extremely strong. Then, there is the city wall, which is currently expected to be 20 meters high. It is the absolute commanding height around here. Remote brothers can stand on the wall and output with confidence. Of course, some dark rooms can also be made in the middle of the city wall, and everyone can hide directly inside the city wall to output. Let Lu Daqian do the city gate. He is a carpenter, and he is good at this. If conditions permit, we can dig another moat 5 meters wide and 10 meters deep 20 meters away from the camp. This can also hinder the charge of ferocious beasts, providing double insurance and double safety. Moreover, the water from the moat can also be used to water plants. Recently, some brothers in the camp have started farming. By the way, we can also set up some traps between the moat and the camp. Anyway, we can do it safely. What do you think? Suzerain talked a lot about it, and it sounded really good. It was a reliable camp. But Nafeng still has a few questions to complete such a camp. The workload must be huge. Can we complete it before the beast wave? Suzerain replied. The average level of the brothers has reached level 12. And their strength and agility are not low. With the cooperation of more than 300 people, there should be no problem. And we can build the city walls and steep slopes first, and then we can do the rest depending on the situation. Nanfeng nodded. There is another question. We have guarded against the ferocious beasts on the ground. But what about the ones on the sky? Don't forget, there are many birds and ferocious beasts in the sky. Suzerain chuckled. I thought of this question too. Look here. Suzerain picked up the wooden stick and pointed at the 10-meter high trapezoidal foundation again. This is not just a foundation. It is an underground warehouse, a sewer, and an air raid shelter. If the birds and beasts are too fierce, we can hide in the air raid shelter and wait until you kill them all before coming out. Good guy. It seems that all the birds and ferocious beasts are going to be handled by me. Nanfeng took a deep breath. This workload is not small. However, Nanfeng was quite satisfied with the design of this camp. At least it sounds reliable and very safe. But the actual effect remains to be verified. Nanfeng nodded and said, Have you found a location for the new camp? Suzerain, not yet. But I have already mobilized everyone to search for them. I heard that there are a few good locations. I will prepare to go on site to inspect them later. Nanfeng, okay. Let me know when you find one. And I will move the territory of our village. Suzerain, okay. I will decide the location of the new camp tonight at the latest. And let some brothers start building the city wall tomorrow. The camp is controlled by Suzerain and others. So Nanfeng doesn't have to worry at all, and can safely be a hands-off shopkeeper. His time only needs to be used to continuously upgrade and improve his strength. When the beast tide comes, he needs to help everyone get rid of the powerful beasts. Everyone helps each other and complements each other perfectly. Nanfeng yawned and waved his hand to Suzerain. I can't do it anymore. I haven't slept for almost 30 hours and I have developed severe fatigue debuff. I'm going to take a nap first. Nanfeng said, and returned to the cabin and fell asleep. After a while, Nanfeng had another dream. In the dream, Sanyu was bleeding from all his orifices. He stared at Nanfeng fiercely and asked loudly, Why do you want to kill me? Why? Nanfeng kicked him in the face and gave him a fat beating. Gonli Lai Lai. Disturbing my sleep. I let you disturb my sleep. During this sleep, Nafong was punching and kicking her in her sleep. And she didn't sleep very well. Chapter 149 Discovering Fine Iron. After sleeping in a daze for more than 5 hours, Nafong got up and ate something. And his mental state returned to its peak again. Comfortable. Stretching. Nafong slowly walked out of the cabin. It is now 3:30 in the afternoon. And the camp is sparsely populated. Only 7 or 8 chosen ones are left squatting on the ground, and not knowing what they are doing. Nafong walked over and took a look with interest. Brothers, what are you doing squatting here? A chosen one from the Mediterranean raised his head and said, plant grass. Planting grass? Nafong was confused. Does this thing need to be planted? Isn't this everywhere? Mediterranean Gu Liang carefully watered the grass on the ground. This is dolly grass. Eating it can increase 2 points of strength. Oh! It turns out to be herbs. Nafong suddenly realized. Nafong had eaten this dolly grass when he first crossed over. He remembered that each chosen one could only eat 2 plants. And eating more would be ineffective. The 2 trees Nafong ate were obtained from Sister Yuran. Can dolly grass be cultivated artificially? Nafong also squatted on the ground and carefully observed this row of dolly grass. It's a little thicker and harder than ordinary weeds. But there's no other difference. If you encounter this in the wild, Nafong will definitely not be able to recognize it without looking at it with the eye of insight. Gu Liang touched his chin and said, Beauty Yuran has been cultivating dolly grass. Didn't you notice that there are a lot of dolly grass in our village warehouse? Each of the brothers ate 2 trees and gained 4 points of strength. Is there such a thing? Nafong didn't pay much attention to the village warehouse, because he was neither short of materials nor equipment, and the things in the warehouse were of little use to him. No wonder Yuran was able to exchange dolly grass for water on the first day he traveled through time. It turned out that he had mastered the cultivation method. Nafong looked at Gu Liang and asked, since the number of dolly grass is already saturated, why are you still cultivating it? Gu Liang touched his bald head. A glimmer of light flashed in his eyes. You don't know this, right? I suddenly discovered recently that as long as the cultivation method is proper, dolly grass can evolve into Julie grass. This is an herb that can increase strength by 4 points. Giant grass? Nafong recalled that he had eaten this stuff before, when he fought Sakura Kojiro for the first time in Cross-Region Challenge. Yuran gave Nafong a Julie grass to help him improve his strength. The maximum consumption of Julie weed is also 2. And Nafong can eat 1 more. Dolly grass can evolve into Julie grass, which is good news. This means that all the brothers in Nantuan can gain 8 more points of strength out of thin air. Nafong looked at Gu Liang. Do you have a way to cultivate dolly grass into Julie grass? Gu Liang shook his head in disappointment. He had succeeded once by chance before, but he didn't know the reason for the success. I've tried it several times in the past 2 days without success. Nafong patted Gu Liang on the shoulder and encouraged, come on. I am optimistic about you. You will definitely succeed. Gu Liang's Mediterranean hairstyle alone was enough to make Nafong have full confidence in him. If he doesn't succeed, who will succeed? Nafong looked at the vegetable plots of several other people. Some people were planting phantom grass. Some were planting flame fruit. And some were planting cold melon. A few other brothers captured a group of jungle pheasant and blood-tusk wild boar, built several cages with wood and raised them, ready to try to see if they could be tamed. Farming and animal husbandry were started. Sure enough, this is what is engraved in the genes of the people of the Dragon Kingdom. Nafong looked around for a while, turned around and left the camp without stopping. He couldn't spend time on this. He had to hunt ferocious beasts to upgrade and increase his strength. In the level rankings, Nafong still ranks first with level 15. The 2nd to 16th place are all level 14. So everyone's levels are not much different. Especially Xiao Luo, who is ranked 2nd. Nafong estimates that he is only 1 step away from level 15 and may be upgraded at any time. Where to upgrade? Nafong took a look at his equipment. The upgrade of Born Divine Weapon requires the use of fine iron. And Nafong has no idea yet. If you want to upgrade the cabin, in addition to wood, stones, and other things, you also need quartz stone, 100 and sand, 1000. Quartz stone, there are some south winds, but not many. Sand, Nafong hasn't seen it yet, but he estimates that he can get some by the river and look for it if he has time. After thinking for a while, Nafong decided to go to the high-level ferocious beast area. Let others find the materials, and Nafong will upgrade like crazy. With this thought, Nanfeng ran towards the level 17 ferocious beast area. In the jungle, there is a level 13 ferocious beast area. Suzerain and others carefully shuttle between the trees, for fear of attracting nearby ferocious beasts. There are all level 13 ferocious beasts, silver leopards, around here. They are very strong, but they are accustomed to acting alone, so the threat is not great. Lu Wenhua, an engineering man, walked in the front. He cut off the vines blocking the road with a knife and pointed forward. Look! Lao Su! The place ahead is where I said. Suzerain stepped forward and narrowed his eyes to observe. Ahead is a small hill, not too high, but very steep, which is in line with Suzerain's expectations. Let's go and take a look at the mountain. Suzerain waved his hand and climbed up the hill with more than 20 brothers. There was a small group of ferocious beasts entrenched here, and they were quickly killed by everyone. Clearing a safe area, Suzerain stood at the highest point of the hill, with his hands behind his back, looking around, surrounded by a sea of trees. The dense leaves are connected together, which is very spectacular. Yes, there are no higher mountains within 2 kilometers around. This is an excellent vantage point, and is very suitable for a new campsite. Suzerain said, Brothers, measure the area of this mountain bag from a height of 10 meters. After everyone heard this, they immediately took action. Since there were no measuring tools, everyone could only use steps to make rough calculations. It was not very accurate, but it was enough. Soon, Suzerain got the measurement information. It is about 90 meters long and 100 meters wide. Quite square. An area of almost 9,000 square meters is enough. Suzerain nodded happily and expressed that he was very satisfied with this place. Lu Wenhua came over. Lao Su, this mountain is undulating and very uneven. Do we really want to build a camp here? Suzerain said calmly. This is not a problem. We have more than 300 brothers in the war zone. It won't take long to level this mountain. That's true. Lu Wenhua nodded and asked again. But there were trees all around, and the field of vision was too poor. We might not even be able to detect the ferocious beasts rushing into our faces. Suzerain, this is not a problem. Just cut down all the trees around here. Lu Daqiang can clear 500 square meters of trees in one day. Is this difficult? Another male engineering major, Xian Yongchang, thought thoughtfully. What you said makes sense. But I have another question. There are no stones around here. How can we build a city wall? You can't use wood, right? Suzerain thought for a while. This was indeed a problem. If that doesn't work, we can only ask the brothers to go to other places to cut rocks and carry them back manually. But the workload must be extremely huge. Maybe the city wall has not been built yet when the beast tide comes. While thinking, Xiao Luo suddenly sent a message in the group. Handsome Guy's group. Xiao Luo, everyone. Damn. Guess what I found? Xiao Luo, yes. It's fine iron. Our natal magic weapon can be upgraded. Huang Yuanming, oh. You said the answer before I even started guessing? Yuren, I haven't grabbed the quartz stone yet, and my natal magic weapon is still stuck at the E-level peak. Yuren, oh. Yuren didn't go to District 48 last night. If she wanted quartz stone, she could only grab it in the village warehouse. But her hand speed was a bit slow, and she didn't get it. Nanfeng, my good sister upstairs. I will give you 5 quartz stones when you return to the camp later. Yuren, great. Xiao Luo, this refined iron is similar to iron block, and it is also in a mine. But the ferocious beasts inside are all level 17. I can't handle it alone. Xiao Luo, do you understand what I mean? Nanfeng, then send me the coordinates quickly. I've finished my warm-up exercises and am ready to sprint towards you. Chapter 150. Kill the Jinzhurong Beast. Upgrade the natal magic weapon. Outside the wilderness, the south wind was galloping all the way toward Xiao Luo's direction. With fine iron, Nanfeng's natal magic weapon can be upgraded to a small level. According to the previous rules, improving small levels can unlock new accessories and skills. As you level up, you can get new main weapons. I wonder what I can unlock this time. Every time you upgrade your natal magic weapon, it's like opening a blind box, which is very exciting. Nanfeng suppressed the anticipation in his heart and accelerated his speed. The distance between him and Xiao Luo was not far, and he arrived in 10 minutes. Xiao Luo was squatting on the ground peeling an apple. The peel of the apple was thin and long, which proved how good Xiao Luo's knife skills were. Hey. Here I come. Nanfeng suddenly jumped out from behind him. making Xiao Luo's hands tremble, and the apple peel break. Grass. Xiao Luo took a bite of the apple and raised his middle finger to Nan Feng while cursing. Nan Feng squatted next to him and took out an apple from his backpack and took a bite. The two people were squatting on the ground eating without any image. Like two people begging for food. Nan Feng said while eating, "Brother, you were so focused on peeling the apples that you didn't even notice that I was here. Xiao Luo, I have killed all the ferocious beasts around me. Are they still in danger?" Nan Feng, just because there are no ferocious beasts, it doesn't mean that there are no chosen ones from other war zones. What if the person who just appeared behind you is Catherine? Xiao Luo, then I will resist her attack. And then I will stealth and kill her. Nan Feng, is it right to hide and escape? The two chatted for a while. And Xiao Luo led Nan Feng to the entrance of a cave. Well, the fine iron is in this cave. And I just got a piece of it. Xiao Luo pointed to the cave. There was a level 17 ferocious beast called Fine Iron Beast inside. It had very high defense. My hands were numb before I killed one. After Nan Feng heard this, he put on night vision goggles and looked deep into the dark cave, and saw many fine iron beasts. This is a purple-red ferocious beast, round like a basketball, with 4 short claws for crawling. Nan Feng observed it for a while, and found that the fine iron beast seemed to have no eyes, ears, and mouth. Xiao Luo said, "I guess you have also discovered that this kind of ferocious beast has no facial features. And I don't know how they find their enemies." Nan Feng set up his M24 and fired a shot at the fine iron beast more than 20 meters away. -268. Nan Feng was shocked. Wow. The defense is so high? No wonder Xiao Luo said that his hands were numb from cutting. This fine iron beast had more than 8,000 health points. And it was really difficult for Xiao Luo to cut it. Xiao Luo said, "The main reason is that the level difference is a bit big. There is a 3-level difference between me and the fine iron beast. The damage caused is only 25% of the original. And one knife can only cut more than 40 HP. The difference between Nan Feng and fine iron beast is 2 levels. And the damage caused is 33% of the original. So it can reach 3 digits. At this time, all the fine iron beasts in the cave began to move towards the direction of the two of them. They retracted their limbs, rolled in a ball on the ground, and moved very quickly. Xiao Luo, let's retreat first. The damage of this fine iron beast is a bit high. I was hit by this iron ball just now, and my hand was almost broken. Nan Feng nodded. Okay. Lure them out, and we will defeat them one by one. The two of them stepped back more than 10 meters and began to slowly grind the fine iron beast to death. The defense of this fine iron beast is so high that even Nan Feng would need a lot of time to kill one. Not to mention Xiao Luo. The injury was very severe. Half an hour later, the two of them cooperated with each other to kill all these fine iron beasts and harvested 2 pieces of fine iron. This fine iron is similar to quartz stone, and it has a chance to explode when you kill the corresponding beast. But the difference is that there is a refined iron ore deep in the cave, where refined iron can be dug out. Xiao Luo went in invisible before and dug out a piece. Nan Feng twisted his neck. It's too difficult. This fine iron beast has such high defense. It's really hard to kill. Xiao Luo nodded in agreement. You have high attack power and can kill very quickly. I can only kill one in half an hour. Nan Feng, we are all so scratched. And the injuries to others will definitely be worse. Let them stop coming. Nan Feng was about to go to the group to say something, but found that Su Zuren had already sent a message. Su Zuren, Xiao Luo's coordinates are too far away. And there are many level 15 and 16 ferocious beasts in the middle. It's too dangerous for our large force to go there. So we won't pass. Upon seeing this, Nan Feng replied with a message, no need to come. Let the brothers upgrade first. The defense of the beasts in this cave is too high. And Xiao Luo and I are a little unable to defeat them. Su Zuren, okay. Su Zuren, by the way, I have found a new camp. The coordinates are 251-2988. Come and take a look when you have time. Nan Feng, no problem. Turning off the panel, Nan Feng and Xiao Luo looked at each other. Xiao Luo, what should I do? Should we upgrade first? Or continue hunting fine iron beast here? Nan Feng thought for a while and said, You've come here. You can't go in vain. Right. Let's get 10 pieces of refined iron each first. The Born Divine weapon upgrade only requires 10 pieces of fine iron. Nefeng and Xiao Luo can get it in a few hours if they work hard. As for the other people in Nansuan, don't upgrade their natal magic weapons for the time being. Let's wait until Nefeng upgrades them by 1 or 2 levels. Xiao Luo nodded, and was about to continue fighting into the cave with Nefeng when Nefeng suddenly took out 2 pieces of equipment from his backpack. Nefeng, brother, I'll give you 2 big treasures. Xiao Luo, what? Xiao Luo took the 2 pieces of equipment doubtfully. Used Pupilla of Insight to take a look, and his eyes suddenly widened. Immortal 2-piece set. This equipment. These attributes. This is really a good thing. Xiao Luo couldn't believe it. You want to give this to me? Isn't this too expensive? Nefeng shrugged. It's okay. There is only 1 set in each war zone. This was revealed by me when I killed Shan Yu. There is only 1 set for each war zone. Xiao Luo shook his hands holding the immortal suit. It's too expensive. You should keep it for yourself. Nefeng patted his breastplate. It's useless for me to keep it. Have you seen the equipment on me? This is synthesized from 3 sets of indestructible suits. Xiao Luo was shocked. Nefeng actually had 3 sets of such a valuable thing? Nefeng, just keep it. That guy Shenpan has a suit on him. As Nansuan, as second combat force. You don't even have an immortal suit. What the hell are you doing? Seeing Nefeng say this, Xiao Luo stopped coy and put on the immortal suit directly. Putting on an immortal suit, Xiao Luo looked much more domineering. Nefeng gave him another 500 pieces of immortal snake scales. If you want to upgrade the immortal suit, immortal snake scales are an indispensable material. This immortal snake scale was also pulled off from Chanya's body. Come on. Let me try the damage. Xiao Luo rushed into the cave with great interest. Found a fine iron beast and slashed it with his sword. Ding! -51. Xiao Luo. Well, it's still very scratchy. It still needs to be upgraded to Dragon Suit before it becomes more powerful. It's up to me. Let's get 20 pieces of refined iron quickly, and then upgrade. Nefeng no longer held back. Took out the grenade and threw it into the cave. Boom boom boom. 3 grenades exploded at the same time, knocking a group of people who were blown up by the fine iron beasts off their backs. Nefeng took out Gatling again and fired all the way into the depths of the cave. 2 hours later, Nefeng and Xiao Luo finally got 20 pieces of refined iron. When the goal was achieved, Nefeng waved his hand decisively. Go. Retreat. The 2 exited the cave, returned to the place where they were squatting and eating apples, and began to upgrade their natal magic weapons. Ding! Your Born Divine weapon has been successfully upgraded, and its current level is D-level medium. Finally upgraded. Nefeng opened his backpack excitedly, wanting to see if he had unlocked any new accessories. In the backpack, a thick and long black cylinder attracted Nefeng's attention. This is Chapter 151 New Territory. New Home. Nefeng looked at the dark cylinder, and his heart skipped a beat. This thing is silencer. In addition to the silencer, Nefeng also has some other things in his backpack. Nefeng quickly opened the information bar to check the changes brought about by the upgrade of the natal magic weapon. Properties of the natal magic weapon. Penetrating bullet, attack power bonus, 175% 200%. Grenade, maximum quantity, 5 to 6 pieces. For X optical sight, 48X adjustable optical sight. Unlock 3 new accessories. Sniper rifle silencer, mountain claw, tactical headset. Nefeng nodded slightly. This time the natal magic weapon was upgraded. The improvement was quite a lot. The penetrating bullet has been strengthened a little more, and the damage is higher. The maximum number of grenade has been increased by 1, which is equivalent to 1 more AoE skill, which is very good. The most important thing is that this upgrade directly unlocks 3 new accessories. Sniper rifle silencer. When installed on a sniper rifle, it can greatly reduce the sound of gunfire. Note: gunshot sounds cannot be completely eliminated. A silencer is a good thing, since the speed of his bullets exceeded the speed of sound. The sound of the gunshots was terrifyingly loud, and the concealment was very poor. Now that you have a silencer, you don't have to worry about this problem. Too bad the pistol silencer is not unlocked. Nefeng had a sudden idea to equip the sniper rifle silencer on the Desert Eagle, but found that it could not be installed. It seems that it can only be assembled on the M24. After Nefeng assembled the muffler, he turned his attention to the second accessory. Mountain climbing flying claw. Shoots a flying claw to quickly climb up the mountain. This thing. Nefeng took out the mountain climbing flying claw and played with it for a while, and found that it was somewhat similar to Batman's flying claw. But it seems of little use. Apart from going up the mountain, there seems to be no other purpose. Is there anything like this in the arsenal? Are you serious? Nafong put the mountain climbing flying claw aside and looked at the last accessory. Tactical headphones can automatically identify surrounding sounds, reduce noise, and amplify other sounds. Nafong raised an eyebrow. This tactical headset looks pretty good. He put the tactical earphone directly into his left ear and immediately felt a different feeling. The sound of insects all around became extremely clear, and Xiao Luo's breathing became louder, as if he was breathing next to Nanfeng's ear. With this headset, it is basically impossible for anyone to sneak attack Nafeng in the future. Xiao Luo watched Nafeng keep taking out some novel gadgets from his backpack, and was a little envious. Is your natal magic weapon the treasure bag of Doraemon? Why do you have everything? Nafeng laughed and did not explain, but changed the topic. Let's go. Upgrade first, and then attack this cave in 2 days. Xiao Luo nodded. When I reach level 16, I will hunt fine iron beast much faster. There are not many fine iron beasts here. After killing them all, some brothers can come over to mine. Nafeng nodded. The mineral resources in the cave are very rich. Of the 20 pieces of refined iron they obtained just now, 6 of them were dug out by Xiao Luo. The explosion rate of fine iron beast is actually not high. The two did not stay here longer and went their separate ways to upgrade. At 10:30 in the evening, Nafeng put away his sniper rifle and stretched his muscles on the spot. Level 15 for 3615/78,000. In a few hours, the south wind has risen by half a level, which is very efficient. If he hadn't spent several hours in the afternoon to obtain refined iron, Nafeng might have reached level 16 today. It's almost time. Let's go back to the camp first. Nafeng took a look at the chat channel and found that the brothers were already building a lot of infrastructure in the new camp. Even Xiao Luo was called back to chop down trees. As the village chief of Nansuan, Nafeng naturally wanted to go back and take a look, and move the village's territory over. Putting on night vision goggles, Nafeng rushed through the dark night and soon returned to the camp. At this time, the new camp was very lively, with torches everywhere and bright lights. A long way away from the south wind, I saw 2 wooden stakes more than 10 meters high erected on the hill. Between the 2 wooden stakes, there was a large plaque with 2 big characters of dragon flying and phoenix dancing, written on it, Nancheng. Are you domineering? Nancheng. Nanfeng was a little touched in his heart. This is a new city. This is the city of Nanfeng. This is the city that belongs to all the chosen ones in District 527. Nanfeng smiled slightly and strode over. On the way, Nafeng saw Xiao Luo with a stinky face. The dagger in his hand had left an afterimage, and he was frantically chopping down trees with his sword aura. In the earphones, Nafeng heard Xiao Luo's cursing voice. Gone. Do you want me to do such a stupid thing? I'm still a little bit close to catching up with Nafeng. Just a little bit away. I'll be number 1 on the level list. Nafeng took a look at the level rankings and saw that Xiao Luo's level had also risen to level 15. Nafeng chuckled secretly and walked softly behind Xiao Luo. Unexpectedly, I will be level 16 soon. Xiao Luo's face darkened. He turned his head and was about to stab Nafeng twice. Nafeng laughed and ran away. Climbing up the steep hillside, Nafeng found that there were more people on the mountain. Everyone was gravel shoveling and leveling the new camp. It feels like foolish old man moving mountains. When Yuran saw Nafeng, she jumped over and walked over. She was wearing a tight-fitting black robe, with a V-shaped collar that highlighted her fair neck. Nafeng almost drooled at the sight. Yuran walked to Nafeng with a smile. Brother Nafeng, have you seen the words on the plaque? I write. Nafeng took out 5 quartz stones from his backpack. Well written. I will reward you with 5 infinite gems. Yuran's eyebrows curved into a crescent shape. Thank you, pigeon, pigeon, pigeon. You are so nice. Nafeng waved his hand and looked at Su Zuran, who was walking towards him. Su Zuran said, Village Chief, what do you think of this new camp? Village Chief, what the hell is this title? It sounds too awkward. Nafeng shook his head and said, it's pretty good. There is a big river more than 500 meters ahead, and it is very convenient to divert water. Su Zuran, the biggest problem now is that there are no large stones nearby, so it will be more troublesome to build the city wall. Nanfeng, It's okay. If there are any difficulties, we can solve them together. They are all trivial matters. After a pause, Nanfeng looked at Suzerain again. If there are no other problems, I will move the territory here. Suzerain, I have asked my brothers for their opinions, and they all think it's not bad here. If you think it's okay, then move here. Nanfeng didn't like Mochi and just reselected his territory. The scope of the S-class territory is a circular area with a radius of 1 kilometer, which is a full 3.14 square kilometers, which is terrifyingly large. This small hill is only over 9,000 square meters, so it can be easily enclosed within the territory, and there is still a lot of reserve space around it. Territory selected successfully. The surrounding brothers immediately received 50 points of all attribute bonuses and 25% damage reduction. The threat to the villagers of Nansuan from the ferocious beasts in the territory has been greatly reduced. Nanfeng looked around, feeling an indescribable emotion rising in his heart. From now on, this is our new home. Chapter 152 Infrastructure Maniac. Late at night, there were torches all around the southern city, illuminating the new camp. More than 300 chosen ones are busy building a new camp. Lu Daqiang led 50 chosen people to cut down trees frantically and cleared a clearing around the camp. Brothers, watch out. There are skills in cutting down trees. Lu Daqiang raised his axe and chopped hard at the big tree in front of him. First, we have to use a weapon to cut a gap in the shape, which is the most efficient. Once the gap is deep enough, we'll go to the other side of the tree and chop. Lu Daqiang turned behind the tree and raised his axe high. You should watch the next axe carefully, because this axe will be very handsome. Ha! Lu Daqiang shouted and chopped down the big tree with one strike of his axe. A tree trunk more than 10 meters high collapsed, sending up dust all over the sky. Cow! Cow! As expected, he is a professional, and cutting down the tree actually feels pleasing to the eye. I announce that Lu Daqiang has won the title of King of Logging. The brothers around him applauded. Lu Daqiang was truly a logging genius when he cut down such a thick tree in 10 or 20 seconds. Lu Daqiang laughed, stretched out his hands and pressed down, signaling everyone to be quiet, keep a low profile. Practice makes perfect. But when it comes to cutting down trees, I, Lu Daqiang, have never been afraid of anyone in my life. I am the second best. But who dares to be the first? Lu Daqiang raised his head proudly, looking arrogantly in all directions. Xiao Luo, who happened to be passing by, snorted coldly, and the short knife in his hand condensed, and the sword energy was activated. A horizontal slash. The sword energy, which was 2 meters long, cut in half a large tree surrounded by 2 people. The cuts on this tree are so smooth. It looks like they were cut by a laser. Lu Daqiang's mouth opened slightly, and he stood there blankly. The brothers around him immediately cheered. Damn it. It turns out that Xiao Luo is the hidden king of logging. 1 knife and 1 tree. So terrifying. Shock. What made Lu Daqiang and Xiao Luo so angry? Turn against each other? Please tune into Metaphysics at 8:30 tonight, and we'll see you there. Xiao Luo waved his short sword and looked at everyone. Are you still here to watch the fun? Hurry and cut down the trees. If we don't clear the trees in the East District tonight, you won't be able to sleep. Everyone dispersed in a hurry, and everyone began to pull down the tree with all their strength. Lu Daqiang looked at Xiao Luo's retreating back, then looked at the axe in his hand, with a sad expression on his face. Why does he have sword energy, but I don't have axe energy? I'm not convinced. When Qiu Feihong saw this, he quickly comforted him. Although you don't have axe spirit, we are lucky to have you. Come quickly and chop down the trees. It's up to you whether you can sleep tonight or not. Lu Daqiang nodded and secretly made up his mind. I will cut down more trees than Xiao Luo tonight. With this thought, Lu Daqiang swung his axe and began to chop down trees crazily. Everyone nodded happily. Sure enough, having Lu Daqiang is their blessing. You can sleep a little more tonight. On the other side, on the hill, more than 100 chosen ones were working hard to move the mountain. Nanfeng held up Gatling and shouted at the top of his lungs, Give way! Give way! All the brothers in front should give way. The brothers gathered in front of Nanfeng turned around and saw. Good guys. Have all the big weapons been brought out? Everyone quickly made way for Nanfeng. Nanfeng lifted Gatling. The 6 gun barrels began to rotate, and started shooting at the small mountain peak in front of him. 60 seconds later, hundreds of magic bullets blasted away the mountain peaks in front of him, as if they would scatter in all directions if the wind blew. Nefeng put Gatling away and clapped his hands. Done. The remaining dirt and gravel will be left to you. No problem. Immediately, several brothers came over pushing carts to transport the scraps away. It is worth mentioning that these carts are all handmade by Lu Daqiang. Even the wheels are made of wood. Although they are not very round, they are still very easy to use. Nefeng glanced at the time. It was now around 1 a.m. This small hill has been cleared of about 800 square meters of open space. And the efficiency is pretty good. Not far away, Su Zern was squatting on the ground writing and drawing. Nefeng stepped forward curiously and took a look. What are you drawing? Su Zern said calmly without raising his head. I am planning the facilities in Nanchang. You see? This area is specially used as a living area. Everyone's cabins are placed here. And they also take care of each other. I plan to use this area for livestock farming and raise some low-level edible ferocious beasts in case of emergencies. About 500 square meters is enough. Next to the livestock area is the planting area, which is temporarily divided into an area of 500 square meters for growing some fruits and herbs. And here, Su Zern talked a lot eloquently, and it seemed that he was really planning to treat this place as his new home. Nefeng looked at the design drawings on the ground, feeling a little yearning in his heart. Building such a city with your own hands gives you an overwhelming sense of accomplishment. Isn't it? Nefeng smiled slightly, stood up and continued working. The brothers in front, get out of the way, and let me throw 2 grenades to blow this place up. It's 6 o'clock in the morning. There are still 15 days left before the arrival of the large beast tide. After an all-nighter's hard work last night, the new camp has begun to take shape. It is indeed a group of infrastructure madmen. The entire mountain has been basically flattened, leaving only a foundation about 10 meters high. A large area of the forest on the east side of Nanchang was also cut down, which broadened the view a lot. In the middle of the night, Su Zern took people to dig a channel for water diversion from the river 500 meters away. However, only less than 30 meters have been dug so far. It is still early to complete the moat. At 6:15, the sun rises from the east, spreading soft sunlight to the earth. Su Zern discussed with Nefeng and called all the brothers back. A night of intense work left the brothers in a bad state of mind. Nefeng looked around at everyone and said softly, I am very lucky to be able to build this new city with all my brothers. Nanchang becomes more meaningful because of your presence. Everyone looked at each other with smiles on their faces. Look at what you said. As if Nanchang belongs to you alone. That's right. Nanchang belongs to all of us. This is our home. The home we build ourselves is of course meaningful. After all, he personally participated in the construction. And everyone's sense of belonging to Nanchang cannot be described in words. Nefeng smiled slightly. Okay. I won't say any more nonsense. Let's eat something quickly and go back to rest. Su Zern added in time. Nanchang has begun to take shape now. And there is no need for everyone to participate in the construction. Brothers in the top 50 on the level list. You should focus on upgrading and improve your strength as soon as possible. Everyone nodded. And after seeing that there was nothing else to do, they dispersed in 2s and 3s, preparing to eat something and go back to sleep. Everyone's cabins had been moved last night. Nefeng also ate something casually and returned to the cabin to lie down and sleep. He planned to sleep for 5 or 6 hours to replenish his energy, and then go out to upgrade in the afternoon. This night, Nefeng still didn't sleep very peacefully. He was dreaming again. In his sleep, he saw a city. The city walls are impregnable, and the houses are well proportioned. The streets are clean and tidy, and there is a constant flow of people. But all this was soon broken. A big hand shot down from the sky, smashing the entire city into pieces. Nefeng suddenly woke up. Chapter 153. There is a Spider-Man in the forest. Nefeng shook his heavy head and glanced at the time. It's past 10 a.m. now, and Nefeng has only slept for about 4 hours. If it were before traveling through time, such a short sleep period would definitely make Nefeng feel sluggish all day long. But he feels in good spirits now. It seems that as the level increases, his physical condition is also quietly changing. Why have you been dreaming these past 2 days? Never before. Nefeng frowned and walked out of the cabin. In the camp, most brothers are still sleeping, but some brothers have already woken up. Judge Shen yawned and staggered towards Nefeng. Brother Feng, are you up too? Nefeng nodded and asked directly. Were you dreaming just now? Shen Pan was startled and looked at Nefeng in surprise. Damn it. How did you know? Nanfeng's face became more solemn. Did you have a nightmare? This time, Shen Pan shook his head and laughed sheepishly. No. I had a spring dream. South Wind, 6. Being able to dream of spring at this time shows that Shenpian's heart is big enough. Shenpian suddenly looked at Nanfeng expectantly. Brother Feng, did you and Xiao Luo get fine iron yesterday? If you have more, please give me a few. Nanfeng spread his hands. No. Refined iron is very difficult to obtain. I plan to wait until level 16 to attack the cave. That's it. Shenpian was a little disappointed. But he quickly returned to normal. Forget it. I'll wait for another 2 days. Anyway, the beast wave will come in more than 10 days. The two didn't talk much and soon went to upgrade. Nanfeng jogged all the way to the area where level 16 ferocious beasts were located, and hunted the ferocious beasts crazily. At around 1 p.m., Xiao Luo sent a message in the group. Xiao Luo, I found quartz stone. Su Zuran, bring some brothers over. Nanfeng, do you need me? Su Zuran, no. Quartz spirit is only a level 15 beast, so it's not a big problem. Just keep attacking. Nanfeng, okay. Remember to leave 100 quartz stones for me. I will use them to upgrade the cabin. Su Zuran, don't worry. The supply priority for the materials you need is the highest. Nanfeng, that's not necessary. There are still some brothers who haven't upgraded their natal magic weapons. I'll supply them to them first. I'm not in a hurry. Speaking of this, Nanfeng suddenly remembered the dream he had when he went to bed in the morning, and quickly asked, did you have any dreams when you were sleeping just now? Su Zuran, no. As soon as I close my eyes and open them, it's already 12 o'clock. Xiao Luo, I didn't sleep. Wu Yuanran, I had a dream. I dreamed that my first love girlfriend confessed to me and was slapped in the face by me. Is there any problem? Nanfeng, no problem. I just feel a little sympathy for your first love. Nanfeng turned off the panel, lowered his head, and thought for a moment. He originally suspected that he had been having nightmares recently because of Sikong's hypnotic skills. But now it seems that it has nothing to do with Sikong Bushue, because others have not had nightmares recently. Could it be that I have been under too much psychological pressure recently, so I keep having nightmares? Nanfeng recalled that the first time he had a nightmare was the day he killed Mike and others. That day, he killed more than a dozen chosen ones, including Mike. That night, he dreamed that Mike had turned into a zombie and came back for revenge. At that time, Nanfeng didn't even know that there was such a person as Sikong Bushue. No matter what the reason is, it's better to pay more attention recently. Shaking his head, Nanfeng stopped thinking about it and continued to hunt ferocious beasts to increase his level. The reason why I am so suspicious is mainly because my level is not high enough. If Nanfeng was level 100 now, do you think he would be afraid? At around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Nanfeng was only one step away from level 16 and was about to be upgraded. But just then, the unexpected happened. In the handsome guys group, everyone is blowing the south wind. Nanfeng, what's wrong? Su Zuran, Area 381 is under enemy attack, and Lin Tianqi is requesting support on the Interarea channel. Area 381? Nanfeng remembered that this war zone was also a Dragon Kingdom war zone. During the territorial war, District 381 came to help. Nanfeng, what's going on? I didn't watch the cross-region channel just now. Su Zuran, I don't know the specific situation. At present, I only know that a large number of chosen people from the beautiful country have invaded Area 381. Su Zuran, the chosen ones in Area 381 are all upgrading outside. Now they are all stuck in the forest and unable to return to the camp. The casualties are a bit heavy. Su Zuran, Lin Tianqi requested support on the cross-district channel. Xiao A ran from District 17, and Cheng Yamo from District 68 have already passed. When Nanfeng heard this, his face became solemn. A large number of chosen people from beautiful countries invaded Area 381. This means that the other party has discovered the teleportation array. They are probably dispatched from the whole area. Area 381 is in trouble. Nanfeng, got it. I'll go there now. Currently, only one teleportation array has been discovered in Area 527, which is teleported to Area 48. This means that Nanfeng can only use the cross-region pass to go to Area 381 for support alone. Su Zuran, there are a lot of people on the other side, and it would be very dangerous in the past. If you are not sure, you don't have to go. Nanfeng, District 381 helped us before. This favor must be repaid. Don't worry. I'll be careful. It's not that easy to kill me. You ran, come on. We are waiting for you to come back. Xiao Luo, Go! We are here in Area 527. You don't have to worry about the safety of your home. Nanfeng's only worry now is that the other party will lure the tiger away from the mountain. But with Xiao Luo and others here, Nanfeng felt relieved. Taking out the cross-region pass from his backpack, Nanfeng decisively teleported to Area 381. The scenery in front of me changed. Nanfeng had arrived in a large forest. Let me see where they are. Nanfeng glanced at the cross-region chat channel and found that Lin Tianqi had already sent out the coordinates of where they were. Of course, this coordinate is only an approximate location and is not accurate. Otherwise the enemy will also find them through this coordinate. Nanfeng took a look at the coordinates and found that the distance to him was ridiculously close. He could arrive there in 5 minutes. Good guy. No one else has this kind of luck. Nanfeng immediately squatted down and moved gently in the direction of the coordinates. Not even a minute into walking, there was a slight sound of conversation coming from Nanfeng's earphones. Someone. Nanfeng discerned the direction and found that 20 meters away to the left, 2 blonde and blue-eyed chosen ones were chatting in a low voice. Their eyes were still observing the surroundings. Very alert. This headset is really awesome. Even the slightest conversation can be heard from a distance of 20 meters. Nanfeng took out a sniper rifle equipped with a silencer and aimed at one of them. Call out. The magic bullet accurately hit the opponent's head, exploding it like a watermelon. Another chosen one was startled and immediately shouted, "There is!" As soon as he shouted, Nanfeng had already shot him in the head. But Nanfeng was not happy. But his expression changed. In his earphones, there suddenly came the sound of very loud footsteps. A large group of the chosen ones from the beautiful country suddenly rushed out from the front. Only about 50 meters away from Nanfeng. They should be the chosen ones who ambushed Area 381 here. Who knew that Nanfeng was so lucky that he just broke in. They didn't move just now, and the distance was a bit far. So the tactical headphones didn't capture their voices. Too sloppy. Seeing the chosen one coming at them fiercely, Nanfeng quickly ran back. But before he could run far, a large group of chosen ones rushed out from behind. Nanfeng is surrounded. Mad. Those 2 yellow hairs are bait. I actually took the bait. Nanfeng didn't have time to think too much. A large number of arrows were already shooting towards him. At the critical moment, Nanfeng suddenly had an idea. Took out the mountain climbing flying claw and fired it at a tree more than 10 meters high. Call out. The flying claws firmly grasped the tree trunk and brought Nanfeng up. It works. Where is this mountain climbing flying claw? This is clearly tree climbing artifact. Nanfeng laughed 3 times, jumped up, and when he was in the air, he shot out his flying claws and grabbed another tree. He swung in the air and flew to another tree easily. The chosen ones in the beautiful country below were dumbfounded. One of the chosen ones named Darren quickly opened the panel and entered the chat channel. Darren, look out. There's a Peter Parker in the forest. Everyone, be careful on your head. Jason, how to dig. Darren, I repeat. There is a Peter Parker in the forest. This is no joke. I'm not joking. Chapter 154 Sword Controlling Technique. Immortal Energy or Earth Energy. In the primeval forest of Area 381, Nanfeng launched flying claws, swinging back and forth on the trees more than 10 meters high. All the chosen ones in the beautiful country were dumbfounded. Why? Can anyone tell me why Spider-Man is from the Dragon Kingdom? You are wrong. This is obviously Batman. Batman is not from the Dragon Country either. After a brief period of confusion, everyone in the beautiful country quickly reacted and continued to attack Nanfeng. Soon, Nanfeng was hit by several arrows. But the damage was not high, and it was harmless. Who are you looking down on for such a little harm? Nanfeng stood on a thick branch and aimed at the thigh of a muscular man. Call out. Mountain climbing flying claw, launch flying claws, wrapping around the muscular man's thigh several times. Nanfeng pulled hard and directly hung the muscular man in midair. Thank you for your generous gift. I'm tangled in spider silk. Help me. The muscular man roared in panic, swinging the axe at his hand wildly, trying to cut off the rope of the flying claw. Nanfeng pressed the switch on the claw handle, and the flying claw retracted instantly. The muscular man fell directly from a height of 7 to 8 meters in the air, his head facing down, and he fell to pieces. It turns out you can still play like this. It's interesting. Nanfeng smiled slightly. It seems that this mountain climbing flying claw has quite a lot of uses, but it just needs Nanfeng to slowly develop it. In just a few seconds, Nanfeng was hit by more than a dozen arrows, and his health had dropped by less than half. The attack power of this group of chosen ones from the beautiful country is not bad. Nefong can no longer stand it anymore, and must leave as soon as possible. I am Taishan next door. Nefong aimed at a big tree in the distance again, and shot his flying claw. I saw him jumping down from the tree and swinging in the air. Under Nefong are the chosen ones from more than 20 beautiful countries. The south wind flew over their heads. The little flying thunder is coming. In midair, Nefong dropped 2 grenades among the crowd. The expression of the chosen one below changed greatly. It's a grenade. Everyone, get out of the way. He is the south wind. The south wind in area 527 is coming. Fuck. Not only does he have Iron Man's nanosuit, but now he also has Batman's equipment. It's better to die than to die. Everyone in the beautiful country was cursing, but they ran out without hesitation the moment they saw the grenade. As a result, Nanfeng's 2 grenades only hit 3 people. Moreover, they were all on the verge of explosion, and the damage was much lower, but it did not kill them. The shortcomings of the grenade have gradually emerged. The explosion range is not large enough, and the enemy can easily escape. When everyone in the beautiful country raised their heads again, the south wind had drifted farther and farther away, and soon disappeared. After swinging in the forest for more than 10 minutes, Nanfeng's proficiency gradually improved, and he could even do a 720 backflip in midair to do some fancy things. Mountain climbing flying claw. YYDS. After confirming that there was no danger around, Nafeng stopped on a big tree. His health points had dropped a lot just now, but with the dragon suit to restore health, it wasn't a big problem. The chosen one who came to invade Area 381 this time is a bit strong. Even Nafeng was a little unable to withstand their concentrated fire, and it was even more impossible for the chosen ones in District 381 to be able to withstand them. After thinking for a while, Nafeng opened the panel and entered the cross-region chat channel. This is the only channel through which he can communicate with the chosen ones in Area 381. Recently, no one is chatting in cross-region chat channel. It is very quiet. Nefeng, Lin Tianchi. How are you doing now? After waiting for more than 10 seconds, a chosen one named Xiang Fei replied to Nefeng. Xiang Fei, there are nearly 100 chosen ones from the beautiful country behind us. They are very powerful, and we dare not turn around and fight them. Our large force is now in the level 15 ferocious beast area, and the situation is not optimistic. Cheng Yamo, so many intruders. How did they get here? Xiao Aran, I'm already on the way. Just hold on a little longer. Nafeng, Cheng Yamo. Xiao Aran. Where are you now? There is an ambush near coordinates 557968. About 50 people. Be careful not to get caught. Cheng Yamo, huh? I'm near here now. Jason, ha. You are the one who stupidly walked into the encirclement. Now that you know it, go to H.L. Sure enough, the one who ambushed Nafeng just now was the chosen one from District 8. Ever since Mike in Area 8 was killed by Nafeng, the chosen one in this theater has been developing in a low-key manner and rarely talks. Unexpectedly, they suddenly launched a large-scale invasion of Area 381. This is a fight to the end with the Dragon Kingdom war zone. 5 seconds later, Cheng Yamo my day. A lot of people suddenly rushed out from around me. I was shocked. Nafeng, brother. Hold on. I'll be right over. Cheng Yamo, well, that's no need. I've already run away. South Wind. Darren, Fark. What kind of monsters are you Dragon Country people? Why do people still fly? Can fly? Nafeng raised his head subconsciously. Through the gaps in the leaves, Nafeng vaguely saw a young man in white flying in the air in the distance, riding on a long sword. Good guy. Swordsmanship. Nafeng almost drooled with envy. He took out the Desert Eagle and fired 3 empty shots into the sky. Cheng Yamo heard the gunfire in the distance and immediately changed his direction and flew towards Nafeng. Half a minute later, Cheng Yamo stepped on the flying sword and floated in front of Nafeng, dressed in white clothes with fairy aura. Yo lay. He was almost killed by the concentrated fire just now. Fortunately, I ran fast. But as soon as Cheng Yamo opened his mouth, the fairy spirit in his body suddenly disappeared, and he became very down-to-earth. Such a good-looking person. But he has a mouth. Nafeng looked at the flying sword at Cheng Mo's feet with envy on his face. Brother, isn't your sword too handsome? To sell or not? Cheng Yamo replied with a smile. It's not that you can't sell it, but you have to use your sniper rifle in exchange. Nafeng curled his lips. Forget it. Compared with being handsome, I still like to be an old een. Chung Yamo took out a light red fruit from his backpack and ate 3 in a row. And his health immediately recovered a lot. Nanfeng was shocked. This is a fruit that can restore health? Chung Yamo raised his eyebrows. Don't you have chi and blood fruit in your war zone? It can restore 50 health points every minute. Wow. 50 health points per minute? Isn't this much better than Xiao Luo's barbecue? Seeing Nanfeng's expectant eyes, Chung Yamo took out a large handful and handed it over. Take it. Throw this fruit into the ground, and a large patch of it will grow the next day. Which is very convenient. Nanfeng didn't hesitate, and put the chi blood fruit directly into his backpack. Thank you. Chung Yamo waved his hand. No. If you hadn't reminded me just now, I wouldn't have been able to run away if I had walked more than 10 meters forward. I should say thank you. Nanfeng, okay. Then thank me. Chung Yamo, I would really like to thank you. Chapter 155 Flying Sword plus Gatling equals. After taking the chi and blood fruit, Chung Mo's health began to slowly recover. Chung Yamo pointed to the branch at the foot of the wind. Brother, make some room for me. My skill time is almost up. Hearing this, Nanfeng took 2 steps to the side, and Chung Yamo immediately strode over. The flying sword suspended in midair also returned to Chung Mo's hand. Chung Yamo let out a sigh of relief. What should I say? Shall we go and join the brothers in Area 381 now? Nanfeng pondered for a moment. I think it's better to go back and kill the group of people just now. Just now? Nanfeng and Chung Yamo were ambushed by the chosen ones from District 8, and almost capsized in the gutter. As the leaders of District 527 and District 68. Can they endure this? I think so too. Chung Yamo chuckled. But you have to wait for me for 10 minutes. My skills cool down for a long time. Nanfeng waved his hand. It doesn't matter. I just want to get some blood back. The two stood on the tree and chatted without saying a word for 10 minutes. Chung Yamo could fly with his sword again and said, Okay. Chung Yamo threw the flying sword and stepped on it. Good brother. There is no time to explain. Get in the car quickly. Seeing this, Nanfeng stepped forward and stood behind Chung Yamo. There were 2 people standing on the small flying sword, which seemed a little crowded. Chung Yamo, hold on steady. I'm driving very fast. Nanfeng, where to help? Before Nanfeng could find a place to put his hands, Chung Yamo ejected and rushed out of the dense forest with his flying sword. The flying sword gallops in the air, with a green sea of leaves below. Nanfeng grabbed Chung Mo's shoulders tightly with both hands to prevent himself from falling. If you fall from such a height, you will probably lose a lot of blood. Right? Chung Yamo looked back at Nanfeng. Why don't you hold my waist? Nanfeng, why should I hold your waist? I'm a serious person. Chung Yamo, our sisters-in-law in the war zone would hug my waist and put their bodies on my back, saying it was safer this way. Nanfeng's face contorted with envy. Here. What does this say? Taking a deep breath, Nanfeng ignored Chung Mo's Versailles, lowered his head, and began to look for traces of the chosen one in District 8. But the branches and leaves below were so dense that Nanfeng couldn't see what was going on under the leaves. Chung Yamo, hurry up. Let's go down and take a look. Nanfeng, okay. Chung Yamo lowered the front of the car and plunged into the dense forest. The branches blew against Nanfeng's body, causing some slight pain. There are no chosen ones from District 8 around here. Not here. Chung Yamo frowned slightly. It seemed that the other party also knew that it was not suitable to stay here for a long time. So he left while the 2 of them recovered. Nanfeng narrowed his eyes slightly. With the blessing of the passive skill, Eagle Eye, he could easily see some inconspicuous details. Nanfeng, on the left front. That's the direction they ran. Chung Yamo was stunned. How did you know? South wind. The fallen leaves in this direction are trampled. I see. Chung Yamo nodded. And the magic power in his body poured into the flying sword crazily. He directly increased the speed and started racing in the forest. Swish. 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 The trees on both sides retreated rapidly. In less than 30 seconds, the 2 of them discovered the traces of the chosen one from District 8. Wow fact. The swordsman who escaped just now is back to fight. Look quickly. There is a person standing on his sword. Is that South Wind? Quick! Do it! Attack! The chosen ones in District 8 reacted very quickly. The moment they discovered Nanfeng and the 2, they immediately launched a counterattack. A series of magic arrows flew in, mixed with some darts, crossbows, silver needles, and other hidden weapons. Chung Mo's expression changed. He raised his sword head and rushed out of the forest again at a 45-degree angle. "Nafeng, why are you flying out? Rush over their heads." I took out all the grenades. "Chungyamo, horse riding. So many arrows are coming at you. You want me to catch them with my face?" Obviously. Chungyamo is also a squishy person with high attack power and low health, and cannot withstand so many attacks. Fine. Nafeng could only put the grenade away helplessly. If it is thrown from such a high height, and there is a thick leaf blocking it below, it is basically impossible to hit anyone. It's better not to waste grenades, and use Gatling instead. Good brother. You fly steadily. Watch me bring them a wave of justice from heaven. Nafeng took out the Gatling, pointed the barrel down, and fired all the magic bullets. Flying sword plus Gatling? The terrifying recoil made the entire flying sword tremble, and Chungyamo finally managed to stabilize it. Ta-ta-ta-ta. Nafeng held Gatling and fired wildly at the bottom. He didn't care whether he could hit anyone or not. Just sweep them anyway. What we are playing is fire suppression. Nafeng still remembers that when he watched Lake Tankatsu that year, there was a scene in which the bombers of the beautiful kingdom dived and strafed the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom. That scene was still fresh in Nanfeng's memory. Let you also experience what despair is. The forest below Fujian was plowed back and forth several times by the south wind, and the big trees more than 10 meters high were riddled with bullets. I don't know how many chosen ones from District 8 died under Nanfeng's gun. 20 seconds later, Chungyamo suddenly said, "My sword control skills are running out of time." "Retreat." Nanfeng licked his lips. "Why retreat? Just jump down and fight them." Chungyamo raised his eyebrows. "You lay. So swollen. Then I'll have fun with you." Chungyamo gritted his teeth and dived down. Gatling had not yet reached red temperature, so as soon as Nafeng hit the ground, he immediately turned around and fired in circles. The chosen ones in Area 8 were so frightened that they broke into cold sweat and scattered in search of bunkers to hide. "Sword. Rise." Chungyamo put the fingers of his right hand together and picked it gently. Under his command, the flying sword quickly flew towards a person and cut off his neck. Grace. In comparison, Nafeng seems much rude, has no sense of beauty at all, and is a pure killer. Cut through the air. Tangled. Ice elemental arrow. The remaining chosen ones in District 8 were not vegetarians, and they began to fight back despite the fire suppression of Nafeng. Shadowless step. Nafeng activated Shadowless step and started dancing on the tip of the knife. The enemy's skills are always just a hair's breadth short of hitting him. Chungyamo didn't have such a buggy skill. He was beaten by various attacks and was running around, losing his grace. Nafeng roared, "Leave these 15 on the left to me, and you can deal with the 3 on the right." Chungyamo cursed and raised his middle finger. "Who are you looking down on? Who do you look down on? I'll kill at least 5 of them." Nafeng put away the Gatling, took out the mountain climbing flying claw, and climbed up the tree. Then switched out the M24. Boom! Penetrating bullet. A chosen one hiding behind a tree was directly shot in the head. Boom! Explosive fire bomb. The 3 chosen ones who tried to escape were swallowed by the flames of the explosion. Nafeng shot once to the left, once to the right, and occasionally threw 2 grenades. On the other side, Chungyamo drove his flying sword back and forth around the chosen ones in District 8, harvesting their lives. 3 minutes later, the battle ended. Chungyamo adjusted his hairstyle, stretched out his finger and pointed at the corpse on the ground. 1234 gone. 1 is missing. Sighing, Chungyamo dusted off his body and regained his immortal image. Nafeng slid down, holding the trunk of the tree, and started touching the body without even looking at Chungyamo. These people are all the chosen ones from District 8, and their equipment is quite good. They can be picked up and thrown into the warehouse for brothers to redeem. Chungymo's expression changed. "Brother, I killed 4 of them, so don't take them away." Chapter 156. The bombers are coming. Nafeng and Chungyamo quickly cleaned up the battlefield and left here. The chosen ones from Area 8 left a total of 37 corpses in this forest. "Nafeng, let's go. Let's meet up with Area 381 first." Chungyamo stood there for 2 seconds, seemingly checking the panel. His expression suddenly became solemn. "The situation in Area 381 is more troublesome than we thought." "Nafeng, what do you mean?" "Chungyamo, get in the car first and talk while flying." While cleaning the battlefield, Chungmo's sword-controlling skill cooled down again, and he could race happily again. The 2 stepped on the flying swords and galloped over the forest. Nafeng also took the time to take a look at the cross-regional chat channel and got a rough understanding of the latest battle situation. Area 381 faced more than 300 invaders. In addition to District 8, the chosen ones from District 472 also came to kill them. 2 war zones invaded Area 381 at the same time. Are they all from pretty countries? Nanfeng pondered for a moment and vaguely guessed the answer. It should be that Area 472 found the teleportation array leading to Area 8 first. And then Area 8 found the teleportation array leading to Area 381. The 2 war zones hit it off immediately, and decided to invade Area 381 to seize resources. They originally prepared a surprise attack to kill some of the chosen ones in District 381 to establish victory. Who knew that the chosen ones in District 381 were so stubborn? Everyone went out to upgrade together, with a group in hand. They were a stable group. The original sneak attack directly turned into a group battle, and the situation became deadlocked. This gave Nanfeng and others time to come over for support. Chung Mo turned around and said, in the first wave of fighting between the two sides, District 381 suffered a lot of casualties. Many brothers were scattered, and there were only about 100 people left in their large force. The group of intruders, who ambushed us just now, were actually ambushing the remaining people in Area 381. But we just happened to catch them. Nanfeng nodded. Xiao Airen is almost at the front battlefield. Let's go there quickly. The flying sword only lasts for more than a minute. When the time is up, the 2 of them can only get down and rush to the battlefield on foot. The cross-regional battle between Area 8 and Area 381 has already caused heated discussion in the cross-region chat channel. And war zones in other countries are also paying attention to this matter. Original World Area 1. Edward looked at the chat messages on the panel and frowned in thought. After a moment, he looked up and sent a message to Catherine Wiener. Edward, dear Ms. Catherine. Our Dawn village is currently still at level 1. Do you have any intention to upgrade the village's level? The war in War Zone 381 is currently fierce, and there are several village chiefs gathered there. I think this is an excellent opportunity. After sending this message, Edward paced back and forth, waiting for Catherine's reply. But Catherine just glanced at the message casually, turned off the panel, and continued to hunt the beast. She had no intention of replying. Original World Zone 3. Andre played with a cross-region pass in his hand, thought for a long time, and decided to use it. The next second, he teleported to Area 381. I'll wait for an opportunity later, and see if I can kill 1 or 2 village chiefs. If there is really no chance, just temporarily cooperate with the Dragon Kingdom War Zone, and destroy the beautiful country War Zone first. Andre strode towards the battlefield. Original World Zone 2. Sikong Bushua looked at the information in the cross-regional chat channel with excitement. It's so interesting. I really want to participate. This group of chosen ones from the beautiful country dare to provoke our Dragon Kingdom War Zone. They really don't take me seriously. Sikong Bushua typed a lot of words in the panel, but could not send them out. Ding! The war zone you are in has been banned for years. Not only was Sikong Bushua unable to speak, but the other chosen ones from District 2 were also unable to speak in the cross-region chat channel. Let me say something. You bastard creation god system. Sikong is knowledgeable and incompetent and furious. The twin sisters on the side saw this and hurried over, one rubbing their shoulders, and the other beating their legs. Li Miamia asked in a soft voice, Master, why are you so angry? Sikong Bushua waved his hand. It's okay. After a pause, Sikong Bushua said again, you arrange it. Let others upgrade. And by the way, find out if there is a teleportation array in our war zone. Ban me? Then I will find a way to get out. In Area 381 of the original world, Lin Tianqi led 70 or 80 chosen ones and ran all the way into the mountains. Lin Tianqi, Xiang Fei. Send the coordinates here to the inter-district channel. Xiang Fei, okay, but boss, we keep sending out our coordinates. Doesn't the enemy know it too? Lin Tianqi, they were already following us. They could catch up without coordinates. But Nanfeng and the others were still far away, and it would be difficult to find them without coordinates. Xiang Fei, got it. I'll send it right away. Lin Tianqi nodded, looked at the people around him, and then said you, and you. The 3 of you broke away from the large army and ran to the east. Pay attention to the ferocious beasts nearby. The 3 people who were named looked at each other, and without much hesitation, they turned around and ran to the east. The large force in District 381 is missing 3 more people. Along the way, Lin Tianqi had been thinking of ways to break up the large army. There were originally more than 100 people in the army, But now there are only more than 70 people left. These chosen ones, who leave the main force, will make a big circle and finally join up behind the invaders. If the two sides fight, they will be a surprise force that can launch a surprise attack from behind. Xiang Fei looked at the surrounding environment and said with a sad face, "Boss, how about we turn around and fight? We are about to enter the area with level 16 ferocious beasts. They are much stronger than the intruders behind us." The others also nodded and looked at Lin Tianqi. Lin Tianqi took a deep breath. "Wait a minute. Our reinforcements haven't arrived yet." Xiang Fei was a little anxious. "Boss, we only have 3 reinforcements. I know they may be strong, but there are more than 300 people behind us, and the 3 of them can't change the situation of the battle." "That's right. Boss, let's fight back directly. Even if we die, we have to drag 2 people on our backs instead of dying in the mouths of vicious beasts." "Okay, then fight." Lin Tianqi nodded and agreed to their suggestion. "But the terrain here is not suitable for fighting. Let's go ahead and find a good position to ambush." Everyone immediately became energetic and continued to move forward. Not long after walking, Lin Tianqi found a young man holding a spear in front of him, leaning on a tree trunk and looking at him with a smile. Lin Tianqi looked overjoyed. "Xiao An ran. You came?" Xiao An smiled slightly. "You're not late, are you?" "Lin Tianqi, we came just in time. We are preparing to find a suitable place to launch a counterattack." Xiao An ran. "No need to look for it. Just follow me and fight back." When everyone heard this, they were all stunned. Why does this person talk so arrogantly? There are more than 300 intruders behind. Just kill him if you say he will kill him. Lin Tianqi, Why don't we wait until Nanfeng and the others arrive? Xiao Ran, I have met with them just now, and we have even discussed the tactics. Xiao Ran raised his spear with one hand and pointed toward the sky. Look, they are ready to take action. Everyone raised their heads and looked into the air. Cheng Yimou stepped on the flying sword and flew into the sky with the south wind. Nanfeng held a magnifying glass in his hand and lowered his head to look for the enemy's large troops. South wind, they are 15 directions south of east. Swooping. Cheng Yimou, sit tight. The flying sword swooped down, and Nanfeng quickly took out the grenades and threw them one after another. Combo skills. The bombers are coming. Chapter 157. Xiao An ran. 13 fatal shots? Boom. Grenades fell from the sky one after another, and were thrown into the large army of invaders. The beautiful chosen one below looked shocked. Fake squid. They have bombers. Get out of the way. Take cover. Archers strike back. The chosen ones of the beautiful kingdom scattered in panic, each looking for a bunker to hide. But one of them, a strong man wearing beach shorts, did not avoid the grenade, but ran towards it. Snapped. The strong man's name is Charles, and his magic weapon is a tennis racket. I saw him swinging the racket vigorously and slamming the grenade towards the 2 Nanfeng people in the sky. Cheng Mo's expression changed, and a divine dragon immediately swung its tail and ducked to the side. Cheng Yimou knew how powerful Nanfeng's grenade was, and he didn't dare to take it head on. Nanfeng clicked his tongue and marveled, it's so big. Even in the woods, there are still people whose natal magic weapon is a tennis racket. Cheng Yimou shrugged, it doesn't matter. We have a brother in District 68. His magic weapon is a fork. The kind of fork used for eating. You think it's not funny? Fork? Could he be the reincarnation of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles? Nanfeng shook his head and took out Gatling from his backpack. Duh. The south wind strafed wildly in the air. Pieces of blood mist erupted below, and it was unknown how many people died under Gatling. The flying sword was trembling violently. Cheng Yimou tried his best to steady the flying sword and prevent it from falling from the air. I have tried Car Z, Bed Z, and this is my first time trying sword shock. Cheng Mo's voice was trembling a bit when he spoke. Next time, let's try it with a beautiful girl. Nanfeng, what a fun flower. Below is a mountainous area with numerous strange rocks. The chosen ones in Area 8 quickly found bunkers and hid themselves. From time to time, someone would poke his head out from behind the bunker and shoot the south wind in the sky. Nanfeng, brother, let's swoop in again. It's too high, and I can't shoot accurately. Cheng Yimou, okay. We should withdraw after this wave. Cheng Yimou controlled the flying sword to dive downwards, while Nanfeng used Gatling to aim at several locations and shoot wildly. These places are all hiding places for the long-range chosen ones. Nanfeng had already memorized them when he was in the sky. Nanfeng's primary target is these long-range chosen ones. as long as they are killed and a group fight begins later. The casualties in Area 381 will be reduced a lot. It's almost time. Let's retreat. Chung Mo glanced at the time and drove the flying sword to leave the battlefield. At this moment, a rope flew into the air at an extremely fast speed and tightly wrapped around the hilt of the flying sword. A bearded man dressed as a Western cowboy, holding the other end of the rope tightly with both hands, walked out from behind the tree with a sneer. Your flying sword is no different from that of an ox. You can hit it with one set. Bull bridle. A cow rope specially designed for Western cowboys. I didn't expect that someone's natal magic weapon would be this thing. At the same time, the chosen ones from District 8 also appeared one after another, sharpening their swords and looking at the two people in midair. Gatling was already red hot, so Nafong quickly took out his M24 and aimed at the rope. Call out. One shot hits. The rope is intact. The divine weapon of destiny cannot be destroyed. Nafong turned his gun and aimed at the people below. Brother, can you escape? If it doesn't work, just take a hard stance. Chung Mo chuckled. This is a flying sword, not an ox. My flying sword is very powerful. Call out. The flying sword jumped forward fiercely, and the rope straightened instantly. The bearded man's expression changed, and he was carried flying. Fortunately, he had quick eyesight and quick hands, and reached out to grab a thick branch, which prevented him from going up to the sky. Help me! The bearded man shouted for help. The beautiful chosen ones from the surrounding countries immediately rushed over, hugging the bearded man tightly, trying to pull Nafong and Chung Mo down from the air. In midair, Chung Mo gritted his teeth and frantically moved the flying sword under his feet. The two sides were constantly wrestling, and it turned into a tug of war. You have to look at me at the critical moment. Nafong set up his M24 and aimed it at the bearded man. Tug of war. You need to take a shot from me first. The bearded eyes were always paying attention to Nanfeng's movements. The moment he saw Nafong raise his gun, he had already let go of the rope, rolled on the spot, and hid behind a nearby tree. The other end of the rope lost its strength, and the flying sword ejected, taking the two of them out. Gone! Nafong lost his grip and fell directly from the air. Chung Mo stabilized the flying sword in the air, slid down, and stretched out his hand to catch Nafong. Chung Mo chuckled, handsome or not? Before Nafong could say anything, the duration of sword controlling technique ended at this critical moment. Oh ha ha! The two of them fell from the air with claws and teeth, and a long sword and a rope landed together. Seeing this, the chosen ones from the beautiful country all expressed surprise. Quick! They've landed. Kill them! Surround them. These two people must die. Kill! But before they could move, dozens of brothers from Area 381 came over from the flank and killed them. Xiao Aren was holding a spear and stood alone in front of the chosen one of the beautiful country. Have you thought about the consequences of invading the war zone of our dragon kingdom? The first shot, long lovesickness brings long memories. But short lovesickness brings endless lovesickness. Xiao Aren thrust out his spear like a swimming dragon. The bearded man couldn't dodge, and was stabbed directly by the gun, which left him heartbroken. In the distance, Nafong got up from the ground in disgrace, grabbed a handful of qi and blood fruits, and stuffed them into his mouth to replenish his health. In the tactical earphones, Nafong clearly heard what Xiao Aren said. He couldn't help being shocked. Good guy. Are all the 13 fatal shots here? Chung Mo limped over. He was talking nonsense. He was just trying to look cool. Nafong said, no wonder. Let me just say, this is not a movie. There is no need to shout out when showing skills. How embarrassing. That is. Chung Mo nodded in agreement, put the fingers of his right hand together, and shouted, sword. Go! South wind. Fei Jian held a sword flower in the air, galloped away, and rushed into the crowd, harvesting the lives of the chosen ones of the beautiful country. Okay. Everyone is cool. Right? Nafong set up his M24 and aimed at an enemy. Call out. Silver headshot. Golden headshot. 3 kills. 4 kills. Pentakill. When it comes to the speed of killing people, who can currently compare to Nafong? With the high power and high level bonuses, Nafong can basically kill instantly as long as he hits the opponent's weak point. With the 3 of Nafong, Chung Mo, Xiao and Angran joining the battlefield, the chosen ones of beautiful country simply cannot hold it back. Every time they kill one of the chosen ones in Area 381, 7 or 8 people on their side will die. Charles, wearing beach shorts, picked up a big stone from the ground and threw it high, then swung a tennis racket and dunked it. Bang! The stone flew out fiercely and hit a chosen one from the Dragon Kingdom, causing him to spurt out a mouthful of blood. Charles spat out a mouthful of phlegm. With an angry look on his face, bark. There is a strong man on the other side. We can't beat him. Let's retreat first. In just 10 minutes of fighting, hundreds of people from the beautiful country were killed. There are dozens of them, all of which were swept to death by the south wind using Gatling in the sky. Everyone in the beautiful country knew that the situation was over, so they retreated far away with their regiment in hand. The chosen one in District 381 was already furious and wanted to catch up, but was stopped by Xiao Aran. Don't chase after poor people. Xiao Aran was not afraid of an ambush, but felt that if he continued to chase, the other party would counterattack and cause more serious casualties to Area 381. This is not a good deal. On the other side, Chung Mo pointed to Charles, who was running for his life. Did you see the one with the tennis racket? He is very powerful and must be killed. Na Feng frowned slightly. There were people around him, so it was not easy to aim. Even though he said this, Na Feng still set up his M24 and fired out with one shot. Call out. Penetrating bullet. The shot penetrated the bodies of 2 people, but the magic bullet had deviated from its original trajectory and only hit Charles's arm. Charles groaned, without stopping at all, covering his arms and continuing to run forward. Chung Mo smiled slightly and put his fingers together to form a sword. You have to look at me at the critical moment. Sword. Kill! The flying sword pierced the sky, leaving a trail of light and shadow in the sky, heading straight for Charles. Kill for 1,000 years. This sword hit Charles right in the butt. Chung Mo's expression changed and he took a sip. Damn! That's bad luck. Charles's face turned pale. He jumped 2 meters high, looked up to the sky and screamed, "What's this?" Into my PY. Chapter 158 Terrifying Psychological Hints. Charles was shot by Na Feng and stabbed by Chung Mo's flying sword, but he was still alive. Give me more blood. Charles's eyes were filled with anger, and he looked at Chung Mo from afar. The pastor of the beautiful country quickly started to breastfeed Charles. Chung Mo waved his hand, and the flying sword was withdrawn from Charles's body and stabbed him again. Drink. Charles swung the tennis racket vigorously and knocked the flying sword away with a heavy blow. You are dead. Charles stared angrily, with a ferocious look on his face, and stretched out his hand to wipe his neck. Chung Mo's face hardened. Brother Na Feng. He is threatening you. Na Feng curled his lips. Fart. He is obviously threatening you. Even so, the 2 of them launched an attack, preparing to kill Charles here. Charles snorted coldly, turned around and ran away, blending into the crowd. The chosen ones of the beautiful country ran away very quickly, hiding in the mountains and disappearing in a short time. Lin Tianqi looked at the direction they were leaving with red eyes, his heart filled with anger. In this battle, even if Na Feng, Chung Mo, Xiao Angren and 3 others came to support them, the casualties in Area 381 were still very heavy. Counting it all together, a total of 43 chosen ones were sacrificed in District 381 today. And now there are only 187 people left in the entire theater. Damn. I really want to kill them all and avenge my brothers, Lin Tianqi said with an angry face. But he knew this was basically impossible. He has the heart, but does not have the strength. The overall strength of District 381 is still a little weaker. Na Feng walked slowly, with a sniper rifle in one hand. Chung Mo had his hands behind his back. His face was calm, and he was limping behind Na Feng. There is no one else who can act cool even if he has a broken leg. Na Feng looked at everyone. What should I say? Do you want to catch up and continue fighting? I still have half my magic power, and can fight again. Xiao Aran asked for stability and said, don't pursue the enemy when you are poor. There are many people on the other side. Continuing to pursue is very risky. Forget it. Chung Mo spread his hands. It's a pity. There must be a village chief opposite. I want to kill him to upgrade the village. The 2 theaters that invaded Area 381 this time were Area 8 and Area 472. Among them, the village chief of District 8, Mike, has died at the hands of Na Feng. But the village chief of District 472 is still alive. It's just that Na Feng doesn't know who the other party is. Otherwise, he would definitely have targeted him just now. Na Feng stepped forward and patted Lin Tianqi on the shoulder without saying a word. Everyone in Area 381 also recovered from the fierce battle, looking at the corpses of their brothers around them. They couldn't help but feel sad. The brother who was still laughing and joking yesterday has passed away today. Tomorrow or accident. Who will come first? Nobody knows. Our theater's strength is too weak. Lin Tianqi suddenly spoke. He looked at Na Feng and others seriously. Three brothers, I have something to ask you for help. Na Feng, no need to ask for help. We are all compatriots. If you can help me, you will definitely help me. Cheng Yimou and Xiao Ren also nodded. Lin Tianqi said, I would like to ask for your help in conquering the Quartz Stone Cave. We have found the Quartz Stone Cave, but the strength in our battle zone is too weak. It takes a lot of time to kill the Quartz Spirit, and the efficiency is very low. I originally planned to rush to level 15 today and take my brothers to conquer the Quartz Stone Cave tomorrow. But I didn't expect that something like this happened today. Except for Lin Tianqi. The Chosen Ones and Divine Weapons in District 381 are all still E-level peak. On the other hand, the Chosen Ones in District 8 have already obtained a large amount of Quartz Stone in their war zone. And everyone's natal magic weapon is D-level inferior. It's normal for Area 381 to be unable to beat Area 8. After hearing this, Na Feng and others followed Lin Tianqi directly to the Quartz Stone Cave without any hesitation. Unlike Area 48, the entrance to the Quartz Stone Cave in Area 381 is very small, and only 2 or 3 people can stand side by side. The defense of Quartz Spirit is ridiculously high. It would take Lin Tianqi and the others 10 minutes to kill one, and the Quartz Stone might not explode. The efficiency is indeed very low. But when the south wind comes, everything changes. Na Feng mentioned Gatlin and walked in the front. Let me open a way for you. Firepower spurted out, and the Quartz Spirit, blocking the road, was instantly blown to pieces. Cheng Yimou murmured in a low voice, Damn it. All the experience has been robbed by this kid. Na Feng smiled and said nothing, carrying Gatlin all the way forward. After killing countless Quartz Spirits along the way, Na Feng found that the front became wider, and he had arrived at the cave in the middle of the mountain. In this huge cave, Quartz Spirits are everywhere. Na Feng put away his gun. This place is very wide and can be used freely. Brothers in Area 381, go up on your own. I won't steal your experience. Thank you. Lin Tianqi nodded heavily and began to instruct his brothers to hunt Quartz Spirit. Groups of 10. Form a team freely. Use melee combat to hold back hatred. Long-range full output. And daddy to increase blood. The obtained Quartz Stone will be distributed to remote brothers first to increase efficiency. Under the command of Lin Tianqi, everyone in District 381 began to hunt Quartz Spirit in an orderly manner. This beast's defense is very high, but its attack power is not very good, and it is not a big threat. The 3 people from Na Feng stood aside and watched the battle, preparing to wait for the Quartz Giant to appear before taking action. In the small world of territorial war, did you encounter Sikong Bushue? What happened next? Xiao Ren suddenly turned his head and looked at Na Feng. Speaking of this matter, Na Feng thought of the terrifying pocket watch and the terrifying scene of more than 200 brothers being instantly hypnotized. Nanfeng's face was solemn. Is Sikong Bushue too aggressive? He hypnotized our entire district by himself. Na Feng described the situation at that time in detail, including the fact that when he returned to Area 527, everyone was suspicious and distrustful of each other. And he also spoke out. When Cheng Yimou heard this, he called him Yobi. Is it true or false? Are there any such exaggerated people? Don't yell at me. Xiao Angren's expression was serious. It's true. Sikong Erkshu's ability is indeed very terrifying. As he said that, Xiao Ren looked at Na Feng seriously, stretched out his hand and touched his nose. Did you just say that the brothers in your war zone are suspicious of each other and don't trust each other? Na Feng nodded, yes. It feels like there is a gap between them, and they can't believe each other. But now, after a day or two, this suspicion seems to have disappeared. Xiao Ren shook his head. I studied psychology for more than 2 years before traveling through time. In your situation, it is obvious that Sikong Bushue planted psychological hints. Na Feng was confused. Psychological suggestion? Xiao Ren, this is a very mysterious thing. I think no explanation can fully explain it. Let's give a simple example. The dewdrops wet the sand wall. Mou Xiao is silent. What do you think of this poem? Na Feng pondered for a moment. Xiao Ren touched his nose. Do you feel normal? Na Feng nodded. It's indeed quite average. Xiao Ren touched his nose again. If I said this poem was written by Li Bai, Would you still think it was ordinary? Nanfeng was stunned. Is this written by Li Bai? Are you just talking nonsense here? But after saying this, I suddenly felt that this poem had a certain artistic conception. Xiao Ran, this can also be regarded as a kind of psychological suggestion. Li Bai is the poet in everyone's heart. Deep down in your heart, you will think that the poems he wrote must have special meaning. So you will feel that this poem has a different feeling. Nanfeng nodded thoughtfully. It seems he understands. But he doesn't seem to understand. Xiao Ran, to put it simply, Sikong Buishua leaves a certain hint in your heart. When this hint is triggered, something uncontrollable will happen. Nanfeng reached out and touched his nose. Why don't I believe it? I haven't even met him. So he can leave me psychological hints? Xiao Ran laughed. You must not underestimate Sikong Buishua. You see, you have been inadvertently planted a psychological suggestion by me. Nanfeng was stunned for a moment, suddenly came to his senses, and glanced at his right hand that touched his nose. Xiao Ran, every time I asked a question just now, I would subconsciously touch my nose. You don't think there's anything wrong with this. But in your subconscious mind, it's been planted that you should touch your nose when asking questions. Psychological suggestion is actually a subconscious ability of human beings to learn and imitate when facing a strange environment. It can also be understood as being assimilated by the environment. Back then, the first lesson my psychology teacher taught me was to touch my nose. Nanfeng was a little frightened. He had been tricked out of nowhere? But Nanfeng was still dissatisfied and said stiffly, just touch your nose. Is that okay? If it is something dangerous, I will definitely not imitate it. Xiao Ran shook his head. When many kinds of non-dangerous actions are combined, it becomes dangerous. Let me share with you a case. College student A was given a psychological suggestion. Every time he saw fruit, he would subconsciously lick his lips. His roommate B was also given a psychological suggestion. B thought it was inappropriate to stick out his tongue in public, indicating that this person is gay. So every time he sees a licking his lips, he will show an expression of disgust. Their roommate C has also been given psychological hints, and he buys a fruit platter every day to go back to the dormitory to eat. You should be able to guess what happens next. When A sees the fruit bought by C every day, he will always lick his lips subconsciously. When B sees a sticking out his tongue to lick his lips, he thinks he is interested in him and feels disgusted. So he will use a disgusting expression. Looked at him with an expression. Over time, A and B had violent conflicts, quarreling and fighting. And finally one day, B stabbed A to death with scissors late at night. As their roommates, C and D saw it die in the dormitory with their own eyes and suffered a huge mental shock. In order to appease them, the school gave them graduate school guarantees. Nanfeng and Cheng Yamo looked at each other, their scalps numb. This sounds like a real case. Is this the so-called psychological suggestion? It's so terrifying. Licking your lips. Is that normal? I don't like seeing other people sticking out their tongues. Is that normal? Is it normal to buy fruit and eat it every day? It is these three very normal behaviors that can lead to such terrible consequences. The person who planted psychological hints on them is too scary. Cheng Yamo felt a little dry in the mouth and was about to lick his lips. But after thinking about it, he decided to forget it. The person who planted psychological hints on the ABC trio should be D. Right? Xiao Ran chuckled and shook his head. Wrong. It's C. Cheng Yamo suddenly felt even scarier. Nanfeng took 2 deep breaths and looked at Xiao Ran seriously. According to what you said, our entire district has been planted with psychological hints by Sikong Buishua, and problems may break out at any time? Xiao Ran nodded. Nanfeng asked anxiously, can you remove this hint? In other words, do you know what hints he planted for us? Xiao Ran thought for a moment, and then shook his head. No. I am only a half-dabbler, and not at the same level as Sikong Buishua. I can't even hypnotize one person. But he can exert psychological suggestions to the chosen ones in several war zones through text, making them kill each other. This is a huge gap. But I guess that everyone in your war zone must be afraid of something. Nanfeng was stunned. What? Xiao Ran suddenly showed an extremely weird smile, and he reached out and took out an item from his backpack. It was a silver-white pocket watch. The hair on Nanfeng's body stood up, and his heart seemed to have been hit hard. Nanfeng took out the Desert Eagle with his backhand and put it on Xiao Angren's forehead. Sikong is knowledgeable. Chapter 159 Ways to Restrain Hypnosis. The moment he saw the pocket watch, Nanfeng's entire brain went blank. So much so that Nanfeng took out the Desert Eagle without even thinking about it. Cheng Yamo, who was next to him, was startled by this sudden scene and stood there blankly, forgetting to stop him. However, Nefeng reacted quickly and took a deep breath to put away the Desert Eagle. The pocket watch is the wrong style. This is a fake watch. Xiao Ren smiled and said, "It seems that your willpower is not bad. At least you still retain the most basic judgment." Xiao Ren threw the pocket watch in his hand to Nefeng. Nefeng took a closer look and saw that the pocket watch had a very rough texture and was obviously carved out of wood. "Your pocket watch is wrong." Nefeng made a gesture in the air with his finger. Sikong Bushua's pocket watch was a little smaller than this one. It was very delicate. The cover could be opened and the hands inside could move. Xiao Ren said, "Come on. This is a primitive world. And there are no machine tools or anything like that. How can it be possible to imitate it so exquisitely? Moreover, I have never seen Sikong Wexu's pocket watch. But I only heard him mention it before he was banned. It's already pretty good to be able to get this silver-white paint." Really? When Nefeng first looked over, what he saw was the color. Even before traveling through time, Nefeng had never seen a few pocket watches, let alone a silver-white pocket watch. So Nefeng subconsciously thought it was Sikong Erkshu's pocket watch, and was so frightened that he broke into a cold sweat on the spot. "Brother, you are playing with fire. Do you know that?" Nefeng threw the pocket watch back. "If I hadn't held back and shot you in the forehead, I was really afraid that I would have to kneel on the ground and beg you not to die." Xiao Ren laughed. "You look down on me too much. I still have the means to protect myself." Nefeng curled his lips. "That's because you don't know how high my attack power is. Nefeng might not be able to kill Xiao Ren with one shot. But what about 2 shots? Where are the 3 shots? Xiao Ren, it makes no sense to say any of this now. I have studied psychology, and I can see that your willpower is very strong. Otherwise, I would not dare to take this risk." After a pause, Xiao Ren continued, "I don't know what psychological hint Sikong Bushua has planted for you. But one thing is for sure. Everyone in your war zone will definitely be scared when they see a pocket watch. Next time you meet Sikong Bushua, maybe he doesn't need to take action. He can just throw his pocket watch in your camp and let you kill each other." He also used a similar method to destroy several other war zones. Nefeng sat there and pondered for a moment, then asked, "Is there any way to counter this situation?" Xiao Ren nodded, "Of course. Haven't I already told you?" Looking at the imitation pocket watch in Xiao Angren's hand, Nefeng suddenly realized, "I understand. Thank you for your advice." Chung Yimo was a little confused after hearing this. He touched his nose and asked, "What is the countermeasure? Why didn't I understand?" Nefeng patted him on the shoulder. "Brother, you don't have to touch your nose to ask questions." When Chung Yimo heard this, he was immediately shocked and took 2 steps back. "Damn! I was planted with psychological hints without knowing it. Terrible! You guys are so terrible with your psychology. I won't play with you anymore." Xiao Ren burst into laughter. "This is human subconscious learning behavior. Just to better integrate into the environment. It's okay. Just like when you see someone else yawning, you will also yawn. Strictly speaking, it is not a psychological suggestion." Chung Mo's face looked much better now, and he asked again, "You haven't answered me yet. What is the countermeasure you just mentioned?" "When I meet Sikong Bushua in the future, I hope I can find a way to deal with him." Xiao Ren threw the pocket watch in his hand to Chung Yimo. "Haven't you heard of that famous saying? The best way to eliminate fear is to face it. After you go back, find someone to carve a lot of pocket watches out of wood. Each person will have one to hold and play with every day. Even if I see a real pocket watch later, I won't be too scared or helpless." Do you think it's easy to hypnotize a panicked person? Or is it easier to hypnotize a calm and collected person? Chung Yimo raised his eyebrows, finally understanding. Nefeng muttered, "Sikong Erkshu's hypnotic ability is very, very strong. Your method can only eliminate our fear of his pocket watch. He can also use other methods to hypnotize us. No matter how powerful Sikong Bushua's hypnotic ability is, he still needs a medium. For example, sounds, patterns, text, etc. As long as you don't look at them or listen to them, you won't be hypnotized so easily." Xiao Ren said, "Of course, if you find that you are about to be hypnotized, then I also have a way to relieve you from this hypnotic state." Nefeng asked curiously, "What can I do?" Xiao Ren, "Pain. The most extreme pain allows the brain to block all external signals and help you regain control of your body." Nefeng nodded. When he was in the snowy mountains, he bit his tongue to wake himself up. Chung Yimo asked again, "What about those who have been hypnotized? Like those chosen ones in District 2? Xiao Angren shook his head before traveling. I had never encountered a case of being completely hypnotized. I don't know what to do in this situation. It seems that the chosen one in District 2 is probably hopeless. The three of them chatted for a while, during which Lin Tianqi also came over and learned how to deal with hypnosis. More than 2 hours later, most of the quartz spirits in this large cave were wiped out. There are many passages in the depths of the cave, one of which is very spacious. It is most likely the cave where the quartz giant is located. Nefeng glanced at the time. Let's go. Let's deal with the quartz giant first. Everyone nodded, strode towards the depths of the cave, and soon found traces of quartz giant. Xiao Angren's hands were a little itchy, so he went up with a long gun and killed him. Pick up the point. Lift the blocking ring. Chop and pierce through the flirting moon slash. The 13 basic marksmanship skills were mastered in Xiao Angren's hands, and everyone was delighted to see them. Chung Yimou clapped his hands. Brother, that's awesome. This pistol technique is really cool. It's just as good as mine. Xiao Aran turned around and smiled. I practiced marksmanship for 2 years before traveling through time, which made everyone laugh. Xiao Aran launched a series of violent attacks, quickly beating the quartz giant to the lowest level. Brother Lin, the next step is up to you. Xiao Aran retreated, preparing to give the boss reward to Lin Tianqi. Lin Tianqi was a little moved and bowed to the three of them. Thank you very much. If you have any use in the future, just call me. Chung Yimou waved his hand. You are still a novice now. Let's improve our strength first. Lin Tianqi nodded, shouted and rushed forward, quickly killing the quartz giant. After getting rid of the quartz giant, there won't be much danger in this cave, and Nefeng and others won't need to be in charge. There were still more than 3 hours before returning to his war zone. Nefeng looked at Chung Yimou and Xiao Aran and asked, Let's go. Shall we find a place to upgrade? Otherwise, wouldn't this great time be wasted? Chung Yimou nodded, yes. I have been slacking off recently. I have just reached level 15, and I must rush up to level up. Xiao Aran, I am already level 16 and a half. Where is brother Nefeng? Nefeng glanced at his experience bar level 15, 76315/78,000. I will be level 16 soon. The three of them hit it off immediately, and were ready to leave here and find a place to upgrade. Before leaving, Lin Tianqi brought a lot of quartz stones. Lin Tianqi, 3 brothers. Here are 300 quartz stones. 100 for each of you. Just enough to upgrade the cabin. Nefeng and others were about to refuse, but Lin Tianqi said again, You guys have come all the way here. I don't have anything to offer. Only this thing. You must accept it. Nefeng and the other 3 looked at each other, and accepted it no longer. With these 100 quartz stones, and Nefeng getting some silt, the cabin can be upgraded to level C. I don't know what new improvements will be made after the upgrade of the cabin. The 3 of them left the quartz stone cave. It was dark outside, and it was already 8 o'clock in the evening. Nefeng contacted the brothers in District 527 on the inter-district channel to make sure that no other ward districts came to steal the house. And then he turned off the panel with confidence. Chung Yimou looked up at the stars and had a sudden thought. By hunting ferocious beasts in Area 381, wouldn't we be robbing our compatriots of their resources? Why don't we go find the teleportation array leading to Area 8, and take a stroll in Area 8? Nanfeng's eyes lit up. How wonderful. Chapter 160, The Little Mouth is So Sweet Andre. Late at night, 3 figures shuttled through the forest in Area 381. These are the 3 of Nefeng, Chung Yimou, Xiao and Aran. The 3 of them are all the best in their respective theaters, and their speeds are not much different. But in general, Nanfeng's speed is faster. After all, he is wearing the dragon suit, which is a level higher than the immortal suit and has higher agility. The 3 of them searched the forest for more than half an hour. All the ferocious beasts they saw along the way were brutally killed and turned into experience. Ding! Congratulations on reaching level 16. As a reward, all attributes will be +5. Reward free attribute points +5. Unconsciously, Nefeng rose to level 16. He conveniently added free attribute points to strength. Up to now, the attribute points provided by the upgrade are too few, and it is not a big improvement for Nefeng. The most important role of upgrading now is to avoid being suppressed by others. If a low-level attack a high-level chosen one, the damage will be greatly attenuated, as if there is blood suppression between the 2 parties. This also makes it extremely difficult and almost impossible for low-level chosen ones to challenge higher levels. Nefong always felt that this was quite unreasonable. Maybe this is why Catherine Wiener desperately upgrades? I don't know what level she is now. Nanfeng's thoughts were wandering, speculating on Catherine's inner thoughts. I haven't met Catherine yet, and I don't know if she looks good or not. As he thought about it, Nanfeng's thoughts began to go astray, and his mind wandered to the sky. But a moment later, a low roar of a ferocious beast came from his earphones, which brought Nefong back to his senses. Are there ferocious beasts fighting? No. Someone is hunting the beast. Listening to the voice in the earphones, Nefong perked up. The chosen ones in Area 381 are all in the cave. There is someone here, and there is a high probability that they are the chosen ones from the beautiful country. It seems that the teleportation array is nearby. Nefong winked at Chung Yamo and Xiao Anran, and walked towards the direction of the sound. Two others followed closely behind. 10 seconds after the first okay, the roar of the ferocious beast became louder, and it could be heard even if Nefong didn't wear headphones. Xiao Anran pondered. Someone seems to be fighting the boss. Chung Yamo sneered, huh? This group of chosen ones from a beautiful country. Even if they don't go home, how dare they stay here to steal resources? The beating they received in the afternoon wasn't painful enough. Right? The three of them advanced a few dozen meters, and their eyes suddenly opened up. A strong man over 2 meters tall, holding a large steel shield, was fighting a ferocious beast. This ferocious beast Nefong knew was the level 16 Lord Ferocious Beast, Moonlight Deer King. Nefong not only knew this ferocious beast, but also the man Nefong. Good guy. Isn't this Andre from District 3? Why did he come to District 381 to join in the fun? In the small world of territorial war before, Nefong had seen Andre from a distance. This strong body looks very oppressive, and it is difficult to forget it. At this time, Andre was concentrating on fighting with Moonlight Deer King. Every time he swung the big shield in his hand, he was furious, making Moonlight Deer King dizzy. It's obviously a human shield, but it gives off the feeling of a warrior. The three people from Nefong looked at each other. Chung Yamo whispered, Andre is very strong, but with the three of us together, it shouldn't be a problem to take him down. What should I say? Should I kill him? Xiao Aran frowned slightly. Andre is from the polar bear country, and has a pretty good relationship with our dragon country. I think we can win over him, and there is no need to establish another strong enemy. Nefong nodded. The polar bear country has always maintained neutrality in the war zone and rarely participated in wars. Even if we cannot win over each other, there is no need to turn against each other. There are 1,000 war zones in this world, but there are only 23 Dragon Kingdom war zones, and now there are only 14 left. The number of chosen ones is about 3,000. The beautiful country and the French country also have dozens of war zones, with tens of thousands of people and strong strength. This is why the beautiful country dares to invade the Dragon Country war zone. Now that we are at odds with the polar bear country, there will be even more enemies in the Dragon Kingdom war zone. This is not a wise choice. Chung Yamo sighed, mad. When did the number of people become a disadvantage in our Dragon Kingdom war zone? You have to know that there must be more than one original world like this. Xiao Aran said, there are very few Dragon Kingdom war zones in our world, so there must be a world with many Dragon Kingdom war zones. Nefong, the chosen ones of the Dragon Kingdom in that world should be safe. Right? Xiao Aran did not answer, and he did not know the answer to this question. When there are no foreign enemies, one's own people will become foreign enemies. The three of them were silent for a moment. Then Chung Yamo said, Andre is about to beat Moonlight Deer King to death. Should we stop him? Nefong, of course we have to stop it. This is the resource of our Dragon Kingdom war zone. There are dozens of attribute points. Nefong immediately took out his M24, took off the silencer, and aimed at the stone at Andre's feet and fired. Boom! The violent gunfire startled Andre, and the rusty shield in his hand instantly expanded and became much larger, completely covering Andre. Andre yelled, don't shoot. One of our own. While shouting, he quickly retreated away from Moonlight Deer King. Nefong was stunned. This Andre was speaking Chinese, although he said it very poorly and had a bit of a polar bear accent. It was indeed said by him himself and not translated by the system. Nefong did not continue to shoot, but asked, what is the value of Palace Jade Wine minus small hammer? Andre was stunned for a moment, and his tone was a little uncertain. 140. Nefong was startled and said, does he even know this? Could it be that Andre is an undercover agent sent by our Dragon Kingdom to the polar bear country? Seeing that Nam Fong and others did not continue talking, Andre said again, when I was a child, I grew up in the Dragon Kingdom and watched the Spring Festival Gala every year. Good guy. I watched the Spring Festival Gala every year. Nam Fong himself didn't think much of it. Young people who watch the Spring Festival Gala. Andre put enough distance between him and Moonlight Deer King to break away from the hatred, and then slowly walked towards Nam Fong and others. In order to show that he was not a threat, Andre even put his large shield into his backpack. Nam Fong looked at him with a half smile, but not a smile. Aren't you afraid that we will suddenly attack and kill you? Andre looked calm. If you wanted to kill me, you wouldn't remove the silencer. In the afternoon, I saw the battle between you and Beautiful Country. The three of you are very strong. I can't beat you. And you and the handsome guy in white can combine into a bomber. And I can't even run away. Nam Fong was speechless. The gods merged into a bomber. Chung Mo smiled happily. Handsome guy in white? Ha ha ha. Are you talking about me? You have such a sweet mouth. I am determined to be your friend. Small mouth, so sweet. Nam Fong glanced at Chung Mo, who was full of fairy spirit, and then at Andre, who had thick eyebrows, big eyes, and beard like a halberd, and fell into deep thought.